Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Ren. Ren, a 17-year-old young man with blonde hair framing his face and falling on his back in a short tail, watched with his blue eyes as a man entered his booth in a restaurant. Standing up, Ren smiled. "Hello. You are Ebisu, right? It is nice to meet you." He politely greeted him with a small bow. Honestly, as a reincarnated person, Ren disliked all these cultural customs of this world. But when in Rome, it was quite troublesome. Why did it have to be Narutoverse of all places? He would have really preferred a more easygoing setting. "Greetings, Chunin Ren. I heard about your request and graciously decided to fulfill it," Ebisu dramatically exclaimed while moving his head in just the right way to make his glasses glint from the reflected light, but under one condition. He spoke in a deeper tone. "Right." Ren's smile froze and his lips awkwardly twitched as he motioned for Ebisu to sit. The man acted a bit too self-important for Ren's tastes, but he let it pass because this was his very first chance in a long time to get what he wanted. For 2 months now, ever since he became a Chunin, really, Ren has been looking for a way to learn the shadow clone technique. Unfortunately, Konoha did not have a ninja library like it did in all the fanfiction he had read in his previous life. There was a civilian library with books on perfectly civilian things. But a convenient place where a ninja could access ninja techniques of various ranks for free. If that existed, everyone would be using it. Including the many spies from other villages that are no doubt in the village. Konoha's higher-ups were not stupid. Such a place did not exist. Ninjas could buy techniques at Konoha's armory from a catalog of some village-owned techniques. But it wasn't a simple process and it depended on a person's rank and merit. There was an entire system to gauge one's merit based on his missions and stuff. Shadow clones was a Jonin-level technique, and while everybody who became a Jonin could learn it, not many people did. Unless you were Naruto, there wasn't much of a point in learning it. Having your chakra pool in a battle is tantamount to suicide. Clones that dispel with one hit are not worth the massive cost. It really only worked for Naruto because he could make hundreds of them and not even be winded. For everybody else, it was a reconnaissance technique that should not be used in battle. Not when there were other, much cheaper, and much more durable elemental clone variants. Ren, however, was just a Chunin and could not get the technique from Konoha's armory. So, he paid for a mission, requesting someone to teach it to him. When he did it, he felt smug. He felt as if he had found a loophole and was surprised this was allowed. But he quickly realized the problem. Ninjas were a secretive bunch. In the fanfictions in Ren's previous life, a dude could just come to Guy and tell him he is interested in taijutsu, and Guy would buy him weights, train with him every day, and even teach him his signature technique, the 8 inner gates. That was not how this thing worked in reality. Ninjas prided themselves on their techniques. They did not teach them willy-nilly. Ren's mission was registered for 2 months and absolutely nobody came forward, willing to teach him. Part of it was that accepting Ren's mission meant becoming responsible for his health during his tutelage, and shadow clones were genuinely dangerous to perform. The technique was in the Jonin level section for a reason. And Ren was still just a Chunin. Nobody wanted to take the responsibility of teaching a fresh Chunin a dangerous Jonin-ranked technique that could kill the user if it was performed wrongly. Another part of it was that Jonins who knew the technique had better things to do. It might not have appeared like it in the anime, but Jonins were very busy. But Ren felt the biggest part was that ninjas simply did not like sharing their techniques. They worked really hard for them. They had to climb the ranks and possibly buy their techniques unless they had a Jonin instructor or were from a clan. They did not want to just give them to somebody for free. Even Jonin instructors did not teach their techniques to all their pupils. Usually, they taught them to be competent ninjas for a Chunin rank, and maybe they picked one of the 3 to impart some of their techniques, but even then they would not teach them everything. It was just how this world worked. Techniques were the life-saving secrets of their trade. They were the stuff that earned ninjas their livelihood. Not even in Ren's previous world would masters teach their apprentices everything they knew about their profession. They usually kept the valuable knowledge, the stuff that truly makes good money, to themselves. It was the same thing in this world. What condition? Ren asked as he sat down. He tried to play it off, but he was quite nervous. After 2 whole months of nothing, finally, somebody was willing to entertain his request. But it seemed there was more to it. Of course, there would be strings attached. Silly me. Ren inwardly sighed, his eyes not leaving Ebisu as he wondered what the men could want from him. Ebisu didn't instantly answer. He just took out the mission scroll and 2 other scrolls from his vest and put them on the table, making Ren curiously raise an eyebrow. "I will not teach you the technique. Instead, I will provide you with a scroll on it. Ebisu started and Ren had to admit, for a comedy relief character from the anime, the real-life Ebisu was one smart motherfucker. This way, he would pocket the money from the mission and completely avoid the responsibility of teaching a dangerous technique to a chunin. And if Ren got killed learning it, it wouldn't be Ebisu's fault. Ren was recognized as an adult in this world ever since he graduated from the academy. He was responsible for his actions. If he decided to try learning a dangerous technique from a scroll, that was on him. Ren was starting to see that Ebisu's rank of Jonin was not exactly unearned. On top of that, I want you to take over an assignment from me. Ebisu continued, making Ren inwardly frown. Now this part of these talks was the truly important one. Ren was starting to get desperate after 2 months, but he wouldn't just accept some sort of suicide mission meant for a Jonin just to learn the shadow clones. He was not that dumb. I recently received a very generous offer from the Hyuga clan. They want me to teach Hinata Hyuga. Alas, I am far too preoccupied with the honored grandson and don't have the time. Ebisu shook his head in feigned regret, almost causing Ren to groan when he realized where this was going. And he didn't like it one bit. The problem was that this world seemed to be an alternate universe. Ren remembered his past life on the night the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Everything seemed to be the same as in canon from his meager information gathering when he was a child. But after the Uchiha massacre, something probably flipped in Sarutobi's head because he did not just ban early graduation from the academy. He also made the graduation age 16 instead of 13. And since then, canon was fucked. Yeeted out of the window. Worse yet, the village had small problems for 3 years afterward due to the decrease of genins in the field. But Konoha was strong and it withstood it. Then, when the first batch of 16-year-old and more proficient genins came out, Konoha kinda dominated. And it was quickly noticed. So, while the other villages low-key laughed at Konoha for 3 years, it didn't take long for them to realize that Konoha's new policy was working. They also promptly implemented it, increasing the graduation age of their own academy equivalents and fucking up the future even further. Needless to say, Ren was still sometimes having a panic attack when he thought about the future. It was one thing to know that by the time he turned 20, a vengeful and murderous chakra goddess capable of blowing up cities with her pinky would come back to the world and he would be on the opposite side on the battlefield. Well, if he survived Madara, Kabuto, hordes of immortal resurrected Kage-level ninjas with infinite chakra, and didn't get caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi on top of that. Yup. He was fucked. It sounded quite hopeless if he was honest. But it was a completely different thing to know that but also have his foreknowledge compromised because Sarutobi decided to fuck it all up with one decree. Would Pain show up at Konoha's doorsteps when Naruto graduates? Since he will be 16 then. Wouldn't that be an automatic game over? Or would Akatsuki's plan be pushed back since it seemed the fourth Mizukage was still alive? Naruto and his classmates were 14 now, but the sand/sound invasion didn't happen. Even the Chunin exams that were supposed to be in Konoha happened in Suna instead. So far, it seems the Chunin exams in Konoha will happen half a year after Naruto's class graduation. This part was the same as in canon. So, would Orochimaru attack then? Would it change? How was Ren supposed to know? He was going sparse just thinking about it. The only thing he reasonably could do was to keep his ears open for any sort of info on Jinchuriki while trying to get stronger to survive whatever bullshit this world was going to throw at him, hoping that Naruto and Sasuke could save the day. Ren didn't like feeling like that. Knowing that his life depended on somebody like Naruto. Don't get him wrong, watching Naruto's antics was funny. When it was anime. But Ren knew just how many situations Naruto survived due to sheer dumb luck. All it would take is one slip up and Naruto would be no more. What if Zabuza decided to swing his sword at the kiddies instead of just appearing in the middle of their formation during his first attack? What if Naruto didn't manage to summon Gamabunta when Gaara was trying to Sabaku his ass into a paste? What if Pain actually did the smart thing and brought some Bijou chakra-suppressing seals with him when he fought Naruto? What if Sasuke made it in time to Orochimaru to have his body snatched after his defection? Literally, anything could go wrong. And that's if the world was still going the canon route. Now though. Sheer spite was probably a big part of the reason why Ren didn't just give up and decided to put his all into becoming powerful in his own way. He decided he would either get there or, hopefully not, die trying. Because what else could he do than try and hope for the best? Naturally, I can't just refuse. The Hyuga clan is quite influential. And that's where you come in. Ebisu beamed, trying to sound as if he was doing Ren a favor. Ren was not buying it. Chapter 2, Ebisu's kindness. I would usually go with this kind of offer to Miss Kurenai. Ebisu ruefully sighed, alas, she recently became a Jonin and signed up for a duty as a Jonin instructor. His cheeks reddened and it was obvious to Ren that Ebisu was genuinely sad that he could not curry favor with the woman. Ren was only half listening to Ebisu, though. He was trying to put things together in his head. He wondered if this was how Kurenai received her spot as Hinata's caretaker in the canon during Hinata's later academy years. Or was that even a canon thing? He couldn't remember. It was 17 years since his reincarnation, and while he tried to remember all the important points, the details were kinda spotty by now. It was not as if he had something like a clemency, after all. With all the fanfiction he read, he wouldn't be surprised if some of the details he took as facts were plain wrong. For example, Naruto. The kid was not physically abused at all. No mobs. No beatings. Nothing of the sort. Ren mentally shook his head, calming his strained thoughts and refocusing on the important issue at hand. Being Hinata's tutor was going to be a long-term mission with a heavy time investment. If Kurenai was still a chunin on the verge of becoming jonin, the connection to the Hyuga clan could really help her get the promotion. Nepotism was a real thing in this world too, and there were many elite chunin who had the necessary skill to be jonin but never managed to get the rank up. Especially the specialists who heavily focused on one ninja art like Kurenai had it rough. The requirements were harsh. Jonins had to be good in all the primary ninja arts. You either had the skill, or you had just enough to be passable plus some political backing. In canon, where Hinata was still a kid and wasn't deemed a complete failure, where there was still a slight hope that she would be a late bloomer and maybe even become the clan head later on. This would have been a godsend opportunity. Ren could see why Ebisu would offer it to Kurenai if he tried to get a date out of her. But in this reality, Kurenai already had a team and she was a jonin. She didn't have time or need for this. And Hinata. The girl was 14 now. Still meek as a lamb. Still losing to her younger sister. Still showing exactly zero aptitude for the kunoichi life and the position of the clan head. Still a stuttering mess. Even more now, to be honest. If this were before the Uchiha massacre, the girl would have been a kunoichi for an entire year by now. And that probably made all the difference to her clan. Hinata was no longer the heiress. She was set to be sealed upon her 17th birthday, and Hanabi was now officially the new clan heiress. There were even some rumors outside of the Hyuga clan about Hinata being a failure as a kunoichi nowadays. And if Ren had to bet, he would say the Hyuga clan elders spread those in order to put pressure on Hayashi and get the girl sealed as soon as possible. But he didn't have any inside information, and this was just his guess based on what he knew of canon. The fact that Hinata still had until her 17th birthday before she was sealed showed how much Hayashi cared. The men probably couldn't put it off any longer. Hinata's standing in the clan was much lower now than in canon, as she was no longer the heiress. She was just another future branch Hyuga member. And with that, the benefits of being her tutor tanked too. There would be no favors for her tutor. It now made complete sense why Ebisu was trying to push this opportunity onto Ren. He probably couldn't refuse it without getting a massive hit to his reputation and some heat from the Hyuga clan. But he could throw this hot potato to some other idiot. After all, this was basically a babysitting duty. The Hyuga clan wasn't expecting Hinata's tutor to turn her into a badass kunoichi. They just wanted her to become competent in the field as a genin by the time she graduated. Meaning, they just wanted somebody to help her with her academy work. Enough to make her pass with grades that won't tarnish the Hyuga reputation. Honestly, fresh chunin like Ren should be overqualified for that. Not to mention a jonin renowned for his abilities as a personal tutor like Ebisu. This whole assignment sounded like a massive pain in the ass. The only upside was the pay, which was irrelevant for Ren since the Hyuga clan might reluctantly accept him as Ebisu's substitute with the man's recommendation, but they will definitely not pay him the same money despite the heavy time investment still being the same. Hell, some clan elders who dislike Hinata might prefer Ren over Ebisu. It would be much cheaper for the clan, and the chance of Hinata becoming competent enough to win her clan headship back from Hanabi would be lower. I am giving you an opportunity here. Ebisu said in a kind tone. With this, you might be able to form connections with the noble Hyuga clan and get to learn the technique you seek. He smiled. I would have done this assignment myself, but I am too busy nowadays. So, I decided to use it to help my fellow Konoha comrade, and when I saw your mission, it just clicked. Maybe in the future, you will be able to repay this favor I am giving you, Mr. Ren. He spoke as if Ren owed him for this. But Ren just sat there, smiling, as he listened to Ebisu. Cool as a cucumber. He just kept smiling. When Ebisu was done, Ren amicably nodded. I see. Ebisu-senpai is truly caring. I can see now how you could become well known as the best personal tutor in the village. Inwardly though, this bastard totally thinks I am stupid. Ren deadpanned as Ebisu preened under the praise. Ebisu's plan wasn't bad. Ren could put the pieces together and see the whole picture only because he focused on gathering any information he could get his hands on to try and puzzle out how future events would be affected. He also had his foreknowledge, and while most of it was flushed down the toilet by Sarutobi's great decision-making skills, a lot of general information was still usable. A run-of-the-mill fresh chunin wouldn't have any way of knowing these things. He would probably believe this was a great opportunity and would be grateful to Ebisu for years to come. Ren's status as a recently promoted chunin was probably also a part of the reason why Ebisu decided to approach him. He thought him to be still mostly clueless about political factions within Konoha and how things worked. Most fresh chunin would not realize that this golden opportunity was not useful to them. They would make a connection to the influential noble Hyuga clan, and tunnel vision on it. Ren could easily see most freshly promoted chunin fall for this bullshit. But I gratefully accept this opportunity, senpai. Ren calmly said with a peaceful smile, you truly helped me out with this. He opened his mouth to follow up with, I hope I will also be able to return the favor one day, but then his mind registered what he was about to say and he stopped. He meant it in the, I hope I will also be able to screw you over one day, way. But Ebisu would misunderstand him, and if Ren one day became strong, he might pester him. Saying that sentence would make it more troublesome for Ren to politely tell Ebisu, fuck you, in the future, so he refrained. Can I ask you to take care of the process and inform the Hyuga clan, Mr. Ebisu? I have no idea where to even start with that kind of stuff. Ren asked in a sheepish tone, rubbing the back of his head. If the men wanted to throw him into a shit situation, the least he could do was to properly put the work into setting it up and persuading all the concerned parties. No way was Ren going to bother with that. He could already see how utterly bothersome it would be to make Hayashi Hyuga accept the change. Ren was happy to sit that conversation out and leave everything to Ebisu. Ebisu eagerly nodded, leave it to me. I can do that much. Just sign the mission scroll and the assignment from the Hyuga clan, please. Once I have your signature, I will do my utmost best to persuade the Hyuga clan. Ren had to wonder if Ebisu wasn't going to throw him under the bus by saying something like, he begged me for this opportunity, and as the best and kind private tutor Konoha has to offer, I just had to reluctantly help out my kohai. That would definitely not help Ren to make a good first impression on Hayashi Hyuga, and Ren could totally see Ebisu doing something like that. Alas, it didn't really matter. Screw Hayashi and his impressions. Ren signed the scrolls and pocketed the scroll on shadow clones after checking it. Then, Ebisu quickly excused himself and happily legged it out of the restaurant, maybe a bit too quickly, but Ren was just a fresh chunin, so he totally wouldn't notice, right? Ren just rolled his eyes at him as he pulled out his Fuinjutsu notebook and started fiddling with some ideas while eating the dishes on the table. The joke was on Ebisu. Dealing with Hinata would be no doubt troublesome beyond the wildest Nara dreams. But the girl had Byakugan. And Ren was a reincarnated individual. Who knows? Maybe she could even help him with some of his ideas. Ren's lips involuntarily stretched into an excited smile. I wonder if some of the fanfiction theories about Byakugan and how it could be useful to a ninja will work. Maybe it could help with ninjutsu. After all, it can see chakra. So surely. He distractedly chewed on yakiniku while feeling like a kid about to enter a candy store. One thing was certain. He was so going to make Hinata learn medical ninjutsu at some point. The girl was going to become a damn good medic ninja, even if he would need to drag her to that point kicking and screaming. Ebisu and the Hyuga clan will only expect Ren to make Hinata capable of passing her graduation exam in 2 years with a good score. But he wasn't going to allow his student to be the same kind of a waste of space as the other Hyugas. She wasn't going to be wasting her utterly broken bloodline that could freaking see chakra on funny chakra pokes and call it a day. He was going to make her into a competent kunoichi and experiment with Byakugan's capabilities to his heart's content, even if it gave all Hyuga elders a heart stroke. Believe it. Chapter 3, Shadow Clones. It took Ebisu an entire week to set things up, and Ren was very happy about it as it gave him time to learn the shadow clones. Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't easy. Just crossing your fingers and shouting the technique's name to the heavens was not enough. Trust him. He tried. And he felt like an idiot afterward when nothing happened. He was 5, then. Remembering it, he felt like an even bigger idiot. Because if he had miraculously pulled it off, the technique would have killed him with how costly it was. Even today, the biggest problem with learning the shadow clones for Ren was the chakra. It cost a whole lot. He could maybe do 5 tries before he was spent and had to wait for hours until his chakra pool recharged. So, Ren had to go slow, try it, and then analyze and figure out what he was doing wrong. The technique was quite complicated too. It took Ren 6 days, and by the end of it, he had to concede that Naruto was a genius. Even if he was an idiot. Then again, recalling the other geniuses he remembered from the anime, Ren had to admit that these two labels go hand in hand in this world. Ren recognized that Naruto was really good at ninjutsu years ago. It was when he was learning Rasengan. The fact that Naruto managed to pull it off during the short time he and Jiraiya looked for Tsunade was astonishing to Ren after he experienced just how difficult it was. That said, Naruto had enough chakra to train an entire day without a break. Ren could give it an hour at best before he had to call it quits due to exhaustion creeping in. That, like nothing else, hammered down just how special Naruto was in this world. Chakra-wise, Ren was not like Sakura. He was above average for his age and rank. And while he got much better than he was years ago when he tried to learn Rasengan for the first time, he still acutely felt the need to use his chakra efficiently. Because it was a very limited resource. The anime did not do it justice. Since it followed Naruto's life, the chakra cost of techniques was mostly glossed over. The dude could just spam them all day long, and even if he got near chakra exhaustion, Kurama chakra battery just recharged him free of charge. The ninja Jesus did not need to trifle himself with mortal worries like chakra capacity, unlike Ren and the rest of the ninja scrubs. In this world, he was the biggest cheater of them all. Much to Ren's dismay, he had only one day to try some of his shadow clones plus Fuinjutsu combo ideas, and most of them were in the very initial test phase, but so far, he was happy. Ren did not want to learn the technique to use it in combat. He focused on Fuinjutsu. He had years to consider things like his specialization when it came to ninja arts. And he was very aware that he couldn't just learn it all. Maybe if he was stuffed into Naruto he would have tried that. With 1,000 shadow clones, it might even be a possibility. But Ren didn't have such leeway. He had to specialize to be effective. Just like every other ninja alive. Nobody was master of all. After thinking of both the pros and cons of every ninja art for literally years during his early childhood years, Ren picked Fuinjutsu. Because that was the only thing that ever worked on Kaguya. No taijutsu, no ninjutsu, and certainly no genjutsu ever even scratched her. Naruto landed a hit on her face. But it didn't even faze her. Heck, it did not even leave a bruise. And while Ren's hope that he would get so good at Fuinjutsu that he could give trouble to Kaguya might be foolish, he had to at least try. No. So, why not choose the only thing that could actually affect her or the bijou? Maybe the fact that he wouldn't need to half-kill himself with physical training, stewing himself in his sweat under the sun, and panting in exhaustion every single day might have had something to do with his decision too. It was no wonder his taijutsu still sucked. He hated physical training. Loathed it with his very being and eagerly cheated at it with his Fuinjutsu. That old-fashioned Saitama training every ninja in the village tried to do as some form of self-torture. Yeah, screw that. He had enough physical education classes in the academy to be completely fed up with that bullshit. He was an otaku in his past life and being reborn into Narutoverse would not change that. He might have spent his whole 2 last academy years creating the absolutely best, most user-friendly, and just slightly uncomfortable while still beneficial self-adjusting gravity seals he could manage to come up with, but it was totally worth it. It got him a get out of the jail forever free card when it came to physical training. If he had trained properly in the physical aspects of being a ninja with his gravity seals, he would have had a body as strong as guys in a few short years. With 10th the effort too. But taijutsu was not only about having a strong body. Technique and fighting style were important too, and Ren just had to admit to himself that he was not and never will be that talented at close-quarter combat. It was much better to invest his time into Fuinjutsu for Ren. That's where the shadow clones came in. He had many ideas, but not enough time. He had many dangerous experiments to do but didn't want to die in a fiery explosion. Fuinjutsu had a reputation for being dangerous for a reason. Hence why he was so desperate for the shadow clone technique. Almost every really good idea he had was dangerous. Almost every single one had a high chance of going horribly wrong. But with shadow clones, that no longer mattered. Ren could create 5 copies with his current chakra capacity. That was actually really good. He once spoke with a ninjutsu specialist jonin who had above-average chakra capacity for a jonin-ranked ninja, and even that guy could only make 7 copies. Sadly, the bastard refused to teach Ren the technique despite being wasted. He just laughed Ren out of the room. Sure, Ren was around 10 years old back then, but still. Laughing at him was rude. That said, creating 5 clones was pushing it for Ren. Each of the 5 copies would have very little chakra, making them useless both in combat and for training purposes. Creating 3 was optimal. 2 if he actually wanted to train with chakra. But Ren learned the technique to help him with Fuinjutsu research. For that, he didn't need much chakra, so 3 copies were just fine. Fuinjutsu was very chakra efficient. His clones could brainstorm Fuinjutsu ideas for hours without going poof. And they could experiment for quite some time too, depending on how much chakra a seal needed. But the most valuable use of shadow clones so far was the creation of exploding tags. Ren was a part of the barrier core. He got there after getting assigned to Team 7. Which meant that fucktard Hataki and his equally retarded Bell test. No. Nobody used such ridiculous bullshit as a test in the village. Yes, Ren knew others used it in the past, but surely they were not as unreasonable as Hataki. Yes, Ren was salty. Konoha was known for teamwork, but it was not something jonins required from genins fresh out of the academy. Nobody tested teamwork of all things. Ren knew that much. He asked around. His classmates were very willing to share their stories. Teamwork was something that developed over time. It wasn't supposed to be there from the very start. The academy was a competitive environment in the first place. The students competed with each other constantly. It was encouraged, and it was expected. You can't just throw them, with that mindset cultivated for years, and tell them to compete for bells while secretly expecting them to work together and actually think they would do what you want. Of course, they are not going to do that. There is a reason why none of Kakashi's previous teams passed, duh. Jonins are supposed to teach teamwork. The emphasis on the word teach is really, really important in that sentence. Even Kakashi's very own team was as dysfunctional as they come, always arguing, always fighting, even having some weird love triangle. Despite knowing the answer, and almost screaming it to the faces of his would-be teammates, Ren's team flunked. Because his teammates just didn't want to work together, believing that one of the three would not pass a bit too much. There was no makeup test like Naruto had. Nobody tied to the post. No, don't feed that guy, thingy. It was just. You didn't work together. Shucks to be you, tee-hee. Honestly, Ren realized that Hatake just didn't want a team. No matter what, Ren's team flunked the second they had the misfortune of being assigned to Kakashi. He wasn't that angry over it anymore anyway. A person should not be angry at the mentally ill. Fuck Hatake. So, Ren failed, but he didn't return to the academy. There was no returning to the academy. That was a blatant lie meant as a form of psychological pressure. Once you graduate from the academy, you are a Konoha ninja. There is no easy way out. You signed up for military duty. Congratulations. The Jonin test is just a way to determine if you get into the elite Jonin track course or not. Having an experienced ninja who can show you the ropes and teach you the basics is invaluable. Many people who manage to get on the Jonin-led team become Jonins later in their lives. That's statistically proven, and it is why the village wastes a few Jonins to babysit some talented genins. It's basically an officer course. Those who fail their test are redistributed into various departments in Konoha's military depending on the talents they showed in the academy, or if they are not particularly impressive at anything, they end up in the Genin Corps. The place for the fodder. Of course, even somebody from the Genin Corps can become a Jonin. But it is much harder for them. It usually requires so much commitment and hard work that would make even Guy proud. Ren was assigned to the Barrier Corps because his Fuinjutsu aptitude was noticed. While it was called Barrier Corps, it was really just a fancy name for the Fuinjutsu division. Its main responsibility was the various barrier Fuinjutsu around Konoha, hence the name. It wasn't anything special. No, they did not create teleports, nor did they learn how to seal bijou. They created exploding tags. As a member of that division, Ren had a weekly quota of exploding tags he had to create and hand into the Konoha armory. It was a very bothersome task and ate up a very big chunk of his time. As a Chunin, Ren had to make 50 of them a week. That was around 1 to 2 hours of work per day, 5 days a week of repetitive work where if he didn't focus enough, he could blow himself up. Some days Ren even regretted ranking up to Chunin. That's how bad it was. But alas, only Chunins could access some Fuinjutsu scrolls in the Barrier Corps library, so Ren took one for the team. All in the name of pseudoscience. But thanks to his shadow clones, he was finally free of that chore. There was no way in hell Ren would be ranking up to Jonin even if he could. That Kosuka guy. The Eternal Genin. He was totally onto something when he refused his promotion. The increase in workload was truly not worth it. It's not as if Ren had to be Jonin to become strong. Just look at Naruto, the Genin that became Hokage. Chapter 4, Meeting the Hyugas. Ren sat in Hayashi's office, nervous and trying to prevent himself from sweating with some clever application of chakra he made himself in his younger years when he was bored out of his mind in the academy. In front of him, with a desk between them, was Hayashi in all his stoic glory and bland gray kimono that wouldn't be amiss in a labor camp, and Ren was genuinely happy that Hyugas could not read minds, staring dispassionately at him with a stiff poker face. But from the atmosphere in the office, Ren had the inkling the men did not like him all that much. It made him wonder what kind of bullshit Ebisu told Hayashi. To the side, closer to the wall rather than the table, sat Hinata in her jacket, making Ren briefly wonder why she wore it inside, and her hair cut in a bob cut that really did not do her looks much good. Her face also clearly betrayed that she would love to be anywhere else but here. It was anxiously scrunched up and her eyes darted all over the room but at her father and Ren. She really looked like a cornered animal that wanted to flee. When Ren greeted her a few minutes prior, the girl couldn't even look him in the eyes properly. It was bad. A part of him regretted taking Ebisu's offer, but then he had to remind himself how much time he was going to save every week and how much research and experimentation it opened up for him, only to be reminded how much time he would have to spend actually teaching Hinata because his pride would not let him neglect her once he took her as his responsibility. He had very mixed feelings about his situation. Your duties as Hinata's tutor will be teaching her how to be a competent ninja and helping her with her academy practice. You shall escort her to the academy in the mornings and pick her up in the afternoon. Then, you can either bring her to the Hyuga compound or proceed to give her lessons. Her afternoons and evenings are free, but I want to see her back home no later than 10 in the evening. Hayashi spoke, giving this tutoring thing some ground rules. Ren barely managed to nod his understanding when Hayashi started speaking again. My daughter is unfit for the kunoichi lifestyle. It pains me to say, but with the increased graduation requirements and her lack of talent, she will have a hard time getting good enough to graduate. That's why it was decided to hire a personal tutor so she wouldn't shame the Hyuga name further. Ren slowly blinked, keeping his expression impassive as his mind tried to process what he just heard. Was that burn necessary? He inwardly asked himself with a wince, noticing from the corner of his eyes how Hinata ashamedly ducked her head and gripped the hem of her jacket with both hands. Hayashi basically called her incompetent enough to be unable to become genin on her own to her face. Considering that even civilians managed to do that. It really showed how much faith he did not have in her. Unfortunately, she was deemed unfit to receive more clan training until she showed she was worth the time and effort. Something she hasn't done for a very long time. He continued, throwing a disapproving glance at Hinata, but she stayed silent and Hayashi broke his poker face, actually showing a small disappointed frown. If only for a second. Stop it. She is already dead. Ren inwardly sighed when he noticed the hint of tears in the corners of Hinata's eyes. But Hayashi was not done yet. You may try to bring her up to speed, and if you manage, I would be most grateful. But don't worry. Failure is expected. Now you are just deliberately firing shots into a corpse, man. Ren's lips twitched. That was harsh. If the girl lived with this for most of her childhood, it was no wonder she turned into a mess. Hinata released a small sob before shutting her eyes as she wiped her tears with the sleeve of her jacket. She barely managed to choke the rest of her sobs, her lips quivering as she held her emotions inside. This time, however, Hayashi did not look at her at all. As if she wasn't even in the room. It made Ren wonder if the man was truly that bad at parenting or if he was experimenting with some new form of mental torture for children. I also feel I need to warn you. My daughter showed a proclivity for inappropriate thoughts about males outside the clan. This made Hinata's body visibly shiver and Ren realized Hayashi was speaking about her crush on Naruto. It made him wonder what was up with that. But he wasn't stupid enough to ask. Such a distasteful hobby was reluctantly tolerated while she was the heiress, but as Hyuga, she has a duty to her family. I can no longer avert my eyes. And considering the men had be a Kugan, that's a serious thing to say. Ren also understood that this was a subtle warning for him. Don't worry. I have an inborn mental block preventing me from romancing underage girls. He dryly said. He was a touch rude, but honestly. He was so done with this prick. As a reincarnated individual, he was a tad bit more mature than his peers. It was almost impossible to make friends. As for romance, Ren would love to have some of that. But the younger girls were immature and the older kunoichi were, well, kunoichi. And that was a massive problem on its own with the brainwashing Konoha had going on. He wasn't 100% on the "I die for Konoha" bandwagon, and he didn't want to start a relationship with some fanatic only to always look over his shoulder, wondering if his beloved kunoichi was going to betray him for some "I am a good Konoha ninja" points. Signing and deciding to leave this depressing topic, Ren instead focused on what Hayashi said and couldn't help but mentally chuckle. Duty to her family, my ass. He inwardly rolled his eyes. What an excellent way to say that she is supposed to breed only with her family members. Well, at least now he knew how to give the girl some serious motivation. Naruto just might save the day without even knowing it. As expected from the protagonist. Good. Hayashi seriously nodded. I'd like to ask you to watch her and report any indecency that would bring shame to the Hyuga name from her side. We shall correct it promptly. Did this prick just ask me to Gestapo his own daughter with her still in the room? Ren wondered as he noticed Hinata slightly flinch, realizing that the indecency he mentioned was Hinata's stalking problem. Clearly, the Hyugas threw the boot hard on Hinata and her activities after she stopped being heiress. Ren expected this to be bad, but the situation exceeded his expectations. I had someone look into you. Hayashi changed the topic and Ren found himself involuntarily glad about it. You became a chunin only a year after your graduation. That is commendable. While you are no genius, that's still sufficient to help tutor my daughter through the academy. Bruh. He switched targets from Hinata to me, didn't he? And with that, Ren's amusement was back. Unfortunately for Hayashi, Ren was not a child. He also didn't give a damn about Hayashi's opinion, so his words did not hurt him. Such a shame that Niji hadn't graduated yet, or I would have a field day pointing out that not even their fabled clan genius managed to become a chunin within a year. He regretfully thought. Ah, the missed opportunities. Even if the promotion was issued from a less regarded place like the Barrier Corps. Hayashi continued, and Ren had the suspicion the man was doing it on purpose to see his reaction. Heh. He totally just implied my division is inferior. Ren thought as his lips quivered. He just barely managed to prevent himself from smiling. Because from a ninja point of view, the men wasn't wrong. Most of them were not fighters. Is there anything else I need to know? Ren asked, interrupting Hayashi's observation. He was genuinely curious about what the men would say next. I know you are an orphan, but it would do you well to learn some etiquette. Hayashi's tone did not even fluctuate as he said that. It stayed bland and polite. Maybe my daughter could teach you. It is one of the very few things she is actually quite knowledgeable about. Even if she constantly fails at practical implementation. Unfazed, Ren just nonchalantly shrugged, okay. If you would allow it, my lord, I'd like to take my new student to training grounds and get our introductions out of the way, maybe test her a bit to know where to start. Better. Hayashi said with a mild frown. Definitely not liking the casual shrug. He then nodded at Hinata before looking back at Ren, dismissed. Ren didn't need to be told twice. He gestured at Hinata to follow him and left the room, hiding behind his guise of ignorance and not even giving Hayashi a farewell bow as was proper. In the end, maybe the men did manage to get under his skin. Chapter 5, Hinata Hyuga. Meeting Hayashi made Ren question if the men loved Hinata at all. Maybe the canon had it wrong. Or was Hayashi acting like a total bastard due to some stupid clan politics or something? Honestly, Ren didn't care. His mood was somewhat ruined. Training Hinata was firmly classified as a chore in his mind, but now he was getting emotionally invested because he felt pity toward the girl. Her situation was worse than in canon, but unlike canon, there didn't seem to be anybody in her corner. Well, the circumstances pushed her under Ren's tutelage, and despite his misgivings, he was going to give her a fair shot. Somebody had to. Arriving at a small clearing in the middle of a forest within the training ground number 41 at the pace of a jog that a fresh genin should be able to follow, Ren stopped and looked behind himself as Hinata almost reached him, breathing slightly harder while sweat was covering her face. The girl was clearly in good physical shape for her age, but that heavy jacket was not a good choice during summer. Especially not while exercising. Right. Ren nodded and approached a nearby tree before sitting on the ground and leaning his back on its trunk. Make yourself comfortable. We are going to have a small talk while your body calms down. The jog here took quite a long because this training ground was Ren's favorite. There were many types of training grounds with various terrains. This one was a public training ground, so anybody could come here, but because it was further away from the village, not many people came here. Better yet, it was very big, so even if somebody did come, there was quite a big chance they would not walk on Ren's training since he liked to use the forested parts at the back of this training ground. Hinata unsurely followed Ren's order, her head ducked and looking at the ground while choosing a tree 4 meters away from Ren and imitating him by sitting down and leaning her back on it. Introductions first, Ren cheerfully said, inwardly sighing at how withdrawn in her shell the girl was. If it was Naruto, he would have had already sung him an entire story about ramen and his goal of becoming a Hokage. My name is Ren and I am a chunin from the Barrier Core division of the village. I focus on Fuinjutsu. I like good food. Ren's lips suddenly quirked up into a small smirk, and today I have discovered a newfound dislike for Hayashi Hyuga. Your turn. He said, enjoying how Hinata's head whipped toward him at the last part of his introduction, and she gave him a wide-eyed look full of shock. Now that Ren thought about it, this was probably the first time in the girl's life that she heard something like that said about her father. Honestly, Hayashi's behavior wasn't the reason he said it. Ren's words were truthful, but he also just felt the girl needed to hear these words. I am Hinata. Hyuga. Hinata unsurely started speaking, from the Hyuga clan. Ito, Taijutsu. She embarrassedly flushed at that, and it took her a few seconds to gather her confidence again and continue, but Ren just patiently waited. I like my sister. Ren raised his eyebrow at that. The girl said that one without stuttering. And I dislike, the girl fell silent, glancing at Ren before ducking her head and clutching her hands together. And when Ren thought she wasn't going to speak further and was about to end the introductions with a sigh, he heard her faint whisper, my father. Owlishly blinking, Ren was floored. He did not expect that when he made his own introduction. The canon Hinata never disliked her father despite how badly she was treated. He wondered if the past year was truly so bad for her that the girl's feelings on the matter actually changed. Well, it did not matter for now. Okay. Let's set some ground rules first. Ren said. Hinata slightly nodded with a muffled, Rule number 1. Ren proclaimed, making a slight pause to create suspense, the jacket has to go. Hinata's eyes looked at him in shock for the second time that day, making Ren self-satisfied. But he decided to press on. Rule number 2. You are going to grow your hair out. He told her in a no-nonsense manner, and the girl actually blushed, probably confused about what was going on. Well. Why are you not taking the jacket off? You do have a shirt underneath it, no? Ren asked with a raised eyebrow, but Hinata only clutched at the hem of her jacket, looking unsure. Why? She quietly asked. Because I want you to grow a damn spine. He couldn't tell her that. With a sigh, Ren decided to explain a bit differently, it will hinder your training. It is a very nice jacket, and it really was. And you look good in it, and she really did. Ren smiled as the girl's cheeks reddened even more, but she still seemed to pay his words rapt attention. But during our training sessions, please take it off. It wasn't as if Ren wanted to ogle the girl or something equally inane like that. He just needed her to grow less shy, and since the girl seemed to have body issues, there was a straightforward way to do it. Making her wear fewer clothes and praising her appearance here or there would hopefully slowly build her self-confidence as she became a stronger kunoichi under Ren's tutelage. The quick way to do this would be to throw her to Anko for a week or two. But while Ren did want Hinata to become more confident, he didn't want her to show up wearing only a mesh shirt and trench coat. He could already imagine Hayashi's expression if that happened. Unfortunately, Ren had to do this the slow way. Reluctantly, Hinata obeyed and took her jacket off. Ren had to say, the girl was going to have some serious assets when she was finished growing. She quickly tried to cover herself with her arms out of embarrassment despite wearing a lilac shirt. So, Ren decided that she needed another distraction. As for your hair, that's for my personal enjoyment, of course. He sagely nodded, you are going to be a very pretty girl one day. Hearing that, Hinata whined, not used to compliments, her hands covered her red face. But she was still not fainting, which pleased Ren. He was kinda trying to gently probe her limit in this regard, but it seemed that since he was not an orange-wearing idiot there would be no problems with her fainting due to slight teasing. That pleased him immensely. Having her randomly faint would definitely get old really fast. He didn't have the patience to deal with that level of incompetence. Smiling at the adorable little thing in front of him, Ren decided to throw her a bone. If you do well in your training and your hair becomes long enough, I will teach you hair technique so that it won't be a liability but an asset instead. So do your best. K. Now that seemed to cheer the girl up and made her look a bit eager. Good. She wasn't such a lost cause, after all. Chapter 6, by Wakugan Busted. Alright. With that, the introductions are over. Let's do some ninja ing, then. Ren spoke as he slowly stood up, gesturing at Hinata to follow him. You are 14, so if I remember correctly, your class is learning the tree walking now in the academy. Did I get that right? When Hiruzen Sarutobi increased the graduation ages, he did not simply let the kids slack off for 3 years. Nowadays, to become a genin a person needs to know how to tree walk and water walk too. But learning those takes months each. Once again, the anime did not do these skills justice. Naruto and Sasuke learned them in a week while Sakura got it on her first try. But that is not a correct representation of how learning these abilities usually goes. Both Naruto and Sasuke have much more chakra than their peers. So, they could go on, training for hours, while a normal 13-year-old kid could last maybe for 30 minutes tops. There was a reason why kids were not taught these skills in the academy. They simply did not have enough chakra to make practicing worthwhile. Quick math. Let's say that Sasuke trained tree walking for 12 hours a day for 5 days. That's 60 hours spent on it. But if a child can only train for 30 minutes a day before getting exhausted, then the child would need 4 whole months to get to Sasuke's level in that skill. These 4 months would be spent in intense frustration as making progress would be very slow for the kid. Having almost a day-long break between 30-minute-long practice sessions would feel like crawling. Ren would know. He went through the experience. He felt he was not making enough progress. But there was nothing he could do about it. It felt like shit. That was the difference and why the academy did not teach it. Not to mention, children are not the most patient beings. Many would give up halfway through the 4 months if they even reached that far. Ren only managed to stick with practicing and not throw the towel into the ring because of his mature mindset. Teaching an 11-year-old and teaching a 14-year-old is a massive difference. When a child enters puberty at around the 13th year of life, the body starts growing rapidly. Both physically and mentally. And chakra reflects that growth. The most chakra growth happens between the 13th and 20th year of life. It's why the ninjas train the most at those ages. It was also why the academy students previously graduated at 13. The villages didn't throw kids on the battlefield for kicks and giggles. There were real reasons for doing things in certain ways. Ren wasn't saying there were no better ways. If nothing else, Sarutobi's decision to increase the graduation ages showed that things could be done better and even provide a more effective result. But well, it is what it is. Yes. But I already know that. Hinata mumbled, looking at the ground. Hinata, look at me. Ren gently spoke, causing the girl to raise her head. No. Don't avert your eyes. Keep looking at me. The tips of the girl's ears reddened, but she did what he asked even if it looked like she had to fight with herself to do so. Okay. Now repeat that sentence again. Ren patiently said with a small amused smile. He couldn't be harsh with this girl. That wouldn't work. She experienced harsh treatment her entire life. She understood that. No. Smiling, being easygoing and amicable was the way to go. Hinata gave Ren a timid questioning look, but Ren just encouraged her. Go on. I'll already know, tree walking. Again. I already know tree walking. Again. It took a few tries, but Hinata was slowly losing the stutter as she started to grow somewhat fed up with Ren ordering her to repeat the sentence. I already know tree walking. She finally almost shouted on the 12th time she had to repeat it, looking very peeved. She even gave Ren a small and brief glare before she turned her head to the side with a blush when she realized what she had done. Ren took that as a massive progress. Good girl. No stutter. He joyfully exclaimed, and without even realizing it himself he ruffled the girl's hair. When he realized what he was doing before the situation could turn awkward, Ren stopped and played it off by turning toward a nearby tree. Well, then, since you say you know what you are doing, show me. He gestured at the tree. Walk. With a nod, Hinata did as asked, and she didn't seem to have much problem. She didn't need to run up. She just normally walked as if the tree bark was the ground and gravity did not exist. Your tree walking is good enough. Ren noted, the only thing you need to train when it comes to that is endurance and experience keeping it going for long periods of time. And that can only be trained by doing. So, we, and by that I mean you, will do a tree walking version of Dodge the Shuriken for 2 hours as a warm-up every day. Ren gave Hinata a winning smile, almost causing her to falter and fall off the tree when she heard about the great morning torture he was going to make her go through. Don't worry, I will help you by throwing the shurikens. It's going to be fun. She should be grateful too. Ren didn't have anybody to throw shurikens at him when he trained. He was being very kind. With a small smirk at how reluctant the girl looked, Ren spoke, come on, follow me. There is a pond that way. I am going to show you water walking. Not waiting for her response, Ren just turned around and started legging it toward the pond. It took them 3 minutes of leisure walk to reach the pond, and Ren instantly walked onto the water's surface. Activate your Byakugan and observe properly. Look at what I am doing with my chakra in my feet. You are adjusting your chakra according to the water surface. Hinata muttered with brows furrowed in concentration as she tried to put her foot on the water surface only for it to sink. Ren happily observed her as she tried to do it again. It was nice that she did not need to be prompted to do it. On her 5th try, her feet finally started pushing against the water's surface. It still sank, but there was a visible resistance to it now. Ren tilted his head. This was way too freaking fast. You are still observing how my chakra is doing it, huh? Hinata's concentration was broken due to her surprise and she almost fell forward into the water, but Ren was quick enough to catch her and gently put her back on the shoreline. You are learning the technique very quickly. Are you trying to imitate the way my chakra is doing it? Wasn't I supposed to do that? Hinata timidly ducked her head, not seeing the dry look Ren shot her for stuttering again. With a sigh, Ren shook his head, no. You are doing great. And the girl's entire face went red. Continue. Don't be afraid to ask me to take a few steps if you need to see how my chakra would behave or ask questions. I can stand here all day. With a small poof, a notebook appeared in Ren's hand and he opened it, thinking about some of his few ninjutsu theories there and how to improve them. He was happy that he was not wrong. Byakugan was busted and Hinata did not need him to verbally teach her much. He only needed to be there as an example and the girl's eyes would do the rest. 30 minutes later, Hinata stood on the water's surface, trying to hide the big happy smile stretching on her lips as Ren congratulated her for her achievement. Adjusting the chakra is still difficult. She tapped her foot on the water with a small complaint. Yes. But don't worry. Eventually, it will become a reflex. Ren told her. He had to admit, he was a bit envious of the girl. It took him 2 months to get to the level she achieved within 30 minutes. And she did it without falling into the pond once. The highest place she was wet after this training session was the middle of her calves. Ren always knew that bloodline ninjas were special. But now he had seen it and he was still working on believing how bullshit this whole thing was. It was a very bittersweet feeling. As her teacher, he was proud, but as a ninja, he was disgruntled. Unlike Sharingan, Hinata's Byakugan did not allow her to copy techniques instantly, but since she could see chakra, she could see exactly what she was supposed to do with her chakra to imitate what Ren was doing. She just needed to practice it and learn it for herself. Ren had no idea why Hyugas did not utilize this part of the Byakugan. But for some strange reason, they held disdain for both elemental ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, going as far as forbidding their children to practice them. They also didn't have much regard for genjutsu because their eyes could see through them easily. It was silly. And Ren would not allow Hinata to develop a mindset like that. Since you succeeded in walking on water and still have some chakra left, I guess you deserve a reward. Ren said as he exited the pond with Hinata curiously following him. He just now noticed but the girl was way less tense around him now than she was when they started. Unsealing several water balloons, Ren grinned. Oh, yes. He was going to do exactly that. While he wasn't going to teach the girl all the steps for Raisnon, at least not yet, he knew that the steps themselves were the best chakra manipulation exercises available. And since she was Hyuga, learning how spinning her chakra worked could potentially help her learn Kaiten. He led her to learn techniques by observing during this training session, after all. And she did have Byakugan and did live in the Hyuga compound where the main branch members practiced. Now, he wasn't going to tell her to learn it. At least not for some months yet. He was wondering if she could come to that conclusion by herself and how long it would take her. Taking one balloon into his hand, Ren put his chakra into it while swirling it in multiple directions at a very fast speed with quite a force. The balloon popped within a second, causing Hinata to shriek in shock as she was showered in water. Ren might or might not have done a little chakra thingy to direct the water in a certain direction. Yup. He was definitely still butthurt that she got the water walking down so easily. Chuckling at the huffy pout the stammering girl gave him, Ren took 2 water balloons. He gave her one while starting to swirl his chakra within the second one. This time more gently and slowly. Do you see what I am doing with my chakra? He asked Hinata, who activated her Byakugan again, and nodded as she curiously watched the balloon while trying to imitate it with her own, causing it to at most slightly move on her palm. After 3 minutes of doing that, Ren gradually increased the speed of his chakra, until the balloon popped a few seconds later. Once you can spin the chakra in multiple directions, just practice to make it faster. When you get to a certain speed, the balloon will pop. He told the girl, it took me 5 months to learn, so don't feel bad if it takes you a few months dash. A splat suddenly resounded through the surroundings as Ren was drenched in water from Hinata's balloon, making him stare at her in shock. In response, the girl only gave him a sweet, overly innocent, smile, blushing deep red as she covered her smiling lips with her hand and softly giggled, averting her head in embarrassment. No. Fuck this. You gotta be kidding me. For the sake of his sanity, Ren mentally decided this didn't happen. Chapter 7, Food of Gods. After telling Hinata that the trick with the water balloon was secret and she should not share it, the training was over for the day. She did not have much chakra left anyway. Ren escorted her back to her clan compound and went on his way. That happened yesterday. Today, the training session was nothing special. Ren just fiddled with few ninjutsu ideas while absent-mindedly throwing blunted shuriken at Hinata, who was dodging it while water walking. He then retrieved the shuriken with a chakra string, only to repeat the process. Her face when he told her that since she mastered water walking, they were going to play the dodge the shuriken on water rather than on a tree was priceless. She even threw a glare or two at Ren for a second after the 20th time she fell into the pond. Ren had a lot of fun trying to make her glare at him again. All in the name of confidence building. It was for the greater good. When Hinata's chakra became considerably depleted after an hour of doing that, Ren had her run laps around the pond. While having a shadow clone throw shuriken at her and scream, dodge. It only took her 2 falls into the pond to realize why she had to run around it. Ren's clone was deliberately throwing the shuriken in a way that led to her stumbling, slipping, or tripping into it. That would show her for drenching him with a water balloon. All in all, they were done for today in 2 hours and Ren took Hinata home. Done with his work for the day, Ren sent 2 shadow clones to the training ground 41 and let them loose to experiment with their recent ideas. He wanted to join them but his stomach grumbled in protest, sending Ren on his way to the Yakiniku-Q restaurant. Since he found himself in Konoha, Ren naturally had to try out the Ichiraku ramen, but he couldn't say he found it as enchanting as Naruto. Sure, it tasted good. But Ren still preferred a proper meal with a lot of meat. Yakiniku-Q was a great restaurant for that. The best in the village, really. Not to mention, Ren was the proud owner of a 50% discount for a lifetime there. Sitting down in the restaurant, Ren put his open Fuinjutsu notebook on the table and was fortunate enough for a waiter to instantly approach him. He ordered some cooked potatoes and a steak and made himself comfortable. The reason Ren owned the lifetime discount in this restaurant was the food. When he was younger, he couldn't just train all the time. He didn't have enough chakra. Technically, he could have trained physically for the rest of the day after his chakra ran out, but Ren absolutely hated physical training. He couldn't stand doing it for more than 2 hours a day. So, the question arose. What was he supposed to do with the rest of his day? This was before he found his first Fuinjutsu scroll, so it was not like he could have lost himself in the magnificent intricacies of the sealing art either. In the end, Ren decided to try his hand at recreating food from his previous life. This whole world was too Japanese-ish for his tastes. They had tomatoes and noodles but spaghetti bolognese. Nope. That wasn't a thing. Pizza. Nobody heard of that. Potatoes? Sure, they existed, but if you offered them to the people of Konoha a few years ago, they would take it as an insult. These scrubs had zero idea of how to properly prepare them. It was only rice this, rice that with them. Ren took it upon himself to show these heathens the awesomeness of godly food like potatoes. Bring them the holy food of pizza and show them the proper way of noodles by introducing them to spaghetti bolognese. It took him a lot of time. Ren was by no means a great cook. But he remembered some recipes from his past life and had the time to experiment. Spaghetti was the easiest. Noodles existed. Tomato sauce wasn't that hard. Sure, the noodles were not the same as in Ren's past life and there was no Parmesan cheese so the taste was a bit different in the end, but he remembered that he couldn't help but cry when he tasted them again for the first time in this life. He sold the recipe to the Akimichi clan. If there was one thing the Akimichis were interested in, it was new recipes. Needless to say, Ren's tomato noodles, as the uneducated fat heathens insultingly named the dish, was a big hit with the clan, and later on with the village. Unfortunately, a patent on a recipe was not a thing in this world. Ren received a quite generous lump sum of money. The Akimichi clan was gracious and gave him 500,000 ryo for it. So, around $50,000. Ren was surprised to get that much. He certainly did not regret wasting his time with it. No longer did he have to live off of the meager orphan funds he received. And it also allowed him to buy better ingredients and try his hand at other things. Pizza was hard and it took Ren 3 months to remake a version of it that looked and tasted good enough. The Akimichi had a hard time evaluating how much they should pay him for it since there were many possible variations of pizza, but in the end, they gave him one S-rank pay, so 1,000,000 ryo. And Ren had no illusions. He knew they would be making hundreds of millions of ryo on his recipes. But he was satisfied. He didn't feel bad about it. The Akimichi were the wealthiest clan in the whole village even if they kept that info low-key. They owned over 70% of the restaurants in the village. That was the main reason why Ren was selling his recipes to them. He wanted to eat these foods but he did not want to always have to cook them himself. Naturally, the Akimichi clan introduced these dishes in their restaurants after buying them, so it was a win-win for Ren. He could finally taste a piece of his lost home. Potatoes though, now those were hard to get. They existed in this world. But nobody ate them in the land of fire. They came from the land of earth, so that was a problem. And there wasn't much interest in them over here either, so peddlers usually did not bring any. Ren had to specifically request them from a merchant and it earned him a weirded out look from the men. Then he had to wait for 6 freaking months for the delivery. It was insane. This world was in dire need of Amazon. Well, maybe once Kaguya is dealt with. Ren hummed to himself. That wasn't such a bad idea. He didn't want to be a ninja until the end of his life. After Kaguya, he will be retiring, thank you very much. As much as he loved fiddling with the seals and chakra, he hated ninja work. Nobody sane could voluntarily sign up for it if they had any other choice. Alas, Ren did not have a choice. It was the only way for him to get the chance to grow stronger. If there was another way, he would have taken it in a heartbeat. He did not enjoy the experience of being a killer for hire. When Ren finally got the potatoes, the rest was easy. Presenting them to the Akimichi clan was a bit awkward. They were all very skeptical about them, mostly because they came from the land of Earth, which was a ridiculous reason, but hey, this was Konoha and propaganda was something fed to the natives since they understood the local language. Ren wouldn't be surprised if they thought of potatoes as the food of the devil or some stupid shit like that. But they did try it, and let's just say that the Akimichi did not own just the restaurants. They also owned many fields around the village. After that day, many fields started growing potatoes. The waiter showed up with Ren's order and with satisfaction filling him at the sight of the potatoes and steak, he dug in. He felt proud for instigating the great potato revolution in Konoha. He was one step closer to enlightening these heathens to the true meaning of the food of gods. Chapter 8, Mission. Time passed and slowly, it was 2 weeks since Ren became Hinata's tutor. The girl was improving every day, especially at dodging and chakra control. Her chakra capacity was slowly increasing too. If it went like this for 2 more weeks, Ren was thinking about introducing some elemental training for her. After all, the sooner she started with that, the better. But today, he skipped the training session with Hinata. He also notified Hayashi that he would not be available to teach her for the next week and gave Hinata a scroll with instructions about what to do during his absence. He was going on a mission. As a member of the Barrier Corps, Ren technically did not need to do missions. Unlike what the fanfiction stories in his past life portrayed, Konoha higher-ups were not stupid enough to send their researchers and scholars to the front lines for no reason. There were many ninjas with the official rank of genin or chunin who were not exactly combatants. Oh, they knew the basics and were at least borderline competent for their rank, but their fighting abilities were nothing to write home about. For example, that girl from Canon with swirly glasses who joined the cryptanalysis squad. Shiho or whatever was her name. She was part of Konoha's military because of her intelligence, not her fighting prowess. She was a ninja, but she was not a soldier. As a part of the military force, she had a rank, but they wouldn't be sending her on missions because that's not her job. Ren was in a similar position. The barrier corps were full of fuinjutsu users. Many of these people were weak. They were the scholarly type who loved spending their day scribbling with a brush, deep in their thoughts. Not doing push-ups or running around the village. They were not combatants and they had different duties to the village. They were still ninja and had a rank, but missions were voluntary for them unless it was something like maintenance work on seals, which fell under their specialty. As far as Ren knew, the same went for many other divisions in Konoha. Somebody like Ibiki, Inoichi, or Shikaku. They had to focus on running various parts of Konoha's military. They couldn't go dilly-dallying on a mission who knows where. They had responsibilities inside the village. Some of these men hadn't been on a mission outside the village for well over several years. The reason why Ren wanted to go on a mission despite not needing to was simple. He wanted a vacation from the village. As a ninja, he couldn't leave without permission. And good luck getting permission to leave for anything but a mission if you are an active ninja. Sometimes, Konoha felt like a prison to Ren. Big, spacious, full of people, but a freaking prison nonetheless. He was in a new world and he couldn't even travel freely. He really envied all these overpowered, naive, pathetic, dense harem protagonist retards from Japanese mangas. At least, they could go wherever they pleased. Entering the mission office, as many ninjas called it, Ren saw two Chunin manning the desk with missions. Contrary to popular belief, the Hokage was not always present. He did not give missions to every ninja in the village. Ren did not know the exact number, but there were over 20,000 ninjas in Konoha. Hokage could never manage to give everyone their missions by himself. Not to mention, the men had a village to run. Paperwork to sign. He couldn't be sitting at the assignment desk all day. Instead, Hokage usually only gave missions to the teams under Jonin instructors. Because they were on a fast-track Jonin course and there was a chance these kids would be the next generation of village's Jonins. So, knowing them was worth the time investment for the Hokage. That's why all the Jonins with Genin teams took their missions during the same time of the day. Because that's when the Hokage was present at the mission assignment desk. Then, Hokage mostly dealt with emergency or high-level mission assignments. S-rank missions had to go through the Hokage office, as did some A-ranks. But scrubs like Ren. They got their missions from overworked, unimportant career Chunin who were practically just over-glorified paper pushers for the village. Honestly, Ren was not complaining. He preferred those people over having the personal attention of Hokage. He still sometimes woke up cursing Sarutobi for fucking up the cannon. It was a habit for Ren by now. Bandit extermination. The Chunin dealing with Ren asked after they exchanged greetings, and Ren informed him he would like to have a simple and easy C-rank mission. No. Ren said with a grimace. He took a few of those in the past. He needed expendable test subjects for some of his fuinjutsu that were applied to the body. Obviously, he wasn't going to test them on himself. Duh. But one thing those missions taught him was that this was not a story. It was a reality. And the reality was never black and white. In fanfiction, it was simple. Bandits were bad guys and needed to be killed. In reality, sure, some of them were scum. But then there were those bandit groups that were nothing but starving orphan kids. They do not kill. They do not rape. They do not kidnap. They just rob money from travelers because they want to feed themselves and their families. And then they are labeled as bandits and somebody hires ninjas to kill them. And so they die. Most likely in a very brutal and painful way. Then, their family either starves or their brothers become the next generation of bandits and their sisters the next generation of prostitutes. It was how this world worked under all that. We have punch wizards, glitter of the anime. Did anybody still wonder why Ren absolutely hated being a ninja? Ren always wondered in his past life why bandits still existed in Narutoverse when ninjas always hunted them. But it was quite simple. There were billions of people in this world. This world might even have more people than his previous one. But there are only around 100 to 200,000 ninjas. That's counting all the major hidden villages alongside all the minor ones. And that number contained the researchers and paper pushers. Even then, it was a drop in the bucket. Some bandit groups can go a decade without anybody hiring ninjas to exterminate them. Many bandits manage to even retire from that lifestyle before someone hires a ninja to take care of their group. Ren didn't feel like killing bandits today. If he encountered another bandit group made of kids, it would sour his mood for the next month. It wasn't as if he could let them go either. Once he took the mission, his job would be to kill them. It was better to avoid it altogether. Preferably protection detail. Ren told the Chunin, "I'd like the client to be some hot chick too." He jovially grinned at the bored men, making his lips twitch. "Oh, and wouldn't you like me to pack you food and drinks too?" The Chunin asked with an eye roll. "Nope. I've got my own. Sorry, but I doubt you cook as well as the chefs at Yakiniku-Q. Ren offhandedly said as he shrugged, giving the Chunin a smirk. Cheeky brat. The Chunin laughed and Ren's gloomy mood improved too thanks to it. For that, I will find a protection detail for some old geezer for you. Meh. I'll still get the protection detail mission so whatever. I take that as a personal win. Ren gave him a double thumbs up, mouthing, youth, to him which made even the other Chunin in the room snicker. The atmosphere in the room improved but it barely lasted a few seconds. Anbu suddenly appeared and looked around the room, finding only the 3 Chunin, which made him let out a quiet curse under his nose. It was around lunch so the mission office was pretty much empty. The atmosphere became tense once more. Anbu only ever showed themselves when something serious was going on. So, this was nothing good. Lord Hokage needs you 3 for an emergency mission. Report to him immediately. He said in a bland, unidentifiable tone before disappearing, making the 3 Chunin in the room look at each other. Well, there goes my peaceful mission. Ren sighed and his shoulders slumped, FING old bastard. Always screwing things over for me without even knowing I exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely not Ren's favorite person. Chapter 9. A mess. You 3 were called for an emergency mission and will be sent as reinforcements for another team. The Hokage gravely said to Ren and the 2 other Chunin who previously manned the assignment desk while the 3 of them stood in front of Hokage's desk at attention. This situation caught us at the wrong time. Sarutobi sighed, a new village, hidden in the sound, emerged right in between Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo so the tensions are at an all-time high. Many Jonins were reassigned to reinforce the borders or run important missions. We are simply short-handed. You 3 were the Chunin we were able to gather the quickest. Ah, so I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ren inwardly grumbled. Yes, he technically did not need to do missions but that's not counting emergency missions. Hokage was the dictator of this place and if he told somebody to go on a mission, they had to obey even if they were from a division that normally did not do missions. Ren couldn't even complain because he was certain the Hokage already had the records and files for him and both of the guys around him. He didn't seem very impressed. Ren had the impression that the Hokage was sending them because he really couldn't get anybody else on such short notice. Of course, something like this would happen. So far, Ren's life has been quite peaceful, and no mission has gone to hell for him yet. He kinda hoped to keep it that way, but... Your mission is to head to the Land of Waves and reinforce Team 8 led by Kurenai Yuhi who went there as a protection detail for a bridge builder called Tsuno a week ago. Sarutobi promptly narrated the important information, not wasting even 1 second. What? Ren barely kept himself from widening his eyes in shock. Deep down, he hoped that either Tsuno's mission had already happened and the dude was unfortunately off or the whole timeline was going to be pushed to a later date after Naruto graduated. But clearly, that was not happening since the mission was right here. A whole year later than it normally should have happened all the while Naruto was still in the academy, playing pranks and annoying his teachers with his stupidity. A new intel resurfaced after Team 8 left. Sarutobi spoke and it was obvious he didn't like the situation either. The Land of Waves is currently oppressed by a businessman Gato who is known to hire rogue ninjas and Tsuno is a thorn in his eye. The mission might be upgraded to B, maybe even A rank. Hopefully, it won't come to that. Protect Tsuno and ensure the survival of Team 8. You have 10 minutes to prepare and leave the village. For a briefing, this was a very quick one. Barely 3 minutes passed since they entered the Hokage's office and he was already sending them off. He must be really worried for Team 8. Ren inwardly hummed. Well, Team 8 was full of clan kids so it was only natural. Understood, Lord Hokage. Ren and the other 2 Chunin spoke in unison. Dismissed. Ren didn't need to pack. It was the perk of being a Fuinjutsu specialist. So, he simply headed straight for the gate and when he arrived there, he pulled out his notebook, immersing himself in seal work. He had to wait for the other 2 members of his new impromptu team anyway. Ren. No last name. That was actually quite common in this world, Fuinjutsu specialist. Bad at taijutsu. Know a few Winjutsu. Ren quickly narrated as he hopped from tree to tree, a bit frustrated with the slow pace but he was not the team leader so he did not get to set it. They were barely moving at low Chunin level speed. Itsuki Taro, the team leader started his introduction. Shuriken Jutsu Specialist. Passable Taijutsu. Fujin Jutsu and 2 defensive earth techniques. This way of quick introduction was not something Ren made up. They actually taught how to do this in the academy. In case a person is teamed up with strangers and they are short on time, they need a quick way to give a broad overview of their capabilities to their teammates and the team leader. Kenji Jinryai. Specializing in Kenjutsu. And Ren inwardly winced at that. He kinda doubted it would be relevant against somebody like Zabuza. No elemental techniques. Weak sensory talent. Of course. Ren mentally groaned again. These two sounded like Mizuki and Irika. They were the dregs of the Chunin rank. Genins who were promoted to Chunin not because of their strength but because they just served the village long enough and accumulated enough mission records to earn the promotion. It was not anything to be ashamed of, but Ren didn't exactly feel reassured having teammates like this when he was most likely going to face Zabuza of all people. Today just plain sucks, doesn't it? He looked at the gray sky, wondering how Hinata was doing. Ren and his teammates ran in silence for almost an entire day, focusing on keeping their breathing stable and keeping pace. When they finally reached the shoreline, they did not stop. They were Chunin and did not need a boat. They just ran straight to the land of water on the water's surface. It was not that far away anyway, and the journey on the water took them around 3 minutes. They stopped only when they were deeper in the land of waves, as now they would need to find Team 8 and their client. Are you sure you are bad at taijutsu? Itsuki asked while giving Ren a disbelieving glance, his hands on his knees as he tried to calm his hard breathing. Ren just shrugged, not even winded. He wore his gravity seals the entire last year, releasing them only once every month to adjust to his new physical capabilities. Now that he was on a dangerous mission, he fully released them so his body felt extremely light. He did not even feel the light jog they had just undergone. Then again, he didn't want to feel proud about being better than his current teammates. These dudes were basically just genins who served long enough to be promoted. Surpassing them meant exactly nothing. We should dash. Ren started speaking when Kenji's eyes suddenly widened. Somebody just used a powerful ninjutsu, at least B rank, around a kilometer away in the direction of the road. Kenji said, and the three of them looked at each other in resignation. It seemed they found Team 8. But somebody else got to them first. With no time to spare, the trio ran toward the battle, and Ren's stomach sank as the nearer they got, the stronger the mist became. Deep down, he truly hoped that since everything changed, maybe Zabuza would not be under Gato's employ. That it would be somebody else. Somebody weaker. But the thick white mist surrounding the battlefield was not a very good sign. We are very close. Kenji muttered, knowing that both Ren and Itsuki would hear him, clearly nervous at being in a thick mist where his senses were impaired. It was even worse since they could hear the vague sound of fighting in front of them but couldn't see anything. Ren gathered chakra into his palms, refining it quickly into wine chakra as he pointed them forward. Great breakthrough. He thought and released a powerful but fairly unfocused burst of wind chakra. It wasn't properly molded so the technique wouldn't be hurting anybody, and it was more akin to a harsh gust of wind, but Ren couldn't afford to shoot an offensive area of effect wind jutsu in this mist anyway. He could hit his allies. The only thing it did was to blow away the mist, showing the battlefield just as Zabuza appeared in the middle of the Genin's protection formation around Tazuna, just like he did in the canon, but that's where the similarities ended. The Inuzuka kid barely managed to react and kicked Tazuna away as Zabuza's sword cleaved the air where Tazuna's torso was just a moment ago. Sadly, the sword didn't stop there. All three genin and a dog were promptly bisected horizontally across their chests, their corpses falling to the ground in 2 parts with a bloody splatter dyeing the earth red as Kurenai Yuhi screamed in sorrow and rage, and ran at the swordsman. Shit. Ren inwardly sighed, feeling bad about the kids, as he ran forward to prevent the woman from committing suicide by Zabuza. Mission failed, I guess. Ren mentally grumbled. This was such a mess. Chapter 10 versus Zabuza. Kurenai was clearly an emotional mess after seeing her genin murdered, but she was still a jonin. She calmed down halfway on her way to Zabuza, and instead of trying to charge him down with a kunai, her hands flickered in a flutter of hand seals as she cast a genjutsu at him. Seeing that, Ren quickly whipped out a kunai and threw it at the man's head, but as he expected, Zabuza dispelled the genjutsu and parried the kunai, making it spin through the air around his body. He glanced at Ren with disinterest before turning his attention back to Kurenai. Only for Ren's kunai to explode, engulfing him in a wave of fire and metal shrapnel. Ninjas. They train themselves to notice and react to exploding tags, but if they don't see them, they tend to get careless. Fortunately for Ren, his exploding seals could be put directly on the kunai and were black, just like the steel kunai were made of. They were hard to spot during combat. But Zabuza was not such an easy opponent. Ren's eyes widened as he quickly ducked, feeling Kubikurabocho swish through the air an inch above his head. Pivoting on his heel, Ren swiped a kunai full of wind chakra at Zabuza's calves, but the man just jumped over it, evading injury, only for a kunai to suddenly burrow into his stomach. Retracting his chakra string that scored said hit, Ren hopped back, evading the water that burst from Zabuza's body, confirming that it was just a water clone. Well, that was given. Ren doubted the real deal would have been unable to dodge his kunai on a chakra string trick. The Zabuza he was fighting was a bit too slow for a high A-rank ninja. Glancing around, Ren could barely see Itsuki and Kenji facing another water clone of Zabuza, while Kurenai seemed to be in a high-speed battle with the man himself. Surprisingly, she was doing pretty well, unlike Ren's teammates who seemed to be at the end of their rope. For a split second, Ren considered who to reinforce, but he quickly realized his teammates were shit out of luck. If he went to help them and Kurenai died, the situation would worsen. Kurenai had a much higher value as a combatant, unlike the two dudes almost losing against a water clone. Ren would prefer to find himself with Kurenai against Zabuza rather than facing him with his temporary teammates. Inwardly hoping that the two Chunins would not die against the water clone, Ren jumped toward Kurenai and Zabuza. Worse, the mist was already starting to reform. Seeing Zabuza going on the offensive as he got dangerously close to Kurenai, Ren threw a kunai, but he aimed not at Zabuza but at the ground in front of him, causing the men to stop and cautiously jump away from it when it landed. Sadly, the men remembered the exploding kunai trick. But the kunai did not explode this time. Zabuza's eyes looked at Ren, his forehead unhappily creased as he realized he had been tricked into aborting his attack. Ren just gave him a cheeky smile when suddenly, a hand of his shadow clone appeared from the ground under Zabuza, a kunai full of wind chakra cleaving straight through his right ankle. The timing was good. Ren's shadow clone emerged just as Kurenai hit Zabuza with yet another genjutsu, so the men didn't have time to dodge. But the Zabuza in front of them burst into the water again, revealing that the fight was not yet over. Ren abruptly whipped a chakra string at Kurenai, connecting it with her back and yanking her away from her position as Zabuza appeared in front of her in a burst of speed and slashed at her. Her body was flung at Ren and smacked into him, causing him to slide on the ground a few feet due to the residual force. Noticing that her face was full of blood due to a shallow cut across her face, Ren rapidly threw Kurenai away as he felt the air being displaced behind him. "You are annoying." A growly voice sounded from behind Ren, but it was too late to dodge as Zabuza's sword was already halfway through his chest. In a puff of smoke, Ren disappeared, leaving behind a log, which made Zabuza huff in annoyance as he sank back into the mist. Fortunately, preparing the battlefield to Ren's advantage and spreading around some substitution logs was the first thing his shadow clone did before trying to score a hit on Zabuza. Frustrated, Ren appeared on a tree, having no clue where on the battlefield he was. All he could see was white mist, causing his shoulders to slump. "This is getting ridiculous," he grumbled. All he needed was to get his finger on Zabuza or his sword. But it was proving to be far more problematic than it sounded. With no other choice, Ren reluctantly once again sent out a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the mist, only to see Zabuza stand on the pond near the road. Ren's eyes widened as he saw Zabuza's hands going through multiple hand seals before a dragon made of water rose from the pond and smacked right into the middle of an empty road. For just a short moment, Ren's brain froze as he tried to comprehend why. But then Kurenai shimmered into existence on the pond, standing behind Zabuza as she buried her kunai handle deep into Zabuza's kidney. Surprisingly, this time the men did not burst into the water. She got his real body. Then again, a water clone is unable to use ninjutsu, so the second Zabuza used that water dragon, he revealed his position. With a defiant roar, Zabuza swung his sword at Kurenai, who was unable to dodge due to their proximity, cleaving her in two straight through her stomach. But her body shimmered again before dispersing into a white mist, and Zabuza's eyes widened in shock as a kunai ripped his throat open, Kurenai appearing behind him once more. Ren watched it with his jaw on the floor, having a hard time believing this just happened. For the entirety of the fight, Kurenai was on the back foot. Her genjutsu was very useful for creating openings for Ren. But other than that, it was almost as if she wasn't even there. Ren thought this was going to be like in those fanfictions where the protagonist had to deal with the opponent himself. That he would need to figure out a way to defeat, or at least survive Zabuza, by himself and save the day. He was totally not counting on Kurenai being actually capable of this. Was this even allowed? Wasn't it against some sort of karmic bullshit of destiny? Just then a mad cry full of sorrow resounded from the tree line, and a young man wearing a Kiri Hunter ninja mask ran at Kurenai with plain murderous intent, throwing needles at Kurenai, who seemed to barely stand on her own feet. But Ren knew about Haku's existence and prepared for him. His chakra fluctuated, his hands coming together, the name of a technique he was about to use on his lips, when Haku stumbled due to genjutsu and didn't even try to dodge as Kurenai instantly nailed him to the forehead with a kunai. Fun fact, being enraged makes people very susceptible to genjutsu. Ren olishly blinked and closed his mouth with an audible click. Taking a deep breath, he awkwardly calmed his chakra. "I guess I was relegated to the sidekick position." He wryly chuckled. While Ren's brain was working on comprehending the situation, Kurenai stumbled her way toward him and sat on the ground, leaning her back on the tree while breathing hard. "Thank you. You distracted Zabuza long enough for me to set up my genjutsu." She tiredly spoke, trying to smile, but it only came out as a grimace. Ren remembered that her genin team had just died and realized she probably felt like shit. She was clearly exhausted and covered in mud, and the wound on her fa. Wait. Ren blinked, realizing there was no cut across her face. Holy shit. It was just genjutsu. He felt incredulous. He no longer knew what in that battle was real and what was just her playing mind games and setting the stage to land that final blow on Zabuza. Yes. Ren was impressed. But he also felt conflicted. He had underestimated this woman far too much because of some preconceived notions from his past life. But she evidently did not get the rank of Jonin for free. Feeling that his shadow clone had dispelled, Ren's musings were interrupted as he received the memories and inwardly sighed. Kenji was dead and Itsuki was near chakra exhausted. Should he feel a bit bad for being satisfied with how his first serious battle against a highly skilled ninja in this world went? Glancing at Kurenai, yup, he was definitely not going to say that out loud. Chapter 11. After the fight, Kurenai, Itsuki, and Ren sat in an empty room in Tezuna's house, still looking disheveled and weary as they had just arrived here a few hours ago, choosing to have a short rest before deciding on how to proceed. Unfortunately, even if Kurenai's students and Kenji died, Tezuna was found quivering in the bushes a bit further down the road. And since the client was alive, the mission was still ongoing. Ren looked at Kurenai, noting the dried tear marks on her cheeks as she clutched the scroll wherein sealed the remains of her students. The fact she hadn't even bothered to try to hide them told him a lot about her current mental state. Moving his eyes toward Itsuki, the brown-haired man seemed to have difficulty staying awake, his head constantly nodding off as he refused to fall unconscious. His chakra exhaustion was nowhere near as severe as Kakashi's in the anime, but it was obvious the men would be of no help for a few days. We should go on the offensive and get rid of Gato. Ren plainly said, we have the advantage now. He most likely doesn't know that Zabuza is dead yet, so he won't expect it. Not our mission. Itsuki mumbled, and he was technically correct. The guidelines would not agree with that course of action. They were hired as a protection detail, not an assassination squad. According to the rules, they should not go beyond the parameters of their mission. Yes. But it is either that or risk Gato hiring additional rogue ninjas. And since Zabuza failed, he will go big the next time. Either in numbers or in quality. Ren argued. He honestly just wanted to kill the midget. With Zabuza gone, there won't be that bridge betrayal scene, and Ren needed an excuse to deal with him. Zabuza's and Haku's death was not something Ren wanted to happen. He kinda hoped he could have saved them. But this was reality, and that was a life-and-death battle. Ren long ago accepted that he simply could not control every outcome. Unexpected things happen in reality all the time. Silence spread through the room as Ren waited for Kurenai to speak. At the end of the day, she was the jonin in the room, and it was her call. You are right. Kurenai eventually said in a forcefully bland tone, we can't afford him bringing in reinforcements. But the client can't be left defenseless. Ren, you will stay and guard Tezuna while I will deal with Gato. She added, and for a moment, Ren wanted to protest. But then he noticed that Kurenai's grasp on the scroll tightened and realized that part of her reason for going out of her way and targeting Gato was probably revenge. With a reluctant sigh, Ren nodded. That complicated his personal goal of ransacking Gato's belongings, but he knew there was no changing Kurenai's mind now. The meeting ended and Ren stood up, walking out of the house with the excuse of setting up some seals around it. When he was outside and mostly out of sight, covered by a few trees, Ren created a shadow clone who nodded at him and disappeared in a burst of speed. The clone was going to look for Gato's safe houses and gather the money and valuables there while dealing with as many mercenaries as possible. Partly, it was because Ren wanted to help the people of this country. Dealing with Gato would leave a lot of jobless mercenaries on this island, and Ren was sure they were going to turn into bandits in a short order. It was better to unalive that problem. These were not some kids trying to survive. Gato hired scum. Slavery, extortion, rape, murder, yeah, Ren was not going to lose his sleep over getting rid of them. But he was a ninja and wasn't above greed. He had to admit that the valuables were a bigger part of why he sent his clone on a hunt. Fortunately, creating a sealing scroll with pocket dimension accessible through multiple seals bound to it was something Ren had already done during his attempts to recreate Hiraishin. So far, he failed in that endeavor. But he still made a lot of good discoveries during his attempts. Thanks to them, his clone could seal things into said pocket dimension, and Ren would be able to retrieve them via another seal he had tattooed around his wrist. The best part? Creating a shadow clone also copied the seal. It was quite convenient. No longer did he have to fear losing his sealing scrolls. It was like having inventory from RPG games, and Ren loved it. Of course, he kept that discovery quiet from the village. He didn't want to think about how much trouble the village's higher-ups would give him if they knew about it. The applications of that seal were quite juicy for a military force in an undeveloped world, and as a part of Barrier Corps, Ren knew for a fact that the village tried to create something like that for the last 30 years, and failed horribly. Just the potential for sending instantaneous messages or supplies from the village straight to the battlefield would make a lot of people salivate. Ren could only wryly smile at how many secrets he had. Secrets he didn't want the village to know. It was not out of malice or anything like that. Simply, if they knew, they would make his life supremely troublesome. And then he would need to defect. He didn't want that. He might not be loyal to death to Konoha, but he was still born there and lived his entire life there. Preferably, he'd rather avoid such a bothersome thing as having to go on a run. It's why he felt so conflicted about his first serious fight against someone like Zabuza. He was happy that he didn't need to get serious and reveal more of his cards. But he also didn't like that he couldn't try his more destructive seals out. If Kurenai wasn't there, he could have cut loose. But she was, and Ren was certain everything that happened would be diligently reported to the village. The reveal of his exploding seals was already going to be a pain in the ass. The Hokage was no doubt going to try and have Ren produce them for the village. Fortunately, Ren was a step ahead and ensured that, unlike exploding tags, these seals were usable only by the person inscribing them. It took him weeks of trial and error to manage that. But he put in the effort to ensure he couldn't be asked to become some human printing machine for superior ways to explode things. As for sharing the knowledge on how to create them, the Hokage was not stupid enough to demand that of Ren, and Ren was not going to volunteer it. Personal techniques were a big thing for ninjas. The Hokage could order Ren to teach it to somebody, but that would ruin his reputation with many ninjas and clans who viewed personal techniques and clan techniques as sacred. It wasn't worth the price, and Sarutobi was not going to do it. That was not something Ren was afraid would happen. It was honestly a quite stupid mindset. This was a reason why ninjas had a hard time truly progressing and advancing as a whole. They did not share their discoveries and even tried to keep them to themselves. So, a lot of knowledge was lost with the death of the pioneer who discovered it, found by somebody else, only to be lost again, found again, lost again, and so it went until somebody finally decided to spread the knowledge so it wouldn't need to be rediscovered every 10 years or so, because ninjas died young, and with them, all their hoarded knowledge did with them. Well, as much as Ren was ranting about it, he wasn't going to share his discoveries either. At least, not yet. In the end, it was hypocritical of him. But he could live with that. Done with setting up the perimeter of detection seals, Ren walked back to the house while happily humming, intent on relaxing and enjoying his leisure time. With Kurenai after Gato's ass and Zabuza dead, this mission was basically over. From here out it was as good as a paid vacation. Chapter 12, Hinata's assignment. After Kurenai dealt with Gato, the rest of the mission was just like Ren liked them. Boring. With nothing happening. Full of relaxing free time where he got paid for standing around and failing to look menacing. He even managed to rescue several million Ryo from Gato, so there really was nothing he could complain about his time in the Land of Waves. 2 weeks quickly passed and the bridge was finished. The people of the Land of Waves rejoiced. Tazuna almost died of alcohol poisoning. Itsuki, the lucky dog, had a happy Momo time with Tsunami, who nursed him to health from his chakra exhaustion, and Kurenai was silently grieving, intent to ignore both Itsuki and Ren unless absolutely necessary. Really, Ren started to think he was lacking some kind of protagonist aura. Chicks didn't dig him simply for existing, and getting stronger was actually hard. Wasn't that just unfair? They even managed to find a bandit camp on their way back to Konoha, and Kurenai decided to use it to vent. After hearing the despairing screams of the bandits and seeing the pain Kurenai casually dished out on them out of sheer spite, Ren was a bit happy that he didn't have said natural charm of a protagonist. Getting close to a woman who enjoyed mentally torturing her victims did not sound like such a good idea. Yeah. He wished Sarutobi Asuma good luck. Maybe dying to Haiden was the man's good fortune. Now, if only I didn't need to waste time writing a report on the mission. Ren inwardly smiled as he glanced at the paperwork on the Hokage's table. Heh. Who was he kidding? He wasn't going to do that. Smart people had shadow clones for their paperwork. Fortunately, it only took 30 minutes before they were dismissed. Yo, girly. Ren, leaning on a tree on training ground 41, raised his hand in greeting as Hinata entered the clearing. Missed me? He cheekily asked as she came closer. What he didn't expect was for the girl to spread her arms and engulf him in a hug, pressing her head to his chest. Raising an eyebrow at that, Ren mentally sighed in unexpected fondness and patted the girl's head. Oof. He playfully spoke with a chuckle. It was almost pitiful how starved the girl was for positive attention when he started teaching her. It was even more sad that he didn't even try to make her attached. Of course, the girl didn't seem to have romantic feelings for him. There wasn't enough fainting for that involved in their interaction. Or at least, that's what Ren hoped was the case. He was kinda scared to ask too. He was very much happy being comfortably friend-zoned. He had no intention of getting involved with a 14-year-old kid. Thank you very much. After a few seconds, Hinata moved away with a faint blush and a small, embarrassed smile. So, Ren took it as his privilege to break the awkward atmosphere that was forming around them in the most dastardly way he could think of. Did you do your assignment well while I was away? He asked with the tone of somebody who knew she suffered and enjoyed that fact immensely. He truly had to give it his all to resist smiling at her to make her more annoyed. Hearing him, Hinata froze and her eyebrow twitched as she gave him the cutest glare of them all. Her anger was truly the food for his soul. You are a bastard. 4 hours. Every day. At least. One day I had to spend 8 hours just running around the pond. After the academy. Even father gave me a weird look when I came home. She quietly ranted. Her voice was still a whisper but not even one stutter. I am truly proud. Ren said with a smug smirk as he wiped out an imaginary tear from under his eye. The girl's fingers twitched as if she wanted to strike him with jukin, but she held herself back. For the 2 weeks he taught her, he stopped her every time she spoke with a stutter and had her repeat the sentence until she said it without stuttering. It brought her a lot of frustration. But it was helping. Alas, when Ren left for a mission, he still wasn't satisfied with her progress, so he gave her an assignment. Her assignment while he was away was to simply run laps around the pond. She had to run 20 laps every day by default. And then, he also ordered her to try answering questions in the academy whenever she knew the answer. He counted that as doing his job as her tutor. Considering he was hired to help her get better at the academy subjects. Not to properly train her. The catch was, every time she stuttered while answering the teacher, she was told to add 1 additional lap around the pond. But still, 8 hours. Ren wondered how much she stuttered that particular day to have to run 8 hours. He had to resist the grin that was trying to show on his face. Heh. It was for her own greater good. And it was going to get only worse from here out. Ah, Ren dramatically sighed, putting his right hand clad in a fingerless glove on his heart. The sight of my hard work paying off is truly touching. As playful as he acted, his eyes observed Hinata like a hawk. Her fingers twitched again. A bit more violently. His hard work. It was she who had to run the laps. He wasn't even there. She had to take a deep breath to calm herself down. Ren was a bit disappointed at that. This was the next thing he would have to correct. The girl still held herself back. If she did that only when facing her sister, then it would be whatever for Ren. He couldn't care less. The problem was she held back against everyone. It's why he tried to make her angry and provoke a reaction from her. Well, it was a shot in the dark anyway. It seemed he would need to put together some creative training for her to show her the joys of brutally beating other people. I did the laps as ordered. Hinata unhappily mumbled, but her eyes showed a bit of excitement as she expectantly asked, will I get the reward now? Oh, yeah, he promised her a reward, didn't he? Ren's lips twitched, but inwardly, he sported a full-blown evil grin. Did you get faster? He truly tried to ask it calmly, but it was hard to suppress the evil grin forming on his lips and speak with composure at the same time. Yes. Hinata quietly answered, slightly tilting her head at the weird behavior of her tutor. Good. Speed is the most important thing for a ninja. Ren sagely nodded, conceding the battle against the evil grin as he let it form on his face as he cheerfully said, your reward is more laps around the pond. What? He needed to see how fast she had gotten. How was he supposed to gauge that without seeing her run? Hinata looked as if he killed her puppy and it tugged on Ren's heartstring. He inwardly promised that he would teach her something new as the true reward for her efforts. But for now, he was going to enjoy making her day miserable. All in the name of training. What are you waiting for? Ren mirthfully asked. Off you trot. I liked you better when you were away. She muttered under her nose, shocking Ren with her rebuttal. He didn't think she had it in her. So, he answered her with happy laughter as he shooed her with his hand, causing her to reluctantly start running around the pond. The funny thing about Hinata's assignment was that he had no way to police her. He told her he placed a small invisible seal on her to monitor if she did the assigned work. But that was bullshit. How was he supposed to create a seal that could monitor how many times she stuttered in school and then check if she properly ran the laps she was supposed to? Okay. Properly thinking about it, maybe it wouldn't have been that hard to create such a seal. But he was busy. He was lazy. He really couldn't be bothered to do it. He had more important seals to work on. Hinata was really cute in that naive way. It probably never really occurred to her that he had no way to enforce his rules. If she cheated and didn't do the laps, Ren had no way of knowing it. Seeing how much faster she had gotten, she obviously did her assigned training diligently. It was almost a pity he would have to beat the cute naivety out of her eventually. Figuratively speaking, of course. Chapter 13, Joys of Teaching. You did well. You are much faster now. Ren said to the panting girl who collapsed onto the grass after she finished 10 laps around the pond. She gave it her all since Ren wanted her to finish them as fast as she could. She still wasn't anything to write home about. He would say she could probably keep up a pace with the guy, Itsuki, who was on the last mission with him. Which was impressive for an academy student and spoke a volume about the effectiveness of her physical training under her clan. It was around a high genin level of speed. It was not good enough yet. Ren's goal was to get her to at least a low jonin level speed before she graduated. Maybe more, depending on how motivated to train her properly he felt. The plot might have changed, but Ren was sure there would be some manner of war in the near future, and a slow ninja was a dead ninja. He'd rather if the girl didn't die. It didn't hurt that he was starting to like her. She had a playful streak that the anime did not show at all. Then again, she did live in an environment where playfulness was tantamount to a deadly sin, probably punished by caning. He had less than 2 years until her graduation. He was playing with the idea of giving her his gravity seals, but he was still hesitating. Now that you are properly tired, it is time for some combat training. Ren suddenly said after giving Hinata 3 minutes to catch her breath. Hinata groaned and pushed herself back on her feet. Sensei. Did you train like this too? Of course not. What would I do that for? Ren said with an easygoing smile, looking at her as if she was crazy. Hearing him, Hinata's lips twitched downward. Then why do I need to go through it? She asked and threw Ren an accusatory look. For my personal enjoyment. Ren raised an eyebrow at her, enjoying the scowl on her face. It wasn't every day one could see a Hyuga scowl. Ren was proud to have this profound effect on the girl. All right. He continued after a few seconds passed, his smile falling off his face and his tone turning serious. My training was far more tiring than yours. Believe it or not, I am still kindly holding back. And he wasn't even lying. The first half year of using his gravity seals it didn't exactly hurt, but he was practically living in constant discomfort. And he was always tired before his body got used to always being weighed down. And the reason why we are moving to combat training is that you are still not giving it your all during spars in the academy. Ren said, and with the look he threw her he dared her to protest. Hinata just shyly ducked her head, falling silent. She couldn't argue against that and she knew it. Look. I honestly have no idea how to make it better. Ren sighed and gave Hinata a genuine, wry smile. I think your kindness is great. Hinata's eyes widened at that and a faint blush appeared on her face as she suddenly found her hands extremely interesting while pressing her index fingers against each other. It was a habit she did when she was extremely embarrassed. Ren actually found it rather adorable, but they didn't have all day, so he continued, I could give you an entire speech about how you are hurting your classmates by holding back. Now that pulled Hinata right out of her own world and she wilted as if he had just dunked her with a bucket full of ice-cold water. But somehow, I don't think that would help you much. This is the best thing I could come up with. You are going to spar with my clone, trying to hit him. With that, a clone of Ren suddenly came into existence 3 meters away from him. No seals. No calling the technique's name. It just appeared. Completely silently. Hinata was not experienced enough to properly appreciate the absolute bullshit he had just done. Nor would she realize how much effort Ren had to put into practicing the technique to accomplish this. He had 2 free weeks during the mission and he was not slacking during them. And neither were his clones. Still, this was one of the hardest things he had actually done so far when it came to ninjutsu. So, he kinda just wanted to show off. Even if Hinata's reaction was non-existent. The girl only looked between Ren and his clone, her reluctance clear on her face. She definitely did not want to fight. Deciding to give her a little bit of incentive, Ren grinned, this is your chance to get back at me, you know. You won't be physically hurting me if you hit my clone, but I will still feel the pain once it dispels. The girl suddenly stilled as her head slowly registered what Ren said. He could almost see how she started mentally going through the training and teasing he put her through so far. Slowly, all hesitancy disappeared from her expression and her eyes gained a slight vindictive gleam. Good girl. Ren inwardly nodded in satisfaction. That was exactly the reaction he needed from her. Well, then, Ren sat near a tree trunk and used it as a backrest as he pulled out a dark green book, his Fuinjutsu notebook, and opened it. Feel free to start whenever. His clone finished for him, giving Hinata a challenging smirk, and putting his hands into his pockets. You only need to hit him once and he will disappear. The shadow clones are extremely fragile. Ren said from behind his book, not even bothering to look at Hinata over the cover. But you will not score a hit unless you give it your all. The clone spoke, but seeing as Hinata still seemed to hesitate, he decided to be mean, maybe I should make you run a lap around the pond for every second you hesitate. That did it. Without even realizing it, Hinata sprang forward, rushing at Ren's clone who only casually hopped back. And the second Hinata reached the place where he previously stood, a pink paint exploded from a seal he had discreetly placed on the ground with his foot, covering the wide-eyed Hinata from head to toe, causing her to trip in her shock and clumsily rolled a few times on the ground until she stopped right at the clone's feet. Hey, you might make a better pinkette than that classmate of yours. Sakura was her name. Ren's clone taunted, knowing that Hinata secretly disliked Sakura for having Naruto's attention and not caring about it. I heard Naruto likes pink hair, so I decided to give you a bit of help in that regard. Aren't I kind? The glare Hinata sent his way was legendary, but Ren's clone just gave her a cheerful grin. Maybe activate your Byakugan. He kindly advised her in a patronizing way as he looked down at her due to her being on the ground. Not able to contain her frustration any longer and seeing only one good target to vent it, the veins around Hinata's eyes bulged as she gritted her teeth and jumped at Ren's clone once again, this time more carefully. Ren enjoyed his day immensely. The sky was blue. Birds chirped in the treetops. The gentle breeze was comfortable. The sun was enjoyable. His Fuinjutsu notebook was again a few ideas richer. And Hinata was cosplaying as a rainbow. With a few added colors in the mix. All was as it should be in the world. Ren watched the fight from his comfortable spot, subtly looking over his notebook while hiding his amused smile. Hinata, in her multicolored glory, almost ferociously struck at Ren's clone, trying to hit his stomach with her palm, but at the last second, the clone pivoted on his heel, making her miss. You were so close, Hina-chan. Just an inch. Ren's clone exclaimed with pure happiness in his tone as he aimed his palm at Hinata, who flinched and promptly jumped back like a scared cat. The clone once got her point blank in the face with a seal on his palm. One that projected paint in the direction it was pointing toward. Hinata had no way of knowing that the seal had only ammunition for one use. It was empty, but the clone clearly enjoyed scaring her with it and using it to make her back off when she got too close. Teehee. The clone gave Hinata an innocent smile as the seal didn't activate and the girl realized he was just bluffing. Again. It caused her to jump at him with newfound ferocity and angry scowl. She threw one gentle fist poke after another so fast that her hands started to blur, but Ren's clone was always just that inch out of her range. Always sidestepping when she thought she got him. His speed always slightly increased when she was sure of her victory. Ren saw how Hinata tried to brutally axe kick his clone's face, only for him to grab her foot at the ankle and joyfully spin her through the air a few times, making her scream in fright, before releasing her foot. At the start, Hinata still pulled her punches despite being angry. But as the fight progressed and she got covered in more paint while Ren's clone taunted her, she slowly stopped holding back. She now tried to hit the clone with all she got. With all her speed and strength. With all the feminine fury she could muster. His clone literally annoyed her enough that she forgot to hold back. Ren had a blast watching it as he wondered if she realized how much force she was using. Some of her attacks were borderline lethal. This was also a great combat training for her. The paint seals could be exchanged with exploding seals, so getting covered in paint practically simulated a lethal hit. Hinata did not realize it, but Ren was using the training exercise to give her some much-needed combat experience. And he had to say, the girl was doing great so far. She was no longer falling for the simplest of traps and even managed to evade most of the hidden paint seals covering the ground of the battlefield. And by now, after almost an hour of fighting, the battlefield had hundreds of seals hidden all over it. The joys of fighting a seal master, right? Hinata had to fight while avoiding them all, and Ren had to admit he was slightly impressed that she was managing it. From time to time, she did accidentally step on a seal and got a new unexpected paint job out of nowhere, but Ren thought she would be triggering far more seal traps than she did. The Byakugan was indeed a cheat in this kind of exercise. But she was not fast enough to hit his clone, and he kinda did specialize in evasion, so really, she had no hope of winning this exercise unless his clone monumentally screwed up. Ren's clone substituted just as he was about to be hit, and a paint bomb suddenly appeared in front of Hinata's gentle fist strike, exploding upon hit and covering her again in paint. This time, it was orange. Opsy. But look. You match with Naruto now. He gave her a double thumbs up with a wide grin as he tilted his head and innocently asked, "Date Bayo?" Hinata screamed in impotent rage, the orange color dripping from her whole body onto the grass. Chapter 14, Meeting Choza. A month slowly passed as Hinata's training intensified. They slowly added weaponry to their spars, and Ren even rarely used ninjutsu when he was certain the girl could dodge it. Just to prepare her to face it eventually. He also increased her physical workout and expanded it from just running around the pond to a proper physical conditioning routine. Although it was still focused mostly on speed, strength and endurance were no longer neglected. And Hinata was improving. Both in her strength and in the Academy Taijutsu rankings. Unfortunately, she still held back against her classmates, so the improvement was not as dramatic as it should have been. But Hayashi was happy that his daughter started to show some meager potential again. Those were his words. So, Ren decided to let the issue go for now. The funny thing was that her improvement in the rankings came from the fact that she was too used to fighting Ren's clone. So, despite holding back in the academy spars, she now simply did not hold back enough. She was still not the best in her class according to these rankings, but she was usually in the top 7. That didn't mean that Ren neglected his own training. Hinata was in the academy for most of the day, from morning to around 3 in the afternoon. Ren had enough time to do his training and experiments. Plus he had shadow clones, and while he might not be Naruto level of broken with them, he was slowly developing some seals to make his clones more useful. He had to get to a level where he could at least survive Madara, and Ren was very aware that it wasn't going to happen without cheating. Admittedly, he didn't really have a fleshed out idea about how exactly he was going to accomplish it. But he was certainly going to try his best. Or, die trying. He'd rather not do the latter, though. Entering Yakiniku-Q, Ren was intent on having some spaghetti today. But before he could find a place to sit, somebody suddenly shouted at him. Ren. Come and join us. Ren turned toward the voice and smiled when he saw Choza Akimichi sitting at the table with Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka. He didn't know the other two men, but because of his dealings with the Akimichi clan, he knew Choza quite well. With a small exasperated sigh, Ren waved at them in greetings and approached their table. Hello, Choza. He turned his head to the other two and nodded at them. Mr. Nara and Mr. Yamanaka, nice to meet you. I am Ren. Sorry for intruding. Ren said as he sat down and was about to gesture at the waitress that he wanted to order. Don't bother. Just take what you want from the table. Choza interrupted him. The table was overflowing with various dishes Choza ordered for himself. But since he was willing to share, Ren wasn't going to refuse it. Free food was free food, after all. Reaching for the spaghetti dish, he put it in front of himself before pausing for a second. Then, he put his hand above an empty spot on the table, and with a small poof, a plate with 3 slices of cake appeared there. Since you are taking care of the lunch, I can provide the desserts. Ren said, enjoying the expectant look on Choza's face. Cakes were another thing that had a very limited variety in this world. And while Ren did not know any cake recipes from his past life, he was perfectly capable of hiring a confectioner and giving him a few ideas. Most of them ended in horribly sweet failures, but some were a success. Needless to say, Ren always had a cake on hand. What would be the point in practicing fuinjutsu if he couldn't at least enjoy his favorite food no matter where he was? Oh, I can see why Choza likes you. Shikaku chuckled as he took one slice of the cake. Come to think of it, it's been a year since you became a ninja, Ren. Choza spoke as he took the second slice. Look at you. You even managed to earn a chunin rank. I am happy you are doing well for yourself. It's been a busy year. Ren nodded, leisurely digging into the spaghetti dish in front of him. I heard about your last mission. My condolences. Inoichi took the last slice. Yeah. Poor kids. We were just a few seconds too late. Ren wryly smiled. He was pretty sure that Choza's friend was low-key trying to make a psychological profile of him, but Ren didn't mind. It was probably a habit for Inoichi at this point. He was talking about the reprimand. Shikaku interjected, his eyes curiously glancing at Ren. Oh. I don't care about that. Ren shrugged, I am perfectly fine staying chunin until retirement, so it doesn't bother me. Killing Gato apparently pissed off a few people among Konoha's leadership, so they decided to get butthurt and cause trouble for Ren in the only way they could. Sadly, getting rid of the men did not help the Land of Waves much, as the 4th Mizukage decided that the country would be a perfect place for a forward base against Konoha. Gato was his trade partner too, so his death gave him a proper justification for his actions. It was a clusterfuck of a situation. In canon, the man was long dead, so it wasn't as if Ren could predict his actions. Konoha and Kiri were now on the verge of war, but Ren didn't worry. Kiri was in shambles and still deep in their civil war. He believed that nothing was going to come out of this. It would be supremely stupid of Yagura to start something right now. And besides, Ren didn't have any way to stop the situation from becoming worse even if the war started. But because of this outcome, both Kurenai and Ren were officially reprimanded for their actions and for doing something outside of their mission parameters. Ren's prospects for promotion to Jonin in the future did not look all that bright with that reprimand on his record. But, meh. The joke's on them, even if they offered the promotion to him, he would likely refuse it. This suited him just fine. Kurenai was devastated. The poor woman lost her genins and then had the book dropped on her. Inoichi sighed. I heard that there were even talks about demoting her back to Chunin, but the Hokage got involved. Choza added, but enough about the depressing stuff. He turned toward Ren with an expectant grin. How is training the Hyuga kid? Anything you say will be used against Hayashi. Shikaku suddenly spoke, lightheartedly warning Ren, Choza doesn't like him. Just keep that in mind, kid. Rolling his eyes, Ren huffed, Hinata is good. I have problems making her stop holding back, but she has a lot of potential. All it takes is a bit of positive attention. Positive attention, really now? Choza's eyes sparkled, will I be invited to the wedding? Please, don't joke. Ren almost choked on the spaghetti in his mouth and just barely managed to swallow it before speaking. What? You are 17 and the girl is 14. It could happen. You are spending a significant part of your day with her and giving her positive attention. Choza teased, making both Inoichi and Shikaku chuckle at the dismayed look on Ren's face. I'd rather not have angry Hayashi Hyuga chasing me all over the village, thank you very much. He grumbled. I doubt he would care. Inoichi scoffed, clearly not having a good opinion about Hayashi's parental skills either. Well, if you fail to woo the girl, you could always marry Chisaki. Choza joked and laughed out loud at the grimace Ren now sported. Chisaki was Choji's 6-year-old cousin who declared she was going to marry Ren after trying his food. It would have been adorable if her parents hadn't taken it seriously enough to give Ren a marriage offer. Something must have shown on Ren's face back then because Choza had always such a great time teasing him about it. Sometimes it was easy to forget that this world was not completely out of the medieval ages yet. The conversation continued and Ren had to admit that both Inoichi and Shikaku were pretty cool guys. They didn't joke only about him. Soon enough, the jokes about Inoichi being an overprotective father, Shikaku finding everything troublesome, and Choza's gluttonous nature started flying left and right, making the mood merry. All in all, Ren had a pretty good time with them. Unfortunately, after 20 minutes he had to go as his clone dispelled, alerting him that one of his few ninjutsu experiments was a success and he should go check it out. After Ren left, Inoichi looked at Choza. Did he really help Hayashi's kid get better? I heard she didn't take her training seriously. Nah. That's not it. Shikaku boredly said, from what little Shikamaru shared, the girl is a mess. She is always holding back, not wanting to hurt others. It's probably very troublesome for her teachers. Yeah, Choji said that she was cool. Choza sighed in exasperation. Choji is the same, that boy. He helplessly shook his head. Now, Hinata is still holding back but her results are improving and she wins more spars. Whatever Ren is doing, it seems to work. Oh, that must bother Hayashi. He tried to make her improve for years and this upstart Chunin just comes and manages to do it in a month. Shikaku let out a bark of laughter before taking a sip from his cup. That Hyuga pride must sting right now. Choza exclaimed with a laugh, taking a hearty bite out of the chicken leg in his hand. Unnoticed by them, Inoichi stayed quiet, deep in thought as his eyes stared at the chair where Ren sat a few minutes ago. He loved his daughter but he was also starting to worry about her future. She didn't train, only focusing on the Uchiha boy. She needed a wake-up call but Inoichi knew he was too soft when it came to his princess. Maybe. His thoughts strayed in a direction Ren would definitely call troublesome. Chapter 15, Troublesome Student. So, are you going to tell me what happened? Ren asked, looking at Hinata with an unamused stare. It was Saturday so he hadn't seen the girl the whole day. And when she came to the training today, she was a mess. She tried to valiantly hide it but the small wince whenever she stepped on her left foot was plainly visible to Ren's eyes. As was the badly covered bruise with makeup on her right cheek. Or the fact that breathing seemed to hurt her. Hearing the question, Hinata ducked her head in embarrassment. My father wanted me to have another match with my sister. She said in quiet distaste before looking up at Ren with feigned confidence. It's okay. I am fine. I can train today. Oh. Really? Ren pleasantly smiled as he poked Hinata's left cheek, right on the badly disguised bruise, making her yowl in pain, which quickly turned into a gasp as a flare of pain from her lungs hit her. Are you truly fine? He asked in concern. He was quite demanding during her training but he never injured her to this extent. MHM. A medic said so. Hinata mumbled, and that was that. Ren didn't know medical ninjutsu. He tried to learn it in the past but when he saw the mountain of medical texts he would have to read first, let's just say he did not get to the part where he was supposed to learn the technique before he bailed out. All right then. Ren exasperatedly said. Is your sister always this brutal with you? That question made Hinata sad as her expression fell and she nervously clutched her hands together in a habit, only since she was declared the heiress. She is under a lot of pressure. She said with sad eyes and Ren had no idea how to cheer her up so he only awkwardly pulled the girl close into an awkward hug. She stiffened for a moment before leaning on him and holding onto him for her dear life, hugging the stuffing out of him. How was he supposed to comfort a teenage girl again? They didn't teach this shit in the academy. Have you ever thought about using your eyes to learn Kaiten? He awkwardly asked after he felt her calm down, making her finally release him from her death grip of doom, or some other main house technique. To at least protect yourself. I already know Kaiten. Hinata wetly sniffed and wiped away a tear from under her left eye. You don't say. Ren hummed in a way that told Hinata she was in trouble and her face became slightly redder as she realized this was something she was supposed to mention way sooner, and you were going to inform me when exactly. I was just afraid you would tell father. Hinata mumbled, averting her face away from Ren in shame. With a sigh, Ren understood her reason for keeping quiet. He didn't like that she didn't trust him. But. I see. If you learned Kaiten without anybody teaching you, they would put you in the same category as Niji. People said that Niji was a genius. Ren said that it was bullshit. Niji just wasn't a freaking idiot. Ren was certain that the boy simply used his Byakugan to observe the main branch members practice and learned their techniques that way. That didn't mean it was easy to learn techniques via simple observation. Niji probably took several months. Ren was actually quite surprised that Hinata already managed it. Then again, this was the girl who in canon created her own defensive technique on par with Kaiten because nobody bothered to teach it to her. Honestly, it was stupid how much the Hyuga clan limited themselves in the name of tradition. They wouldn't use their eyes to learn techniques because that's not their way. They don't practice ninjutsu because it's not their way. They don't practice medical ninjutsu because that's beneath Hyugas. They were lucky Ren didn't want to become Hokage. Because he would have executed half of the dim-witted clan for being stupidly stubborn the second he got the position. They had one of the best bloodlines in the world. A bloodline that lets them see the chakra in extreme detail, causing their chakra control to be superb by nature. That lets them see through objects and gives them an almost 360-degree field of vision. That lets them see for kilometers. And what do they do with it? They decide to focus on close combat taijutsu. It was no fucking wonder they never produced an S-rank ninja since the founding of the village. They were like that one idiot in the multiplayer RPG game who joined your party as a damage dealer mage but invested all his points into strength so his spells barely did anything. And they were proud of it too. Brother Niji. Hinata's eyebrows furrowed at that as she inwardly wondered why Ren mentioned the boy. Ren realized that he had blundered. Niji hadn't even graduated yet, so if he knew Kaiten already, he wasn't showing it to anybody anytime soon. Doesn't matter. Ren just waved the question away, causing an awkward silence to spread through the surroundings for a few moments. You really don't want your sister to be sealed, do you? Ren eventually said, putting into words the reason Hinata let herself be beaten like this. He sparred with the girl. There was no way she would be having trouble with her sister as she is now. Hinata wordlessly shook her head, clearly not comfortable with the direction of their conversation. Do you want to get sealed? Ren asked with a raised eyebrow, but Hinata had no answer for that, so she just ducked her head again, staying silent. He sighed once again. This girl was just so troublesome. As I see it, there is just one solution to this problem. He told her, making her give him a wide-eyed look. She had probably already accepted her fate and did not see a way out. That didn't mean she liked it. You have to become really powerful. Enough that your clan elders won't be able to mess with you. Thanks to her father, she was in a unique position. Hyugas were sealed as children. It did not matter how strong they became in their adulthood. Once they had that seal on their forehead, even a jonin could be brought to knees with a simple hand seal. But if Hinata became a jonin-level ninja before she was sealed, good luck trying to put that seal on her. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it was the best Ren got. Is that really possible? Hinata quietly asked as she clutched the hem of her jacket. She still wore it every time she came into the training field, but she always diligently took it off for her training just as Ren asked of her. You won't know unless you try. And you have one advantage that just might make it happen. Ren pointed out. What advantage? Hinata asked in a puzzled tone. You have me as your teacher. Ren proclaimed in feigned arrogance, even going as far as smirking at the girl and raising his nose high into the air. It got the desired result and Hinata giggled. The tension left her shoulders as she relaxed. So, wanna try? Ren asked her and his smirk melted into a small supportive smile. Hinata's cheeks flushed as her lips stretched into an involuntary happy smile of her own. I'll be in your care, teacher. Now then. Ren started to wonder how to tell the 14-year-old teenage girl that he would have to see her naked in order to paint gravity seals on her. That was going to be a fun conversation, wasn't it? Hello, guys. My posting schedule is 1 chapter each workday. So, unless something happens, you shall hopefully get 5 chapters a week. If you wish to support me or read 10 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Cheers. Chapter 16, Gravity Seals. There. That's done. Ren tensely said after finishing drawing the gravity seals on Hinata as he stiffly took her jacket from the ground beside her and covered her naked body before standing up and taking a large step back. He gulped. There must be something wrong with how chakra interacted with physical and mental maturity in this world. Now that he had a proper look, Hinata was a bit too developed for her age. Just don't think about it. All is as it should be. Ren embarrassedly tried to keep his gaze on Hinata's forehead, and damn if it wasn't hard. Hinata lifted her body into a sitting position, her face redder than ever as she quickly pulled the jacket tightly around her body, vainly trying to disappear within it. She looked down and absolutely refused to meet Ren's eyes. Right. Ren awkwardly coughed. I'll go and let you get Dre's dash. He abruptly stopped, noticing that her wide eyes were not looking at the ground but instead, they were aimed directly at his crotch and flushed from embarrassment. He had just finished drawing seals all over the girl's naked body. His reaction was only natural. He woodenly turned around and ran away at his fastest walking speed. Later in the day, Ren sat at the Ichirakus, absent-mindedly fiddling in the ramen bowl with his chopsticks while his cheeks still felt hot and he only hoped they were not red. It was bad enough that he had to return once Hinata was dressed and explain to her how having gravity seals was going to affect her. They were both acting like embarrassed teenagers, refusing to look at each other while they awkwardly talked. Ren would love to say that he was cool and badass, taking everything in stride, and he certainly tried his best, but his best just wasn't good enough. At that moment, his mind just blanked out and he wished the ground would open and swallow him whole. Now that he regained some of his cool, he was wondering why they didn't have a class to deal with body shyness in the academy. Worse yet, because of the gravity seals, he needed to monitor Hinata's well-being. So, he scheduled a training session for tomorrow. He already felt mortified just thinking about it. But it was necessary. He told her she would feel very uncomfortable in the first month as her body grew used to constantly being under slightly stronger gravity. He remembered that he couldn't even fall asleep in the first month unless he was so exhausted he just fainted. That constant discomfort might not hurt. But it was always there. Like a persistent itch that was impossible to scratch, making a person unable to relax no matter what. Not to mention, being under heavier gravity was physically tiring even if the mind was not really registering it because the pressure was barely noticeable at all times, growing heavier as the user got stronger. Ren was sure that Hinata would come to the training tomorrow with black circles under her eyes. He didn't intend to train her. He was just going to knock her out and let her sleep for a few hours on the grass to make it easier on her. He knew he would have appreciated it if somebody did that for him when he was going through the experience. She was going to feel like absolute shit for the next few weeks, so it was Ren's duty as her teacher to make her discomfort as comfortable as possible. In the end, it would be all worth it for the girl. He explained to Hinata what his gravity seals were and how they worked, and the girl understood just what a priceless thing he was offering her. Unlike the fanfictions from his previous life, there was no such thing as gravity or resistance seals in this world. It's why Ren had to create his own. Most people in this world did not even know what gravity was. They did not study physics or chemistry in the schools over here. No such thing really existed. Kids in the Ninja Academy focused on learning how to be a ninja, and the less said about civilians the better. They were happy if they learned how to write and read. There was a reason why so many civilians sent their kids to the ninja academies in the ninja villages. They simply provided superior education and a chance at a better life. This world was still barely past its medieval stages. It was also still a feudal society. And Newton did not exist here. There was no such thing as Newton's laws. Or any other laws of physics. Oh, these laws still affect the world. But the natural sciences in this world were still in their infancy, not even having a name yet. People know that if they jump, they will fall to the ground. But they had no idea why and didn't really care to think about it. The theories about gravity did exist. Some of them were surprisingly advanced. Ren checked. But they were high-level ninjutsu or few injustice stuff that most ninjas did not even bother looking at. Scientists did try to understand the world. But the civilian scientists had a hard time getting funding, so sciencing was pretty much a hobby for nobles. It was not a popular hobby either. While the ninja scientists mostly focused on the supernatural nature of chakra and researched how it worked and affected the world around them. That's why Guy used weights. He simply did not have a better alternative. But unlike the gravity seals, the weights were limited. They did not put even pressure on the body, making it grow in strength disproportionately for different body parts. The stronger a person got, the more weights he needed for further growth, but weights were bulky, so there was a limit to how much a ninja could wear before they became a hindrance. The heavier the weights were, the bigger they were, and it wasn't as if Guy could strap house-sized weights to his ankles and live like that. There was a limit to how far a ninja, even one as crazy as Guy, could take weight training. With chakra, a person could theoretically enhance their body as long as the body registered it needed to grow stronger. It was proven that chakra allowed the body to evolve beyond human limits and slowly become stronger under strain. Guy was a very good example of that. But even then, the man got to his current physical peak, and now, no matter how many hundreds of thousands of push-ups he did, his gains were minimal. Because his body is too strong and the pressure from a normie training like that is just not enough for his body anymore, even if he trains all day. Even if he wears the heaviest weights he could get his hands on. It's simply not enough pressure on his body. But he doesn't have a better alternative than just doing push-ups and running around the village with weights. It's probably why he always came up with such ridiculous challenges for Kakashi. The man definitely wants to get stronger. But it's maddeningly slow going at his level. That's why Ren's gravity seals were so special. With higher gravity affecting the body, it was always under pressure evenly on every part. Ren should be able to grow to Guy's physical prowess and then keep going further without stopping. The seals would always push his body just slightly beyond its limits, allowing for a slow, constant growth even if he did not exercise. Of course, reaching Guy's level would take him years. He wouldn't be near that level for a long time yet. But the potential of these seals was immense and Hinata understood just how beneficial they would be for her. She also understood how precious they were and why their existence had to stay quiet. Everybody would covet them if they knew about them. Something that could allow a ninja to physically grow with no limit by simply being alive. Ren would have kidnappers after him from every major and minor village alike, Konoha included. It sounded far too good to be true and Ren was still doubtful he happened to make something so convenient. There was bound to be some kind of problem in the future that would limit the growth. No way he could just become Saitama. The world was not so easy. Then again, Kaguya was physically much stronger than even Guy. She tanked Naruto's mountain-shattering punch with her face when he was in his 6th path Kurama chakra mode sent just a cheater bullshit given to him for free by his sugar daddy Hagoromo, and it did not even leave a small bruise on her. Her body was also evolved to that level by the chakra fruit. She didn't get it through training. So, technically it was just a chakra evolution of her physique. Ren's seals did something similar. Just in a very, very, very slow way. So, maybe. A man can dream, right? Speaking of Naruto, Ren's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as something orange sat next to him and rudely poked him in the arm. Nah, if you aren't going to eat that ramen just give it to me, uncle. Ren's eye twitched. Chapter 17, Naruto Uzumaki. Ren turned toward the voice, only to see Naruto Uzumaki. This was actually the first time he interacted with him. For various reasons, he tried to avoid Naruto like a plague but having a late lunch at Ichiraku was clearly tempting fate. He knew about Naruto and saw him quite frequently in the village. He just never approached him. Ren was about to refuse the kid's generous offer to take care of his ramen for him, when Naruto's expression brightened as if a light bulb had just switched on in his head before he loudly exclaimed while rudely pointing at Ren, "Ah. You are the suspicious uncle who escorts that weird girl to the academy." Sus, suspicious uncle. Ren almost choked on his spit, his mind stuttering worse than Hinata when he first met her while the cute waitress behind the counter started madly giggling. Naruto didn't mind the atmosphere, though. Ugh. Hibaba. That's her name, right? The really gloomy kid who faints a lot. Hearing him, Ren involuntarily snickered, his previous dismay momentarily forgotten. Oh, what Ren wouldn't give to have Hinata sit right next to him at this moment so he could see her expression upon hearing that. Now, he could correct Naruto, but where would be the fun in that? Yes. Hibaba. Ren nodded, having a fierce inner battle against the massive grin that wanted to split his face. Is she alright? She isn't sick, is she? Come to think of it, she doesn't faint that much anymore. Not since you started to bring her to the academy. Did you do something weird to her to fix her, uncle? Naruto asked as he threw Ren a suspicious look. There was a lot to unpack in the word vomit he had just heard. He was sure he was accused of something ridiculous too. But Ren decided it was not worth the brain power to think about it and ignored most of the brat's questions. Instead, he focused on the most important issue. Why are you calling me uncle? I am 17. He asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Huh. Naruto scrunched his face as if thinking too deeply about something while staring at Ren. Eventually, he just tilted his head in puzzlement. Are you sure? Brat. Ren retorted with a smile, making Naruto scowl at being called that. Here, have my ramen and shut up for a second. Ren said in a friendly tone and rolled his eyes as Naruto instantly cheered up, impatiently grabbing chopsticks. You are not that bad. Naruto grabbed the bowl in front of Ren and put it in front of himself before digging in. Naruto probably did not remember but they actually went to the same orphanage. Back then, Ren had just found himself in Narutoverse as a 3-year-old kid so he was obviously scared shitless. He didn't dare to approach Naruto. They had been in the same orphanage for 4 years but Ren never even spoke to him. He was too afraid of Danzo. The old mummy could not get his hands on Naruto. But Ren imagined that having Naruto's childhood friend under his command was probably one of Danzo's wet dreams. Ren decided to avoid that scenario by simply not becoming said childhood friend. Then again, maybe Ren just had a too vivid imagination. Maybe it would have been fine. Still, befriending the village pariah, and a Jinchuriki to boot, was not a smart thing to do. It would have put Ren on the radar of far too many influential people and he wanted to avoid it. He promised himself that he would make it up to Naruto later. Only, Naruto didn't need help. The kid didn't have as hard of a life as the fanfictions tried to make people believe. Deep down, Ren expected Naruto to have a miserable life. But that wasn't exactly the case. There were no beatings or mobs. And when Ren put a bit of thought into it, it made sense. Naruto was a Jinchuriki and nobody knew how the 4th Hokage's seal functioned. Jinchuriki, however, were known to go ballistic when angry or threatened. Nobody who knew what was at stake would let Naruto get hurt because nobody knew if it wouldn't make him go all Kyubi-sama on the village's collective ass. So, Naruto wasn't physically abused. He was mostly just ignored by everyone out of fear. He was like a walking and talking nuclear missile and nobody knew if he would go off at the drop of a hat. Ren knew the seal was safe because that's how it was in the anime. But the villagers? They had no clue. Not even the ninjas knew. And that just made the civilians more uneasy. It was only natural that people would avoid him and try to keep their kids away from him. And no. The shops did not overcharge Naruto either. Ren did see Naruto pay for his groceries a few times and the price was correct. That said, no civilian would have the balls of steel to try something like that in Konoha. Everybody knew that it would make Sarutobi very angry, and while a civilian council did exist, they listened and obeyed their Hokage. After all, nobody wanted to be suddenly disappeared, and if there was one man in the village who could effortlessly disappear people from the comfort of his office, it was the dictator of the village full of hired killers. That said, not even the dictator could force the villagers to be nice to Naruto. Indifference was the limit he could manage. "You are an academy student, right?" Ren asked Naruto, watching him slurp the noodles with gusto. Yeah. Naruto said, barely paying attention to his surroundings as he inhaled the noodles. Ren suddenly smirked, deciding to tease him. "I heard you aren't very bright." "That true?" That made Naruto stop eating for a moment as he threw Ren a quick irritated look. "Who cares? It's not like some stupid tests would help me become a Hokage." He animatedly protested before stuffing his cheeks with more noodles. Ren snorted but didn't comment further. "Maybe you could ask Baba," he involuntarily snickered again, "for help with the academy work. She is quite smart unlike you." Naruto threw Ren an annoyed look but nodded nonetheless. There. That was the most help Ren could give Hinata. The rest was up to her. Contrary to the popular belief in his previous world, Naruto was not sabotaged in the academy. His abysmal grades were simply because he was stupid as fuck and did not even try learning anything that he deemed unimportant. Not even Mizuki would dare to teach Naruto wrongly. Because all it would take was Naruto offhandedly complaining about it once to the Hokage, and Mizuki would have an instant invitation to tea and I. The teachers mostly ignored his presence during their lectures, leaving the responsibility for his learning to him. It wasn't illegal, but it was definitely a dick move. And because of that, Naruto formed many bad habits, preferring to skip learning what did not interest him. With nobody to push him to learn, he naturally preferred to play or slack off instead of paying attention to lectures he considered boring. The longer this went on, the more behind he became until he was so behind his peers that not even Iruka could help him without Naruto honestly wanting to fix the issue. Which, he didn't. Because he didn't see how knowing how many ninja villages existed would help him become a kick-ass Hokage. After all, he was still just a kid. His answer to Ren's question pretty much perfectly showed his attitude when it came to academics. Worse yet, because of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and a Uzumaki, the first year of taijutsu classes was far too easy for him. He was always either first or second in that class. So, he didn't bother to properly learn the katas. Ren saw the train wreck himself. He was in the academy too back then when this was happening. Why would Naruto put in the effort to learn a proper taijutsu style when he could just punch his peers in the face or outlast them in the ring thanks to his bullshit endurance? Then, the other kids got older and learned a proper fighting style and Naruto's ranking suffered. He was still in the top 10, though, even with his crap taijutsu skills. So he still never saw the need to learn proper taijutsu. Using his natural resilience worked well against the kids in the academy, but real life was going to be very different. Ren hoped Naruto would approach Hinata and she could help him with his basics. But he also kinda didn't think it would happen. Even if Naruto approached her, Ren doubted he would learn from her. Naruto could be extremely determined and focused when something caught his interest. But catching his interest was the problem in the first place. At this stage in his life, he wanted badass cool jutsu. He didn't want to learn how to throw a punch properly. That was not cool. Naruto was a kid. Immature, unruly, free-spirited, one that was very rarely properly disciplined. One that hadn't yet gone through so many life-changing experiences that forced him to grow up like the canon Naruto did. Ren knew Naruto was going to grow up and be great. But the kid was not there just yet. Glancing at the 14-year-old blonde from the corner of his eyes, Ren had to admit, maybe this Naruto would be far more mature and competent by the time he graduated. He would be older than his canon counterpart, and he was at the age when kids started maturing fast. It was just a pity Ren could not directly help him. Approaching a Jinchuriki would still make his life troublesome. Not to mention, Ren simply didn't know if making Naruto competent and overpowered wouldn't prematurely set off the Akatsuki. If they sent just 4 of their S-rank ninjas in a serious attempt to capture him before he learned Senjutsu, Naruto would be screwed. And then the world would be screwed shortly after. Ren had no idea what to do about this problem. So, he decided to do nothing for now. Honestly, fuck Sarutobi Hiruzen and his academy reforms. Why couldn't things be simple? Chapter 18, Chapter 18. An offer Ren can't refuse. Sitting in his office at the Barrier Corps headquarters, Ren was reluctantly dealing with some of his accumulated paperwork. The office was barebones and seemed not lived in. It wasn't decorated at all. Ren didn't bother. He was at the Barrier Corps only once or twice per week, taking all the work and paperwork that piled up while he didn't come to work and finishing it in 2 to 3 hours tops. And that was only when he didn't feel lazy. Nowadays, sometimes he simply sends a shadow clone in his stead. There wasn't a problem with it yet. The higher-ups did not care as long as the work was done by the end of the week. The Barrier Corps was a very relaxed and leisure workplace for a ninja village. Ren hadn't regretted joining it yet. If big ol' villains were not going to mess up this world somewhat fiercely in the future, Ren wouldn't have minded spending his life working here. Ren had been learning seal since he was 10. It has been 7 years now and he spent a large portion of his day with his head buried in seal work. He became very good at what he did, so the usual seal repairs around Konoha that even a genin from the Barrier Corps could patch up were no big deal for Ren. And if something important broke, Ren was in a great position because as a fresh chunin, he would never be called. That was a job for a jonin. There wasn't much to complain about. The pay was nice and the free time was abundant. Suddenly, the door to Ren's office flew open and a man in baggy clothes and wearing a red bandana walked in with a small scowl as if he owned the place. "Something wrong, Kenji?" Ren politely asked, inwardly sighing. He wasn't friends with his co-workers. At best, they were passing acquaintances and that's how Ren liked it. Kenji was still a genin despite being in his mid-20s. He was rude but competent enough. He didn't like Ren much ever since Ren was promoted. Ren tried to keep his distance because the reason Kenji hadn't been promoted yet despite being competent enough was that he tried to steal the seal designs of one of their superiors. Well, the actual reason was that he got caught, but nevertheless, that didn't sound like a good prospect for friendship to Ren, who constantly invented new seals. "This dude wants something from ya." Kenji pointed at a 16-year-old ginger-haired boy who stood behind him, fidgeting a bit while wearing the uniform of the intelligence department. Ren gave the boy a quick once-over, instantly classifying him as a new genin, probably an errand boy still. "Hello, Mr. Dude." He smiled, trying to ease some of the boy's tension. "How can I help you?" "Inoichi Yamanaka sent me. He would like to see you, sir." The boy informed Ren, making him surprised. Ren felt a bit nervous. He knew it was probably nothing serious, but getting an invitation to the TNI for a chat didn't sound very reassuring. He hadn't done anything treasonous in the past month or so either. With a sigh, Ren stood up and silently prepared his experimental transportation seal in his pocket. It wasn't finished work and using it in combat was impossible, but he had already tested it with clones and the seal could transport him away all the way to the land of waves where he left a beacon seal when he was there as Kurenai's reinforcements a few weeks ago. It just needed around 20 seconds of concentration. His very own inferior Hiraishin knockoff. "Senpai, you haven't done anything stupid recently, have you?" Kenji chimed in with a grin, happy at the chance to get some prime gossip. Ren blandly looked at him and dryly said, "I gave the Uzumaki boy a bowl of ramen. But I swear it was a complete accident." Kenji snorted at that. "No wonder the head of the intelligence department wants to see you. That's practically a terrorist act." Ren rolled his eyes and looked at the messenger boy. "Let's go. The sooner I get this over with the better," he said with a sigh. "Mr. Yamanaka. You wanted to see me?" Ren asked as he walked into Inoichi's office. The man stood up and gestured with a welcoming smile at the empty seat in front of his desk. "Call me Inoichi, please." "I guess this is not an interrogation, then," Ren thought as he sat down. "What can I do for you?" Inoichi stayed silent for a moment, tapping his pen on the table. Then, he suddenly spoke in a measured tone. "I heard you are looking into mental techniques and release." Ren olishly blinked. He did ask around for information about these things, so he wasn't surprised the men knew about it. But as far as he knew, there was nothing wrong about it. It's not as if Yamanaka's had a patent on techniques affecting the mind. It was only their clan jutsu that was off limits. "Is that a problem?" Ren asked in a puzzled voice. "I can assure you I wasn't looking into your clan techniques. No. That's not why I mentioned it. Rest assured." Inoichi said, "I heard and confirmed that you did wonders for Hinata Hyuga as her tutor. My daughter, Ino, is in a similar spot." The men looked Ren in the eyes. Suddenly, Ren really did not like where this was going. He'd prefer the interrogation, to be honest. "I have no idea what to do with the girl. The world of ninjas is a dangerous place, but my little angel is not taking it seriously at all." He sighed. "Yet, I can't bring myself to destroy her peaceful childhood." "So, you want me to be the villain? Is that it?" Ren frowned. He had a hard time staying polite and keeping himself from deadpanning at the men. Inoichi wanted him to tutor his daughter like he did for Hinata. Ino was the same as in canon. A fangirl obsessed over Sasuke. She was an immature kid who was dieting, not taking her kunoichi lessons seriously, and thinking the world was full of roses and sunshine because of how spoiled and sheltered she was by Inoichi. If Ren had misgivings about accepting Hinata as his pupil, then he had 10 times worse misgivings about taking an Ino. He could just tell she would be an obnoxious little shit. On top of that, dealing with her Uchiha obsession was going to drive him mad in short order. He really didn't feel like doing it. Probably seeing the reluctance hidden on Ren's face, Inoichi decided to give him the proverbial carrot. I wouldn't mind sharing some theories and basic yin exercises if you took in my daughter as your pupil. It won't be anything secret or anything that could be termed as clan jutsu. Just exercises for Yamanaka kids. But I can guarantee you that you won't find anything better in the village. Hearing his offer, Ren inwardly whined like a kid who was just told there would be no candy before he did his homework. Ren needed info about yin release and how it tied into the mind. He wanted to use seals to alter the memory sharing component of the shadow clones, but he needed a starting point. More information on how the yin aspect of chakra worked. Unfortunately, the information about that was not readily available. In fanfics, every kid and their mother knew yin and yang releases. But in reality, these were both high-end, top-secret, very niche things that not even many elite jonins knew about. Ino Shikacho clans were in a unique position when it came to yin and yang release. But they were not sharing. The memory function of shadow clones was taxing on Ren's mind. Even with just 3 clones, it was tough to deal with over 10 hours of Fuinjutsu work memory feedback per clone. Most of these memories were useless anyway. The important bits could be compressed into maybe 15 minutes of memories. Ren wanted to make his clones able to select which memories to send over without needing to feed him memories of hours of busy work and giving him headaches. But he still didn't want to deal with Ino. How about this? You are invited to our family dinner tomorrow. Properly think it over and give me your answer during it. Inoichi happily smiled, contrasting with Ren's sour expression. The bastard knew that Ren didn't want to accept the offer, but he also knew that it was too good to refuse. So, with a forced polite smile, Ren nodded, making a deal with the devil. For he was sure trying to wrangle the spoiled Yamanaka princess was going to be pure hell. Chapter 19, Ino. Ren knocked on Inoichi's door, feeling a bit nervous about attending their family dinner. The door opened and Ren's eyes fell on a 14-year-old girl with long flowing blonde hair and pretty blue eyes. Ren had to admit she was beautiful. And he promptly mentally winced, reminding himself she was 14 and most likely annoying as fuck. Still, his heart started beating slightly faster. Oh, hello. Ino's cheek became red as she blatantly checked him out, and despite his feelings about tutoring her, Ren couldn't help but feel a bit of pride. Naruto might not appreciate Ren's looks, calling him an uncle of all things as if he looked old. But Ren didn't look half bad. Thanks to his gravity seals, his lean body was perfectly toned and he thought he looked quite handsome with his shaggy and spiky blonde hair falling around his face onto his shoulders, long enough to reach his upper back. His clear pale blue eyes had quite a few of his female classmates swooning in the academy, even though he tried to keep himself in the middle of the pack and didn't go for the top spot. Much to his dismay. He couldn't see them as anything but kids back then, so it was a very uncomfortable experience. Ren, right. Dad said you were going to come. Come in. I am Ino. She grinned and opened the door wider as she introduced herself. Yes. Thanks. Ren awkwardly said as he entered the house. From what he could tell, the girl had no idea about Inoichi's offer just yet. And he wasn't looking forward to that discussion. There was a reason why Inoichi hadn't told her yet. She was bound to take it wrongly. Following Ino to the kitchen after taking off his shoes, Ren saw an older blonde woman busying herself at the stove who reminded him of older Ino, and he felt genuinely jealous of Inoichi. His wife was gorgeous. Welcome. My name is Nariko. It's nice to meet you. The woman said with a welcoming smile. I hope Ino wasn't rude. Mum. Ino whined while playfully rolling her eyes at the woman with a grin. He is a big boy. He can take it. She threw Ren a mischievous look, making him snort. I am Ren. He looked at Nariko, thank you for having me. And politely bowed according to the customs of this world. Oh, hello, Ren. Just then, Inoichi entered the kitchen. Noticing the good atmosphere, he instantly went for the killing blow like a true shinobi. Ino, I decided to hire Ren here to help you become a better kunoichi. If he agrees, that is. He threw Ren a questioning look, but Ren didn't manage to even open his mouth before Ino erupted. Wait, what? Why would I need to be taught by him? Isn't he like a genin or something? He can't be that much older than me. She exclaimed with a glare. I age gracefully. Ren raised his eyebrow at her, not being bothered by her rude attitude. Hearing that, Ino actually smiled for a moment, but then she remembered she was supposed to be angry and gave both Inoichi and Ren a heated glare again. I do just fine in the academy. I don't need a tutor. What would Sasuke say if he found out? I would be a laughingstock. She animatedly waved her hands through the air to emphasize her point. Oh, it was obvious to Ren that Inoichi deliberately chose this moment for this discussion, and since the men wanted some drama before dinner, Ren was going to oblige. You mean you aren't one now? He asked, tilting his head a bit, and both Inoichi and Noriko's jaws dropped to the floor. It gave pause to Ino too, before her rage came back with the full force of a tsunami. Her face became red from anger and she was about to shout at Ren, but he just sharply lifted his palm, stopping her in her tracks. You loved the Uchiha, right? Ren abruptly changed the topic, making Ino confused. Yeah. And you know his goal is to eventually bring back his clan, right? Yes. Ino blushed a bit at that. I am going to help him with it. She gave Ren a challenging look, just daring him to say anything against it. Ren smiled, confusing her. She was just making it so easy for him. And I heard you constantly compete with other girls for his attention, neglecting your training. Ren nodded to himself as if confirming something. Ino just crossed her arms and huffed, I need to keep my figure. I can't become all muscly. Sasuke wouldn't like that. Beauty takes time and effort. She said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world and gave Ren a duh look. Oh, Hagoromo, help me with this one. Ren subtly took a deep breath. Why couldn't he just write her off as a lost cause and move on? Glancing at Inoichi, who returned an embarrassed smile, Ren inwardly sighed. Ah, yes. The Yin chakra exercises and theories. He was starting to wonder if they would be worth the suffering. Outwardly, Ren just calmly chuckled at her, see. You totally are a laughingstock. He shook his head. Seeing that the girl didn't like that very much, he quickly continued, you do realize that Sasuke will never pay attention to a weak girl, right? That made Ino freeze as she blinked at Ren in incomprehension. The boy doesn't care about your hair or figure. He doesn't care how much you pine after him. What he needs to re-establish his clan is a powerful kunoichi that will ensure the potential of his future children. Ren shrugged, telling the girl how the freaking reality actually worked. Something Inoichi should have done long ago. Weren't Yamanakas supposed to be good at creating profiles and analyzing people or something? So far, Ren was not impressed. Sasuke was definitely going to have his pick from the available Jonin-level kunoichi in the village as long as he didn't pull the running to Orochi daddy act. But Ren wasn't going to tell the girl that. He wanted to motivate her, not crush her resolve. He won't pay attention to girls right now. No matter what you do or how pretty you are. He needs to train and become a strong ninja first. It's the only thing on his mind right now. Ren told her, but when the time comes and Uchiha decides he wants a girl, you better be at least a solid Jonin or there is no hope for you. Get that, blondie? Ino didn't answer. She just stayed silent for a few moments with a frown on her lips before she unsurely turned toward her father and subduedly asked, is that true? I am afraid so, pumpkin. Inoichi gave her a sad smile, Uchiha-kun is traumatized. He will not accept a weak woman because deep down, he is afraid to lose his family again. Oh, my dear lord. It is sappy bullshit like this that made Ino so obsessed with the boy in the first place. Ren covertly gave Inoichi a dry, unamused look, wondering if the bastard was trying to make his job harder on purpose. Ino squealed. And Ren almost groaned as her mind obviously flew to the La La Land again. Deciding she needed some rain on her parade to be brought back to the real world, Ren quickly spoke again, not to mention, there is exactly zero chance that Sasuke would have only one wife. One woman is insufficient to re-establish a clan. If he is serious about it, he will take at the very least 3, but 5 or 6 is more likely. Ino looked as if he had just told her the world was ending and Sasuke was gay. She was totally out of it, her face pale from the sheer horror she felt. But Ren was not lying. The village would not allow the Uchiha clan to die out. They might not order Sasuke to take a wife. They had no right to do it. But they will definitely use every trick in the book, underhanded or not, to get him interested in loyal women and have some hanky-panky with them. In Boruto, Sasuke had only Sakura. But that Sasuke was on a level above Hashirama and absolutely nobody could tell him what to do. Maybe Naruto could, but he would not do it. Oh, and that Sasuke was clearly gay. Because imagine marrying a girl, knocking her up, and then fucking right off for 12 whole years. Was Ren actually supposed to believe Sasuke truly loved Sakura from that? He probably just married her because he felt sorry for her. He had to make new Uchihas. And Sakura was so hellbent on the role that she would forgive him even shoving Chidori through her chest. It was simply convenient and Sasuke probably took it as atonement for his sins and the pain he caused the team. Not to mention, this was the dude who wanted to re-establish his clan but he only had one kid with the supposed love of his life. And he never had other kids with other women as far as Ren knew, but he wasn't a Boruto fan. He only watched the beginning so he might be wrong. But as far as he knew, and from how Sasuke acted in canon, he could only conclude that Sasuke batted for the same team. A sad thing for the Uchiha clan. May they rest in peace. No. He can't have multiple wives. Ino exclaimed, but Inoichi just compassionately put his hand on her shoulders, making her fall silent. Funny thing, monogamy was not mandatory in this world. Christianity did not exist. And many influential people had multiple women. Even the daimyo had one official main wife and then he had multiple concubines. The reason why ninjas usually married only one woman was very simple. They married kunoichi. If they didn't want to wake up castrated or not at all with their throat slit, they were not going to cheat on their wife who had superpowered senses and ninja observation skills. Ren actually did know a few guys who had multiple lovers too. Nobody talked much about it. But there was no law prohibiting it. But honestly, one woman was a lot of effort and time investment. Ninjas usually did not really have the time for more with all the training, missions, and other work they had to do in their day-to-day time. As Naraz would say, it was just too troublesome. Many kept their relationships on the level of casual hookups at best. With the high risk of death, the stress, and the trauma their profession usually caused, many ninjas didn't have it in them to get emotionally invested or do something as bothersome as relationships. Suddenly, Ino's downcast expression brightened as she came to some inner conclusion that brought back her resolve. I am going to become so strong that I will win his heart only for myself. Ino proclaimed with determination shining in her eyes, and while Inoichi couldn't be happier that his girl was finally going to take her training seriously, Ren wanted to put his head in his hands. She didn't get it at all. The girl was clearly delusional and he will have to deal with her. Truly, Hinata was a treasure. Oh, shit. I am going to need to explain this to Hinata, aren't I? Ren realized with dread filling him. Maybe the girls will be friendly. He really hoped so. Chapter 20. Two students meeting. The next day after the awkward family dinner, Ren picked Ino up at her house in the afternoon, before leading her to Training Ground 41 where Hinata was already supposed to be waiting for him. They arrived, and Ren smiled when he saw the Hyuga girl already doing her daily dose of physical exercises. Oh, she protested at first, saying that Ren was not doing them either. And sure enough, he was not. The gravity seals would make his body strong without them. But he was also a hypocrite and proud of it. So, his dear student whose ninja skills focused on taijutsu was going to do her exercises. He just told Hinata that once she got a student of her own, she could tell him or her what to do. The girl was all sorts of pouty that day, but she begrudgingly listened and there was no problem with her ever since. This bitch. Ino whispered in surprise for the whole clearing to hear when she spotted Hinata, and Ren instantly facepalmed. Of course, his hopes that everything would go smoothly and the girls would get on well were dashed almost in the very first second he brought Ino to her first training session and had her meet Hinata. How could it possibly go any other way, right? Just his luck. Did I do something to make you angry? Hinata asked with scrunched eyebrows, wondering what Ino's problem was. It was a good question because Ren had no freaking idea either. I don't know. Did you? Sasuke started paying attention to you recently. I don't know what you have done to bewitch Ino put her hands on her hips and Ren was surprised she wasn't growling at Hinata. When he heard her reason for acting out, he let out a groan. Of course, it had to be something childishly inane. He does? Hinata asked, interrupting Ino's tirade while being completely taken aback. Seeing that Hinata did not even notice the massive issue plaguing her mind as of late, Ino got even angrier, you dash. And Ren knew he had to intervene. All right. Break it off. Don't start growling and biting her, Ino. You are supposed to be a kunoichi. Not a stray cat. He put his hand on her head and roughly ruffled her hair, redirecting her anger at himself in an attempt to control the situation. Hey! Stop that! Ino shouted, trying to get away, but Ren was a bit too strong so his hand stayed on her head. Ren hummed, raising his eyebrow at her, say sorry. She was so going to argue. Her expression clearly stated that. Her eyes narrowed and her mouth was already opening. But Ren put a bit more force on her head in warning with a bit too friendly smile on his face, and fortunately, her Yamanaka brain kicked in as she realized the message. Not wanting to get her hair viciously ruffled, Ino turned to Hinata, and with a big scowl, she gritted out, sorry. No problem. Hinata nodded in understanding and Ren felt proud of her. Always so kin, bimbo. She added with a friendly smile of her own, making Ren's mind freeze. What did I do to deserve this? He abruptly blurted out and looked toward the blue sky in exasperation. And here he thought it would be Ino causing the problems. Will you please behave? At least until the training session ends. Both of you. Ren asked in an annoyed tone, giving the two girls a serious look. They hadn't gotten even to the introductions yet and the two girls were already on each other's throat. Since the peaceful approach was clearly not going to work with them, Ren decided to go with the law of the jungle. He turned toward Ino. You can piss Hinata off afterward, Ino. She will beat you down like a misbehaving stepchild and that will be that. He was blatantly leading her on. And he truly hoped she would catch on. Alas, he was left disappointed. She beat me. Please. She had just recently learned how to speak without stuttering. Ino mockingly said, again loud enough for Hinata to hear. From what Ren knew, Hinata was usually paired with boys for spars in the academy. It might sound unjust but she was a Hyuga. And they were known to train exclusively in taijutsu. Putting her against girls would be just unfair. So, Ren surmised that Ino did not know how she compared to Hinata since she likely never faced her in the academy. While Ino did not catch on to the direction of Ren's previous provocation, Hinata was a veteran of getting teased by him during training. She quickly realized where he was going with this and before Ren could propose a spar, she decided to do it herself. So you wouldn't mind a spar, right? Her friendly smile was still on her face as she ducked her head, touching her index fingers together in feigned bashfulness. Ren gave the girl a blank look at that. It was obvious to him she was faking it. No. YW-. Ino was about to refuse when Ren shrugged and decided to just go with the flow. Great. I didn't want your first training to be hard but since you two girls get along so well, maybe having a manly exchange of fists will make your flames of youth burn brightly. He cheerily told them, making Hinata look at him as if he grew another head while Ino was standing there with her mouth open at being press-ganged into a spar. You have 5 minutes for warm-up exercises. Get on with it. The spar will start after the 5 minutes are up. He waved them off and pulled out his Fuinjutsu notebook. 5 minutes later, the girls were warmed up and raring to go, standing a few meters apart from each other in the clearing with Ren between them. Okay. No killing or crippling blows. He wasn't afraid of that happening. Hinata was too soft-hearted while Ino was too weak. But he had to say it. And begin. Ren shouted before jumping back to give the girls enough space for their fight. Normally, Hinata would hold back and wait for her opponent to attack but she seemed a bit too angry today and instantly rushed at Ino who was completely surprised by the sudden aggression from the usually timid girl. She tried to put her arms up into a guard. But because of Hinata's training with Ren, she was far faster than she showed in the academy. Hinata's fist flowed right around Ino's guard, so quickly that Ino couldn't even respond before she was slugged right in her face. Hinata didn't even bother to use the gentle fist. Ren owlishly blinked, rubbing his jaw in bewilderment. He did expect the result. But he didn't think it would be a one-hit knockout. Seems like Ino will be much more work than I assumed. He inwardly sighed. Did I hit her too hard? Hinata quietly but worriedly asked as she came to stand next to Ren and they both looked at Ino who was still somewhat out of it as she lay on the ground. She will be fine. This is exactly what she needs. Ren told her in the same volume, ensuring that Ino would not overhear them. She needs to realize how weak she is. That's the first step. Hinata nodded and moved closer to Ren, leaning on his shoulder, So, should I hit her again, then? She innocently asked. Ren sighed and looked toward the sky again. He was starting to understand Kakashi's attitude. If you wish to support me or read 10 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 21, Joys of Teaching. It has been several days since Ino's first training and she was slowly getting used to it. After the first day when Hinata sucker punched her in the face, she had her reality check and grudgingly accepted that she wasn't as good as she thought. She even stopped complaining, much. Ren took that as a win. The girl wasn't so bad. Oh, she was still annoying at times but she was slowly growing on Ren. Like fungus. The girls formed a strange form of rivalry and he bemoaned having his own version of Naruto and Sasuke under his tutelage. He had to intervene a few times but by now, they started to understand his rules and mostly abided by them. The rivalry was good, but it shouldn't cross into animosity just because one of them did better than the other for the moment and Ren had to do a bit of policing to ensure it stayed healthy. Ino was way weaker, after all, and he didn't want her to be bitter because of it. He wanted her motivated to improve. It put a bit of pressure on Ren, too. He spent his evenings thinking about how to help Ino level the playing field, but so far, Byakugan has been proving to be just unreasonably good when it came to learning how to use chakra. Fortunately, Ino also already knew tree walking due to her clan training so she was on water walking right now. But unlike Hinata, it was slow going for the blonde girl. So far, Ren had nothing outside of a harebrained stupid idea from Potterverse fanfic whose name he didn't even remember about using Ino's Yamanaka techniques to train in her mindscape. The problem was he didn't know if it was even feasible. Sighing, Ren gestured at the girls who were running laps around the pond that it was enough. They approached him, Hinata as cool as a cucumber, while Ino was panting like a dog. He quickly hid his smile. He still remembered when Hinata was left in a similar state after running, but right now, the girl was milking it for all it was worth, throwing Ino a teasing look and making sure the blonde saw it. Only Ino's panting prevented her lips from stretching into a highly annoyed scowl and starting a verbal tirade. Ren gave Ino a few minutes to calm down while having Hinata practice the second step of Raise-Non. Fortunately, for Ren's mental health, the girl didn't finish the exercise in a moment like the last time. Ren came to understand it happened mostly because the first step was about chakra control, and as a Hyuga, Hinata had a leg up in that. Once she knew the trick to it, which she could see with her Byakugan, it was easy for her. The second step, however, was much more demanding. It required the user to be able to generate a certain force with his chakra. To tightly condense it to generate the grinding pressure. But Hinata was neither a ninja with decades worth of experience like Kakashi or Jiraiya, nor did she have as dense chakra as Naruto. She had a lot of trouble learning the second step because her chakra just wasn't very dense or powerful yet. But a little bit of struggle was good for her. She practiced with the rubber ball for days now, and her chakra was slowly becoming better, more dense. That would help her immensely in her life as a ninja later on. Ren came to understand during his stay in this world that Madara and Hashirama did not have that much more chakra than others. The body could contain only so much chakra when it came to quantity. They simply had so dense chakra, so powerful chakra, that it might as well be ocean compared to the cup of water your usual jonin had. For example, that wooden ANBU guy whose name Ren already forgot, could make a tree by using 1% of his chakra. But Hashirama's chakra was so powerful that his 1% could summon an entire forest of poisonous trees. It was simply an issue of quality. But ninjas had no idea how to improve the quality of their chakra other than use it a lot, which was extremely slow. Ren had an inkling the solution would lay in yin and yang release. But his research into it was just in the beginning stages. When Ino had enough rest, she approached Ren and Hinata. I just remembered. My dad told me to give this to you. Ino gave him a scroll. What's that? Hinata curiously asked as Ren pocketed the scroll. Just some theories and exercises on yin chakra. Ren waved her off and she stopped asking, understanding he would not be answering her. Now, then. Ren said and created a shadow clone. Ino, you are going to fight my clone and try to score a hit. He gave her an encouraging smile as the clone beckoned her to follow him, sporting a cheerful grin and throwing a paint bomb up and down in his right hand. Oh, the girl had no idea what was about to hit her. Wait, is that? Hinata's eyes widened. She probably did not think she would ever be on the spectating side of this exercise. Yes. Ren nodded, patting a spot on the grass next to him in an invitation, which he quickly took. Oh. I will enjoy watching this. Hinata licked her lips with an eager expression as she approached him, and Ren had to use his chakra to hide a blush. She was starting to become sexy. And oh, how it burned him inside to think that. But Hinata's bluish-black hair now sported blunt bangs covering her forehead while the rest of her straight hair started reaching her shoulders. It wasn't just the visual aspect that was good when it came to her hair. Ren said a few random things to her during her training, advice and details he noticed and thought could help her, and she seemed to take one of them to heart with her hairstyle choice. Due to her blunt bangs, her hair framing her face, and her tendency to duck her head, her hair could hide her eyes quite well. Which could be invaluable for a Hyuga ninja. The initial few seconds her opponent wouldn't realize they were fighting a Hyuga and haphazardly engaged her in a taijutsu battle because she was a girl could prove very fatal for them with her gentle fist. Hinata's hair reminded him a bit of Samui, just in a different color. Her dark hair contrasted very well with her pale complexion and... Wait. Did she start wearing lipstick? He mentally furrowed his eyebrows while outwardly keeping his expression calm. Honestly, he hadn't noticed. And he was supposed to be the observant one here. Damn. Good for Naruto. He thought, hoping the kid would appreciate how much effort she was putting into looking good. They sat next to each other on the grass, Hinata still trying to do something with her chakra to the rubber ball while Ren had his Fuinjutsu notebook open now, but his attention was more focused on the spar between his clone and Ino that was just starting. Ino did the same exact thing Hinata did during her first try. Just in a lot bolder manner. She ran straight at Ren's clone, her fist cocked back. The result didn't change, and Ren enjoyed the squeal of horror as Ino found herself covered in pink color from her head to her toes. Naturally, his clone couldn't just let it go and started teasing her, using the tried and proven method of comparing her to Sakura, which turned the squeal into a scream of impotent rage as she tried to rush Ren's clone again. The pink became mixed with neon red. Ren heard Hinata giggling and he couldn't help but snicker himself. He was almost certain the next color to be added to the mix was yellow. His clone was clearly going for a very hot combination of colors to fit Ino's fiery attitude. After having a good laugh, Ren glanced at Hinata. Speaking of Naruto. I met your classmate a few days ago at the Ichiraku ramen stand. Ren idly breached the topic. Is that why he asked me for help with the academy stuff? Hinata blandly asked, quickly putting two and two together. Seeing Ren nod in affirmation, she huffed, "I had to refuse." "Why?" Ren turned his bewildered gaze away from the entertaining spar and toward her. "My father forbade me to interact with him." Hinata sighed, biting her lower lip and clutching the rubber ball in her hands as she refused to return Ren's look. "I'd rather not receive his punishment again." "Oh." Ren inwardly facepalmed. He had totally forgotten about that. "Sorry, I did something unnecessary." Wryly smiling, Ren apologized, realizing he meddled somewhere he wasn't needed nor wanted. "It's all right," Hinata said, and her hair covered her face, making Ren unable to tell how she truly felt about it. "He really didn't like that. Even called me stuck up." She chuckled in a self-depreciating way, and Ren felt very bad. This was the problem with somebody who has foreknowledge meddling. He meant well, but the circumstances were different and he didn't take that into account, therefore, fucking things up. An awkward silence spread between him and Hinata as they watched Ino get embarrassed and cosplay as a human canvas for modern art. She didn't realize it, but her forehead now had, "I love a duck butt," written on it, and Ren surmised that she was going to go ballistic after she returned home today and had a look at the mirror. Because Ren was not going to tell her. It was funnier that way. Who knows? Maybe it would cure her of her duck butt obsession. Seeing it lifted his spirit a bit, so he decided to start a conversation again and try to get Hinata's focus away from the previous topic. "By the way, did your father mention something about me getting another student?" Hinata turned to him and tilted her head. "No, why?" "I just expected to be called to explain why I am not putting all my attention on your training by now." Ren hummed. "Father does not care." Hinata rolled her eyes, but her tone was a bit sullen, making Ren wince. Another miss. He was on a roll today, wasn't he? "I am sorry." He grumpily sighed. But Hinata just chuckled, "It's all right." Her eyes narrowed and gained a strong determined glint. "I will get ridiculously powerful and then I will punch him in the face," she said, reminding him a bit of the resolution Ino made during the dinner. Ren had to hide his smile with his notebook. He now understood why so many people liked teaching. The thought that this confidence in the usually timid girl was inspired by him was very heartwarming. The good feelings did not last long as Hinata's face suddenly fell. "Is it wrong that despite how he treats me, I still love him?" she quietly and unsurely asked, ducking her head. "No." Ren gently patted her head with a fond smile before turning back toward the spar. "I am proud of you." He said the words that made Hinata's heart flutter. "Thank you," she whispered, keeping her head ducked to hide her blush and happy grin with her hair. Chapter 22, Meeting a Bogeyman. Another few days passed and Ino started to notice the small progress she was making. Ren still remembered her jumping up and down in glee when she came to the training one day, shouting about how she beat Kiba on the track field in the academy during a running competition. Later on, Hinata told Ren that Kiba was ill and felt really sick that day, but Ren wasn't going to rain on Ino's parade. He let the girl enjoy it. She was improving, after all. He was so proud that he gave the girls a technique on hair manipulation he invented in the academy. He had a lot of time to play around with chakra back then and nothing to do during the lectures. So, he tried to replicate Jiraiya's hair techniques. He figured out how to grow his hair quickly, how to harden or sharpen them, but he failed to figure out how to shoot them like needles. And then he found Fuinjutsu and he never really finished his hair techniques, now that he thought about it. With a sigh, Ren called a waiter and ordered 2 sticks of dango for himself and a box of 9 sticks as a takeout. He was trying a new dango shop for lunch today. But back to his pupils, he promised Hinata these techniques weeks ago, but he kinda forgot. So, he had to use the excuse that her hair was too short for them until recently. It was bullshit, and sadly, she was going to realize that in the future. But that was a problem for the future Ren. And only if it was brought up by her. He hoped she would forget. Fortunately, a part of the reason he gave them the techniques was that he needed to go on another mission tomorrow, so the girls would have a week or so of self-study. He was really curious how far they would get with the technique during his absence. Heh. He chuckled as he thought of Ino's expression upon receiving the technique and learning what it was supposed to do. He had probably become her favorite person. After Sasuke, of course. Ren would bet that Ino was going to spend every waking moment practicing it. If only to make her hair look prettier. A fond smile appeared on his lips. Ren's good mood was suddenly interrupted when a one-eyed old man with only one arm came and put a plate with 2 dangos on Ren's table before quietly sitting opposite him, making Ren blink at him. "Aren't you a bit too old and crippled to be working here as a waiter, Grandpa?" Ren smiled, but inwardly he wanted to be anywhere but here. Danzo Shimura. Why the hell was his childhood bogeyman here? He still remembered the nights full of nightmares when he was a child about how Danzo would kidnap him. For years, he feared it. But with each year, Ren became less and less fearful, and more weary. He remembered being tired of being afraid. Thinking back, he did go to the same orphanage as Naruto, so it was probably well monitored, so Danzo couldn't most likely do anything. And when Ren joined the academy, he kept himself in the middle of the pack. Neither disappointing nor praiseworthy. Just another generic civilian-born orphan ninja. Danzo probably didn't have a reason to approach him until now. So, why the hell is he here? Ren mentally went through the possible reasons until his mind stopped on one possibility. During the mission in the Land of Waves, he found a document stating that Gato was supplying somebody in Konoha with talented orphans for money. Gato probably kept it as a blackmail, but Ren knew that the document was not worth the paper it was written on. So, he didn't bother with it. Neither the Hokage nor the daimyo would do anything about it anyway. Whoever was buying the kids, and even then it was obvious to Ren that it was Danzo, never signed anything himself. Everything was done by a proxy. Well, no matter. It wasn't like Ren was afraid of the men anymore. He was still cautious, and there was no way Ren would be meeting his eyes anytime soon, but that was just common sense. Not fear. The men did possess Shirsue's Mangekyo, after all. Fortunately, he would need eye contact to use it. I take it you know who I am, then. Danzo stated. The man's eyebrow didn't even slightly twitch at the provocation. He was a ninja longer than Ren lived. He wouldn't break his composure because of some childish insult. Ren clicked his tongue. There went his peaceful lunch. He had to give it to Danzo. Ninjas in a dango shop within a ninja village. Ren never suspected a thing up until the moment Danzo showed up. But for this to work, the shopkeeper would have also needed to be one of Danzo's. Ren regretfully glanced at the dango on the table. This shop was famous for its dango, and he was so looking forward to it. You can eat it. It's not poisoned. Ren chuckled. I don't trust you. Danzo nodded and took one dango stick, taking a bite. I paid for that. Ren dryly said, before sighing. Well, whatever. He decided to just go along with it and took the other stick of dango as he put a paper in the middle of the table. Danzo looked at the paper but kept his composure and just turned back toward Ren and raised his eyebrow. An exploding tag. MHM. This one can level this entire building. Ren leisurely said and continued to eat the dango as if he hadn't just stated he put an explosive within arm's reach of the Konoha's council elder. Just a precaution. I heard you are not a man to be trifled with. Besides, you brought your bodyguards and that makes me feel uneasy. Ren glanced over the room. He counted 6, but there were probably more of them hidden. All on guard and prepared to pounce at him. Yikes. Maybe Ren was just imagining it, but there was just a teeny little bit of respect that was missing before in Danzo's expression now. You would blow yourself up. And why wouldn't I? Ren asked with an amused smile, preparing to spew the bullshit of a lifetime. It's for my will of fire. I see. Danzo impassively said. Ren was a bit confused but shrugged it off. These words worked almost all the time, even though he didn't think they had a proper unified meaning. They meant whatever the speaker wanted them to mean. It was a truly convenient phrase. Nevertheless, I came bearing an offer to you. There is a special secret division of ninjas under my leadership. We noticed your efforts in the Land of Waves where you assisted in bringing down Zabuza and your abilities as a teacher for young ninjas and a seal user. We could use a man of your talents. Join us for the greater good of Konoha and prove your will of fire. Danzo said, almost showing a bit of passion. But Ren just continued looking at him with a dry look for a moment, causing the atmosphere to turn awkward. Inwardly, he was surprised Danzo had the brass balls to speak so casually about Root. Then again, he didn't exactly name it and Ren had no proof. He could go to the Hokage and repeat this entire conversation to him and it wasn't like Danzo would get in trouble for it. It would be the word of a councilman against the word of a fresh chunin. In fact, Ren was certain that if he did that, the whole situation would be spun so against his favor it wouldn't even be funny. Danzo simply held a lot more influence and authority in the village than Ren. People like him had their ways. No thanks. Ren casually rejected the offer anyway. He had kept a low profile up till now to avoid exactly this kind of situation. But here they were and this happened anyway. There was no reason to stay polite right now. Danzo wasn't going to disappear into thin air just because Ren wished for it hard enough. It was time to be assertive. Danzo hummed at that answer and gave Ren a thoughtful look, tapping his finger on the table for a few seconds before opening his mouth again. I am Konoha's elder and can make life very difficult for you in this village. Ren snorted, yes. But there is just one small problem with that. I signed up to serve the Hokage. Not you. Unless you have a signed order from the Hokage that says I am under you now. Of course, he wouldn't have that. Root was supposed to be disbanded after the Uchiha massacre and Danzo was just an advisor. There was no way to get such a document for him. How would he even justify it to the Hokage? He wasn't supposed to have subordinates anymore. Even if he tried to falsify it, there would be no way to falsify the Hokage's special stamp that he kept on himself at all times. Besides, Danzo could make things hard for him. Sure. Promotion was basically unattainable now that Danzo would actively boycott it. With his influence in the council and other Konoha's departments, Ren could save the village from pain and he would still not get the Jonin rank. But the joke was on Danzo. Ren didn't want to be promoted anyway. There were other things Danzo could probably do but nothing overly blatant. Oh, Ren had no doubt that life was going to turn a lot more dangerous for him now. But it was still a better outcome than obediently becoming one of Danzo's little slaves. Thought so. Ren retorted when Danzo stayed silent. Not wanting to hear more threats or attempts to persuade him, he grabbed the exploding tag from the table and sealed it into the seal on his wrist before he gave Danzo a two-fingered salute, and disappeared into a puff of smoke, showing that he was just a shadow clone. Back at the training ground 41, Ren suddenly turned his head toward Konoha, his lips set in a frown before he released a groan and shook his head. He sent that damn clone for his lunch and not only was he late, enjoying dango, but he also gave him a headache. The worst part? His clone forgot to seal the takeout box before he popped. How troublesome. Ren rubbed his neck. Chapter 23, Lunatics. All of them. A day had passed since Ren's unwanted meeting with Danzo and he was currently at Konoha's gate, checking his supplies and sealing scrolls to ensure he brought with him everything he needed. The unfortunate part of being a ninja was that if you were sent on some important mission, refusing was not an option. And this mission came from the Barrier Corps themselves. Because of the hostilities between Konoha and Kiri that sparkled in the Land of Waves, the village was putting in the effort to ensure all detection seals along the coastline borders of the Land of Fire were functional. Because of that, the Barrier Corps was spread thin. This would usually be a job for a Jonin from the Barrier Corps. Or someone who was Chunin for longer than Ren. But none of these were available right now, so Ren had to go. Honestly, he was surprised it took this long for him to be deployed. There were only 300-ish people in the Barrier Corps. Fuinjutsu was not very popular, after all. The village already doubled the required weekly quota of exploding tags each member staying in the village had to produce because so many of them now had to run around the borders, checking these seals. The preparations for war were in full swing. Most ninjas in Konoha did not believe it would go that far. Kiri was in a very bad spot. They definitely could not start another war. But Konoha could not afford not to be prepared. Inwardly nodding to himself when he confirmed he had everything, Ren briefly greeted Izumo and Kotetsu, handing them the necessary paperwork that confirmed he was going on a mission, and then he was on his way. The anime always made it seem that travel time was short. During the Land of Wave arc, Team 7 fought the Demon Brothers and it seemed as if the confrontation with Sabuza happened right after that. As if it was on the same day. But it most certainly wasn't. The elemental nations were huge. For example, when Gaara was captured by the Akatsuki, Naruto had to run for 3 days to reach Sunagekure from Konoha. That always sounded like so little time for Ren in his previous life. After all, if a normal person in his past life ran for 3 days, how far could he possibly get? But his perception was limited back then. He knew that ninjas ran far faster than normal humans but he had no idea just how much faster. A Jonin-level running speed tempo on an emergency mission like that was around 100 km per hour. They could go as fast as a car on a motorway. Ren did not have anything to measure the speed with. But this was his rough estimate of the speed a Jonin could sustain long-term. Counting in the need to sleep, eat, make camp, and the fact that Naruto's team was caught in the sandstorm, they still ran for 15 hours a day for 2 days and spent the last day waiting out the sandstorm. So, based on that, the distance between Konoha and Suna was something like 3,000 kilometers. And Ren was really lowballing it. It was probably more along the lines of 3,500 kilometers. Ren couldn't be sure. It was not as if anybody measured it. This world had just exited its medieval stage. And they were still deep in feudal society. Distance between cities was still measured by how many days you had to walk to reach your destination. The border base Ren was going to for his mission was near the Land of Waves. But even though it was still in the same country, Ren would still have to cross several hundred kilometers. It took a week to reach the Land of Waves from Konoha with civilian walking speed. During Ren's last mission over there, his team still had to run for the entire day to catch up with Kurenai and her team. Ren could get there in maybe 17 hours of running if he pushed himself. But he had to be mindful of ambushes so he didn't go as fast as he could. The meeting with Danzo was making him a bit paranoid. The traveling was very bothersome. It's easy to talk about running for the whole day but actually doing it. It was Ren's most hated thing in his new life. He hated it even more than physical drills. Loathed it with his very soul. It was just so freaking boring. He couldn't even go through his Fuinjutsu work in his head because he had to be on guard. The scenery was just the same all the way long. Trees over here, trees over there, trees everywhere. Ren did think of using the transportation seal he had in the Land of Waves and leg it to the border base from there. It would take him maybe an hour, max 2 if he did that. But the seal was still a secret and he did not need the questions about how he got there so fast or why he came from outside of Konoha's borders. He could sneak in, but the land of waves was teeming with Konoha ninjas right now because of the conflict. It would take only one of them spotting Ren for some uncomfortable questions to arise. So, as vexing as it was, Ren had to do the old-fashioned thing and obediently run there all the way from Konoha. Of course, he was etching his transportation seals with his chakra on bigger rocks and burying them into the ground with earth technique a bit away from the main road every 200 kilometers or so along the way. Just so he could avoid something bothersome as travel time the next time he was sent on a mission on this side of the land of fire. Honestly, he didn't even care that his transportation seal could not be used in combat. No matter what he did during his experiments, it just didn't work, and he was starting to suspect that Hiraishin worked very differently from his own teleportation design. But who cared? The fast travel was very much worth it even if using the seal took 20 seconds of concentration. Well, once he had set up a network of beacon seals, that is. The next day, Ren finally reached the border base, bored, tired, and swearing he was going to make a seal that would prevent his body from being besieged by forest insects even if it killed him. Of course, then he had to spend an hour going through various procedures to confirm his identity because ninjas were paranoid and the mission scroll from the Hokage was not enough for them. In any other situation, Ren would applaud their caution. But now he was just annoyed. He had barely avoided being thrown into jail by proving that he was indeed a seal practitioner here to repair their detection seals before he was shown into a small room with a very uncomfortable cot. He may as well sleep on the floor. That's how comfortable it was. Plus the room was chilly. They clearly did not even bother to invest in heating for the base. Ren groaned and decided to just set up a few heating seals on the walls before sleeping. He was also going to store a comfortable bed in a ceiling scroll the next time he went on a mission. An hour later, he was finally finished making the room at least somewhat comfortable for him and laid on the cot, hoping he would sleep easily. As he was falling asleep, he suddenly remembered all these people in his past world who would give anything to be in his place. Ren just inwardly snorted. How could anybody actually desire to be reborn into this world and be a ninja was beyond him. Going on missions was pure torture. Lunatics. All of them. Chapter 24, Kigo. Hello, a man in his early 20s with mousy brown hair and a bit of stubble suddenly sat next to Ren in the cafeteria of the border base and cheerfully greeted him. I am Kigo. I will be escorting you to the detection seals. One of them is faulty for sure, but I dunno about the rest. He stretched his hand that held his chopsticks toward Ren's place but stopped when Ren caught his wrist and gave him an unamused look. Come on, man. Kigo pouted like a kid, trying to give Ren a puppy dog gaze, just a bite. Ren had to admit, disturbingly enough, that it was working a bit. But he quickly shook himself, get your own. Fine. Kigo whined before standing up, I'll be right back. He huffily walked toward the counter where they distributed the food. Ren just watched his back with a bewildered look, thinking, what the fuck just happened, as his introverted nature tried to come to terms with Kigo's extrovert behavior. It didn't take long for Kigo to return with a plate of food of his own, and despite people seated at many different tables waving at him to join them, he sat down opposite Ren once again, a friendly grin on his face as he dug in. With a frown, Ren spoke, you seem familiar. I seem to recognize you from somewhere. It was really bugging him too. No idea. As far as I know, this is the first time we are meeting, buddy. Kigo casually shrugged and Ren nodded. Yes, he was sure he would remember somebody so annoyingly outgoing. Then again, I am very handsome. Kigo grasped his chin and posed a bit with a smirk etched on his face. Maybe a female friend of yours has a poster of me in her bedroom. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He wiggled his eyebrows. Ren laughed. He could see why so many people here seemed to like him. It was funny because Kigo was definitely not handsome. He was not ugly, but he had a long way to go to be a pretty boy. He kinda reminded Ren of a more muscular Shaggy. The only thing the man lacked was Scooby-Doo. As he thought that, Ren's mind suddenly clicked. He remembered having similar thoughts in the past. The bingo book. He said with realization, you have a C-rank bounty from IWA. The Earthbender Kigo. Kigo's good mood suddenly seemed to be ruined and his shoulders slumped. Ugh. Don't remind me. I really messed up and my parents were very angry at me for getting it. I prefer to ignore that it ever happened. He scowled, glaring at his food. Contrary to the popular belief in his past life, bounties were not fun. Ninjas didn't want them. In stories in his previous worlds, people used them as some sort of level system. The higher the bounty, the more powerful the character. And they made the characters happy about getting more bounty as it raised their value, or something. That's not how it worked in the real world. For a ninja, having a bounty meant two things. Either they were in the field so long and they were so effective that their work was noticed, or they fucked up. Ninjas were supposed to be unnoticed during their more unsavory jobs. Having a bounty meant being a criminal in the country of origin of said bounty. Not many people talked about this. But ninjas were criminals. Their profession demanded it from them. Assassination, kidnapping, sabotage, spying, prostitution, threats, massacres, all ninja villages did these things to an extent. If you get a mission to blow up a bridge in another country and you are noticed, you won't be congratulated for a job well done. The less said about massacring a civilian village in another country because a rich merchant paid your village enough money for it. Oh, the villages tried to show a friendly face to the rest of the world to attract customers. But when it came to these unsavory well-paid missions, the Kage's mindset usually was along the lines, if we don't do it and take the money, another village certainly will. So, if it happens anyway, we might as well be the ones paid for it. Naruto truly did not understand the things Hokage did. The missions he signed on to get money for the village. So, if a person had a bounty on their head, they were either somebody a Kage or a noble wanted dead for some reason, or they did something naughty enough in another country, making them put a price on their head. The latter was far more common. And with having a bounty, came problems. Kakashi can't vacation in the Earth country because he would have 6 squads of IWA hunter ninjas after his ass the second he is spotted over there. Having a bounty meant having bounty hunters, rogue ninjas, and even ninjas from other villages after your head. And in this world, people like Kakuzu exist. Having a bounty was most definitely not a joyous occasion. It made some low-end ninja tremble in fear for their lives. The system wouldn't exist if it wasn't a good enough deterrent. Alright, Shaggy. Ren jested, I get it. No talking about the drinks at the bar we could afford if we cashed in your head. That made the gloom around Kigo subside a bit and his lips twitched into the beginnings of a smile, Shaggy. He raised his eyebrow at Ren. But Ren just nonchalantly shrugged and pointed at him with his chopsticks, you look like Shaggy. Oh. Kigo scrunched his forehead in thought, probably wondering who the hell was Shaggy. Not that he would be figuring that out anytime soon. Ren thought the man would ask, but then he just grinned again in an uncaring manner and exclaimed, I like it. You heard that, boys. Call me Shaggy from now on. Kigo stood up and shouted to the rest of the room, getting back jeers and cheers as people raised their glasses in acknowledgement while Ren stared in dumbstruck silence at the spectacle. Does that mean we can't call you dumbass anymore? Somebody from the crowd shouted and the room erupted into abrupt laughter that only stopped a moment later when the commander of the base showed up. Shut up, you idiots. You are heard all the way to IWA. The commander shouted, huffing and puffing in anger as he turned toward Kigo with a stern gaze, murder in his eyes. Opsy. Kigo sheepishly chuckled. Honestly, watching Kigo get a stern scolding for, almost enticing a rebellion due to his sheer stupidity, was the highlight of Ren's day. He had barely known Kigo for an hour, but he had to say, he liked the guy. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. The Seal Inspection. After breakfast, Kigo still had something to do, so Ren had to wait for him until lunch before they finally left to inspect the detection seals. It sounded important. The detection seal system. But it was far less impressive than it sounded. Which was why nobody was rushing Ren to go and have a look at it. It was just one component of the border security here, and it wasn't even all that effective. The regular patrols with sensor ninjas probably caught more intruders than these seals. Especially since the seals were in the forest a few kilometers away from the shoreline. But it was like locking the door to the house after already locking the gate. It simply added a bit more security. The security seals send a signal to the master seal at the border base whenever somebody with a genin level chakra or more passes near them. But their range is only around 50 meters, and unfortunately, there are quite large gaps between the seal placements. The border was just too wide to have these seals every 50 meters, so they were only in key spots. Plus, it was obvious to Ren that they were painted by a single person, so probably not many in the barrier corps could create them, which limited how many could Konoha put near each border base. It also showed how stretched thin the barrier corps were to send a fresh tune-in for this maintenance run. But he wouldn't complain. There were some benefits for him from it. When Ren saw the first detection seal, he instantly had several ideas on how to improve them, but he didn't act on it. If he did so, the Konoha's higher-ups would definitely have him run all around the Land of Fire's border, adjusting every single one of these seals to be better. It would take him years. No. This was not the time to show off. This was the time to shut up and do his job, and only his job. He would keep his ideas and create something for himself based on them later on. So, how are things back in Konoha? Kigo asked after Ren checked the 10th seal and they were on their way to the 11th, probably bored out of his mind. They were supposed to stay silent and on guard, but the man was a genuine chatterbox and clearly found it hard. Ren shrugged, I don't know. The same as always. Peaceful. The village is preparing for sure, but the overall atmosphere did not change. That's good. Kigo happily smiled, I really wish this conflict would end soon. Sitting in the border base all day is boring. Can't wait to get back home, you know. Somebody waiting for you. Ren teased. Kigo rubbed his nose in embarrassment, hee hee. I have a childhood sweetheart back in Konoha. I miss her. That's nice. It really was. Ren was happy for him. She didn't agree to go out with me yet, but... Kigo awkwardly turned his head away from Ren, making his lips twitch. Say no more. Let me guess. Ren rubbed his chin, pretending to be deep in thought before he deadpanned, she doesn't know she is your childhood sweetheart. It frankly wouldn't surprise him with how the man acted. Low blow. Kigo huffed, but no. I didn't ask her out yet. I wanted to. But I kinda chickened out, hee hee. He blushed before his shoulders slumped, I feel like a loser. But I'll ask her out the second I return from this mission. I already made up my mind. They walked in silence for a few moments because Ren genuinely didn't know what to say next. Fortunately, Kigo wasn't short for words. What about you? Anybody waiting for you back home? He asked, making Ren's eyebrows furrow as he considered the answer. Not really. I am tutoring 2 academy students back in Konoha, but I don't think that counts. Female students. Kigo threw Ren a mischievous grin. But Ren just rolled his eyes at the man-child, does it matter? Yes. Kigo sagely nodded. They are girls. Ren dryly said. Woohoo. Kigo's grin widened, and do you want to have sex with them? Ren didn't expect such a blunt question. Not even from Kigo. So, it almost made him miss his next step. After finding his balance, he turned toward Kigo and retorted, they are 14. That's not a no. Kigo helpfully informed Ren with a small shrug, making Ren snort. Fuck you. I am straight. Kigo casually shook his head in refusal. Ren threw him an irritated look and muttered under his nose, could have fooled me. Still not a no. Kigo reminded Ren in a sing-song voice, making Ren sigh in exasperation. You need Jesus. Ren said, speeding up his walking speed and leaving Kigo slightly behind. Kigo owlishly blinked, who? Quickly catching up with Ren, Kigo decided to change the topic, probably recognizing he was pushing a little bit too far into Ren's comfort zone with his teasing. Anyway, we should totally go out for drinks back home. I can introduce you to a few chicks. Ren glanced at him, noticing that he was actually serious right now, and slightly smiled. I thought you were the guy who had problems confessing to your childhood friend. How come you know chicks? Are there a lot of chicken coops near your house? Kigo just waved the question off, looking at you, you will need somebody who can take the reins. A dominatrix per a dash. Alright. He wasn't as serious as Ren thought. Ren's fist sprang up and almost smashed into Kigo's shoulder, but the man barely managed to jump back while shouting, Otto. Hey. What was that for? I'll show you dominatrix. I'll tie you up and leave you inside the land of Earth borders if you try that. Ren threatened in a light-hearted tone. You don't need to go that far. I was just joking, bro. Kigo pouted and petulantly crossed his arms on his chest. Right. Because I am sure if I let you set up a blind date for me, Anko Mitarashi would totally not show up, yeah. Ren retorted with a small amused smirk. He did contemplate for a moment if it would be worth it. He was interested in Orochimaru's cursed seal, but meeting a psycho like Anko. Ren wasn't very enthusiastic about it. You know me so well already. Kigo interrupted Ren's thoughts, you really are my brother from another mother. Ren blinked at that, finding it hard to believe Kigo said this to him. You said the same thing to the guard just 3 hours ago. Right in front of me. He dryly said, giving Kigo a disbelieving look. Well, it works. Kigo awkwardly defended, rubbing the back of his head while his cheeks slightly flushed from embarrassment. Ren would bet the man forgot he said the same thing to the guard. Anyway, we are almost there. That detection seal is definitely faulty. Kigo seriously said, switching the topic and trying to pretend the previous few seconds did not happen. Ren contemplated for a moment if he should tease him further, but seeing the nervous look in his brown eyes, he decided to cut him some slack. How'd you know? He asked, focusing on the faulty seal instead. I tried crossing near it, but apparently, nothing was noticed back at the base. It clearly doesn't work. Kigo said as they approached a big rock reaching up to Ren's torso, sitting in the middle of the forest among the trees. It's on the rock. They came closer to the rock and Ren put his palm on it, pulsing his chakra in a specific way too. The seal suddenly appeared on the rock and Ren frowned. More than faulty, it looked disro. His eyes instantly widened as his ears caught a slight noise from behind and he jumped away from the rock, not even having enough time to shout out a warning for Kigo as swishing sounds passed the place he stood at just a split second ago. Ren landed horizontally on a tree trunk in a crouch and looked back toward the rock, only to grimace in sadness as he saw Kigo riddled with several kunai handles deep in various parts of his body. The one going straight through the middle of his neck was definitely fatal even if he somehow miraculously survived the others. Releasing a sad breath, Ren glanced around the treetops and noticed 4 ninjas, all wearing a blank ANBU mask, making Ren curse under his nose, but he didn't have the time to complain as he quickly had to jump away from the tree he stood on before a fireball smashed into it. If you wish to support me or read 10 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 26, Ambush. Ren gritted his teeth as he barely evaded another kunai and cursed himself for getting careless. Kigo was so easygoing that Ren had to ashamedly admit it rubbed on him. He didn't even create a shadow clone to shadow him before he started to inspect the seals. So, he now had to fight on an unprepared battlefield, and if he created a shadow clone now, his enemies would instantly notice and be wary. He needed to be out of sight for that move to be effective. Another ninja suddenly appeared behind Ren, slashing his tanto at his back. With no other choice, Ren pulsed his chakra outward while refining it into wind chakra, and suddenly, a wave of slightly pressurized air blew everything around Ren away from him, the attacking ninja included. It was a variant of wind release breakthrough technique, but because the wind wasn't released in one direction, it wasn't concentrated enough to cause injuries. So, Ren's attacker just somersaulted in the air and landed on his feet a few meters away, ready to jump again at Ren. Having now 5 ninjas surround him instead of 4 made Ren inwardly groan, but he suspected there was still 1 or 2 hiding. It was a standard tactic to show a part of the assassination team, lulling the target into a false sense of security as the hiding members struck from the shadows. Ren connected a chakra string with a tree trunk 6 meters to his left and managed to slingshot his body out of the trajectory of water bullet jutsu that instead crashed into the tree that was behind Ren a moment ago, cracking its bark as Ren once again landed in a crouch on a tree. This time, however, he instantly jumped toward one of his assailants while throwing a kunai at another. The one Ren tried to engage pulled out tanto just as Ren's kunai was parried by his other target, but barely before Ren reached his opponent, the kunai the other ninja parried exploded with a resounding boom, painting the ground and the surrounding trees with his blood and torn pieces of his body from the metal shrapnel. Ren didn't hesitate, and instead of pressing on with his attack, he used the moment to jump back into the canopy, disappearing into it. As he landed, he noticed with a backward glance that under the spot he stood a rock spike suddenly burst from the ground and a bead of sweat appeared on his brow as he realized how close to death he was. If he pressed on with the attack, he would have gotten skewered. If he tried to sink into the ground as he for a moment thought of doing, he wouldn't have made it, and his upper body would have sported a new unwanted hole by now. These 5 Ren noticed that none of the remaining 4 ninjas around had their hands joined in hand seals, and the guy splattered around the forest ground in pieces certainly wasn't the source of the rock spike either. These 6 ninjas were clearly a highly trained assassination squad. Their teamwork was impeccable and their attacks covered each other's blind spots. They were at least low-level jonins too. Ren didn't need to wonder who sent them. Danzo's face appeared in Ren's mind. Then again, there was a non-zero chance that these 6 ninjas were indeed from Kiri, and Ren was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. It wasn't just Danzo's goons that wore blank masks. The anime used that to differentiate them, but in reality, even regular ANBU from Konoha and other villages wore blank masks when on secret missions. But somehow, Ren doubted this was a Kiri operation despite the fact the 6 were dressed the part. From his hiding place, Ren saw one of the ninjas point his finger toward him just as 2 others had their hands flickering through various hand seals. Oh, shit. A sensor. Alarms rang through Ren's mind as the 2 ninjas finished their techniques and one spewed a wind bullet while the other used another fireball, both merging and becoming much stronger and bigger as they flew straight at Ren. Knowing that using fire was a deliberate choice on their part because they saw him use wind, Ren didn't try to use a jutsu. He just threw another exploding kunai at the fireball and used the ensuing explosion to block it. But Ren's opponents were too experienced to believe the fireball would be enough. Before he could counterattack, he had already a hail of shuriken flying at him. Jumping down from the canopy to avoid them, Ren threw a kunai at the ground in between the ninjas. They didn't fall for it. Knowing what happened to their late comrade, they didn't try to block it and simply jumped away. It gave Ren the necessary seconds to start his counterattack. One of the ninjas, the censor, evaded the kunai by jumping closer to Ren, and that proved fatal to him when Ren appeared behind him and smacked an exploding tag right on the middle of his back before sinking into the ground. The men clearly panicked and tried to take his vest off, but Ren deliberately made that particular tag have a short fuse. The man wasn't even halfway done with undressing when it exploded and his body was ripped into bloody confetti of bones and pieces of meat. 3 seconds later, Ren burst from the ground under another enemy, the kunai in his hand aiming to burrow itself into the man's thigh to sever a major artery. But his attack was prevented when the hiding ninja, the one that used the rock spike, also appeared from the ground, his tanto blocking Ren's kunai before trying to send him flying away with a kick. Without the gravity seals, Ren was much faster, though, and he was about to break the man's leg at the knee when he was forced to retreat because the other 2 remaining enemies regained their wits too quickly and were about to skewer him with shurikens. Noticing the earth spike using ninja trying to use a jutsu again, Ren jumped into the air, barely managing to avoid an earth spike only for the men he failed to kill to spew a fireball at him. Ren dodged the fireball by pushing his body further up into the air with an application of wind chakra, only to notice 4 kunai flying at him from his blind spot. They were already far too close and he didn't have prepared anything for substitution, nor did he have the time to mold more wind chakra. There was no evading them. Twisting his body in midair, Ren winced as a kunai buried itself deep in his shoulders, but he managed to barely avoid the other 3 lethal hits, getting only 2 bloody scratches, one across his right biceps while the other on his left thigh, while the last kunai didn't hit him at all. It was much preferable to having them hit important organs or arteries. Unfortunately, the slight distraction from pain caused Ren to react a moment too late, and the follow-up attack, a water bullet, smashed into his body that was still in the air and propelled him toward a tree. Ren's back painfully impacted the tree and he felt a rib or 2 snapping. Managing to ignore the pain, Ren instantly sent a chakra string toward a nearby tree and used it to pull his body away, just in time to avoid the finishing move, a wind bullet that completely shredded the tree trunk he previously smashed into. Ren twisted his body, grimacing as he smacked into a tree with his uninjured shoulder. Due to the haste, he couldn't control the force behind his chakra string, so the landing was rough. But at least he was still alive. He instantly threw a smoke bomb under him to gain a few precious seconds and put his hand on the tree trunk. A seal slowly spread from his fingers onto the tree in the span of 3 seconds, just as a wind from some wind-release jutsu blew the smoke away. Ren threw his body to the side, evading yet another salvo of kunai as he activated the seal. It was a magnetic seal supposed to attract everything magnetic. Ren had his gear sealed in storage seal, so the only magnetic thing was his head protector, but he had already stored that into a seal too. The other ninjas didn't have the same luxury and the seal affected them. It disrupted their following attack as their bodies were yanked in the direction of the seal by all the kunai, shuriken, and tanto they had on their person. The seal was too far away from them, so the pull wasn't especially strong. At best, it brought Ren a few precious seconds as they stumbled, but it was enough as he suddenly noticed a scroll flying through the air above the tree line and his lips widened into a relieved smile. Feeling a pull of substitution, Ren didn't fight it and let it whisk him away as his body was substituted with a shadow clone he made underground after dealing with the censor ninja. He appeared some distance away from the battlefield, in time to see the sealing scroll his clone threw into the air burst open, sending a veritable storm of paper tags all around. The 4 ninjas who had only just recovered from their stumbling due to magnetic pull only managed to widen their eyes as they were abruptly covered in exploding tags, the seals on the tags already glowing red. Ren watched as the scenery in front of him exploded into uncountable flaming balls followed by booming sounds of explosions, and he had to brace himself against a tree to not be thrown away by the ensuing wave of uncomfortably hot air that hit him, making him close his eyes on instinct. For 15 seconds, the world turned into a fiery loud hell. When it was all over and Ren opened his eyes again, in the radius of 50 meters around the scroll, where the forest was full of trees, were now just numerous molten craters. Ren flopped onto the ground with a groan, completely spent. Note to self. Make a finishing move that you can use with your body still in the blast zone. He inwardly grumbled. This move was supposed to be used just before he teleported with his transportation seal, but his opponents didn't exactly give him 20 seconds to concentrate for the teleport to happen. It was insane how coordinated they were and how little time to react they had given him. This was the hardest fight he had so far. It had shown him quite a few of his shortcomings. Fighting 6 jonins at once was definitely not a fun experience. Ren leaned his back on a tree behind him and pulled out the kunai from his shoulders with a wince of pain. Now he just had to wait for the border patrol to come and carry him back to the base. The explosions were surely noticed and a team was definitely on its way by now. Ren just had to rest, and think how to screw Danzo's day for this after he returned to the village. Chapter 27, Home Away from Home. NGH. Ren groaned as he woke up and hugged his pillow closer to his chest, lying in a comfortable bed in pure bliss. It had been a week since the ambush and he was finally back in Konoha. After the ambush, nothing interesting really happened, and Ren had to grit his teeth through the inspection of the remaining detection seals because they did not have a proper medic ninja on staff in the border base. The medic there was barely an apprentice and didn't know that green glowy handjob technique Sakura was so proud of. Thinking of it like that made Ren grin and press his face into his pillow, enjoying its softness. He truly missed it during that blasted mission. But then he had to wince as he put a bit too much pressure on his chest and a flare of pain briefly assaulted him. The medic at the border base just ensured his ribs were set right so they could heal properly on their own. When Ren finally arrived back in Konoha yesterday, the hospital was the first place he visited, but the medics there saw that his ribs were already half-healed and decided not to waste their chakra on him since his injury was not urgent. Ren had received a month of paid medical leave and was told to let his ribs heal naturally. On the one hand, it was great and he evaded a lot of busy work for the next month. On the other, living with broken ribs was not a fun experience. Then again, Ren had kind of gotten used to it during the past week. His excuse for arriving in Konoha yesterday when he actually left the border base 5 days ago was that he opted to walk instead of running due to his injury. But that wasn't the truth. Ren took a detour to the capital of the Land of Fire and splurged his savings by buying a small house there. It hurt his wallet somewhat fiercely, but fortunately, ninjas earned a lot of money and Ren didn't need many ninja supplies for his combat style. The highest expense for seal users would be the chakra ink, but ever since Ren figured out how to etch seals with his chakra alone, he hadn't used chakra ink, saving thousands of Ryo every week. That shit was crazy expensive. Other than that, Ren bought a set of kunai here and there, but that was it. Most of his money for missions and supplying the village with the exploding tags on a weekly basis was saved, plus he still had some of the money the Akimichi clan paid him for the new recipes. By now, he had enough for a house in the capital. The reason why Ren bothered with this was Danzo. Ren didn't truly think the old bastard would attack him inside Konoha. That would be a bit too much even for him. Public order and safety were a big thing in Konoha. In the village full of killers, the higher-ups can't have ninjas sneaking into each other's houses and assassinating people. The village had to remain a safe oasis from the violence in their life. It had to remain a place where ninjas serving it could feel safe and wouldn't need to be constantly on guard. Their whole system was built on that principle. So, no, Ren didn't think Danzo would go far enough to break this unwritten rule. That said, Uchiha massacre. Ren would rather err on the side of caution. He also didn't fancy having to fear an assassin sneaking into his house while he was sleeping. So, he simply put a transportation seal into his house in the capital city, and when he arrived at his apartment in Konoha, Ren spent 4 hours putting up numerous seals all around it for security and surveillance purposes, connecting them to a master seal that he could use to access the seals no matter how far away he was from them. Then, he used the transportation seal and hopped into his house in the capital for a good night's sleep. The best way to avoid assassins in Konoha and sleep without needing to be on guard was naturally to not be in Konoha at all. Even if the supposed assassin did get through Ren's security seals, he would not find him at home during the night, and it only took 20 seconds for Ren to use his transportation seal to pop in and out of Konoha anyway. Of course, this was technically a treason. Ninjas were forbidden to leave their village without permission. That was a major rule. Doing so was tantamount to desertion, and if a ninja did that, it would instantly earn him the rank of rogue ninja, and hunter ninjas would be sent to either retrieve or kill him depending on his value to the village. Izumo and Kotetsu, who always guard the gate, are not there for its protection. They are basically clerks who are supposed to check if every ninja leaving the village has the proper permission. If not, the ANBU team on the rail gate guard duty would deal with it. That always irked Ren. In his past life, he was used to a bit more freedom of movement. In the end, Ren decided that what the Konoha higher-ups don't know won't bother them. Konoha was big and there was no rule that a ninja had to spend their night in their house. Plus, ninjas popped in and out of places constantly. There was no way to prove that Ren was not inside the village even if they had seen him disappear via his transportation seal. Most low-end ninjas would just write it off as Shunshin anyway, and Ren was not going to use that seal in front of Jonins anytime soon. The only ninja capable of teleportation in the recent past was the 4th Hokage anyway. There was no way the other ninjas would believe some unknown, fresh Chunin could achieve the same feat. Their very own preconceived notions would prevent them from seeing it. Suddenly, an alarm seal rang, fully waking Ren from his sleep and making him grumble as he sluggishly put his hand on the paper tag with the master seal to his home security that was lying on the bedside table. The master seal connected with the detection seal Ren shamelessly plagiarized and improved upon, working in tandem with other surveillance seals of his, and Ren's mind was abruptly filled with a vague mental map of his apartment in Konoha. There was somebody in front of his door, and the alarm rang not because they tried to get in but because they knocked on the door. From their chakra levels, Ren could say they were about high genin. He didn't have a surveillance seal outside his home in fear that somebody would recognize it, so he didn't see who was in front of his door. But he didn't need a seal to deduce that it was Hinata. Ruefully sighing and getting out of his bed, Ren put a loose shirt on himself and used the transportation seal to pop back into his apartment in Konoha. Opening the door wearing only the shirt and shorts while having his right hand under his shirt and absent-mindedly rubbing his stomach, Ren saw the wide-eyed Hyuga girl holding a basket while staring at him in open-mouthed wonder. Ren olishly blinked and then almost let out a petulant whine when he noticed the veins around her eyes bulging out. "You just appeared in your house out of nowhere. Did you teleport?" she excitedly asked, clutching the basket to her chest while her creepy eyes almost sparkled in curiosity. Hearing her, Ren facepalmed with a groan. Of course, my Hyuga student was obviously going to abuse her Byakugan as I taught her, and my secret would be out before the first day ended. Lately, my luck is just superb, isn't it? He wryly complained in his mind as he ushered Hinata in. Chapter 28, Visits. Turns out, Hinata used her Byakugan because she was worried that something happened to Ren when he didn't answer his door. She heard that he returned to the village from his mission injured, so she hurried over to check on him. Once again, the 20 seconds necessary to use his transportation seal screwed Ren over. It took a bit of persuasion, but eventually, Ren managed to make Hinata drop the whole teleportation issue and keep it a secret. At least, for the time being. "Are you really okay?" Hinata asked, concern clear in her voice, as they sat at Ren's kitchen table, eating together the food she brought in her basket. And Ren was very grateful for her thoughtfulness. He didn't fancy going out to eat today. So, having her homemade cooking felt great. But most importantly, he was a bit happy that Hinata cared enough to do this for him. Deep down, it made him feel appreciated. It was nice. The breaks in your ribs are almost joined, but there are still multiple small fractures. Hinata said with a small frown, looking intently at Ren with her Byakugan. A thought that she was looking at bones within his body passed through Ren's mind and he subconsciously shivered. It was a bit creepy. Seeing him shiver, Hinata misunderstood it. She stood up and took her jacket from her chair before walking toward Ren and caringly putting it over his shoulders as she muttered under her nose, "Stupid Kiri ninjas," with her lips angrily pressed together. Ren gave her an amused smile in return, patting in appreciation her hand that rested on his shoulder. The gesture was adorable, as was her belief that it was Kiri ninjas who ambushed him. Naturally, Ren didn't say in his report that Root attacked him. Firstly, he was not supposed to know about Root. Secret ANBU division meant that even the majority of Jonin in Konoha had no idea about its existence. If he knew about them, it would instantly bring suspicion to him. And secondly, even if he complained to Hokage, there was no proof these ninjas were from Root. He couldn't just say that they wore blank masks, so, obviously, they belonged to Danzo. Plus their bodies were incinerated by his paper bombs, so their sealed tongues were not available either. Sure, if Ren informed the Hokage about his suspicions and the previous meeting he had with Danzo, the men would probably pay more attention to his wayward friend. But Ren doubted it would have much effect. Sarutobi knew Danzo was a piece of shit. He survived 2 assassination attempts of his, after all. It's not even that Sarutobi can't do anything. He could mobilize his ANBU and kill Danzo and his Root in one day. It's simply that he doesn't want to deal with the political consequences and management issues that would ensue afterward. And if even an attempt at assassinating the Hokage was something Danzo could get away with under Sarutobi's rule, then the attempt at killing Ren would be just laughed out of the room. Maybe even if he had concrete evidence. Without said evidence, why even bother going through the official channels? This was Konoha. Things didn't work that way over here. Inwardly shaking his head as he enjoyed another spoonful of Hinata's homemade curry, Ren decided to focus on the here and now. He looked at Hinata, who was once again sitting opposite him. "You know, I should really get some books on medical ninjutsu for you. Your Byakugan will give you a very unfair advantage. Most medics have to do their thing by vague feelings from their diagnostic jutsu and experience. But you Hyugas can actually see what you are doing." Ren hummed. Then he remembered that he had promised something along those lines to himself the second Ebisu pushed his tutoring duties onto him. He just really didn't want to deal with having to find a medic amicable enough to give some lessons and lend books on the subject. It was going to be a pain in the ass. So, Ren previously just kept pushing it to his future self. He looked at Hinata and decided to make sure he wouldn't just keep doing that. "Remind me, if I forget, okay. Pester me until I get you the materials if you must." "All right." Hinata seriously nodded and Ren mischievously smiled. "Oh, and the curry is delicious. You will make one man very happy when you grow up," he said, trying to lighten the mood. He got his desired result when Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed and she ducked her head. Because of it, Ren only saw her happy smile from under her hair and inwardly smirked, before he remembered his blunder with Naruto, and that made him put a lot of effort into not grimacing on the spot. He would try to explain to the boy why Hinata did not help him with his studies when he met him next. But he would not meddle in their relationship anymore. If there was supposed to be something between them, it would happen even without Ren's meddling. He would probably only screw things up even more if he tried. After a few seconds of awkward silence full of Hinata's eyes staring into her plate, but well, Byakugan so Ren couldn't be sure, she started opening her mouth to say something when the apartment bell suddenly rang, completely dispelling the fluffy atmosphere around. Hinata sprang forth, almost standing up from fright at the sudden sound before falling back onto her chair and making Ren chuckle as he slowly stood up and went to open the door. Hinata just sat in the room, staring wide-eyed at the kitchen door Ren had just exited, trying to calm her racing heart. But then, a moment later, a blonde avalanche burst into the room, widely grinning and dragging the awkward Ren to the kitchen by his wrist. Seeing Hinata, Ino stopped in her tracks and casually waved at her. "Yo, bitch." Hinata's eyes twitched, all the warm and fuzzy feelings she felt were suddenly gone. She narrowed her eyes. Bimbo. Ren could swear he felt a smidgen of killing intent, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared and he couldn't be sure he wasn't just imagining things. "Oh. Free food." Ino happily exclaimed as she led Ren to the chair before ruffling through his cupboards until she found additional cutlery and a plate for herself. She put them on the table, about to get herself a serving from the curry on the table when her eyes found something much more important than food. "Look at you." She huffed and walked behind Ren, completely unaware of Hinata who was still glaring at her. "What are you doing with such messy hair?" She clicked her tongue and pulled a hairbrush from her handbag. Let me fix it, she said and started trying to tame Ren's bed hair. He could only sit there, completely bewildered and wondering what the hell was going on. Hurricane Ino was something else. What are you doing here? Hinata asked in an annoyed tone with pursed lips, throwing Ino an irritated look. But Ino just continued brushing Ren's hair while cluelessly tilting her head. Huh? The same thing as you. Just checking on my injured teacher, she said in an, isn't it obvious, duh, kind of tone. Right. Hinata bluntly deadpanned, her fingers briefly twitching, giving Ren a hunch that she wanted to punch Ino in the face. He just sat there, having a vague feeling that he had just missed something important, but he couldn't be bothered to think about it right now. Ino was quite good with the brush and the feeling of her fingers on his scalp was very pleasant. He decided to enjoy it while it lasted. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember when was the last time somebody gently touched his head. Wasn't that just sad? Chapter 29, Hinata's Future Path. So, what were you two talking about before I showed up? Ino asked while her fingers and brush still worked on Ren's hair, her grin widening when she saw Hinata blushing and averting her gaze. She was smelling a good rumor and she was ready to pounce. Unfortunately for her, Ren had other plans. It's good that you came, he spoke, getting the attention of the two girls. I was thinking about having you two consider what you want to specialize in when it comes to your combat capabilities. We will branch your training once you make up your mind. What? More training? Ino whined, no. We are training enough as is. Hinata quickly changed the topic. Hinata just snorted at her and looked at Ren in curiosity. What do you think I should specialize in? Hearing her, Ino huffed and petulantly pouted but also reluctantly spoke. What she said. Give me some ideas. Preferably something that will go great with my hair. She gently poked Ren's head with a finger. Rolling his eyes, Ren unsealed 2 chakra papers from the seal on his wrist and put them on the table. Let's see what chakra nature you two have first, I guess. Hinata reached for one of them but stopped when Ino spoke. Don't bother. Mine is earth. Dad tested me when I was like 10 or so. She then smirked at Hinata. How come the Hyuga princess doesn't even know her chakra nature? Practicing elemental ninjutsu is beneath the Hyuga clan. Hinata dismissively said, but her eyes betrayed her excitement as she grabbed one chakra paper and pushed her chakra into it, making it crinkle up. Lightning, huh? Heh. I am your counter. Ino cheerily grinned at Hinata with an eye smile. Shucks. I can still punch your teeth in. Hinata nonchalantly shrugged, making Ino scowl. Alright Ino, that is enough. Ren patted the girl's wrist, a bit reluctantly signaling her to stop playing with his hair and motioning her to sit behind the table. Thank you. He threw her a grateful and fond smile, making the blonde return it with a barely visible blush as she sat down. Honestly, he didn't know if she did a good job or if his hair looked worse than after being hit by a lightning jutsu. But he didn't care right now. Specialization was a serious business that was going to affect their whole life. Every single ninja in existence specializes in a few things. Itachi had his Mangekyo and Genjutsu. Sasori had his puppets. Orochimaru is a freak of nature. Kisame likes fishy swords. Deidara is a terrorist. Even Sarutobi, the professor, specialized in ninjutsu. Every single notable ninja had a clear skill set containing 1 or 2 ninja fields they heavily focused on. This was not something told to kids at the academy. They were supposed to figure it out for themselves, but Ren thought the whole practice stupid. Many genin did not understand this. They tried to learn everything at once, ending up not learning anything at all, or learning many things half-heartedly, which didn't help them much. A person needed direction. Ninja fields were very broad subjects. There was too much to learn and learning techniques took a lot of time and dedication. It wasn't something where one could just dabble in everything and expect to become strong. That's not how it worked. For example, ninjutsu specialists specialized in ninjutsu, but they also specialized in 1, maybe 2 elements. They could spend their whole lives perfecting their elemental chakra control in said elements and learning corresponding elemental techniques. And most still didn't manage to reach mastery. Even with Byakugan, Ren doubted that Hinata would get to the second stage of lightning exercises before a half-year was up. In the anime, Naruto breezed through most of his training. Tree walking. Week. Rasengan. Month. Wind chakra control. Was it a week? Or a month? And he got Rasen Shuriken for free out of that deal. Senjutsu. PFF, another month at worst. The kid learned in a month things others needed their whole lifetime to figure out. He was a hacks character through and through. I think Hinata should lean on her Byakugan advantages and specialize in medical and lightning ninjutsu. Ren rubbed his chin. I think I will teach you how to apply exploding seals on weaponry with just your chakra. It shouldn't take long with your Byakugan even if you are a novice at the sealing arts. He continued. He wasn't going to teach her the sealing arts. Her family would definitely not appreciate it. But making her capable of applying one type of seal should be no problem. Her eyes will help immensely in that endeavor too. And then I will have you learn how to throw senbon. You could massively enhance throwing speed and range with lightning chakra, and with your Byakugan, aiming should not be a problem even if the target is kilometers away. That sounds kinda terrifying, to be honest. Hinata admitted, not knowing how to react. It sounded like a very dangerous skill set to have. She honestly never thought about using her Byakugan for long-range attacks. It wasn't something her clan did. But clearly, her teacher had other ideas. It will take a lot of effort and time to make it as good as it sounds. You up for it? Ren asked with a challenging smile, making Hinata bashfully nod. If you do well, I will give you a storage seal like this. Ren pushed chakra into his wrist and made the storage seal tattooed there to appear on his skin, and fill it with senbon. I'd like you to be able to unseal a senbon, apply the exploding seal, apply lightning chakra, and throw it, all within a split second. Now, technically, mastering this would make Hinata a Jonin-level combatant as long as her body was up to par in physical prowess. But the gravity seals would ensure that. Hinata was raised in a ninja household and she understood just how deadly the combo Ren was speaking about could be. A pleased smile appeared on her face as she spoke. You were not joking when you said you were going to help me. She took a deep breath. I will do my best. Of course. Ren nodded, glad she seemed so determined. They had 3 years to make her strong enough that the Hyuga elders would crap their pants just by thinking about putting that slavery seal on her. Ren was going to make it into reality. Hey. What about me? Ino grumpily butted in, and looking at her, Ren remembered the little assignment he gave the girls. Before that, why don't you two show me what is your progress with the hair techniques? He hurriedly changed the topic, inwardly worrying he would again forget if he didn't bring it up now. Not to mention, it gave him a few precious minutes before he had to tell Ino he had no freaking idea what she should specialize in. Well, that was false. He did have ideas. Just nothing as fleshed out as Hinata's future path. And then there was the whole conversation about gravity seals and the requirements to apply them on her. Yeah, Ren was happy to delay it, even if only for a few more minutes. The girls exchanged challenging looks and Hinata jumped the gun first as her hair suddenly grew, reaching her lower back while the bangs falling around her face reached her stomach. Unfortunately, the bangs previously covering her forehead also grew, now covering her whole face, making Ren laugh at her as she groaned in frustration from behind the curtain of her hair. Well, it's not a problem. It was just a week. You will get better control with more practice. Good job. He tried to comfort her, but his snickering was probably not helping. Nor did Ino's unceasing giggling. Scowling, Hinata quickly retracted her hair, ending in the same hairstyle she had before. She clearly practiced getting her hair to its previous state a lot because Ren could not see a difference from before. Giving her a nod of acknowledgement, Hinata grinned as Ren turned to Ino, who smugly smirked. Her blonde hair shrunk into a hairstyle reminiscent of Samui as she tried to imitate Hinata's hair. Then Ino took out a rubber ball from her handbag and threw it behind herself. Her hair instantly grew toward it as it became more rigid and sharp, skewering the ball. The tendril of her hair skewering the ball twisted in the air and grew some more, bringing the deflated remainder of the ball back on the table before retracting and becoming silky smooth again. Ino then rearranged her hair into its previous length and had it style itself into a ponytail on its own. She wasn't done showing off as her ponytail grew again and started putting a serving of curry on her plate. Once done, it retracted again and she dug in, innocently looking at Ren with a clear, praise me, expression as she ate. Ren was a bit speechless. The girl had surpassed him when it came to the control of her hair with chakra. He couldn't help but give her applause, which made her expression even more smug as she now condescendingly gazed at the scowling Hinata. But, just this once, Ren let it be. Ino deserved the praise. Oh my god. I made a mistake. I wonder how many people will notice. Yes, it was pointed out to me that lightning beats earth. So, just take it as Ino being a kid who hadn't graduated from the academy and hadn't trained in elemental jutsu yet. She was just wrong. Happens to the best of us. I would know. Feel free to leave a scathing comment about how this author knows nothing about Narutoverse if you absolutely must. LOL. Chapter 30, Ino's future. No idea. As for you, Ino. Ren spoke after the girls had finished bickering. I have no idea. He smiled at the girl, making her scowl. But before she could open her mouth in protest, Ren continued, you are my student for just a few days, so I can't say I have a properly fleshed out idea about what you should specialize in. He tried to mollify her. I guess I will just focus on my clan jutsu for now. Ino unhappily grouched, stabbing her fork into the rice on her plate, playing with her food like a child. Chuckling at how petulant she looked, Ren hummed, I do have some ideas and things I want you to try doing with your clan specialty, but I have no idea if your clan practices will allow you to do them. I'll speak to you about them later. Maybe the ideas will help you." He helplessly shrugged. The Yamanaka clan practiced energy and mental arts. Ren still remembered that in some stories from his past life, they were depicted as the psychologists of the village. That was not true in this reality, however. The Yamanaka mental jutsu had only one purpose. And that was to attack the victim's mind. They were no mind healers. They trained to understand their opponent's mind, and then control it or destroy it. That didn't mean they could sit people down and give them meaningful advice on how to deal with their trauma or heal mental illnesses. That was pretty much the complete opposite of what they tried to accomplish with their techniques. Worse yet, the concept of mental health was more of a myth than a fact. If asked, most people would just say it is something made up that does not exist. It was just one more thing that hammered down for Ren the fact that this was not the modern times he was part of in his past life. He didn't know when psychology became a serious thing in his past life. But he'd say the people of his current world look at these issues in the same way as the people in his previous life did before psychology became a normal, accepted thing. Ren thought it was a shame. Kakashi was traumatized as fuck. Sasuke had issues due to his family's massacre. Literally over half of the ninja populace had at least one trauma of their own. And at least a tenth of Konoha ninjas were psychopaths. The ninja career was not a very good thing when it came to mental health. There was a reason why so many jonins had a quirk. Why Guy shouted about youth, why Kakashi was late to everything and read porn in public, or why Asuma smoked several packs a day. It was simply their coping mechanism. But there was no solution to it, so these problems were put to the side and ignored. The ninjas had to continue working and going on missions. For the greater good of Konoha. Ever wondered why Sasuke was allowed to live alone in his clan compound? Or why he wasn't given therapy? This was the reason. It's not that he is some super ultra genius who can trick Inoichi Yamanaka into believing that he is a completely mentally healthy normal boy after seeing his family and clan massacred by his brother. Nor is it that Konoha higher-ups can't make one, not even a 10-year-old child, actually go to his therapy sessions. If they had a way to help him become more mentally stable so they wouldn't need to worry about him going off the deep end, the Hokage himself would have carried Sasuke's ass to the therapy. The Uchiha clan bloodline was that important to the village, after all. But they didn't have a way to help. In the same vein, the village did not have the means to help many of their other ninjas become mentally stable. What Ren wanted Ino to try was another thing Yamanakas did not practice. Ideas he had from reading fanfictions in his past life. For example, Ren knew that Ino could enter her mind like Naruto could enter his seal. The rudimentary exercises Inoichi gave him were a very big clue to that. But did the time pass quicker in her mind? Could she use that to learn things faster? Could she gain perfect recall? The Yamanakas were so hyper-focused on entering the mind of somebody else that they seemed to completely ignore the possibilities of what they could do with their own. But who knows? Maybe Ren's ideas wouldn't pan out. He wasn't Yamanaka and didn't know their mental techniques. He could only give Ino suggestions and wait. He didn't consider that a meaningful help for her development as a kunoichi. I already made you seriously train your body and stop your dieting. I think that's all your father really wanted from me. Ren told Ino, but he could clearly see in her expression that she wasn't liking what she was hearing. He could understand that. He gave Hinata an entire road map on how to make her into a badass kunoichi, so it is only natural that Ino would not be satisfied with a half-hearted, "Dunno. Just do more push-ups." "Maybe kenjutsu, but that's not something I could help you with either." Ren admitted. Kenjutsu. Ino looked at Ren as if he had grown a new head. "Me. Swords are cool and it would go great with your hair," Ren jokingly said, repeating what she told him at the start of the conversation. "Besides," Hinata butted in, "it would give you an offensive option that doesn't include trying to scratch your opponent's face with your nails, bimbo. Less broken nails will make you prettier. Sounds like a win-win for you." Ren shot her a small disapproving look at that. He loved her newfound confidence among friends, but right now was not the time to try getting a rise out of Ino. Ino, however, didn't take Hinata's words to heart and reached toward her, scratching her on the hand with her nails, getting a loud, "Hey," from Hinata. Ren's disapproving look melted into a smile. Mostly because he knew that Hinata had seen the scratch coming from a mile away and had just let Ino do it. "Shut up." Ino rolled her eyes at Hinata. "Adults are speaking." She sniffed in mock contempt, but Hinata just turned her gaze toward Ino's modest chest. "Adults, She raised her eyebrow at Ino, her lips set in a small innocent smile. Ino instantly scowled and Ren noticed her eyes flicker to Hinata's bust for a second before they narrowed in envy. But instead of throwing another retort at Hinata, she just turned toward Ren. "Why kenjutsu? Yamanakas need both of their hands for our clan jutsu," she asked, somewhat forcefully as she tried to ignore Hinata. "But your clan jutsu should not be the only skill you will have. You should work on increasing your options. Ren spoke slowly, giving proper thought to his words. You are nimble. You are also very good with your hands. Hinata has an advantage with Byakugan, but you are not too far behind her when it comes to throwing weapons. Your reaction speed is also amazing for your age. He narrated what he had noticed about her during her training. Ino was certainly going to be a speed-based fighter. She was lean, flexible, and with proper training, she would be very fast. Her body was not built for strength, however. Ren wondered if that was due to some deficiency of yang chakra or something, since every Yamanaka he had seen was similar to Ino in this regard. He inwardly shook his head to clear his thoughts. That didn't matter right now. He considered what he could do with her natural inclination toward speed. It would have been great if she could be like Sasuke. But her earth nature threw a wrench into that dream. But as a speed-based fighter, it would still be better for her to master some kind of weapon. She was young now, had a jonin as a father who could easily get her skilled tutors, and had a lot of free time. It was the best time for her to start learning a new skill. I guess I'll pester Dad to get me some kenjutsu lessons. Ino agreed, but it was obvious she was still doubtful. But Ren just helplessly shrugged. Training to get faster and learning a sword can make you dangerous. Especially if you pair them with the hair jutsu you just learned. You can get close to your opponent, slash at him with your sword, which he will definitely evade, only to be skewered by a tendril of your hair. He described an example of how that skill set could be used. Honestly, the speed at which she mastered the hair jutsu made Ren wonder if ninjutsu wasn't the best direction for her. But Yamanakas did not have overly great chakra reserves, that would make his work as her tutor much harder. Hearing Ren, Ino grimaced in disgust. Joy. Getting blood out of my hair will definitely be a great experience. She grumpily complained as she crossed her arms over her chest. But her tense shoulders relaxed at getting at least some direction. All right. I guess it can work for now. But you better come up with something more. She gave Ren a look similar to an angry chihuahua. At this rate, Sasuke will get far more interested in Hinata than me. Ren just rolled his eyes while Hinata snorted. You will need far more than that if you want to keep up with me. Hinata said, giving Ren a questioning look, silently asking him a question. He sighed and nodded at her. He appreciated that she kept the gravity seals a secret. But yes, he didn't want Ino to feel neglected later on when she inevitably discovered their existence, so he was going to give them to her too. Still, he was reluctant to breach the subject. What's that supposed to mean? Ino exclaimed, affronted, probably misunderstanding something. But Ren wasn't going to wonder what went on in the head of that lovesick girl. Realizing he probably wouldn't get a better opportunity, he decided to bite the bullet. She is talking about gravity seals. With another sigh, Ren started the lengthy explanation. As my student, I am willing to give them to you, but... The conversation about them started from there. It was long, difficult, and embarrassing. The only saving grace was that Ino was a clan kid and understood the secrecy around personal techniques. Now Ren just needed to have a similar conversation with her father because he'd rather not paint a seal on his baby girl without his permission. And boy, was he not looking forward to explaining the circumstances to Ino's overprotective father. If you wish to support me or read 10 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 31, Warning. It was the third day since Ren returned to Konoha, and he was currently at his home in the capital of the Land of Fire, standing next to his kitchen table with a shadow clone standing on the other side of the table as they both focused their chakra on a seal spread on a massive scroll on the table. It was finally the time for him to take a small revenge on Danzo, but Ren had a very hard time keeping his focus. Everything was ready. The seals were in place. The opportunity was here. Danzo had a small meeting with some of his men in one of his underground bunkers. Ren had another shadow clone sitting at the Yakiniku Q restaurant with Hinata for the alibi. He used it to teach her the basics of theory for his exploding seals to not waste time too. And yet, Ren just couldn't help but mentally come back to the conversation with Inoichi about Ino and giving her the gravity seals that happened yesterday. He expected Inoichi to go into his overprotective dragon dad mode and start spewing flame left and right in righteous parental fury, chasing Ren out of his house with a broom. Or something. But Inoichi. He was like, "Oh, you need my daughter naked to apply your seal. Who cares, pussy? Get on with it." Of course, the men didn't say it in these exact words, but the look he had given Ren. It told Ren exactly what Inoichi was thinking at that moment. Ren had forgotten what the Yamanaka clan's specialty was. Or rather, he just didn't do the obvious mental jump to connect the dots. The Yamanakas were predominantly information gatherers. And it was an awkward topic, but seduction missions were a big part of that. Yamanakas could do seduction missions without the whole, gotta sleep with the target to get him to spill the secret thing. With their mind techniques, they just needed to get the target alone in a room and knock him or her out with poison. Their clan jutsu would do the rest. They still needed to do the seducing part of the mission to get the target alone, though. That's why their clan trained the kids from early on, molding them not to be some quivering shy mess. Ren realized this was the reason why Ino took the whole explanation about the gravity seals so well. He was all blushy and awkwardly embarrassed when he was explaining it to her while she just sat there, cool as a cucumber, and gave him a smile full of amusement. Ren's eyes twitched when he remembered all her questions and how awkward they made him feel. She was probably having a blast teasing him. Inoichi was grateful too. He realized what a boon the seals would be for Ino, and much to Ren's exasperation, the fact he could not give Ren anything in return because the other Yamanaka Jutsu were a clan secret made the men actually embarrassed. Honestly, Ren had a hard time comprehending the clan's mentality. If it wasn't some slavery bullshit and unhealthy focus on traditions, then it was preparing kids for seduction missions from a young age. Or teaching kids to try to eat their way to an early grave before reaching mid-teens. Or having kids live like dogs to bring out their instincts to the surface. And let's not even start with aburames. Those are better forgotten because no, their bodies did not naturally contain the space for their bugs. That was artificially created during their childhood. It was no wonder they all seemed repressed. And they say Naras are weird. Really, the lazy slackers were actually pretty chill about the training their kids received. They made them play shogi and tend to the deer. Shaking his head to focus on the current issue, Ren focused on the seal and instantly got a mental image of a dark room with Danzo sitting behind a table. From the angle, Ren could tell that the seal was placed on one of Danzo's operatives who were currently kneeling in front of him, probably receiving orders. Unfortunately, Ren hadn't yet figured out how to add audio to his spying seal. Getting visuals was hard enough as it was. But if Gaara could make a functioning eye out of freaking sand, then there was no way Ren could not make a seal transmit vision. Looking around, Ren didn't see Sai and released a relieved sigh. He didn't want to butterfly Ino's future boyfriend out of existence. But he wouldn't stop his plan for the pale kid if he was here. Having an opportunity like this would be hard to get again. Danzo had around 30 of his operatives in the room with him. Ren doubted that happened often. Contrary to popular belief, Danzo did not have an entire army of ninjas. If he did, he wouldn't need to be so sneaky with his moves. The man had around 100 ninjas under his employ, but the number was always fluctuating. On one hand, training a competent ninja was hard and took years. Many didn't make it to the end of Danzo's training. On the other, with the missions Danzo had his subordinates do, they tended to die pretty often. The old cripple actually did almost backbreaking work for Konoha's safety. Well, his little slaves did. But that was beside the point. What they were doing wasn't nice. Danzo's methods were appalling and he was a total scum. But he got results. IWA was growing too strong. Root sabotaged them. Kumo was testing a new weapon. Root sabotaged them. Kiri's civil war was drawing to a conclusion. Root. Well, that's how it went. Root was fanning the flames of conflict in other countries, just so that Konoha stayed safe with a spotless reputation. Of course, there could be an entire debate about the need for Root's existence. They didn't do anything different from what the assassination squads of actual ANBU did. Technically, they did not need to exist. After all, their purpose was already being fulfilled by the ANBU. Then again, maybe Ren was missing something. Oh, well, it's not as if it mattered right now. With a sad sigh and a smattering of guilt, Ren triggered a specific part of the seal on the table. Instantly, several of the 30 kneeling men started having angrily glowing red seals spread throughout their bodies. Panic suddenly spread through the room and Danzo hastily stood up from his chair with wide eyes. The visual feed from Ren's seal abruptly cut off as Ren's exploding seals went off. Back in Konoha, the entire village suddenly shook as if hit by a powerful earthquake. Ren's shadow clone had to catch Hinata to prevent her from falling from her seat. It was as if the ground heaved several times. Well, that explains where Danzo's bunker is located, I guess. Ren's clone thought to himself with a small chuckle. Apparently, it was directly under Konoha, and making the exploding seals use the victim's chakra to overcharge themselves before exploding had an unexpectedly noticeable effect. Back in Ren's house in the capital, Ren took a cup of hot chocolate and took a sip in celebration. The job was done. He worked at the barrier core. He knew the layout of the seals protecting most secret entrances to Konoha. Doing this wasn't even hard since he was one of the guys usually doing the maintenance on these seals. All he had to do was have a clone attach a hidden mix of exploding and spying seals to the security seals on the entrances and have his seals latch onto anybody with a certain feature as they put their hand on a security seal on the entrance to pass through. Thankfully, there was nobody other than Danzo's cronies crazy enough to apply a seal to their tongue. Ren used that as an identifier. Everybody with that feature passing through the entrances became Ren's eyes thanks to his spying seals, and eventually, they would be his instrument of terror by becoming unknowing suicide bombers. Ren's additions to the secret entrances were only there for 2 days, and even then, he was already a bit nervous that they would be noticed. Because of that, Ren only managed to infect around 12 root operatives with his seals before he had his clone take them down. 8 of these operatives were in that room with Danzo. Ren hated doing this. Cosplaying as a terrorist was not his thing. But he was just one guy. One fresh chunin with near zero influence. Danzo was the village elder with tens of jonin and chunin subordinates wholly loyal to him. He was the guy with connections to the daimyo court and several nobles. The guy who had many wealthy merchants in his pocket. Fighting fairly was never an option for Ren. But still, pissing off a seal master who had almost complete knowledge of the seal network of the village was a very stupid thing to do. Fortunately, Danzo had no idea Ren was this skilled with seals. He would probably suspect. But there would be nothing pointing at Ren, and he kind of hoped Danzo would think this was far beyond the capabilities of a fresh chunin from the barrier core too. Because he had no delusions. Danzo was not dead. At best, he had wasted one Sharingan for resurrection. However, several of his high-end subordinates died, and that will undoubtedly deal a massive blow to Danzo's organization. He will probably need months, if not years, to recuperate his losses. It will give Ren precious time to get stronger and make more seals for self-protection. The next time Danzo sent assassins after him, he would be more than ready. This was unfortunately just a warning shot. Chapter 32, Danzo's Dismay. Danzo Shimura sat in his office in his house, impassively looking at some documents with a composed poise. But inwardly, he was brooding. The attack on the root base yesterday was a disaster. He had lost 39 ninjas. Worse yet, since the attack hit the core of his base, among these 39 were some of his most capable subordinates. He will need at least 2 years to train their replacements to a similar level. The only saving grace in this ordeal was that Toryun and Fu were on a mission, so they were not present during the meeting. Danzo had to admit that whoever attacked him was good. They managed to kill him too. And that made Danzo even more furious. Unlike capable well-trained ninja subordinates, Sharingan was a limited resource. And Danzo did not lose just one, but 2 of them yesterday. Without even seeing the shadow of his opponent. He still had no idea who was responsible too. It was maddening. Restraining the urge to throw his coffee mug at the wall, Danzo took a subtle calming breath. Just remembering how he barely managed to cast his Anaji in time before the explosions ripped his body apart, only for the ceiling to collapse on top of him 5 seconds after he resurrected, wasting yet another Sharingan, was enough to make him furious. But he was a ninja, and letting himself be driven by his emotions was unbecoming. He was stronger than that. After the incident, when Danzo finally managed to dig himself out of the rubble of his previous base, he couldn't even rest. The village was put under a state of emergency, and Danzo was called for a council meeting the second he reached his home. He remembered he sat there, in the council room, frustrated as he listened to Hiruzen and his council going through the damage report and deciding how to deal with the natural disaster that hit Konoha. He couldn't even tell Hiruzen he was attacked, because Root was supposed to be disbanded. He couldn't even twitch in a wrong way because Hiruzen didn't become the Hokage by sheer dumb luck. Danzo knew his old friend was watching him like a hawk throughout the entire meeting. He probably suspected something. He was not stupid. Just old and too weary to act on his suspicions because he didn't want to deal with the outcome. Something Danzo used for all it was worth over the years. The meeting was a very uncomfortable few hours, and the fact he had to go through such an experience after living through his death 2 times did not help Danzo's sour mood at all. So, these are the most likely suspects. Danzo said, his voice carrying just the lightest touch of anger as he looked at the documents on his table. There were photos of several ninjas and info on them. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. He started reading the names, mentally going through the reasons why each individual would attack him. Many had a reason. But only a few had the means and skill to do something like this. After an hour and a half of going through the files, Danzo's eyes fell on a certain document and he frowned as he took it into his hands. Ren. The chunin from the barrier core. He drummed his finger on the table, deep in thought. No. He probably wouldn't have the necessary skill for something like this. Danzo muttered with a frown. It was suspicious. After their meeting and Ren's subsequent rejection of his offer, Danzo sent one of his best assassination teams to deal with the problem. It was just a lucky coincidence that this team had a mission in the Land of Waves with the goal of killing the commander of the Kiri outpost over there. Ren was nothing but an unimportant side objective. Something they should have dealt with in 10 minutes before moving on to their main mission. The chunin was just unlucky that he got the mission in the general direction Danzo's best assassins headed. He was simply at the wrong time at the wrong place. Disposing of him wasn't supposed to be a problem. And yet, it was. Danzo lost his best assassination team and Ren survived. The main mission his subordinates embarked on was not fulfilled, allowing the Kiri ninjas to gain even more ground in the Land of Waves. All in all, it was a total disaster. A textbook failure. The official report stated something about his subordinates being, luckily, caught in a massive amount of exploding tags, making Danzo's suspicions deepen even more. Things like that sometimes happen. Danzo refrained from touching his supposedly missing eye. He too shouldn't have survived the battle where he lost it. He just got lucky. He could believe that Ren got lucky too. But he still could not shake off the suspicious feeling the whole thing evoked in him. Because if somebody had the motive to act against him, it would definitely be the men he had ordered killed. The attack was done through SEALs 2 and Ren was in the barrier core. But he was just a chunin. He was a ninja for barely a year and did not show any special aptitude so far. He did not invent any groundbreaking SEAL, just introduced some small innovations to several SEALs, earning his promotion to chunin rank. He seemed to be a bit above average, not somebody capable of bombing the base of a secret military organization that he should not know existed. The more Danzo thought about it, the bigger headache he had. Ren would have to be killed. Eventually. If for nothing else, then for managing to survive the last attempt on his life and killing his best assassination team. The whole timing of the attack was very dubious. Danzo's guts were telling him Ren was suspicious, but his mind was having a hard time coming up with a way a 17-year-old average ninja could manage to pull that attack off. Danzo had seen many geniuses over the years. But not many could have done that after being a ninja for 1 year. The perpetrator managed to plant explosive seals on his subordinates without their knowledge. Without them noticing anything suspicious. Jonins had no clue they had been made into carriers for explosives. It honestly baffled Danzo. He had no idea how that was even possible. There were many surprising and seemingly impossible things in the world. Kids stronger than Jonins existed. There were many of those. If somebody told Danzo that Ren was strong enough to face off against his 6 Jonins head-on, he would find it hard to believe, but he could accept it. Stranger things happened in the world. But a kid managing to plant lethal seals on several Jonins without them noticing a thing. Was this Ren supposed to be the second coming of the 4th Hokage or something? Not even Minato was this good at sealing arts at that age, and he had help from Uzumaki Kushina during his studies of the arts. No. Danzo didn't believe it possible that Ren could be behind the attack. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or some other S-rank ninja perhaps. They had the necessary skill in the sealing arts and the wealth of experience necessary to discover the base and plant the seals. But would they be so subtle about it? Hiruzen was old, Jiraiya was a buffoon, and Orochimaru would boast at the first opportunity. Danzo pursed his lips. He couldn't determine anything from the information he had at hand. Still. Have him followed. He looked at his subordinate who was patiently waiting in the shadows of the corner and pointed at Ren's file. I want to know everything he does. There was still a possibility that Ren was connected with the bombing. Maybe he was a spy for Orochimaru or some other village. Or maybe he wasn't. But Danzo didn't get to where he was by ignoring his gut feelings. It was better to be safe than sorry. Yes, Lord Danzo. The masked ninja replied and vanished into the shadows. With a frown still present on his face, Danzo put the file with Ren's ninja information back onto the table, his eyes intently watching Ren's registration photo as if trying to discover some secret he was missing. Sighing, Danzo moved his gaze to the next file belonging to another suspect. He still had an entire stack of files on his table that he would have to go through and hopefully identify the most likely suspect. He was starting to see why Hiruzen hated paperwork so much. Chapter 33, Capital City. Ren strolled through the streets of the capital city, happily humming under his nose as he observed his surroundings. So many different people walked the streets. It was quite fascinating. Looking to his right, Ren could see 2 samurai patrolling the streets and glaring at some Yakuza-looking guys who skulked back into back alleys under the samurai's gazes. The whole street was full of common people of all kinds. Street vendors advertising their wares, street urchins looking for a good target for theft, common people from the city flooding the streets, and country bumpkin peasants who were gawking at everything much like Ren but in a much less subtle fashion. It was very lively. Here and there, Ren could even see ninjas. For example, further along the street, standing in a line for a yakitori stand were 4 people chatting with each other. 3 16-year-old teenagers and 1 woman in her early 30s. Ren momentarily stopped and furrowed his eyebrows as he observed the genin team from Konoha. He didn't recognize these people even though they were the same age as him. They were probably from a different class. It made him relieved. His only disguise was civilian clothes, so meeting somebody from Konoha who knew his face would be extremely awkward and unlucky. Such a thing was not likely to happen because Konoha was quite a big city. But the risk still existed. Ren didn't exactly have permission to be here, after all. But what is a little treason before lunchtime? He hoped this mindset would not come to kick him in the ass one day. But telling ninjas apart in a crowd was not that hard. At least if they were on an official assignment. There was the forehead protector, but even then, if a ninja took it off, they rarely changed their footwear. Ren only needed to look at their feet and check if they had blue sandals on. It always tripped Ren up. Why sandals? Wouldn't steel-tipped shoes be better? But once he started practicing with chakra, he understood. They were very convenient. Due to the open parts, it was much easier to use chakra with them. The feet were already the hardest place to focus chakra into. Trying to push it through the boots to stick on a tree or walk on water would just add another layer of difficulty for somebody learning how to do these things. A layer that didn't need to be there this early in their training. Sandals were kind of like a crutch to make it easier on the kids, and because they had to wear it literally for years during their childhood and learning phase, ninjas were usually too used to them and stuck with them for life. Frankly, the sandal makers were probably drowning in money in Konoha. Of course, ninjas were not stupid. If they were on a secret mission or were doing something where disguise and stealth were necessary, they would take the sandals off. Once experienced enough, it didn't really matter if they wore sandals or boots or whatever other kind of shoes. They could use the chakra anyway, so they could disguise themselves properly. Ren had a detection seal in his pocket and it was pinging him quite often. It only did so when detecting genin and up levels of chakra. And this whole city was surprisingly full of people who fell into that category. From time to time, when Ren paid proper attention to observing his surroundings, he could see people hiding in the shadows, or standing on rooftops just for a second before disappearing, or feel a very observant gaze pass him in the crowd, which made his instincts flare. Clearly, the capital city was not as simple as it looked at first glance. Ren was glad he didn't go for some elaborate disguise. That would probably get him the attention of all these eyes in the shadows. He really didn't need that. It was a less-known fact among the young people in Konoha, but the Konoha ninjas were not the only ninja force in the country. They didn't teach this at the academy. In fact, weirdly enough, they didn't teach much about other forces outside of ninja villages at the academy. It was all, Konoha is glorious this, or, serving the village is an honor that. Or, other villages are the creation of the devil. Burn them with the will of fire. They washed them brains well. But then again, they had decades of experience. From what Ren remembered, the only thing about other forces the academy teachers told the kiddies was that they should not antagonize samurai. There were other ninja clans who did not join Konoha after its creation. Clans that were already sworn in service to this or that noble family for life couldn't just tell their lords, toodles, and leave. They were usually small clans and their only mission in life was to protect and work for their lord, but there were quite a lot of them all over the country. The daimyo also had ninja clans under his command. Several of them. And as the daimyo, he had the necessary resources to help them in their ninja training. His ninjas were no pushovers. Ren wouldn't be surprised if the daimyo had 1 or 2 S-rank ninjas somewhere in his pocket. His ninjas didn't do mercenary work like Konoha ninjas did. They focused on protecting the capital city and the daimyo family. And since the daimyo stayed in the capital most of the time, these ninjas were pretty much irrelevant outside of this city. Maybe that's why the academy instructors did not teach the children about them. Ren frowned at that thought as he reached his goal, a small restaurant where he was having a meeting with a merchant in like 5 minutes ago. Ren jolted as he realized he spent so much time gawking at the city and its people that he was late. With a wry smile, he entered the restaurant and was led to a booth with a ginger-haired man, a true rarity in this world, who gave him a grumpy, almost Irish-looking scowl upon seeing him. Nevertheless, the man stood up and slightly bowed before starting his introduction. I am Renishi, the head of the Ishirin Trading Company. You wanted to present me a lucrative product? He impatiently asked, quoting what Ren wrote in his letter to the man. Ren just smiled, slightly apologetically at being late. Yes. My name is Ren. His lips almost twitched into a smile. But that would only infuriate the man more, so he refrained. The man's name was one of the reasons he chose his trading company for this. It was a good cover for him. If he struck it rich with the products he was going to introduce, the company could just say that Ren made it, and most people would conveniently misunderstand which Ren. After all, being an orphan without a last name had its advantages. Especially since there were thousands of Rens in this world. Ren had to make use of it at least in some fashion. No. Go on, then. Wow me. The merchant Ren snorted and crossed his hands across his chest. Despite his acting, Ren could clearly see that the man was properly evaluating him with his eyes. And considering that Ren went for an inconspicuous civilian look, the merchant was probably not very impressed. My business with you has to do with. Ren sat down, and used a dramatic pause in his speech as he put a scroll with drawings on the table, board games. Well, he had to start somewhere. If Jiraiya could get money by writing porn, Ren could exploit the kids and leverage his knowledge of board games from his previous life to earn himself a fortune. This world was seriously lacking in fun things to do for kids. Sure, that Hikaru kid from the movies had even a gaming console. But that was only something the richest could afford at this time. It was not widespread by any means. There were some card games and board games. But they mostly had to do with gambling, not something parents wanted their kids to learn. Usually, kids learn crafts, work in fields, or focus on their studies in this world. It depended on what social class and place one was born in. Cheap games that even normal people could afford were definitely something that could sell well in Ren's opinion. Sure, he would love to bring something more important into this world. Like new alcoholic beverages. Or a steam engine. Or, okay, his mind was drawing blanks. The problem was that he had no idea how to make beverages or how to construct the steam engine. But board games and card games. He remembered some of them. Some that this world did not have. He decided he could start with these. Ren was already keeping most of his money in a storage scroll. But it would be nice to have a proper legal account with legal money that could be traced back and wasn't tied to Konoha. This was just one of his contingencies in case he needed to leg it out of Konoha. The merchant, Renishi, threw Ren a skeptical look, but since he was already here, he sighed and decided to take a look at the drawings. Ren could just tell. This was the beginning of a beautiful mutually beneficial relationship. And if it didn't work, well, he could always go the Jiraiya route and write some smut. After all, how hard could that be? Chapter 34, Clone Kuin. While Ren was negotiating the cooperation between him and the Ishirin Trading Company in the capital, his clone, who liked to refer to himself as Clone Kuin, spent his time doing the usual activities Ren partook in his daily life. It had already been a week since Ren left for the capital, and Clone Kuin had to say, he envied the bastard for avoiding all this trouble he had to go through in Konoha. Ever since the earthquake, Konoha has been on its head. The village was in a state of emergency, a strict curfew was imposed, and worst of all, Clone Kuin knew he was being followed. It was a stressful few days for him. Just yesterday, a ninja tried to break into his apartment. They failed because Ren had a lot of security seals installed. The ninja tripped up an alarm seal and got caught in a security seal that glued his sandals to the floor. Clone Kuin almost confronted him out of habit. He heard the alarm seal and his first instinct was to check it out. He only barely managed to stop himself before reaching the trapped ninja who was just around the corner. Then again, he did just wake up due to the seal, so he was still a bit groggy from the sleep. Besides, who wakes up a clone by trying to break into the original's property? Clone Kuin was certain that it was against the clone rights or something. He deserved a proper 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep, damn it. Fortunately, he didn't confront the ninja. He pretended that something else got his attention and waited around said corner until he didn't hear the guy trying to struggle out of the trap anymore. The problem was that while Danzo's men were definitely following him, they didn't seem to be aggressive just yet. They seemed to look for information more than anything, and that told him they had no idea he was behind the explosive surprise that turned Konoha upside down last week. That was great. He could deal with a bit of suspicion. He just had to act like usual. But if he saw the ninja who tried to break into his house, the men would either try to kill him or try to kill himself on the spot. The first option would be very troublesome because Clone Kuin was just a clone, and even if he had won the fight, it would make Danzo more suspicious of Ren. The second opinion was also troublesome because people were liable to notice a fight between ninjas in the middle of the village's housing district, so he would have to report it and explain what happened. People would start asking questions like, why does he have such strong security in his home? Does he not trust Konoha, or worse, why would somebody want to break into his house? Yeah, the Clone Kuin decided to just not do that. The best trouble is one you can easily evade, after all. Just like now. He was sitting under a tree like he did during most of Ino and Hinata's training sessions. In his hands, he held a book reminiscent of his Fuinjutsu notebook, but it wasn't his Fuinjutsu notebook. The reason? Because the detection seal he had on his person was telling him that his observer was getting unusually boldly clingy today. They risked getting far too close. In fact, they were crouching in the branches of the tree above his head. At first, Clone Kuin was tense, thinking this was it. That they would try to kill him, and then Ren would be unhappy because he would need to leave Konoha, and then he would need to deal with hunter ninjas, which would be just awful, and he would need to look for a way to steer the future without being in Konoha. And the Clone Kuin forcefully stopped his train of depressing thoughts. He was probably created with a small flaw. Such a depressing mental monologue was not Ren's usual thing, but it happened to him quite often. It was annoying. Nevertheless, Clone Kuin realized after an hour that the goal of the attempted break-in into his house and the risk of getting too close during this peekaboo operation was to see what was in his Fuinjutsu notebook. The chakra of his hidden observer slightly moved only when he pulled a similar little book out. It wasn't hard to guess his goal once Clone Kuin noticed that fact. Of course, Ren's Fuinjutsu designs were the most important thing to him. He wouldn't be pulling his notebook when he was aware that a ninja was practically watching over his shoulder. It honestly amazed Clone Kuin that his observer thought he wasn't noticed. But he guessed Ren's reputation as a fresh chunin was helping him out here. Instead, he brought out an empty notebook and started drawing. And he was miserable when it came to drawing. Stick figures were the height of his skill in that department. But since Danzo was so interested in what Ren did with his book all the time, Clone Kuin was eager to entertain his observer, drawing a manga with stick figures and appropriately throwing cringy lines here and there. He had to admit, doing the sex scene with stick figures was hard. But Clone Kuin just wanted to see if his observer would react. Alas, the man was probably emotionally dead inside. He didn't even twitch. Not even when Ren made the male stick figure miss an arm and an eye in a similar fashion to Danzo and had the female figure wear a big red hat. A bit risky. Maybe. But he was one frustrated clone. Because of Ren's constant observer, Hinata and Ino's training had to take one for the team. Clone Kuin wanted to start Hinata on the elemental training and have Ino learn some earth techniques to see how fast she could learn ninjutsu and determine if she had a talent in that area. But of course, Ren was just a tutor who was supposed to help the girls with their academy stuff. Elemental training and techniques were chunin-level things. It's not something that academy students should learn. Ren didn't care about unwritten rules like these. These girls will find themselves in a war before they reach 20. But if Danzo knew that Ren was teaching them advanced things, he could try making some trouble for him. It wouldn't be much, but the men would probably try it just to be petty or to see Ren's reaction. So, unfortunately, Hinata was relegated to something much less interesting than learning how to shoot lightning from the tips of her fingers. But it was also something she still needed to learn anyway. She was learning how to throw senbon for now. Ino was doing an increased amount of physical exercises to lessen the gap between Hinata's and her level when it came to her fitness now that she had her gravity seals. Other than that, Ren had her practice water walking or do the katas with her sword. Both things were very beneficial and maybe even necessary for her future career as a kunoichi, but also equally boring to watch. Seeing her fall into the pond stopped being funny when it happened for the 41st time. Her father pulled through for her and got her Gecko Hayate to show her the kenjutsu basics. Hayate was not going to be Ino's teacher, though. And Clone Kuin was not surprised. Hayate was the best kenjutsu user in Konoha. It was astonishing that Inoichi could get him to teach Ino anything at all. The man was horribly busy. Then again, the older Yamanaka probably had his methods. Blackmail and bribery were not out of the question considering Ren's experience with the overprotective men. Hayate was just going to check Ino's progress with the sword every 2 weeks and give her some tips. Neither senbon throwing nor kenjutsu were skills that could be learned overnight. Byakugan would help Hinata a bit. But she still needed to grind the hours of the learning process to get the skill into her hands. In the anime, everybody could throw a kunai, but people generally disregarded the fact that throwing a kunai was not easy. The kids trained for years in the academy before they got that skill down. Senbon was very different from kunai, however. Clone Kuin reckoned Hinata would need at least a few months to gain the needed proficiency with senbon. Ino wasn't particularly talented at kenjutsu, but she was stubborn, and one of Ren's ideas when it came to Yamana clan practices actually worked. Ino could enter her mind and learn stuff there at an accelerated pace. The blonde girl was so giddy about it, and she looked downright adorable when she glared at Ren with her hands on her hips and had him swear to not tell that to her father or any other Yamanaka. She wanted it for only herself. She could be selfish like that sometimes. Honestly, how that worked, Ren had no idea. He thought she would use it to learn book stuff. But apparently, Ino didn't get the memo because she told him she was practicing the hair techniques and her kenjutsu in her mental space. And much to Clone Kuin's shock, it did work for her. She was learning the kenjutsu basics at lightning speed and her slashes were getting more and more precise every day. How she could replicate chakra in her mind, or how did she know when she did a technique correctly, neither Clone Kuin nor Ren had any idea. But he wasn't going to mention that to the girl. She most likely had no idea either. She probably just didn't think about it. She was doing something outrageous, but it worked out for her. And it would give her the advantage in a similar fashion as the Bakugan gave Hinata. Ren didn't know enough about In Chakra to put together how Ino's new mental skill worked. But then again, chakra could even resurrect the dead and allow people to travel through space and time. He still had a lot to learn. Ino was probably just too thick to realize this was not supposed to be possible, and that's why she managed to do it. Sigh, the blondes in this world. The situation kind of worked itself out despite the consequences of Ren's actions. The girls would need the time to master their new skills, and Danzo's minions wouldn't learn anything sensitive by watching them practice senbon throwing and kenjutsu. But God, if it wasn't boring to watch the girls throw senbon or slash a sword at the air. Clone Kuin couldn't wait for Ren to return from the capital so he could peacefully disperse into the air. Living was too depressing. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. You are weird. Ren came back from the capital 2 weeks after the earthquake and things were finally winding down in the village. He got a stink eye from his clone who had to suffer through the crisis, but his suffering was for the greater good, so it didn't count. Usually, he wouldn't be able to keep a clone summoned for 2 weeks straight. However, his existence was not only for Ren to evade the possibility of Danzo deciding to deal with him in a more permanent fashion. The more important reason was to test Ren's new seals. The durability seal was something Ren worked on even before he got his hands on shadow clones. And when he finally managed to create something that worked, it turned out the seal also had an unexpected effect. It kept the chakra contained within the shell of the clone, lengthening its lifespan by a lot. Ren wanted to see if the clone would last for a few days, but he was surprised that 2 weeks later, the clone was still going strong. Normally, chakra leaks in a small amount from shadow clones at all times. They would run out of chakra in less than a day even if they don't use any technique. Anime didn't show this aspect very well, and Ren understood why. Naruto was a cheater. Ren's bet was that his chakra was so powerful that this was not much of an issue for him. His clones could go for days. Normal ninjas, even Jonin, were not so lucky. Sometimes Ren just wanted to gently put his hands around that little overpowered brat's neck and, ahem, he was joking, of course. He meant to say he felt very slightly envious. Yes. That was it. Because of his clone's new longevity, Ren had to make another seal. He approached the clone and chuckled, "You don't seem like you enjoyed your time here. Anything important to tell me? You know, since I won't get your memories and stuff," he said as he fished out a paper tag with the other experimental seal. "Sure," the clone shrugged and gave Ren a deadpan look, "Get fucked." Ren almost choked on his spit when he heard that. Then again, that also meant there was nothing important to report, so all was well. Leaving me here with Danzo's flunky following me like an overeager stalker was so not cool. The clone muttered, and Ren threw him a wry look. He knew it was not fun. That's why he delayed his homecoming as much as possible. Duh. The clone did seem a bit frustrated, and Ren wondered if it had to do with keeping him in existence for an extended period of time. Clones were not meant to exist for days on end, and there was no documentation of the effects of it happening. This was practically uncharted waters for Ren. Every little detail could be important. "That's the new seal?" the clone asked, pulling Ren out of his thoughts. "Yup." Ren nodded and handed the paper tag to the clone. At the end of the day, the clone was still him, so he too was a seal master and probably understood bits and pieces of the seal since it was done in Ren's usual sealing style. "It's nice work." The clone praised with a nod, smiling a bit for the first time since Ren met him today, and his eyes gained an interested gleam. "What did you name it?" If Ren needed any confirmation that this was his clone, the look in his eyes when seals were mentioned was enough of a proof. "Containment seal." Ren proudly replied. He tried to keep the name simple while also making it describe what the seal was supposed to do. "Ha." The clone apparently disagreed, judging by that sound. "Are you mad? It sounds like something out of a cheap cultivator story." "Oh, who am I kidding? Of course, you are mad." He huffed and put the tag with the seal on the table before he crossed his arms on his chest, giving Ren a stern look. Ren couldn't help but think that having himself stare at him in this way was seriously weird. If you are going to do it, then do it properly. At least call it 9 evil sealing containing dragon, lock, turtle, tiger, phoenix, insert a mythical animal of your preference, super profound seal. The clone had to take a deep breath at the end of that sentence. Ren owlishly blinked at himself, and for a moment he wondered what was wrong with him. Because deep down, his thoughts subconsciously agreed with the clone before he managed to shake them off. No, no, no. No way. Containment seal was a great name. Ignoring that little inner turmoil, Ren politely smiled at his clone, but in the corners of his mouth his smile was visibly a bit strained. "You are weird." The clone instantly noticed it and chuckled. "I am you." He shrugged and Ren rolled his eyes at him. "Hey you, nice to meet you." "I am embarrassed," he retorted with a grin. "Dad jokes. Really?" The clone raised an unamused eyebrow at Ren, making his grin disappear. "Am I usually that uncool? No wonder Naruto calls us uncle." "I am embarrassed too." And Ren slightly flushed. Why was he inflicting self-burn on himself again? Okay. He had to admit that joke was awkward. But it just came out of his mouth before he could think about it. "That little vacation did you a world of good. I am glad," the clone said in a relieved voice, all remaining tension leaving from his shoulders. "It sure did." Ren agreed, his embarrassment melting away. Hell, he couldn't remember the last time he was this carefree. He will have to take vacations outside Konoha more often. Staying in this village was clearly not doing him any good. It wasn't just the village either. This entire world was just way too stressful. Humming to himself, the clone saw that he was no longer needed here, so he once again took the sealing tag. "Let's get this over with," he said, and before Ren could react, the clone slapped the tag on his forehead, making Ren instantly freeze. For a moment, Ren braced himself for an impact. 2 weeks of memories should definitely knock him out. Especially if he wasn't prepared for them. But fortunately, the containment seal worked as intended, and Ren relaxed when he received no memories from his clone. The purpose of the seal was to catch and contain the chakra leaving the clone, which usually returned to the caster, bringing with it the clone's memories. Naturally, Ren didn't have the time to test it. The abrupt actions of his clone made Ren wonder if he wasn't growing a tad bit too reckless. But that couldn't be it, could it? Oh, well, it was probably Ino's fault. Hinata was too meek to corrupt him, and having a natural mindfucker as a student was a very convenient excuse. Ren nodded to himself, deciding he should give Ino 10 additional laps around the pond tomorrow. Teacher's privileges. Maybe he could test if his new seal could counter the Yamanaka techniques. Ren shook that thought off almost as soon as it appeared in his head. It was a good idea, but testing it was just too dangerous. He didn't want Ino's spirit to be trapped within a seal. Explaining to Inoichi why there is nobody at home in his daughter's body would be a drag. Besides, as much as he complained about Ino, he liked the blonde Yamanaka. At least, when she wasn't talking about Sasuke Uchiha. So, about 30% of the time. God, how was he supposed to cure Ino of the illness known as childhood crush? He already tried having Hinata punch her in the face again, but that only motivated her. The more he thought about it, the more the reasons for his delayed return became apparent in his head, and he had to resist the strong urge to create another clone before going to the capital again. Maybe he should make the 10 additional laps into 20. Just in case. More running meant less downtime, and less downtime meant Ino talking less about the Uchiha boy. Prevention was very important, after all. If you wish to support me or read 11 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 36, Unexpected Ambush. Since he was back in Konoha, Ren decided to go and have lunch at the Ichiraku ramen stand. In the capital, he splurged a bit and ate at high-end restaurants as a proper tourist ninja in disguise should. But he missed something simpler, something with a homey feeling to it. As he walked through the village at a leisure pace, using side streets to avoid most of the traffic in the village, suddenly Ren's instincts screamed at him as he noticed with the corner of his eye something flying at him. His training showed as his instincts reacted before his mind could even realize something was going on. The gravity seals on his body were instantly released as he whipped out a kunai and vanished from the spot, evading the projectile. As he was vanishing, a shadow clone silently appeared out of nowhere behind his attacker too. Fortunately, his shadow clone had enough presence of mind to not just ram a kunai straight to the guy's face, and instead, he restrained him with a touch, applying a mean gravity seal to his clothes. The guy abruptly experienced a change in flight direction as his jump was interrupted, and he fell from midair to the ground like a sack of potatoes just as Ren reappeared a bit further away, his kunai in guard position. He was prepared for a fight. But then his mind finally caught up and he just owlishly blinked at the thing on the ground, speechlessly furrowing his eyebrows. Are you? He looked back at the spot from where he had vanished and noticed wet ground with pieces of a rubber ball around the exploding seal he had applied there on the ground as he was vanishing. He sweat dropped, trying to prank me? He asked in utter bafflement while gazing at Naruto, who was staring incomprehensibly at the sky with an open mouth. This was probably the first time the kid got a real taste of the difference between him and a ninja. Sure, he was evading the ANBU after his pranks. But let's be honest. No ANBU would seriously give a chase to Naruto. If Iruka could catch Naruto, then a large majority of chunins in the village could too. The kid wasn't that fast. He was not even remotely close to the level necessary to outrun ANBU. They probably enjoyed his antics, and pranking was a great training method for a kid ninja wannabe. Going by the common sense of ninjas in this world, there was no reason to stop him. Ren could see a bored ANBU giving Naruto a play chase and subtly teaching him a few things about evading a pursuit through hands-on experience. After all, the kid's great stealth skills didn't come out of nowhere. Did they never teach you at the academy not to jump at a ninja? Are you stupid or what? Ren questioned in a baffled tone as his clone exasperatedly shrugged and touched the exploding seal with his foot, erasing it before dispelling itself. Ren wasn't angry at Naruto. But he was surprised he got this close to him without being noticed. The boy had some serious stealth potential. It was such a pity. Still, jumping a ninja like that was a really stupid thing to do. If Ren's exploding seal was more sensitive and the rubber ball set it off. Ren suppressed a shiver at almost accidentally exploding the protagonist due to a prank. You suck, uncle. Naruto scowled and threw a glare at Ren. But he couldn't move his body due to the gravity seal on his clothes. At best, he could slightly wiggle on the spot. Ren burst into laughter when he heard and saw him. It only made Naruto scowl more. Taking a deep breath to calm his laughter after a few seconds, Ren realized what this was probably about, and his mood soured. He crouched next to Naruto and gently tapped his chest, erasing the gravity seal while speaking. I am really sorry about telling you to ask Hinata for help. Fortunately, Naruto didn't just jump to his feet and try to get even with Ren. Instead, he seemed to properly listen to what he had to say. That was a win, in Ren's book. But don't be too hard on her. Her family is really strict and they don't like you. They forbade her to interact with you. Ren grimaced a bit. He truly screwed the pooch by interfering there. The least he could do was to explain the situation to Naruto and hope for the best. But, why? Naruto's face fell when he heard that an entire clan disliked him. I haven't done anything dash. Ren couldn't help but snort, interrupting him. The funny thing was that their dislike of Naruto had nothing to do with Kurama. He raised his eyebrow at Naruto in a patronizing way, because the kid totally deserved it. Really now? Remember a year ago? You broke into their compound and stole their underwear. His look intensified and Naruto shrunk back into himself as he realized this was totally his fault. But that wasn't enough, was it? Ren hummed, you then placed it all around Konoha in an imitation of flags, on a particularly windy day. He finished with an amused smile, but from his tone, it was obvious he wasn't praising Naruto. The kid gulped, his face set in a look kids usually wear when they are caught with a hand in the cookie jar. Sure, managing to do so with the Hyuga guards patrolling their compound was amazing. Ren admitted with a shrug. He had to give praise where it was due. Naruto's downward look instantly evaporated and he preened a little at the acknowledgement of his skill. I have no idea how you dodged their Byakugan. Ren continued, giving the kid an expectant look. But Naruto's expression morphed into a perfect image of confusion. Bakuwat? He asked as if he had heard that word for the very first time. Of course, it was just a dumb luck. Silly me for thinking otherwise. Ren rolled his eyes and fondly ruffled Naruto's hair. Oi! Naruto shouted in an offended tone, but he didn't try to lean away. Realizing that the kid was clearly touch-starved, Ren awkwardly pulled his hand back. It kinda made sense why he was so desperate for friends and attention. Deciding to not go into that train of depressing thoughts, Ren focused on the current topic. The important thing is that you humiliated them. If you did that to the Inuzuka clan, they would be angry enough to send their dogs after you. Naruto winced at the image, but a week later, they would laugh with you and congratulate you for managing to prank them. So, should I target Kiba's clan next? A wicked smile started appearing on Naruto's face as he focused only on the positives of that situation, but Ren rained on his parade. Do you want to try your hand at outrunning their ninja dogs? He asked while helping Naruto stand up. Fair point. Naruto mumbled under his nose with a small wince, imagining having to run from a pack of angry dogs. The problem is that the Hyuga clan takes their reputation very seriously, Naruto. Ren huffed and poked the kid's forehead to make him focus, and you, he snickered, showed everybody their dirty laundry. Naruto grinned at the mental image despite the seriousness of the situation, but Ren just continued, they didn't like you before. They absolutely hate you now. And that's not going to change anytime soon. Yes. Kyuubi was a part of it. But Hyugas were a ninja clan. They knew what Jinchuriki was and how important Naruto would be for the village when he grew up. The whole situation with them forbidding Hinata to interact with Naruto was weird to Ren. If she managed to do it, then that would be beneficial for the clan in the future. But then Ren investigated a bit and heard about the underwear incident. And everything made sense in the world again. Then why tell me to ask Hibaba for help? Naruto asked, tilting his head. Admittedly, Ren made a face, I misjudged the situation. His shoulders slumped. He wasn't a person who had a hard time admitting his failures to himself. But he still didn't like admitting them so openly. It was embarrassing. But Ren's complicated feelings were wasted on Naruto. Are you using complicated words on purpose? The kid asked with a scrunched expression, clearly not getting what Ren meant, making Ren groan. I screwed up. Got that. He disgruntledly bit out a simplified form of what he tried to tell the boy. Oh, okay. Why not just say that then? Naruto asked in a duh voice, and Ren's right eye twitched. Whatever. Come on, I will buy you 2 bowls of ramen as an apology. He grumpily said. He was going for ramen anyway, so there was no harm in it. 3 bowls and I will forgive you. Naruto tried to milk it for all it was worth, but Ren was more experienced in this kind of negotiation. 1.5. He smirked at the kid and dared him to challenge it with his eyes. He had to show Naruto he wasn't a pushover like Irika. Because he knew how much ramen the kid could eat. Ren had to set proper boundaries if he didn't want his wallet to suffer. He was sorry for screwing up. But he wasn't that sorry. T2 sounds great. Naruto stuttered, flushing as he silently admitted his defeat. His face also became a bit unhappy about getting only 2 free bowls, but free food was free food. They quickly reached the ramen stand and took their seats after ordering when Ren suddenly remembered something important and facepalmed, getting Naruto's attention. Here. He unsealed a small notebook from his forearm. I and Hina Hibaba, because of course he was going to stick with that, made it for you. Like, a month ago. Which was why Ren almost forgot. A lot happened during the past few weeks. She felt really bad about rejecting your request for help. And since this is the first time I've seen you since it happened, I can finally give it to you. Ren had to admit he was a bit worried, but giving Naruto some tips on the academy curriculum, tree walking, and water walking was certainly not going to make Akatsuki feel threatened enough to go at the kid in full force. He decided that giving the blonde brat number 2, because Ino was definitely the blonde brat number 1 in Ren's mind, a bit of help was not going to cause many issues in the future. It shouldn't mess things up even more than they already were. Or so Ren hoped. He really, really hoped so. This was so going to screw something up, wasn't it? Thank you. Naruto exclaimed and started browsing the book with a surprisingly focused look. Ren was a bit afraid that Naruto wouldn't want some book. But the boy looked happy about receiving something like that. Unfortunately, Ren wasn't going to train the boy, so the rest was up to him to learn from the books. The tips he and Hinata put together were admittedly quite good and focused on practical application more than theory. Because Ren knew Naruto was too stupid to learn in any other way than by doing. Sadly, Ren literally couldn't train Naruto even if he wanted to. If Hokage wanted Naruto properly trained, the boy would have the best trainers in Konoha. There was a reason why that didn't happen. Maybe it was a favor to Jiraiya or Kakashi who wanted to train the boy themselves, or some other utter bullshit like that. Or maybe there was something more malicious afoot. Ren didn't know. And he wasn't particularly interested in trying to poke into that secret. But he had a hard time believing that Naruto's issues with the clone technique were not noticed by the Hokage. Just as he didn't believe even for a second that Naruto managed to sneak into the Hokage tower, steal a top-secret scroll, evade all the ANBU guards, and then knock out the literal ninja god with honeypot tactics that were probably tried on the said men so many times it got old to him before he even passed his mid-20s. The kid was good. But he wasn't that good. The food finally arrived and Ren fondly watched as Naruto carefully put the book away before digging in. Ren was about to start with his own ramen when his eyebrows scrunched and a realization hit him. Wait a minute. He looked at Naruto with a deadpan stare. Aren't you supposed to be in a school? The boy choked on his noodles. Chapter 37, Academy Day. The lunch break in the academy was in full swing, and as usual, Hinata sat alone at the back of the classroom. Before she met Ren, she was always sad to be alone and could only enviously look upon all the cliques in the room as they had fun with each other while eating their lunch. Nowadays, though. Yo, bitch. Ino casually invited herself to the seat next to Hinata and bumped her shoulder to Hinata's. She instantly noticed that Hinata's Byakugan was on, so she teasingly added, "Not stalking the troublemaker today, I hope." Hinata gave her a very unamused look. "What about you, bimbo? Not talking about Uchiha today? Are you feeling all right?" She quietly retorted back. "I don't talk about him that much." Ino sniffed and tried to steal a bite from Hinata's lunch with her chopsticks, only for Hinata to parry them with her own and give her a warning glance. "I think our teacher would disagree," she said. Ino huffed as her next attempt to reach Hinata's bento box was rebuffed again. "You know that I only do that because I know it annoys the hell out of him. It's a payback for all the stupid things he is putting me through during training," she said with a tongue slightly poking out of her mouth due to her utmost concentration on her thieving attempts. But Hinata had Byakugan and was still faster than Ino, so the blonde was out of luck. Hinata valiantly managed to defend her lunchbox. "And you know that I don't do any stalking anymore," Hinata grumbled, causing Ino to exclaim in offended protest as she managed to slip her chopsticks through Ino's guard and take one onigiri from her bento box. "Tisk, bitch." Ino clicked her tongue and ceased her attempts at stealing Hinata's food. Instead, she leaned a bit away from her so her own lunchbox would be safe. Hinata gave Ino a very small smirk, but it was gone almost as soon as it appeared. She was satisfied with her retaliation. She was no longer that weak girl who had no idea how to improve. Hinata didn't even know why it bothered her so much, but it did, and Ino knew it. That's why she brought up her past stalking activities. Because it reminded Hinata of the times when she was weak, meek, and powerless. When her only source of confidence was watching the orange goof causing trouble and unashamedly shouting his aspirations for everybody to hear with enviable confidence. She still thought it was admirable. But now she also had a goal and will to better herself without having to rely on confidence boost from stalking Naruto. It made her proud. She felt as if she had grown up a bit. "Your target is incoming." Hinata closed her eyes and dismissed her Byakugan when she noticed a certain boy approaching them. She looked at him as he came near, and had to resist the urge to raise her eyebrow at him. This was unexpected. Sasuke did not interact with others. Ever. For any reason. Hinata wondered what he wanted. Sasuke came to a stop in front of Ino and Hinata's desk, staring at them with a composed and cool expression, but Hinata could see his minuscule body tells. He was awkward and probably didn't know what to say. She could have helped him by starting the conversation. But it was surprisingly fun, seeing him struggle with social interaction. It was usually her in that position. She was truly turning into a horrible person under her teacher's tutelage, wasn't she? "What is that?" Sasuke spotted Hinata's lunchbox and blinked, his entire expression now having a small trace of interest. Hinata inwardly hummed. That was as good a topic to break the ice as any, she guessed. Sasuke-kun. Ino finally snapped from her deep shock but still stared at him with wide eyes as if she had just seen something impossible happening. Spaghetti with tomato sauce. Hinata evenly replied. She didn't like how his expression shifted. She remembered that this guy was a freak who had eaten tomatoes for lunch every day for the past few years. Her stocky observation activities gave her a great overview of knowledge about her classmates. Can I Sasuke confidently looked Hinata in the eyes as he started to speak. Of Ino instantly butted in, almost eagerly. No. But Hinata deadpanned. Not just no. But hell no. Ren didn't cook often for her. She noticed he didn't like cooking all that much. Usually, he just let her use his kitchen to make herself a lunchbox for the next day. The Hyuga clan imposed a strict diet on her, but her food intake was not enough for her body now that she had the gravity seals forcing it to grow stronger. If she deviated from the diet, her father would get mad. It was the diet made by their ancestors throughout the generations to ensure the best growth of Hyuga shinobi, or some bullshit like that. She inwardly giggled. She started to even sound like her teacher. She also couldn't tell her father why she needed more food. Revealing that Ren put a seal, even a beneficial one, on her would probably make her father lock her in a room before forbidding her to meet her teacher ever again. Fortunately, Ren offered her an easy solution. But it was still rare to get food made by him, and Hinata cherished it. She was so not sharing. Not even with Ino, and she actually liked the blonde bimbo. Not that she would tell that to her face anytime soon. Oi. Ino reproachfully rebuked Hinata's rude reply and gently poked her in the ribs. One bite won't dash. Just then, Irika's voice interrupted Ino's speech. Kids. Gather up. The spars will start shortly. Hinata felt relieved. She wasn't in a mood to argue with Ino about this. She closed her lunchbox and almost let out a chuckle when Sasuke's face slightly fell, his eyes following the box as she put it back into her bag. If you want to try them that much, just go to a restaurant. They have them almost anywhere nowadays. Hinata told the Uchiha to prevent any idea about stealing it. That seemed to slightly cheer the boy up. How he didn't know the dish, she had no idea. It was sold everywhere. Then again, she heard he was highly antisocial, a bit like her in that regard. And he supposedly only went to the grocery store, academy, and spent the rest of his time in his clan compound, probably training. Plus, the restaurants will make them much better than, never mind. Yes. Ren was no master chef. Even she could make better spaghetti. But she wasn't going to admit that out loud. Especially not in front of Ino. The blonde would definitely blab, and Hinata actually wanted to eat Ren's food again in the future. Even if it wasn't up to par with a dish from a restaurant. The kids quickly gathered around the arena in the training yard and the spars started. Hinata stood next to Ino, a bit to the side of the main group of gathered kids as they watched the matches. So far, mostly just civilian-borns fought. Their performance was laughable, and Hinata idly wondered how many of them would live past their 20th birthday. Catching herself thinking that, her mood soured. Thankfully, Ino was silent. Throwing her a glance, Hinata noticed an uncomfortable look on the blonde's face as she watched the pathetic catfight in the match between two civilian-born kunoichi in training. Hinata understood. Just a few weeks ago, Ino was not much better than them. Watching how unskilled they were was probably a bit conflicting for Ino, who was in their place and thought herself good enough. Now she knew differently. Hinata went through similar conflicting feelings. It probably didn't help Ino that one of the kunoichi was Sakura and she got knocked on her ass with a straight slap to her left cheek. Hinata wanted to facepalm and sigh at the sky. It was not even a punch. Just a slap. And this girl wanted to be a kunoichi. Worse yet, Ren actually offhandedly told her that the pinkette had great potential when they discussed her classmates. Hinata just didn't see it. Heh. At least she no longer disliked the pinkette because Naruto had eyes only for her. Now she dislikes her because she would probably not have as much talent as Sakura in the medical field, but she should still do well enough, as Ren once muttered when he thought she wasn't watching. Hinata almost regretted reading his lips. But it was almost an instinctual skill for a Hyuga. It made her double down on her efforts at learning from the medical texts he procured for her. She was so not going to be beaten by Sakura out of all people. Sasuke came to the stage and their instructor was about to ask who wanted to challenge him. As the top student, others could freely challenge him, but only Naruto and Kiba bothered to do it regularly. Well, mostly Naruto. His enthusiasm was always so endearing. But his fighting skills made Hinata always inwardly wince nowadays. She even tried to talk to Irika about it, but the man just helplessly shrugged, saying he tried his best, but Naruto. Well, it is what it is. The one useful thing her clan actually imparted to her was that it didn't matter how much one trained if that training was not done in an effective manner. At least, Naruto did start to improve since Ren gave him the notebook with helpful tips they made together. She didn't include the "learn this if you want to beat Uchiha Sasuke" clause in the notebook for nothing. After her detailed observations, she knew what made the orange blonde tick. Iruka might not know how to motivate Naruto to learn something as mind-numbingly boring as proper taijutsu katas, but Hinata had a much better grasp on Naruto's personality and how to make him do what she wanted. Hinata's thoughts were interrupted when Sasuke, who was on the stage, suddenly loudly exclaimed but still in a composed tone, "I want to fight the Hyuga." He looked at Iruka, who gave Hinata "what can you do" look before beckoning her to come into the ring with a small apologetic smile. "Hey, bastard. What has she done to you?" Naruto, of course, instantly angrily shouted at Sasuke, flailing his fist around. "Why don't you fight me instead?" Sasuke just snorted, and his eyes did not move away from Hinata no matter how loud Naruto got. "Oh, look at that. How cute. Your crush is defending you." Ino very quietly whispered to Hinata. "Alf." Ino suddenly leaned forward as Hinata gave her a chakra poke right under her ribs, hitting only muscle and no organs. At best it would bruise slightly, but it would also hurt for the remainder of the day. All the medical knowledge was not for naught. And Byakugan just made using it that much more convenient. "That's not nice, Ino-chan," Hinata shyly said. After all, people were looking at them. The fact that using a gentle fist on Ino like that was out of character for her momentarily went over her head. "I liked you better when you were shy," Ino wheezily said, easily powering through the pain. "It wasn't that bad. They had worse during their training." Hinata snorted and started moving into the ring. When she was standing opposite the Uchiha, he seriously spoke as they made the seal of confrontation, "Fight me properly." Without holding back. She resisted the urge to take off her jacket. Taking it off constituted getting serious nowadays. Her mind just made that link along the lines of her training. It was just a pity she didn't want her clan to know how good she had become under Ren's training. Her jacket stayed on. She felt a bit bad due to Sasuke's request, though. "I don't like fighting, Sasuke-kun," Hinata said in an apologetic tone, sounding meek. She even ducked her head a bit, mostly out of habit. Hearing her, Sasuke cringed. "Don't do that," he bit out, put off. "It's creepy." Hinata was about to ask him what he meant, but Iruka intervened and started the match with a loud, "Begin." Sasuke sprang forth and jumped into the air, attempting to kick Hinata in the chest with a spinning high kick for an opener, and Hinata barely dodged by rolling under Sasuke while activating her Byakugan. She was much slower than the Uchiha with the gravity seals on her. She needed the superior visual prowess to put up at least some fight. Their positions were now reversed as Sasuke landed on the ground and Hinata stood up. But Sasuke was already performing his next attack, trying to deliver a punch to Hinata's head. She saw it coming, however. She blocked the punch with a small wince, and her right fist was already midway to Sasuke's abdomen when he grabbed her wrist, stopping it in place. Hinata did not hesitate as the Uchiha expected. She just changed her block into a hold as her left hand clamped around Sasuke's wrist and she jumped up, her knee already on its way toward his chin. Sasuke's eyes widened and his superior speed came to his rescue as he released Hinata's wrist and forcefully turned his body to the right, dodging her knee as it almost grazed his chin. Sweat rolling down his temple, Sasuke smirked in anticipation. He had her. She was in midair and unable to defend against his counterattack. And indeed. His foot crashed into Hinata's side, sending her through the air before she landed, sliding her feet on the ground, holding her side. Sasuke's eyes glinted in excitement. She could keep up with him, and he didn't even remember when last he had fun fighting a classmate. He was about to continue the spar when Iruka suddenly yelled, "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha." Looking like a deer in headlights, Sasuke stopped in his tracks, his head whipping toward Iruka, who only gestured at Hinata's feet. She was out of the ring. Sasuke's eye twitched as he gave Hinata a small angry glare. She was exactly an inch outside of the ring. He didn't believe even for a second that it was coincidental. She clearly could have stopped her body while still within the ring. Hinata didn't look him in the eyes and just did the seal of reconciliation after the spar before returning to Ino's side as Sasuke intently watched her, much to the wailing despair of many fangirls in the audience. The class continued, but no other notable fight happened. Naruto was paired with a civilian-born boy and manhandled him in seconds, despite the fight resembling a brawling match in a tavern rather than a proper ninja fight. Ino's opponent was also a civilian-born kunoichi. It was an easy win for the blonde, who smugly looked at Hinata after her victory. And Shikamaru gave up the very first second his fight with Shino happened. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Hinata was packing her bag because the spars were the last class in the academy for today, when Sasuke approached her again. "Why?" he asked, not specifying his question, but Hinata understood. She glanced at him and quietly whispered, "Clan matters." That made him purse his lips in displeasure, but eventually, he nodded, accepting the answer. "Fine." He opened his mouth to continue but Naruto jumped into his face. Oi! Duckass! Stop bullying Hibaba. Hinata visibly winced at that and Sasuke gave Naruto a look that clearly questioned if the blonde wasn't an idiot. Sometimes, Hinata hated Ren's sense of humor. This was totally his fault. Fight me. I am going to beat your ass. Believe it. Naruto continued, not noticing Sasuke's nor Hinata's expressions. Here we go again. Sasuke sighed and barely audibly mumbled under his nose, making Hinata giggle. Without even realizing it, Sasuke's lips twitched into a small smile. Later, when he realized it, he could only stare in bewilderment at the wall. He didn't know when was the last time he genuinely smiled. Chapter 38, Playing with Shadows. It has been 3 months since Ren received an unwanted observer and recently, he was starting to get really annoyed. Enough to start planning a murder. Fortunately, 2 days ago, just a measly week before his plans were finished, his relentless stalker finally stopped showing up. It was the 3rd day of his absence and Ren let out a relieved sigh because it meant that Danzo finally decided the observation mission was not worth the time investment considering the lacking results. It wasn't that misleading or that fooling his stalker was hard. Ren still had his daily training and every day, he needed to make his observer follow a clone before he did it. It was a total waste of a precious clone that could speed up his training but it had to be done. But living with the knowledge that there was a dude in the shadows, watching him and waiting for him to make a wrong move was taxing on Ren. Technically, Ren knew that Danzo couldn't waste his limited resources to have him watched indefinitely. It was a waiting game until his observer left and that's why Ren did not intervene. But it wasn't an enjoyable couple of months for him. That said, there was a benefit to it too. As apologetic as Ren was for delaying the important training bits for Ino and Hinata, and he felt really bad because they were good enough with their chosen weaponry to move on to something different a month ago but he delayed their progress due to the observer, it gave him time to focus on his own research and development. At least, Hinata understood. She definitely noticed the ANBU following them. And it worried her. She tried not to show it and didn't say anything. But Ren noticed how she sometimes nervously glanced in the direction of the hidden route ANBU. Danzo either didn't have anybody competent enough to evade Byakugan or he simply didn't care about the Hyuga main branch pariah noticing his agent because she was far too young to tell that the man was not from the official ANBU. Honestly, it could be either of those two options. As for Ino, she had no idea. Konoha was still a happy place for her. Her safe zone. Ren wasn't going to cure her of that delusion, though. Maybe it was a misguided desire to protect her innocence, but not just yet. All 3 of them were now in the training ground 41 and Ren was finally about to give the girls the good news. He had a new technique and a new seal for them. Both of these had been months in the making and he finally could share them with his students. Just considering the research data he would passively gather in the next few weeks made him almost salivate. But all in due time. Come here, Ino. Ren leaned on a tree and said to the blonde girl who curiously came closer to him. He unsealed a scroll from the seal on his wrist before giving it to her. Read it. It's a cooperation technique and the paper holds your part. Tell me when you are ready to perform it. As a Yamanaka, this should be right up your alley. Ino took the scroll and the further along she read, the more focused she seemed. When she was done, she seemed to space out for a second and her blue eyes went blank only to come back into focus 5 seconds later. I am done. She said with eyes wide from awe, that is built on some amazing concepts. Ren smiled at her but didn't feel particularly happy about the praise. Most of the principles on that scroll were already in existence thanks to Tobirama. Ren just took them apart into pieces and put them back together in a different way to create something new. So, he didn't feel as proud of the technique even though it took him months to put it all together in a workable manner. Already. Instead of feeling good about the praise, Ren was surprised about Ino's speed. Her mind technique was unique. It was something new she found. And she had just used it to learn the contents of a quite difficult scroll about Ein release manipulation in under 5 seconds. It was nothing short of amazing despite the fact that Ein manipulation was her forte. Yup. Ino slightly preened, enjoying the surprise Ren exuded. Of course, she had to boast more, I practiced a lot so I could enter my mindscape much quicker and without meditation. It's not a big deal. She finished with a smug smirk that made Hinata scoff. Ren dryly chuckled in his mind. Inoichi would cry tears of joy if he had heard her. The man would probably write entire songs about how genial his daughter is. And honestly speaking, Ren was totally going to take credit for it. Teacher's privileges. Do I want to know how much time passed in your mind during those 5 seconds? He asked and offered Ino his palm. He would definitely need to go through some tests with Ino's mindscape technique. It seemed safe to use and she had no issues despite using it for months now. But Ren was afraid of how it would affect her mental age and state if she overused it. There was a reason why new techniques were usually extensively tested. Who knew what side effects a technique that messed with a user's head, even if in a beneficial manner, had? But it was her technique, and since it was a derivative of her clan jutsu, it fell under the category of clan technique. He couldn't forbid her from using it even if he wanted, and Ino was stubborn about not telling anybody about it. Which, fair. Ren had his own share of secrets. Not much. It was just 15 minutes. Ino admitted and put her palm flatly on his, each finger facing its counterpart. Ren slowly moved his fingers and Ino followed along according to the instructions on the scroll, their hands intertwining in a singular hand seal as both Ino and Ren started internally channeling their chakra to do their own part of the technique. I still have no idea what this is supposed to do. Ino idly mentioned with her eyebrows deeply furrowed and her eyes narrowed in a deep concentration. Fortunately, Hinata was observant enough to realize she should stay quiet and let them focus, but from the corner of his eyes, Ren could see she stared at their hands with a slight envy. He felt bad about it. Hinata could certainly learn the technique too, and he was going to teach it to her too. But it would be much harder for her than for Ino. Ren went slowly, carefully molding his chakra and letting it join Ino's. He had practiced the technique, both parts, with his shadow clones, and he didn't want to interrupt her part by hurrying her along. So, their first attempt took them a solid 30 seconds of concentration. But feeling the chakra build up to be finally sufficient, Ren pushed the technique into completion as he spoke. It's the custom remake of the mental component 4-. A puff of smoke appeared next to them and a bewildered clone of Ino popped into existence, looking at Ren before redirecting her gaze at her original in utter astonishment. The shadow clones. Ren smugly finished with a grin. Even though the girls couldn't yet know how much better this accomplishment was going to make their training, Ren couldn't help but feel great about the options it opened. Both for him and his students. Ino and her clone stared at each other in a silent incomprehension. She knew what shadow clones were. Ren used them almost daily. But she also knew she didn't have enough chakra reserves for them yet. Because she asked Ren. Repeatedly. Until she annoyed him enough to make her run laps around the pond. She didn't even know the technique, but she had just created her own clone. No way. Ino whispered. Ren was about to say something that he thought would make this moment even more epic, but he didn't get the chance as Ino jumped at him and tried to hug the stuffing out of him in joy. I can finally use my clone to try out clothes. She squealed in pure girlish glee. And all feelings of accomplishment were drained from Ren, who promptly facepalmed. That was so not why he spent months creating a cooperation version of Shadow Clones. Chapter 39, Hikari Riku. Still in Ino's death grip, Ren looked at Hinata, his eyes asking for help, but the traitor only gave him an amused look in return. When Ino finally stopped hugging Ren, she returned to scrutinizing her clone. But of course, despite being a clone, it was still Ino, so she would not let attention go unanswered. Hello, good-looking. Ino's clone waved at Ino with a flirty smile and Ino just grinned back. Deciding that for his own sanity, he should not pay too much attention to their interaction for the moment, Ren turned to Hinata. Did you see what Ino had done with her chakra, Hinata? He asked, hoping that learning this technique would not be too hard for the Hyuga girl. It held an essential place in his plans for her future training and he needed her to be capable of doing it. Hinata bit her lower lip in an apparent worry. Yes. But I have no idea if I will be able to replicate it. The way of molding chakra seems to be quite complicated. Here. Ren passed her the scroll with instructions. Give it time. You will get there. He said, and Hinata resolutely nodded while opening the scroll and started reading it with determined eyes. Ren loved to see her so motivated. Especially since it couldn't be easy to keep her level of determination with somebody like Ino nearby who could just pull off such a complicated technique in 5 seconds like the cheater she was. Letting Hinata to her own devices with the scroll, Ren turned back to Ino and froze on the spot when he saw her making out with it. Awkwardly clearing his throat did not help. Both Inos just released small muffled moans. Ino. Ren reproachfully started, but he really couldn't find words to say, so his speech tapered off. Thankfully, the girl and her clone separated when they heard him speak and both gave him a cheeky grin. I was just sampling the goods. Ino's clone unashamedly said. She is great. Ino nodded, praising herself. Ren rubbed the bridge of his nose. All right, Ino. You had your fun. Now dispel your clone, please. Ah, must she? Ino's clone whined. I'll be a good girl. Yes. Ren deadpanned, having 2 of you is a bit much for my romantic heart. He said in a dry tone, and the real Ino released a mock gasp of hurt as she put her hand on her heart in an attempt to garner pity. The clone Ino, however, didn't even try to play the wrong party. She just put her hands on her hips and confidently grinned. PSHH. My existence brightens your day, hot stuff. Wanna try making out too? She innocently asked. Ren turned toward the real Ino with a raised eyebrow and a wide amused smirk, and the girl who stood frozen in her spot, still with a hand on her heart, looked like a deer in headlights. Her clone giggled at her before disappearing in a small puff of smoke. Stupid clone. Ino muttered under her nose, flushing a bit from embarrassment as Ren enjoyed the moment. Moving on, hee. She awkwardly tried to laugh it off. She may act annoying at times. Maybe even teased Ren when she felt particularly bold. But she never ever turned blatantly flirty like her clone had just done, and it obviously made the girl feel a bit flustered. Of course, Hinata couldn't let such a golden opportunity go. Sasuke would be so jealous. She quipped from the side. That let Ino regather her wits, and she snorted, right. And Suna will experience a snowstorm. She rolled her eyes at Hinata, making both the Hyuga girl and Ren give her a weird look. They both expected a bit more, fangirlish reply. Did you get the memory feedback? Ren asked the blonde girl, changing the topic. They were burning the daylight, and as great as it was to see the usually unflappable Ino embarrassed, he still had things to talk about with the girls. Ino blinked. Now that you talk about it, yes, I do have. She scrunched her face. Wait. Oh, getting memories thrown into my mindscape is weird. They are all over the place. Hold on. I need to dash. She suddenly took a deep intake of breath and winced as she put a hand on her forehead. I need to clean my head. This is disturbing. A few moments later, Ino was still in her mindscape, but she started to look more relaxed, and Hinata was done reading the scroll and was now fully paying attention. Next, I have another seal for you. He moved on. Oh, you could have just asked if you wanted to see me naked again, teach. Ino teased despite her unfocused state, and Hinata averted her eyes with a small blush. I'll just need to see your back this time. Ren said, causing Ino to go, aw. How intimate. She started, and Ren wondered if sorting the memories from her clone was making her drop even the last bits of her usual restraint. So, what's the new seal about? Hinata interrupted with a clear interest in her expression. Giving her a quick grateful smile, Ren started explaining. It's a chakra storage seal. It is supposed to drain chakra from your reserves at all times and store it for later use. Both girls looked astonished at that, and Ren's smile widened. Unlike the Cooperation Shadow clones, his seals were something he truly felt proud of, just a moderate amount, though. It's not very sizable, to be honest. Alas, he had to admit the shortcomings too. It was no Tsunade's Ein seal that could store years' worth of chakra. But as they were now, the girls could not make a shadow clone without half-killing themselves, and this would help with that problem for seemingly no cost. With your current reserves, roughly 2 days of accumulating the chakra should give you enough to summon one clone for a few hours. It will help speed up your training a lot in the long run. That sounds great. Hinata exclaimed, and even Ino seemed a bit excited. But it was nothing compared to the brunette whose future hung on how strong she managed to become in the upcoming 2 years. And Ren didn't even introduce the best part yet, plus having your reserves constantly drained and never being able to become full will force your chakra network to constantly adjust to the drain as it tries to fill itself up. He finished with a boast in his tone, but it just fell flat when Ino opened her mouth. Ah. And in words that even this blonde would understand. She tilted her head, and Ren's left eye twitched in annoyance. You will get constantly stronger by a very, very, very small amount each day. He grumpily explained, unhappy about having his moment ruined. Oh, why didn't you just say so, then? Ino asked in a duh tone, and Hinata giggled at Ren's unamused expression. Go do your laps. Ren ordered with a huff. Hinata's instructor should be here any moment. Do we have to? I hate the laps. Ino verbally complained, but she dutifully started stretching in preparation for the running. Ren decided to be mean and smirked at the girl, PSH. Its existence brightens your day. He threw her earlier words back at her. Ino stopped in her tracks for a moment. I hate you. She threw at Ren before resuming her exercise. I can live with that. Ren just shrugged. I would be failing as your ninja instructor if you didn't hate me. I don't hate you. Hinata ducked her head, and Ren would usually find it endearing, but now he simply raised his eyebrow at her in amusement. Oh. Do I hear a plea for 10 additional laps? Needless to say, both girls disappeared in a burst of speed, running away from Ren and toward the pond before he managed to increase the number of their prescribed laps. Smart girls. Ren chuckled to himself. 30 minutes later, the girls were done with their run, and when they approached Ren again, they saw him chatting with a brown-haired woman of average height with hair reaching her shoulders. She seemed to be in her early 20s and had blue eyes paired with a pretty face. Her Konoha forehead protector was sitting firmly on her head, and she wore a standard Konoha flak jacket every Chunin had and black pants. The woman was Riku Hikari, the teacher Ren hired through the mission board to teach Hinata how to properly throw senbon. Look at them, Ino whispered to Hinata when she saw Ren and Hikari laugh at something. They are totally flirting. She bumped her shoulder with her. No, they aren't. Hinata rejected the idea with a frown and Ino didn't answer because they reached the two ninjas. I am sorry I won't be able to come tomorrow. I have a mission with my team. The girls heard Hikari say and Ino's eyes sparkled as she got an idea. In a typical fashion for her, she instantly decided to act upon it before thinking it over. Why don't you two go together? Ino abruptly asked, surprising all three other people around. Ren released a considering hum. That actually sounds nice. He was coped in Konoha for 3 whole months. Well, not really. He took trips to the capital almost every 3 days. But on paper, he technically stayed in Konoha for all that time. He glanced at Hikari. Yes. He could go with another another mission. The chakra storage seal would need a week to settle in the girls' chakra network, so they were going to have a break from training anyway. Is that fine? He finally asked the woman. I'll tell my team. They should be fine with it. Hikari answered with a satisfied smile that rubbed Hinata the wrong way. I look forward to it. The two older ninjas started discussing the details when Hinata turned toward Ino, her posture hiding a subtle anger. What are you doing, Ino? She asked the blonde girl in a hurried whisper as she poked her in the ribs. Ino blinked and looked at her. As good students, shouldn't we at least try to get our teacher a date? Of course, she did not expect the woman to actually agree. She had never heard of a team taking in an outsider for a mission before. That was a miscalculation on her part. Hinata let out a muffled, frustrated sound in her throat. She glanced at Hikari, who sported a small pink dusting on her cheeks as she chatted with Ren, and her mood soured further. But I don't want him to get a date. She sadly mumbled under her nose, causing Ino's eyes to subtly widen as suddenly, a realization hit her. Chapter 40, Easy Supply Run. The next day, Ren arrived at Konoha's gate, only to see that Hikari was already there with 2 older men, talking and laughing like old friends. He released a small sigh of relief. Accepting to go on a mission with Hikari was a spur-of-the-moment thing for him. Only later did he consider all the problems that could happen. His main concern was that her teammates would not want an outsider they knew nothing about to join the team. And it was a valid concern too, so Ren had no idea how they would react to his inclusion. He was relieved they didn't look angry or tense. For the most part, Ren just wanted to get out of Konoha for a week. Not behind the scenes, but officially. He was going to enjoy the week out on a mission, and then he could continue worrying about Danzo's next move. Thankfully, he had Hinata checking with Byakugan when he gave Hikari some probing questions after hiring her, and according to her, Hikari did not lie. The woman probably did not realize it, but that's the biggest reason why Ren could be at ease near her. He was certain she was not one of Danzo's. Then there was also the fact that Naruto now seemed to seek him out, which would inevitably get him unwanted attention from Sarutobi. It's not as if he could just evade the boy either. That would just be a dick move, considering that most of the village already does that. But nobody could complain if Ren went on a mission. It's what ninjas do. No. He was certainly not running away from his problems. This was, a tactical retreat for a week so he could regroup his thoughts. Yup. He decided he would call it that. He approached Hikari and her team, waving at Hikari, who noticed him and turned toward him. Hello. I am Ren. Chunin. Sorry for intruding. He spoke to the 2 men. No worries, man. It will be safer with 4. I am Norio, a Chunin. We are happy to have you. A dark green-haired man said in a laid-back manner with a lazy but welcoming smile on his face. Yeah. Welcome to the team. I am Sarutobi Kaido, Jonin, and the lead of this team. The older man introduced himself, and Ren barely refrained from freezing at his surname. He wondered if it was just a coincidence, but then he decided to not dwell on it. There was nothing he could do about it anyway. Kaido put the cigarette he held into his mouth and lit it up with a rudimentary katan jutsu before he put his hand on Hikari's hair and ruffled it as if she were a kid. Hey, this girl was so worried about our reaction. She really likes you, you know. He said with a wide grin, which made Hikari flustered. Shut up. She harshly rebuked him and poked him hard in his ribs with her elbow, making the Sarutobi man visibly wince from pain, but he didn't stop grinning through it. He looked at her with concern in his brown eyes, and disturbingly enough, Ren could not tell if the man was faking it or not. I was honestly starting to worry you won't find a man, but I see everything is all right. Kaito happily said, and Hikari looked in embarrassment at the ground. We are not. She mumbled, but Ren spoke at the same time. We are in. They both stopped when they realized they were speaking in sync, and Kaito's grin widened even more as they unsurely looked at each other. Well. Ren had to admit that Hikari was pretty, and he did like her big blue eyes and shoulder-long light brown hair. He may or may not have checked her out 1, 2, maybe 5 times during the period she trained Hinata. The woman was a kunoichi, so Ren didn't have any illusions about her not noticing. But like responsible adult teenagers they were, they approached the topic in a very mature fashion and had a tacit understanding, so they never mentioned it. Honestly, Ren was just too busy to consider girls unless the topic was blatantly shoved in front of his face. Alas, he had Ino under her care and she had a very big mouth. Of course. Kaito sagely nodded at them and clapped Ren on the shoulder. Just don't wander off together into the bushes during the mission. Leave taking her virginity for after we come back to Konoha and we are golden. He gave Ren a thumbs up and evaded a senbon thrown by the embarrassed Hikari. Ren felt pretty flustered too, but he just took a deep breath and dryly said, "Right." He knew Kaito's type. The man was like a shark. He smelled blood and encouraging him would just make him tease them more. Deep down, however, Ren had decided to give it a shot and ask Hikari out after this mission. He quite liked the woman. Both her personality and how she looked. Giving it a shot would not cost him anything. Good. I have enough trouble with one troublemaker on the team, he said and threw a glance at the green-haired Norio who was silently snickering to himself and enjoying the show. Blinking his equally green eyes at suddenly being the center of attention, Norio clicked his tongue, one time. I fell for the honey trap one time, boss. He rolled his eyes, making Kaito huff. Abruptly, Kaito's grin fell as the man turned serious and entered his work mode. He took out a mission scroll and all four of them instantly tensed, paying full attention. All right, boys. He gave Hikari a small smirk, and tomboy. The woman's eyebrow twitched but she didn't react further. This is a standard easy supply run. We reach our destination, drop off the supplies and sealing scrolls, and get back to Konoha. It should be quick and safe but be on guard. We are still going into an active war zone. Anything could happen. War zone? Hikari worriedly asked and Kaito nodded. We are bringing supplies to an outpost in the land of waves. He announced and Ren had to restrain himself from facepalming. Of course, it would be the land of waves again. Honestly, he should have asked where they were going before accepting. What are the chances this will go pear-shaped? He idly wondered with a forced smile as he listened to the rest of the team briefing. It's not as bad as I feared, Kaito said as they entered a small town in the land of waves and started walking through its main street in a civilian disguise. This town was their last stop before they reached the Konoha outpost in the country. So far, so good. Nothing out of the ordinary happened and Ren was happy that he could enter the country without encountering an S-rank ninja or something similarly ridiculous. With his luck as of late, it just might happen. Then again, it was a ridiculous notion. There were less than 100 S-rank combatants in the world. And the world was as big, if not bigger than his last one. The chances of meeting one of them were very low. Most ninjas could do missions their entire lives, even participate in wars, and never actually encounter an S-rank enemy. It's just Naruto who is the child of destiny. But it basically just meant the sucker has worse luck than Tsunade when it came to random encounters. You were here in the past? Hikari asked as she looked around with a sad gaze. The town was ramshackle and the people looked visibly poor. Yes. On a mission with Kurenai Yuhi. Ren idly answered, too preoccupied with observing the people to notice the small frown on Hikari's face at the mention of Kurenai's name. Wait, isn't she the bitch who killed the local overlord and started this whole mess? She doomed these people? Norio asked in surprise. Yeah, Kurenai did not have a good reputation in the village right now. Rumors and all that. The only reason Ren was not impacted by it as much was that he was just a chunin under Kurenai's lead, so despite giving her that idea, she held the responsibility for her actions. But he really didn't feel like letting people shit-talk Kurenai for doing something good. On the contrary, she saved them. Ren said in a serious tone, looking Norio straight in the eyes. The man was caught off guard and unsurely nodded that he understood. You can't be serious. But Hikari did not see Ren's look and spoke, unhappy at the state of the town. Just look at them. It's miserable. She pitied them. Ren sighed, his shoulders slumping, and yet, it is 10 times better than what it was a few months ago. He said, and even Kaito looked a bit uncomfortable at that. The conversation ceased right there and then. The people, they seemed to be much happier than when he was here the last time. They seemed to actually have hope for a better future. The conflict between Konoha and Kiri happening in the land of waves was unfortunate. But it brought jobs and money for the local people. Yes, some of them would die as the result of said conflict, but the rest. They would recover, and once the conflict was finished, the country would be much better off, no matter who won. It was an objective win for this country. It's not as if the usual ninja conflict was a full-blown war. Mostly it was just shadow operations and assassinations or small skirmishes that rarely impacted the local populace. Obvious war crimes were reserved for the major ninja world wars, which this was not. I feel bad for them, Hikari finally said as they left the town. She sighed as she reached into her pocket and retrieved her Konoha headband, binding it around her forehead. The other members of the team followed before they picked up their pace, desiring to arrive at the outpost before the sun went down, but it seemed the fate was not on their side today. Barely 10 minutes outside of the town, Ren's face scrunched up in a "are you freaking kidding me" way. Seeing an enraged Yugura in a two-tailed bijou shroud chasing two people with featureless ANBU masks who were running straight at their group in a clear attempt at aggro transfer, Ren had a hard time believing his eyes. "Fuck me," he whined, causing his frozen teammates to shake their shock off and burst into action. "I knew I shouldn't have come to this country again," he exasperatedly thought just as Yugura started charging a Bijudama right in their direction. If you wish to support me or read 12 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 41, Fighting a Mad Jinchuriki. In the anime, it always seemed so slow. The Jinchuriki needed to gather the red and blue bubbles, condense them into a purple ball, and then either eat it and shoot it or shoot it. It took a while on the screen. In reality, it all happened in a split second. Ren barely managed to put his palm on the ground and push his chakra into a ring he wore on his right hand, causing a seal to rapidly spread on the ground. But by that point, the beam from the Bijudama already engulfed the two blank-masked ANBU, instantly vaporizing them without even slowing down. The seal finished forming exactly half a second later, just a few milliseconds before Ren's team was drowned in the energy beam that disintegrated everything in its path while carving up a massive crater into the ground. The beam continued for several miles until it finally stopped and exploded into a fiery orange ball reaching almost 100 feet in the air and causing a shockwave that devastated the surrounding land. The ground violently shook and the world was drowned in a loud booming noise, but it all lasted only a few seconds before the ball disappeared and both the noise and the earthquake quieted themselves. Almost hyperventilating, Ren barely resisted the urge to fall down in relief as his legs grew a bit weak. He and his team stood on a solitary small island made of earth within a massive crater stretching into the horizon, completely fine. "Holy shit. We are alive," Norio whispered in disbelieving joy, staggering in his place and shaking like a leaf as his mind registered how close to death he was. Hikari fell on her posterior, staring with wide eyes at the devastation around her. She was most definitely still in shock and Ren didn't falter. Facing average Chunin on missions is far different from facing a Jinchuriki. They were called monsters even in this world full of supernatural punch wizards for a reason. Ren mentally winced a bit as he realized where the Bijudama landed. Well, there went the city they just left. Kaito, the only Jonin in the group, threw Ren a surprised glance before returning his attention back to the Jinchuriki in front of them. He was the only one of his teammates who weren't numb enough from relief that he forgot the fight was not over yet. "No idea how you saved us, Ren, but any chance you could replicate it again?" he asked, his tone trying to be firm but Ren could plainly hear the undertone of nervousness within it. Ren wryly smiled, "No. That was a one-time use seal and it was the only one I had." He didn't exactly expect to face off against a Bijudama this early in his life. Jinchuriki were supposed to be rare. There were only 9 of them in the world. What are the odds he would encounter one on a random mission? He was mostly preparing to face S-rank ninjas. Even the seal that saved them was not made with Bijudama in mind. It was a space-time barrier. Yes, amazing. He was aware of his own genius. Unfortunately, it was also supposed to be a last resort thing as it took a massive amount of chakra. Ren had to spend a week casually charging the seal he just spent to allow for one-time use. He had felt so smug about it too, when he created it. With the chakra he gathered, he could probably block 5 S-rank techniques with it in a pinch. But there went all that effort. Yes, it could block the closest equivalent to an atomic bomb this universe had outside of Daidara's terrorist fuckery. But Ren didn't feel very accomplished right now. Because he was well aware that unlike him, the Jinchuriki were not limited to only one Bijudama. "I see." Kaito spoke only for his eyes to quickly widen alongside Ren's and they threw themselves onto the ground just in time to evade a swipe from Yugura who appeared out of nowhere in a burst of speed. Sadly, they didn't have the time to warn Norio whose upper body was instantly pulverized on hit, and only his legs kept standing as a shower of his blood and gore fell on Kaito, Hikari, and Ren. Ren didn't hesitate and connected a chakra string with Hikari, forcefully pulling her toward him just in time to avoid Yugura smashing her into a bloody smear with a downward strike. Fortunately, the woman quickly regained her wits because Ren had to stop paying her much attention as a hand made of Yugura's chakra cloak tried to grab him and he had to jump away while throwing an exploding kunai at Yugura. If he had been grabbed, he would have been done for. The exploding kunai hit its mark but the bijou cloak tanked most of the damage and what little got through was stopped by the corals that now covered Yugura's skin like armor. The attack seemed to only piss him off more as he released a menacing growl, showing he was not all mentally there anymore. Kaito and Hikari started their offensive too, with Kaito throwing Katan ninjutsu at their opponent while Hikari tried to hit him with Senbon. Ren did not let up his attack. He threw an exploding kunai after exploding kunai even if they only managed to stagger Yugura and cause him to focus on defense. After throwing 5 exploding kunai, Ren had the idea to mix in a kunai charged with wind chakra and was rewarded with an enraged scream from Yagura when the wind chakra allowed the kunai to bypass the coral armor and wound his arm. Should have gone for the neck. Ren admonished himself as he saw Yagura's blood leak out from his wound and start to mix with his bijou cloak. Kaito definitely deserved his rank because the second he saw Ren's attack working, he started doing something similar, infusing fire-natured chakra into his thrown weapons, but it had a diminished effect on the Jinchuriki. Ren threw another wind-charged kunai at Yagura only 2 seconds after he got wounded, but his wound was already quickly closing, making Ren inwardly curse. He aimed for the neck this time, but Yagura crouched and crossed his forearms. Ren's breath hitched and he braced himself for an impact. Naruto blasting Haku and his mirrors was his favorite scene in the anime. He damn well recognized what Yagura was about to do. A split second later, a shockwave threw all 3 ninjas back, rattling their bodies as they speedily impacted the ground in a painful roll. They all managed to push themselves on their feet from the roll relatively quickly, though, showing their experience. After regaining his balance, Ren's eye snapped back toward Yagura, only to see him touching the ground with his chakra cloak going. Jump! He screamed, already mid-jump. Kaito managed to react in time, but Ren could only watch as Hikari was speared straight through her stomach by Yagura's chakra cloak that burst from the ground underneath her, lifting her in the air and making her release a high-pitched scream full of burning pain. The horror started filling him, and deep down, he knew it was futile, but he still quickly threw a wind-charged kunai at the place where the cloak came out of the ground in an attempt to cut it off from Yagura to make it dissipate in order to save her. But just a split second before the kunai cut off the chakra cloak, it expanded, ripping Hikari's torso into pieces from within her stomach, silencing her forever as her legs and head were all thrown in different directions. Her death hit Ren hard. When Kigo died, he felt bad. He was a cool guy and Ren could have seen himself becoming a good friend with him in time. But he had still only known the men for 1 day. But he knew Hikari for a few weeks. He liked her enough to decide to ask her out. The initial spark was there and Ren's heart clenched. But this distraction cost him. Yagura had 2 arms and 2 tails. But only 3 chakra cloak appendages have burst from the ground so far. Ren had just barely landed on the ground again, feeling the inklings of grief hit him hard when he noticed the ground slightly moving under him. Without hesitation, he created a shadow clone a few meters away from him. The clone barely popped into existence only to be destroyed a second later as Ren substituted with it, causing Yagura's 4th chakra cloak appendage to spear through him and pop him out of existence. Ren winced both at the memories of burning pain going through his upper body and the wasted chakra. He mentally shook himself. He could grieve later. Now, he had an angry Jinchuriki trying to murder him. Unfortunately, he didn't get the protagonist's treatment. His opponents did not monologue for half an hour in the middle of the battle. Ren once again substituted with what was left of Norio and landed in a puddle of the man's blood and gore before weaving a small genjutsu on the surroundings around him to buy himself some time for a breather. Kaito landed near him in Shunshin and seamlessly integrated himself into the genjutsu, tears streaming down his cheeks as he winced at seeing Norio's gore on the ground. It told Ren the men too witnessed Hikari's brutal demise. But the Jonin was fully focused on the enemy in front of them. Any idea? Because we are not fast enough to run away against a damned monster like that. He asked in a downtrodden voice. Ren nervously licked his lips, don't let him get 3 tails. Kaito resignedly chuckled and Ren grimaced. This was not the time for jokes. He had no idea how much time he had before Yagura again engaged them. Mad Jinchuriki were unpredictable. He quickly removed a few paper tags with seals from the storage on his wrist and handed them to Kaito. Try sticking that on him. It's untested, but it's the only thing I have that could work. He said. They were his containment seals and he had no freaking idea if they would do something to Yagura at all. But nothing as convenient as chakra suppression seals that one-hit KO at a Jinchuriki existed. Jiraiya could make a seal with that function for Naruto because he had the key to Naruto's seal. But there was no universal seal you could slap on an enraged Jinchuriki and make him go to sleep. They wouldn't be the nuclear option for villages if something like that was a thing. I guess this will have to do. Kaito nodded, as enthused about the fact they would need to get within arm's reach with Yagura to get the seals on him as Ren was. But then Yagura suddenly roared and another shockwave rippled through the air as his eyes narrowed in their direction when the genjutsu just shimmered into non-existence under the heavy onslaught of Jinchuriki chakra, revealing their position. The time for talking was over. 10 seconds. Ren mentally grumbled. That was not nearly enough for him to activate his transportation seal. With a glum heart, he interrupted the activation of that seal. He wouldn't get the remaining 10 seconds he needed for it anyway. Yagura was already charging at them again. Chapter 42, Monster. Kaito jumped away while Ren spat a wind bullet at Yagura, causing him to dodge. This brought Ren a few seconds, just enough for him to unseal 6 special sealing tags and scatter them in the wind. Abruptly, shadow clones appeared in the place of every single ceiling tag and Ren almost keeled over from using so much chakra at once. He didn't have the chakra reserves for 6 shadow clones. But fortunately, he did have a full chakra storage seal that covered the cost of 4 clones. One clone grabbed the still recovering Ren around his waist as all of them scattered in different directions, just barely before Yagura appeared at their previous position, and brutally slammed his hands onto the ground, creating another small crater and sending a shockwave through the air. Fortunately, Ren's clones were the variant with durability seals in them, so they did not dispel from a minor hit even when the shockwave had blown them away from each other. Yagura stopped and leaned forward, opening his mouth slightly, and Ren instantly felt chills go up his spine when he recognized he was going to fire another Bijudama in his general direction. Thankfully, in a desperate move, one of his clones reacted in time and shunshined close to Yagura and loudly smacked a paper tag with the containment seal right onto Yagura's forehead. This unbalanced his chakra enough to make the small blue balls of chakra dissipate before they could merge with the red ones, and the small core of forming Bijudama just fizzled out of existence before it could fully form. Ah! That work, ugh. Ren's clone spoke, but in the middle of it, he was speared by Yagura's outstretched arm right through his chest. Glaring at Yagura, the clone let out a painful whine as he grasped Yagura's arm, and instantly gravity seals started spreading from his hands all along the arm. It was a difficult endeavor because he also had to keep his existence intact while the chakra that formed him was leaking out like crazy due to his injury. Realizing he didn't have long, the clone redoubled his efforts and tried to make the gravity seal as restricting as his limited time allowed. Yagura, even in his mad state, quickly realized he was in danger, and his other arm moved in a blur, smashing the head of Ren's clone into a pulp, and dispelling it. Ren and his other clones winced, happy that they wouldn't be getting memory feedback from each other thanks to the ceiling tag within them having a containment seal of its own. But Ren and his clones were not idle. Just as Yagura disposed of the first clone, several wind-natured kunai instantly hit him, most of them sinking handle-deep into his flesh and making him roar in pain. Sadly, the most important ones aiming at Yagura's vital points were repelled by his coral armor, only managing to make shallow cuts on his skin that healed almost instantly. It didn't matter. Ren vindicatively smirked. The kunai in and around Yagura exploded into a hail of fiery metal shrapnel while most of them were still within his body. But Ren's smirk fell when he heard Yagura still roaring in pain even after the explosion. How tough is he? Ren whispered the question under his nose, his face twisted in horrified disbelief that the Jinchuriki was still alive despite being basically exploded from within. Come on. This is blatant cheating. Both he and the clone near him had to jump away as Yagura appeared near them and almost managed to hit them with a swipe. The man was in a very bad shape. Ruptured organs and cracked bones were visible in the numerous holes of ripped flesh all along the man's torso. Yet, he was still kicking and screaming. Literally. Worse yet, he was healing at a visible rate. Suddenly, one of Ren's clone's hands burst from under Yagura and grabbed his ankles, pulling him to the ground with a headhunter technique while also applying additional gravity seals during the contact. But Yagura was not done yet. Not by a long shot. The ground cracked from the sheer force of his struggle, and Ren felt his clone in the ground dispel just as Yagura pushed himself from the ground and crouched, ready to pounce despite his feet sinking into the ground from the added weight of the gravity seals as the violent and bloodthirsty red chakra was blasting the surroundings, making Ren's hair stand from muted fear. Another clone appeared right behind Yagura in that instant, slapping yet another containment seal on his back and unbalanced Yagura's chakra enough that his pounce failed. He tripped, tumbling through the ground. 2 other clones of Ren instantly joined the fray, intending to put more gravity seals on Yagura, but he was ready, and before they could even touch him, Yagura's 2 red tails smacked them away with enough force to dispel them despite the durability seals. Ren grimaced. He only had 2 more clones and Yagura was once again standing up. 16. 17. 18. Whoa. He had to interrupt the channeling of the transportation seal once again because he had to jump away from Yagura, who despite being totally unbalanced and leaning too much to the right due to the gravity seals all around his right arm, was still fast enough that Ren was barely evading him. The Jinchuriki are really monsters in combat. Ren sourly complained as he dodged one of Yagura's tails. Fortunately, one of his 2 remaining clones jumped in and distracted Yagura enough that Ren could create more distance between them. But he didn't forget to spew another wind bullet just as Yagura turned toward his clone. The bullet managed to hit his back, making him puff out his chest as the razor-sharp wind ragged across his back, creating many cuts. But that's all it did, and the cuts closed almost instantly. Yagura did not even look at Ren despite the attack, fully focused on his clone. Ren cursed, wondering where the hell was Kaito. It was why he started channeling his transportation seal again. He was half sure that Kaito ditched him. He was proven wrong when the second remaining clone of Ren suddenly appeared from the devastated tree line alongside Kaito, both flaring their chakra high. The clone engaging Yagura widened his eyes and realized they were about to unleash a cooperation technique. He quickly disengaged, just in time to prevent himself from being engulfed in a massive torrent of flames courtesy of Kaito and empowered by a wind technique from Ren's other clone. Yugura, who stood with his back to them, didn't manage to react in time and was bathed in flames. Once again, he let out a scream of pure agony, and Ren winced when he saw some of the kunai shrapnel still within his body melting. He really wanted to look away, but he knew how costly such an action could be in a fight. Especially against Jinchuriki. It was still a grisly sight. On the outside, Yugura was being cooked by the dense flames, while on the inside the molten metal was burning through his flesh, organs, and bones. Ren barely managed to keep his lunch from evacuating his stomach through his mouth. Yugura swung his left arm and the shockwave pushed the flames away. His two tails and his right hand grabbed the ground and tore chunks of earth, hurling them at Ren and his two remaining clones with shocking speed. Ren threw himself onto the ground and rolled underneath the flying chunk of hardened earth when he heard Kaido shout. Ren's eye snapped toward Yugura as his roll stopped and he pushed himself back on his feet. Only to see Yugura attempting to form another Bijudama in his direction. Again. The Jinchuriki was already halfway done too, his injuries thankfully slowing the process somewhat. Realizing he didn't have enough time to evade nor interrupt Yugura, Ren gulped, primal fear for his life rising within him, when he was abruptly pulled away from his position via substitution thanks to one of his clones who intended to sacrifice himself. But it was not needed. Oh, no you don't. Kaido suddenly appeared in front of Yugura, kicking him in the chin and making his head snap upward just a split second before he released the Bijudama, causing it to fly into the sky before it detonated far above them. The ensuing shockwave still pushed Ren and his clones to the ground as the whole area violently rattled due to the loud booming explosion that colored the horizon fiery orange. Unfortunately for Kaido, he felt as if the heavens suddenly fell onto his shoulders while Yugura was not bothered by it almost at all. With wide eyes, Kaido could only watch in rising horror as Yugura grabbed his shoulders with his hands. Ren subconsciously whimpered as Kaido was ripped into two pieces and Yugura roared in victory. Just then one of Ren's clones substituted with one piece of Kaido's corpse that lay directly to Yugura's left and slammed another two containment seals onto him. Then he used Shunshin to disengage before Yugura could retaliate. Surprisingly, the red chakra around Yugura somewhat retracted into his body, leaving the man silently standing in his spot, swaying slightly in the violent air current caused by the Bijudama explosion while bleeding all over the ground from his considerable wounds. Ren hesitated a bit before speaking in a hopeful tone, "Are you in the mood for a reasonable conversation?" He really prayed that. Yugura suddenly ripped off one of the containment seal tags and the red chakra came back, enveloping his body with a renewed force. Grr. Yugura's red eyes looked at Ren with ferocious hostility within them as he flared the full weight of his killing intent at him. "You gotta be freaking kidding me." Ren whispered in resignation with a grimace on his face. Chapter 43, Eating Well Today. Ren was halfway through his chakra reserves, had only two shadow clones left, and Yugura was in front of him, angrier than ever and desiring nothing more than to rip him into shreds. Admittedly, he was not a very happy camper currently. In the same straightforward fashion, Yugura once more rushed at Ren, who started throwing kunai not at him, but at the ground in front of him, forcing him to run in a zigzag pattern to avoid the explosions. 3 seconds later, Yugura finally reached Ren and was about to deliver a devastating punch on his midsection when the clone next to him flickered through a few hand seals, summoning a wall of wind around them and bludgeoning Yugura away with it. Or at least, he tried. Yugura, however, pushed his two tails into the ground to anchor himself and unexpectedly withstood the force of the technique without minding that it reopened his injuries and made him spill enough blood onto the ground that Ren felt a bit sick from its overpowering smell. Any normal person would have been dead thrice over due to blood loss. The wind wall ceased, but Yugura did not pull his tails out of the ground, and Ren's eyes widened as he realized he was pulling the same trick that managed to kill several of his teammates. But his clone was faster and realized it sooner. Ren found himself grabbed and thrown away from the spot, watching the clone be absolutely slaughtered by the chakra tails that suddenly burst from the ground as he flew through the air. Just like that, he only had one more clone left and he was starting to feel really nervous about it. Landing on the ground in a roll, Ren rolled onto his feet and instantly had to guard against Yugura's punch because the Jinchuriki somehow managed to catch up to him. The burning chakra cloak smashed into Ren's forearm alongside his fist, and Ren felt his forearm pushed back enough to press against his chest before he was lifted from the ground. Confusion filled his mind, before he smashed into a nearby felled tree trunk with a loud, "Gah," and the pain of multiple cracked bones filled his mind. Yugura hit like a truck, and Ren now understood why his clones went down so easily. Only because of the chakra reinforcement did he survive the punch without breaking anything. Ren slid down the felled tree trunk until his posterior landed on the ground and then shook his head, before he abruptly threw himself to the side out of sheer survival instinct, barely evading Yugura's fist. He still gained a new cut alongside his right biceps, but it was preferable to having his right arm turned to a paste. As he landed on the ground and rolled onto his feet, Ren unsealed a scroll. He pushed himself a bit away from Yugura and unrolled the scroll around himself in a similar manner to Tenten during her preliminary match. This was his trump card and he did not exactly want to use it because it was not nearly finished. Plus, he could not use it with teammates near him. But since they were all dead, that was no longer an issue. From the corner of his eyes, Ren noticed his clone already sprinting away, trying to make more distance between him and Ren. Then, the scroll activated and hundreds of exploding tags danced around the surrounding area for over 100 meters while Ren was shielded by a chakra barrier forming around him. Yagura blinked as he was fully covered in exploding tags. Ren glared at him, hoping this would work. And the exploding tags went off. All happening in the same second. A massive booming serenade of numerous explosions engulfed the area, devastating it even more than it previously had been. It lasted for 20 seconds, and when it was finally over and the dust settled, Ren appeared standing in the epicenter of it as the chakra barrier covering him flickered out of existence when it ran out of chakra. Yagura was much worse off. His chakra cloak was gone and the left side of his face looked burned off. Ren could see the skinless muscles of his chest, some of his ribs peeking through them. In one particular hole on his chest, his beating heart was slightly visible too. Yagura was also missing his right hand straight from the elbow down. And his right thigh had a chunk of it missing, making him limp and put more weight on his left leg as his shoulders slumped in exhaustion. Ren released a sigh of relief upon seeing his opponent. Finally something worked. Suddenly, Ren was smacked away as he barely managed to raise his arms in a lackluster guard as Yagura, who flickered near him, punched him with his remaining hand, the red chakra around him reigniting. Ren's body painfully plowed into the ground 20 meters away, his left arm definitely broken at the elbow from the haphazard block. But the worst part was that Yagura did not regain just 2 tails. No. He started growing his 3rd tail and his skin became gray as he started shifting. Ren's remaining clone suddenly appeared in front of Yagura, starting to hurl his hands at him in fast-paced motions, and with every strike he fastened one in-containment seal on Yagura. Muda. 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 The clone repeatedly shouted. And Ren involuntarily snorted, all tension leaving him. It didn't last long. One of Yagura's 3 tails that were halfway shifted into Sanbai smashed the clone into bits, dispelling it. But that fortunately didn't matter. Yagura had over 10 in-containment seals on him by that point and they managed to disrupt the Bijou transformation enough that he shifted back to his base human form. With no red chakra cloak to boot. This is just not fair at all. Ren inwardly grumbled when he saw the exhausted Yagura stumble a bit. He was still missing his right hand and his left eye was not restored, but most of his other very serious injuries were already healed from the 2 seconds he was almost fully transformed into a Bijou. So, up for that conversation now? Ren asked the Mizukage as he wobbly raised himself onto his feet, his broken arm dangling next to his body. He truly did not have much chakra left. If he could disengage by talking, he would take that option despite Yagura being responsible for his team's death. It burned his pride, but it was also the smart thing to do in his current state. At least, Yagura still seemed to have problems with the gravity seals covering him. He still leaned to the right due to the weight of the seals on his right arm. The men silently looked at Ren, but he didn't give him a verbal answer. He just unsealed his staff and ripped almost every in-containment seal off of his body, causing Ren to release a frustrated sigh. I take that as no. He muttered as he got into a fighting stance in preparation for Yagura's attack. Honestly, he had no idea if fighting Yagura in the 2-tailed mode was worse than fighting him as an S-rank ninja with all his mental faculties intact. Thank the sugar daddy sage that Yagura was injured and exhausted. Otherwise, Ren wouldn't like his chances at survival very much. Their match was however interrupted when a gleeful voice resounded from the side and Ren felt a chill go up his spine when he recognized that voice. He thought his situation was already bad enough. Having barely 30% of his chakra reserves available while facing S-rank Jinchuriki, albeit an exhausted and injured one. But apparently, fate was not yet done with its bullshit. Oh, would you look at that, Itachi-kun. I see 2 easy targets. Same Hada is going to eat well today. Chapter 44, Tsunade Level of Luck. Ren's head snapped toward the voice, only for his stomach to sink when he saw Kisame freaking Hoshigaki and Itachi fucking Uchiha slowly approaching them as if they owned the place, red-clouded clocks and all. What in the actual fuck is wrong today with my luck? Ren couldn't help but whine under his nose. This was starting to get ridiculous. At this point, Tsunade had probably better luck than him. Ren and Yagura glanced at each other, and both understood they would need to team up if they wanted a chance at survival. Ren's shoulders slumped in resignation as his eyes landed once more on the approaching duo of S-rank criminals. He was so done with this bullshit. Nice to meet you again. Itachi politely said toward Ren, making him confused. As far as he knew, they had never met. Ren opened his mouth, a question on the tip of his tongue, but then he just decided it was unimportant right now. Because he was a tad bit preoccupied with evading Kisame's same Hada that had just smashed into the spot he stood a split second ago. Kisame didn't press his advantage. He just stood in front of Ren, relaxed and grinning like a kid in the candy store, while Itachi faced Yagura. Ren's lips twitched. Hey. I might be in trouble. He thought, hurting all over his body. Yagura hit him only twice, but both blows were devastating. He was so not in the condition to fight a freaking S-rank ninja right now. His mind going a mile a minute, Ren was trying to figure out what he could do here, only to see Itachi instantly casting Tsukuyomi on Yagura. To his immense shock, the technique hit Yagura, knocking him out, but Ren noticed the only remaining Yin containment seal still stuck on the Jinchuriki's back reacting. Ren's breath hitched as he realized he had a chance, and he quickly looked at the smug Kisame, who was enjoying his slow descent into despair. "Oi, sushi boy. How big was the shark that fucked yo mama?" Ren quickly blurted the first yo mama joke that came to his mind upon glancing at Kisame while sweat rolled down his forehead. He didn't even know why he said that one. It just sounded like something that would piss the shark man off. Kisame just snorted in amusement and gave Ren a quick eye roll. He heard shark jokes far too often to be bothered by them. But that didn't matter because Ren's goal was accomplished when Kisame decided to go on the offensive. Three things happened at once in a quick succession. Itachi's Tsukuyomi finished. 3 seconds after he cast it, Yagura slumped onto the ground, unconscious. But Itachi also released a painful scream, clutching at his eyes that were now profusely bleeding as he fell on his knees, and only his left arm prevented him from falling onto the ground. Ren had no idea what the Yin containment seal had done to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but clearly, it was nothing pleasant. He didn't have time to rejoice about it as Kisame was already lazily swinging his massive overcompensation stick at him, intending to shred him to pieces. Ren substituted with the unconscious Yagura at the last second, making Kisame go slack-jawed as his sword went straight through the Jinchuriki's chest, shredding his heart, lungs, ribcage, and all that was in its path. Yagura's deceased body fell onto the ground in a puddle of blood in 2 pieces. The standby gone for the next several years. Ren inwardly released an exhausted chuckle. There was really only one reason why Itachi and Kisame would appear this close to Yagura. But, fuck the pricks and their mission. Ren quickly sank into the ground with the hiding like a mole technique while using the last of his chakra to leave a shadow clone in his place. It was a gamble, but he couldn't think of anything else that had a chance of working against the S-rank duo. Above the ground, Kisame finally snapped out of his funk, and Itachi managed to push through the pain enough to focus on what had happened. Kisame's expression twisted into an angry scowl, and he prepared to destroy Ren's clone, who was grinning at him like a loon who had just won, flipping him off in the process. "Don't bother. It's a shadow clone." Itachi easily saw through the ruse, and Kisame huffed. The expression of Ren's clone fell as he cursed under his nose and tried to, never mind. Kisame appeared behind him, and the clone puffed out of existence before he could even realize he died. "Where is the original?" Kisame irritably asked Itachi, who nodded toward the ground. "Underground," the Uchiha dispassionately said, and Kisame clicked his tongue before starting to go through hand seals, only to be stopped by Itachi, who put his hand on Kisame's, stopping his formation of hand seals for his technique. "Don't bother. His oxygen will run out soon and he will resurface," Itachi said, only for his eyes to slightly widen in surprise a moment later. "What?" Kisame asked when he saw it. He learned to read his partner during their time together, and for a Uchiha, that slight widening of eyes might as well be screaming in shock. "He disappeared," Itachi said, his brows furrowing. "How?" Kisame frowned, his hold on same hata tightening. "I have no idea." Itachi's lips twitched as he glanced at Yagura, his face almost unreadable. "The leader won't be happy about this," Kisame warned as he glanced at Yagura's corpse, his lips set into a scowl, but Itachi simply uncaringly shrugged. "Let's go back." He turned around and started walking away, followed by unhappy Kisame just a second later. Deep down, Kisame swore to himself he was going to brutally murder that smug Konoha bastard who made them fail the mission the next time he met him. Back in Ren's apartment in Konoha, Ren suddenly teleported straight onto his couch with a loud crash, inwardly thanking the sugar daddy sage for whatever made Kisame delay his technique. He still needed 5 seconds to charge the transportation seal when he felt Kisame's surge of chakra, but for some reason, he stopped midway. "Holy shit, I am alive." Ren let out a quiet but disbelieving laughter full of relief, only to wince a second later due to the pain surging through his body. His landing was not very smooth. His legs were on top of the couch's backrest while his head was on the ground with his body everywhere in between. It hurt as hell, but he couldn't move anymore. Suddenly, he heard fast footsteps closing in on him, and he barely managed to turn his head toward the door, only to see Ino enter the room. Her expression instantly became full of horror when she saw the state he was in and the puddle of blood that was forming under him and painting his precious green couch red. His poor couch. "Hello, beautiful. Do you perhaps have any band-aid for my boo?" he asked the blonde girl with an eye smile, only to hear a small whimper from her. Personally, he thought his left arm bent in a direction it should never be bending and was probably ruining the whole cool impression. Chapter 45, Ino's Panic. "Hello, beautiful. Do you perhaps have any band-aid for my boo?" The second Ren uttered those words he inwardly cringed. His mind must have been disoriented due to the pain. That was seriously uncool. And flirting with his student. His image as an amazing teacher basically crumbled to dust. Alas, it seemed Ino was too fretful due to his injured state and her mind didn't even register Ren's flirting as she approached him. Her body was slightly shaking and her eyes were wide in fright. This was most likely the first time the girl saw an injured ninja fresh out of the battlefield, and Ren had to admit he was a proper mess right now. He grimaced a bit, which only made him try to hide another painful wince. He was probably a gruesome sight for the girl. Ino put her shaky hand on Ren's uninjured arm, trying to do it gently as if afraid a touch would shatter him like glass. What happened to you? She half whispered, half shrieked, obviously panicking. That is not really important right now, Ino-chan. Ren slowly said with a visible effort. Even speaking was a hard task when many of his bones were cracked and most of his muscles were bruised. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Ino hysterically repeated, her eyes darting all over Ren with dread written in them while her mind was clearly going a mile a minute but supplying the girl with no useful thought to grab onto. Stop Paniki! Ren shouted, knowing he needed to get the girl out of her funk. Or at least, he tried, but he had to stop midway due to a sudden spike of pain racing through his body. He promised to himself right there and then that the girls would undergo some first aid training the hospital was freely offering because Ino should have helped him get into a more comfortable position by now instead of asking stupid questions and panicking like a kid. Then again, he probably should have made them do that first aid training long ago. Hindsight was 20/20. There were simply far too many things to learn for a fledgling ninja, many of which even he hadn't learned yet, and Ren was sometimes feeling like there just wasn't enough time in the day. And was that Hirai Shin? You can use Hirai Shin. Ren's attempt at shouting clearly did not help as much as he hoped because Ino was still going, not even registering it. Since when can my teacher use Hira Ino? Ren harshly grabbed the girl's hand with his uninjured hand before gritting his teeth as another spike of pain made his slight spasm, which only aggravated the injuries all over his body, cue another spasm in pain that just made other injuries flare and... God fucking damn it. Ren mentally cursed as he sent some chakra from his dangerously low chakra reserves through his body, quieting down the intense pain spikes. No, it is not Hirai Shin. Yes, it is a secret, so don't go gossiping about it. He gritted out through the pain and spoke in a tone full of exasperation, could you focus on getting me help now? Preferably before I bleed out. That, fortunately, finally managed to kick Ino's mind into gear. Right, sorry. I'll get, Before it inevitably crashed not 2 seconds later. Hinata. Ren reminded the blonde with a small sigh that came out more as a hiss, she is good enough medic. Get her here. Don't tell anybody else. But. Ino weakly protested with a hesitant worry etched in her expression. Ren got it. She probably wanted to take him to the hospital to get proper treatment. And he would love nothing else than to go to the hospital himself. Some of that sweet medical jutsu mojo they were selling there was exactly what his damaged body needed. Unfortunately, people in this life were not stupid like in all those garbage-bashing fanfictions he read during his previous one. Questioning how he got to Konoha so fast with an injured body like that would undoubtedly be the first thing coming to their mind. After all, Ren's impromptu team left on the supply mission just this morning and he was already back with some outrageous tales of fighting Yugura in Jinchuriki mode, encountering 2 S-rank criminals, and somehow managing to get Yugura killed by outsmarting 2 S-rank ninja and running away. All in one day. With no witness. Yeah, frankly. Even Ren had a hard time believing it actually happened. He would be lucky if he didn't end up locked in the TNI department if that was the angle he tried to play. No. He needed to get fit enough for his body to not spontaneously decide to give up on him. Then, he needed to teleport back to the battlefield where Yugura died, preferably 1 or 2 days later. Hopefully, the Akatsuki dipshits would not be camping there. They had no reason to do it. It's not like they would know Ren would be coming back or something. Right. After that, Ren decided to trek back to Konoha on foot, creating a nice trail and a few witnesses so that anybody investigating would have an easy time. That should give the village higher-ups time to get at least some information on what happened in the Land of Waves. Ren had no idea if or how much damage Yugura caused before encountering their team, but an enraged Jinchuriki who fired 2 blasted Bijudama was definitely noticed by somebody. The explosions were probably seen and felt all over the island. He would not be surprised if all Kages had a report about Yugura's rampage on their table by the next morning. The spies on the Kiri side would also notify Konoha if Yugura went out and did not return. So, coming back a few days later would make things much easier to explain for Ren because the Hokage will already possess all these small bits of information independent of his report and the man will make his own assumptions based on them. Without asking Ren how he practically teleported all the way from the Land of Waves back to Konoha. Was it troublesome? Yeah. Ren hated it. He would love nothing more than to gift himself some nice time in the hospital right now and tell the Hokage to go fuck himself with a cactus. But he just couldn't afford to get more attention from Konoha's higher-ups. Sarutobi was one thing. But Danzo and the elders? No. Thank you very much. Ren looked Ino directly in the eyes. That's an order. He flatly said, but his tone also fully conveyed how serious he was, making Ino momentarily freeze. Right. The girl awkwardly nodded, and switched into her professional mode. Understood. With that, she was off to get Hinata, and Ren relaxed, before a helpless smile appeared on his face. You know. He blankly blinked at the ceiling. She could have at least helped me to properly lie down on the couch first. He exasperatedly complained, still sprawled in the uncomfortable position he landed in. If you wish to support me or read 12 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 46, Chapter 46. A bit too much. If Ren thought that Ino was bad, then he was certainly not prepared for how fussy Hinata got when she saw his injured state. He got scolded like a misbehaving child. But it only managed to draw out a small amused smile out of him. Hinata was a sweetheart. He appreciated how caring she was. She flat out refused to go home, intending to stay with him for the night to monitor his injuries. It took Ren an entire hour to finally make the stubborn girl crack and accept that going home was necessary. The Hyugas would have a hissy fit if Hinata didn't come home for the night. They would start asking where she was. And neither Hinata nor Ren would be able to answer, making the situation that much worse. So, Hinata reluctantly left, but she was back by 6 a.m. the next day, and even Ino showed up by 8 a.m. Fortunately, both girls listened to Ren's request to keep his presence in the village secret. They did not like it. Due to many reasons. But they obeyed. Of course, Ren had to promise Ino that he would explain why he didn't seem to have unshakable trust in Konoha after he reported to the Hokage. He was not looking forward to that discussion. A part of him was unhappy that he would have to introduce Ino to the ugly part of the ninja world she was so far sheltered from. Another part was anxious about how the girl would take the fact that Konoha was not the paragon of virtue, considering all the Will of Fire propaganda classes that were taught at the academy. But he mostly just found it bothersome that he had to figure out a proper speech to explain the situation in a coherent way that made sense. It was such a bother. To him, it felt as if he was going to try and fuck his co-worker's fuck-up. Excuse him for not being exactly motivated to do it. At least, Hinata didn't seem to care. The whole, everybody in Konoha is our family, kinda fell flat for her when her own family treated her like shit. No. The problem with her was that she didn't like Ren intending to go out, still injured, and walk back to Konoha all the way from the land of waves. The girl could be very stubborn when she wanted, and at the end of the day, Ren ended up promising her to take her out for Ichiraku ramen before she relented and let him go and injure himself more, see if she cared, were her words. With a cute huff on top. Ren appreciated her care. But he was also a bit relieved when he finally teleported back to the land of waves. Between Ino's annoying badgering to tell her more about his Hiraishin and Hinata's unhappy and disapproving looks, he had just about enough teenage girls for the next few days. Now, he was already back in Konoha after walking injured through half of the land of fire, and he instantly ended up in hospital after the medic ninjas fixed him up. The downside, the monkey reject currently filling his freaking hospital room with smoke from his pipe. I see. That is quite disconcerting, but it would explain why Yagura did not return to the Kiri camp. The third Hokage gravely said after getting the verbal report from Ren, who lay on the bed, to think people like Itachi and Kisame are hunting the Jinchuriki. He frowned, eyes looking out of the window as his mind was clearly lost in troubled thoughts of the uncertain future. Ren stayed silent, not volunteering any reply to the old man's musings. He had an entire day to think about how to modify his report for his own greater good. It was quite bothersome because he had to take into account the possibility of Itachi reporting the incident back to the village at some point. Because of that, Ren's report had to loosely match the real happenings. You were lucky to flee while Yagura engaged Itachi and Kisame. Sarutobi looked back at Ren and shook his head. It's at least one small mercy during this tragedy. His shoulders sagged and his age showed on his face. Unfortunately, Ren was informed that Yagura ran through the main Konoha camp in the land of waves like a knife through butter before he encountered Ren's team. Nobody from the 100 ninjas in there survived. But hey. The war was over. As for Sarutobi believing that Yagura engaged Itachi and Kisame, it was an innocent misdirection. Ren only reported he used the substitution technique with weakened Yagura to evade a blow from Kisame before running away. He never mentioned in what state Yagura was at the time or that the blow was fatal. It was all just Hiruzen's assumptions that Ren did not correct. Yagura was a Kage-level ninja and a Jinchuriki on top of that. It was easy to assume that he would survive the substitution trick with ease. And frankly, if he had been conscious, he probably would have. But it didn't matter. Ren was painting an image he wanted, founded mostly on truths and half-truths. Even if Itachi reported the true happenings, it could be chalked up to battlefield confusion on Ren's side. He actually did put a lot of effort into making his story as smooth as possible. Lying to a Kage was anything but easy. They were extremely perceptive people. They lived as liars their entire lives and honed the craft to perfection. They were the pinnacle of it. Even his containment seal's prowess was highly downplayed by Ren. He didn't report that they stopped a Bijidama. And he made sure to complain about Yagura always ripping the seal tags off. Or how they seemed to barely work at restraining his chakra. Ren made sure to sound that the seals working were more due to luck than his skill at Fuinjutsu. And since there was no witness, there was nobody to disprove how ineffective the seals truly were. Nor did Ren report that the seal stopped Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He simply did not even mention Itachi and his actions in his report other than the fact he was present. After all, he couldn't exactly pay attention to the rogue Uchiha when he was facing somebody like Kisame, right? He was just a poor chunin who served due to a massive bout of luck. Naturally, many people will call bullshit. Ren counted on that. But that was fine. As long as the report didn't give them political ammunition to cry for punishment or demand his seal work, Ren didn't care. There wasn't really a clean way out of this mess. He went on a mission and the result was a dead Kage while he was the only survivor from his team. The situation was fishy by default. Misleading the Hokage into thinking that Itachi and Kisame were there for Yagura, which was a complete truth, they just never outright stated it as Ren reported, would hopefully make Konoha do some actual preparation since they now knew a very strong people were hunting Jinchuriki. Yeah, Ren bled due to his recent misfortune and he would be damned to not milk it for all it was worth. Yes. Honestly. The most baffling thing about the whole encounter was Itachi's greeting. I have no idea what he meant by, nice to meet you again. I have never met him in my life. Ren said, looking quite troubled. And he didn't even need to act. He was truly bothered by it. As far as he knew, he hadn't met Itachi even once before this unfortunate encounter. But clearly, that wasn't the truth. Alas, since it was a good mystery to make Hokage focus on, Ren was using it. The Hokage, however, just chuckled, much to Ren's surprise. Ah, yes. I think I can explain that one. His eyes gained a bit of warm mirth and if he wasn't completely flabbergasted, Ren would have to admit the old coot was a great actor himself. I remember young Itachi reporting to me that he met an interesting kid one day during his undercover patrol. Sarutobi said in a nostalgic tone before looking at Ren with a small indulgent smile, do you remember having a discussion with an old man about why kids shouldn't go to the battlefield? About why Hashirama made this village? The more the Hokage talked, the flatter Ren's expression became, until he stared at the old man with a completely emotionless deadpan. He did have a very vague recollection of popping off on some dude and ranting about what absolute and ineffective bullshit using child soldiers was due to stress. It wasn't his proudest moment. Inwardly, Ren's mind was reeling, no. Not like this, he pleaded for this to not go in the direction his gut was telling him. He thought his abysmal luck combo was over. Itachi was always great at genjutsu. Sarutobi chuckled, and fooling a kid was no great feat for him. Even when he was one himself. He sadly sighed, his eyes reflecting his sorrow for a moment before they regained their spark. The conversation you had with him, it hit him hard. The old man continued with renewed vigor, and I have to admit, it moved me too. It's what fanned the will of fire within me and gave me the motivation to make the academy reforms despite my initial misgivings. To make the academy great again. For that, I am grateful to you. His tone was serene, happy, and satisfied. And why wouldn't he? These reforms changed the world of ninjas and Hiruzen Sarutobi was forevermore going to be remembered as their initiator. Nobody could take that from him. Even if he was discovered to be a complete scum later on, this single great achievement would always be a massive badge of honor for his personage. Fuck me with a cactus. But Ren didn't share Hiruzen's satisfaction. He still just blankly stared at the men, fully in disbelief at the monumentally groundbreaking bullshit he had just heard. No. Ren thought with mounting horror, this dipshit is telling me that it was actually my fault for the canon plot to be utterly fucked up before I even graduated from the academy. All because of one insignificant conversation he did not even remember. What the hell? He expected butterflies due to his actions. But this. Wasn't this a bit too much? Chapter 47, Hospital Visit. Of course, after that, the ancient monkey reject finally left Ren's hospital room, leaving him mind-blown and barely responsive to the world. Ren inwardly admitted his defeat. The man was an undisputed pinnacle of ninjahood. With just a few words, he totally massacred Ren's confidence without even trying. Truly, a killer without a peer. If just a few words could change this much, Ren realized that no matter how much he tried to keep things in line, it simply would not work. It wasn't a question of effort. The real world simply did not work that way. Alas, Ren was not left to his musings for long because a minute after the third Hokage left, Ino and Hinata entered his hospital room. Seeing Ino's determined face, Ren's mood soured even more. Yes, he promised her an explanation after he reported to the Hokage, but did she really need to stomp into his room not a minute after the old man left? Couldn't she let him mentally reel in peace for a bit? Was asking for 5 minutes full of silent self-pity and brooding too much? Truly, when it rains, it pours. Though, Ren could understand. Ino, despite her flirty attitude, was still a kid deep down. She was naive, didn't think things through, and didn't even bother to see underneath the underneath. She was also the heiress of the Yamanaka clan. Konoha will always be important to her because this is the place where her family lives. Adding to that the academy propaganda. Yeah. Ren was actually happy the girl was reasonable enough to be willing to hear him out before arbitrarily deciding he was a traitor because he was willing to voice out that Konoha sucked. Not that it would affect his standing in the village or anything. Most ninjas in the village came to that conclusion during their careers. It was an open secret and the higher-ups learned to live with it. As long as the ninjas stayed loyal, the higher-ups did not care if they lost their naive outlook on the village. Ren just didn't want to engage in more teenage drama. He wanted to slowly ease the girls into this realization as months, maybe 1 or 2 years, passed, but looking at Ino's peeved expression, Ren realized neither of them would get that luxury. She had already waited 2 days and it didn't seem she was up for waiting any longer. He mentally grimaced as he realized he would have to pull the big guns and shove some really disturbing examples in front of her innocent and naive eyes. He didn't like having to do it. But he needed her to realize that the real world wasn't a fairy tale where everybody is a friend because they are from the same village. Her rose-tinted glasses had to be discarded. Well. Ino stopped in front of Ren's bed and asked, her arms crossed on her chest. Ren smiled a bit. She looked cute when she was angry. He looked at Hinata next to her, but the Hyuga girl just casually shrugged. She clearly did not care about his reason for distrusting Konoha's leadership. She took his medical chart that was pinned to his bed and started reading. What she did care about was apparently his health, and that made Ren's smile widen into a grateful one. First, calm down. He calmly said as he looked back at Ino, who just huffed. I am calm. Right. Hinata didn't forget to add a bit of sarcasm into her tone as she visibly rolled her eyes, causing Ino to give her an irritated look. Fine. Ino let her arms fall along her body as she relaxed her posture, just. I like you, teacher. She balled her hands into fists and looked down while chewing on her lower lip. Don't go betraying the village, please. I don't think I could handle that. She said in a quiet but pleading tone, making Ren sigh. Teenage girls. Stop inserting so much unnecessary drama and angst into everything. He deadpanned and both girls gave him a flat look at that. Ino even added a scowl, much to his amusement. Right. Come here. Ren patted the sides of his bed and Ino looked at Hinata for confirmation. Unfortunately for the blonde girl, Hinata just happily stepped forward and took her seat on the right side of Ren's bed. Then she grabbed his right hand into her hands and supportively squeezed while averting her eyes by ducking her head with a small blush covering her cheeks. Ren appreciated the supportive gesture, but unfortunately, he didn't see her reaction because his eyes were firmly set on Ino. Sighing to herself, the blonde girl followed, taking her place on the left side of his bed before, much to his surprise, taking his left hand and copying Hinata with a displeased huff. When Ren lifted an eyebrow at her gesture with an amused smile dancing on his face, Ino flushed. It's just to ensure you don't try anything funny. She retorted, giving the squeeze all her strength in her petty revenge, probably trying to make it somewhat hurt. Ren nodded. Right. Both of his hands were restrained by beautiful girls. Oh, woe is him. See what he meant. Teenage drama everywhere. Sadly, Ren had to forego teasing Ino. They would get nowhere if he started because she would try to match him. He actually did want to resolve their issue, so best to get to that. Could you scan the room, Hinata? Ren asked, glancing at her, only to feel supremely embarrassed because he instantly had to channel chakra to the lower part of his body. It would be very awkward if he popped a boner right now. Ren was still just a man and she was downright adorable and gorgeous at the same time. It took a considerable effort to keep his attraction from showing, but fortunately, his focus was quickly caught by how the veins around her eyes bulged despite her not releasing his hand. She had managed to use Byakugan without hand seals. That was new. Ren knew she couldn't properly do that when he was leaving for the clusterfuck of a mission. Hinata, noticing that he was looking at the area around her eyes and guessing his thoughts, gave him a winning smile full of pride. There is nobody but us in the room. Ren chuckled, good. He gave her a brief proud smile. I'll need my hands now. His hands were reluctantly released by the girls and he unsealed 4 tags, giving each girl 2. They knew what to do with them because he used them to secure his apartment from spying eyes when he was getting patched up after Yugura wrecked him. They stood up without a prompt and put one tag in the middle of each wall in the room, creating an invisible ceiling barrier that would prevent anybody from eavesdropping or looking into the room with a Byakugan. My clan would go crazy if they knew something like this existed. Hinata mirthfully mused as she sat back on the right side of his bed and unashamedly took Ren's hand gently into hers again. Ino finished with her tags just a second later and did the same thing as Hinata, but Ren actually started inching his hand away from her when she sat down. It didn't deter her as she forcefully grabbed his hand. Oi. Be gentle, woman. Ren complained without any heat in his tone, only to get an unamused look from Ino. Still, there was a bit of pink in her cheek, so he counted it as his win. Start talking. She retorted, but her grip on his hand relaxed, her thumb subconsciously running circles across his hand. Ren had to admit she had very tender hands. They were very enjoyable to touch. But it also made him wonder how the hell did she accomplish that. She studied Kenjutsu, for Sage's sake. She should have calluses all over her hands, but... Ino suddenly pinched his hand, pulling Ren out of his reverie, her eyes holding a threat of more pinches if he dared to stay silent for a moment longer. Ren inwardly grimaced. Yes. He was stalling. Sue him. With a sigh, he quickly checked the detection seal he had on his body, getting no positive result outside the three of them. Then, he checked the barrier covering the room. There was no life force outside the three of them inside his ceiling barrier. Good. That meant there was indeed no ANBU hiding in the room. As much as he wanted to trust Hinata's Byakugan fully, she was not even a genin yet. The Hokage might have looked like he believed Ren's report fully, but one just never knows with old coots like him. They might be openly smiling at you while preparing a dagger behind their backs. It was better to triple-check these things. Now, ouch. Ren yelped as Ino pinched him again, this time with way more strength, making Hinata giggle at their antics. Stop being so troublesome. Ino exasperatedly said, and Ren gave her a grin. I was just checking if we are really alone. No need for domestic abuse, dear. The joke's on her. She was no longer even a bit angry. Dealing with an exasperated female was much easier than dealing with an angry one. Ren counted this one as a success. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. The Will of Fire. Do you believe in the will of fire, Ino? Ren asked, looking the girl in the eyes, trying to convey how serious he was. Of course, I do. Ino exclaimed, feeling a bit offended that he had to ask. You don't? She reproachfully asked back. But Ren only shrugged. Nah. It's garbage. Hinata chuckled while Ino stared at him as if he had kicked her puppy, with her jaw almost on the floor. All in all, their reaction was just as Ren expected. 2/3 of this village's ninjas do not believe in it. Or at least, not in the self-sacrificial way the higher-ups would like them to. Ren told the girls and sighed, it comes with experience and insight into what the village does. What's that supposed to mean? Ino quietly asked, really not liking what she was hearing. The Yamanaka led their children to be very loyal to Konoha. And there was a reason for it. Ren doubted the village would suffer mind readers among their ranks if the higher-ups were not fully assured that they were raised to be loyal. Knowing this, Ren decided to give Ino a proper example. A very disturbing one at that. Something that had the potential to shake her. Something quite brutal. He turned toward Hinata and said, tell me, Hinata, what would happen to you if Kumo succeeded in kidnapping you? Hinata, startled by being suddenly dragged into the discussion and asked such a question, momentarily stuttered, I would have been raised to be a breeding stock. She furrowed her eyebrows and pursed her lips in displeasure at having to think about it. And you would have been made to believe it is your duty too. Ren nodded and said in a matter-of-fact tone. You were young enough that they could have manipulated you in whichever way they wanted. You would have been raised believing that popping kids for the village is your glorious purpose. Hinata grimaced at that and Ren almost winced at how tightly she squeezed his hand. Unfortunately for both of them, Ren was not done, but what if they failed? Or rather, what if you were kidnapped now? He asked and had to bite the inside of his cheek because he could almost hear his bones creaking because of the girl's hold on his hand. Feeling how uncomfortable Hinata was becoming, Ino decided to intervene. Is there any actual purpose in this change of topic, or are you just trying to make us feel disturbed enough to be distracted? She asked in her usual high-pitched irritated tone, and Ren inwardly sighed in relief when Hinata stopped crushing his hand. Bless Ino for saving him from broken bones this day. Not showing his grateful thoughts, Ren looked at Ino with a blank expression and nodded. She would be restrained to the bed, drugged and under heavy genjutsu, while specially selected jonin, mostly the biggest scum from the village but ones with good genes, would have their way with her body as much as they wanted until they got her pregnant. Then, they would let her give birth, rest for a month, before repeating the process until her body gave out from popping out kids. He flatly said in a measured but uninterrupted tone. And the atmosphere in the room became awkward as it was engulfed in complete silence. After a moment, Ren sighed and with a sad, bland smile, he asked, it's scummy, isn't it? Yes. Hinata quietly said while Ino was more vocal. Of course, it is. It's disgusting. She shouted, completely aggravated. As kunoichi in training, the topic hit them a bit closer to home for them. Konoha is better than Kumo. Ren sagely nodded, noticing from the corner of his eyes how Hinata's eyes suddenly went wide in disbelief. So, she caught on, huh? He wryly smiled in his mind. His Hyuga cinnamon roll was really smart. Konoha would never do that. Ino vehemently agreed and Ren felt almost bad that he would have to burst her bubble. His blonde student wasn't the fastest on the uptake. Especially not when she got emotional. He chuckled, weird that you think so. He raised an eyebrow at the still aggravated blonde. I pretty much described what is being done by Konoha to the captured enemy shinobi with valuable genes. He dropped a bomb. Honestly. Ren had to admit he did enjoy Ino's flabbergasted look full of disbelief. She looked like a kid who was told that Santa was not real. There is a special brothel deep in Konoha's red light district, open only for the high-ranking ninjas with good genes who can pay for access to a captured shinobi for a night. He added, giving the blonde a meaningful look, it's a win-win for the village. I heard the place is not exactly cheap. Ren's amusement instantly vanished because now it was Ino who was crushing his hand while she was biting her lower lip as she looked down and tried to come to grips with the revelation. Why was he still holding their hands in support? At this rate, they were going to cause him more harm than Yugura did halfway through their fight. Hinata, however, realized an important facet of the whole thing. What about the kids? She meekly asked, her expression showing she was afraid to ask the question but powered through her fear. Ren gave her a smile he hoped was reassuring but he wouldn't count on it. There is a reason the orphanages are so full in this village. Especially with kids whose parents are unknown. And that floored the girls even more if their expressions were to be believed. He understood how they felt. After all, he went through the same feelings when he found out. That was a breathtaking revelation. And not in a good way. The anime truly did not show the real dark side of the ninja world. Then again, the anime was a show for kids. So, duh. Why? Ino feebly asked, her body slightly shaking. Bloodline limits. Ren plainly told her, Konoha indeed does not do it as much as other villages. He had to give credit where credit was due, most captured ninjas are executed after their interrogation. But it still does happen. Then why are there no new clans in the village since its founding, huh? Ino verbally lashed out, desperately trying to find holes in Ren's words to find a reason so she could disregard them. Unexpectedly, just as Ren was about to answer, it was Hinata who spoke first. Not every clan is like the Hyugas where everybody awakens their bloodline limit. Even if the village captures a ninja with an active bloodline limit, there is no knowing if his or her kids would activate it too. What she said. Ren agreed. Not to mention, the kids that did activate their bloodline were most likely scooped up by Danzo into root before anyone could notice. After all, the aforementioned, fine establishment, was owned by the Shimura clan so he knew exactly which orphans to look out for. That said, Danzo's tools usually did not last long. Most of them did not last past his training, to be honest. Not that Ren would be telling the girls that. This and that were two very different things and he didn't feel like explaining the whole situation about root to them. Plus, Ren grimaced at the next part, you can't have the mother drugged up to her gills during the pregnancy if you want a healthy child. Genjutsu is primarily used but I imagine the kunoichi do break out of them more often than not during the 9 months so. He helplessly shrugged, they know there is no help coming so suicides are pretty common in these cases. With knowledge of chakra manipulation, suicide was easy. Just channeling enough chakra into their own heart in a wrong manner would rupture it. It's why kids are told not to practice with chakra without supervisors. And the unfortunate women who find themselves in that kind of position. They don't have any other way out so. Ren watched the girls like a hawk. He made them uncomfortable but there was also a secondary reason why he decided to uncover this to them. They were kunoichi in training. He needed them to understand the possible danger of their chosen profession and take it seriously. If scaring them shitless like this would make them train more seriously. Good for both him and them. This ninja business they were entering. It was no joke. This is just one example of the darkness within this village. Ren said in a bit louder voice in order to get the girls out of their funk. There are 3 types of ninja in Konoha. Fresh, naive, and wide-eyed genin and some low-end chunin who are still happy-go-lucky. Yes, being a ninja sucks but they still believe in their naive will of fire belief like the sheep they are. Ren teasingly smirked at the girls, you belong in this category as academy students with no experience. Hinata weakly smiled at Ren's attempt at humor but Ino didn't find any joy in it, still reeling from the amount of crap Ren unloaded on her shoulders all at once. His cheek slightly twitching, Ren continued, inwardly unhappy that his humor did not exactly work as he wanted. Then there are the majority of ninjas who are in it for a paycheck and that's it. 2/3 of Konoha's forces are in this category and the higher-ups know it. Both girls looked at Ren when he said that, their faces showing a bit of surprise in their own ways. But what are they going to do about it? Execute 2/3 of their forces? Bah. Please. Ren snorted with an eye roll. No. They just give them less important positions and let them serve the Konoha in their own way. He shook his head. The last type is the core of the village. The die-hard loyalists. The elite. They know what atrocities the village does. They've been there and done that. But they have found a personal reason why they serve the village. Their will of fire burns brightly. And fuck the corpses they leave in their wake. It's all for the greater good of the village. Ren noticed his students were paying rapt attention and smiled, and those people. They rule this village. He gave them a meaningful look. But even among them, there are factions. The Hokage. He is a good guy, well, as much as the ruler of trained murder hobos can be. Ino involuntarily snorted at that, so Ren took it as a good sign, but there are worse people than him. Those who actually work in the shadows. Those who do the more distasteful ninja things. And believe me, if those people got even a whiff about me potentially having a teleportation jutsu. Ren grimaced, they would be on my ass like bloodhounds. Forgive me if I am not interested in that. So, you keep things from the village higher-ups. Ino muttered loudly enough for both Ren and Hinata to hear her. Yes. Can you accept that? Ren asked. The Yamanaka girl pursed her lips and tersely nodded, looking at the floor. I'd like to know more about this village's darkness. Ren took a deep breath and sighed when he heard her. He didn't exactly feel comfortable discussing such heavy topics with his students. Training them was much easier than this. But reluctantly, he agreed, promising to himself to also show the girls the good points about Konoha. To be frank, the people of Konoha were not bad. Ren did not hate the village. He made it sound so horrible, but it's like living under a government in Ren's previous life. Most people know their government is doing shady stuff. But as long as it does not affect their life, they simply live without thinking about it too much. That's pretty much how it went in Konoha too. For a ninja village, Konoha is not bad, girls. What I want to accomplish by telling you these things is to make you stop looking at the village with childish naivety. Serve the village to protect the people you love if you want. But do not do it blindly. Ren felt the need to properly explain himself. Find your resolve. He took the girl's hands and tightly squeezed them as he tried to look into their eyes. I want you to find a reason why you are embarking on this bloody path. A reason to be a ninja. Chapter 49, Tough Luck. Hinata and Ino exited Ren's hospital room in a morose mood and silently walked through the village, gloom clinging to them like a fine coat. Only when the girls almost reached the entrance to the Yamanaka compound did Ino finally break the silence. What do you think, Hinata? She asked in an unusually subdued and unsure tone. Hinata quietly glanced at Ino, her lips quirking downward. Does it matter? She quietly asked, her eyes glinting with resolve. I will be strong, Ino. Strong enough that nobody will be able to disregard me. She truly believed there was no other option for her anyway. I will be a kunoichi. For Ren. And for myself. Unlike Ino, Hinata didn't think she needed to find her resolve. She already had it. The revelations about her village did shake her, but to be frank, she was able to shrug it off before they even left Ren's room. Her own family practiced slavery on their own blood. Hearing that the village was doing something scummy did not really surprise her as much as it probably should. Her speech, however, seemed to cheer Ino up, and the blonde suddenly forcefully shook her head before letting out a small frustrated yell. Fine. Don't think I'll be beaten so easily, bitch. I will become the strongest kunoichi of this village out of sheer spite if necessary. Just you wait. Ino huffed out a labored breath at the end of her proclamation, making Hinata roll her eyes. Bimbo, that's going to be me. She said in a matter-of-fact tone, causing both of them to stop and stare at each other. I liked you better when you were shy. Ino abruptly interrupted the silent staring contest after a few moments. And I liked you better when you didn't speak to me. Hinata retorted. The girls grinned at each other and Ino offered Hinata her fist for a friendly bump. May the best kunoichi win. Ino said with a grin, the mistake clearly intended. Don't worry, I will. Hinata said with a friendly smile, bumping her fist against Ino's before they separated. Back in his hospital room, Ren stopped focusing on a spy seal he had sneaked on Ino, letting it dissolve into chakra with a rueful chuckle. It was not exactly the unshakable resolve they would need to develop one day, but he could work with rivalry. For now, it was good enough. A few days passed and Ren was finally out of the hospital. Funnily enough, he got another paid leave out of it. For a second, his mind involuntarily thought that it almost made encountering Yagura worth it before he shook the thought off. Well, he wasn't going to complain. Less work and more time for his seal work was always appreciated. Especially now that he has experienced combat against a Jinchuriki, which showed him he still lacked proper heavy-hitting options. And wasn't that a proper what the hell kind of revelation? His exploding seals would kill even jonins once they hit. But apparently, Jinchuriki were a different breed and needed something with more oomph. All in due time. Ren Riley thought. He was currently sitting on the grass in training ground 41, leisurely leaning his back on a tree while mirthfully watching Hinata and Ino covered from head to toe in the mud. The blonde Yamanaka was almost frothing from her sheer anger, and even the usually reserved Hinata looked like she wanted to smash somebody's balls into a paste with her gentle fist. Needless to say, Ren was having a lot of fun. His massive smirk probably did not help the girl's mood, but that just made the situation funnier for him, so he openly laughed at them anyway. They just had to deal with it. Ren called it anger management training, but all three of them knew it was bullshit. They were learning the hiding like a mole technique, or well, trying and failing. Oh, Ren was sure Ino would get it by tomorrow. Not only was her nature earth, but she could also abuse her Yamanaka mind bullshit to somehow practice in her mindscape. She was definitely going to show up tomorrow, smug and preening like a peacock, but she will have the technique down the pat. So, Ren decided to enjoy this rare moment where the Yamanaka. Ino abruptly slipped in her control of the technique and came back out of the ground covered in even more mud while loudly cursing at Ren, making him chuckle when some of the mud slipped into her mouth, causing her to gag. Tisk, tsk. Such a dirty mouth, Ino-chan. Ren called out with a shit-eating grin. He really couldn't resist. Hinata, on the other hand, just threw a furious glare at him before she focused back on the technique and slowly burrowed into the ground. Her approach was slower than Ino's, but she was making visible improvements with each attempt. Her Byakugan was helping her a lot to identify and correct what she was doing wrong. The principle was simple. Make the ground soft enough around their body to be able to move through it with their chakra. The application, though. The goal was to do that without getting dirty. That was a good measuring stick to ascertain if one had mastered the technique. But the girls were still a way off from that point. A bit further on the side, near the tree lean to Ren's right, were 4 shadow clones, 2 belonging to Ino and 2 to Hinata. They all sat cross-legged on the grass with a leaf in their hands and practiced the first step of elemental chakra training. Hinata focused on lightning, her natural affinity, while Ren had Ino try her hand at splitting the leaf with wind chakra. Since the blonde was going to be using a sword, the wind nature would be more beneficial for her than earth nature. It was a pity, but then again, with her mindscape training bullshit, she had a good shot at learning all chakra nature exercises one day as long as she didn't get lazy. Ren was really pushing them in their training. The kitty gloves were off. His students were good. But they could be better. And he would be damned if he didn't torture them into it. Honestly, if any jonin knew what he was teaching the girls, they would be exasperated. The two of them were not even proper genin yet, and Ren was teaching them stuff even some experienced chunin hadn't learned. But the fight with Yagura kinda spooked him enough to kick his ass into gear. The girls were graduating from the academy at 16. Ren didn't think that wanting them to be solid jonin-level combatants by that time was too much. The kiddies in the anime managed it with half the effort, and Ren was not going to be beaten by an animated show. No matter how much suffering his cute little minions had to go through to reach that level. It was all for the greater good, and therefore justice was on his side. Plus ultra. Somebody might question his intelligence because he used his chakra to help the girls form 4 shadow clones through the cooperation method, sacrificing his own training time and resources for them. Someone might even call him stupid for giving them access to his important seals like the gravity ones or teaching Hinata his exploding seals. Ren smiled as he remembered Hinata squealing and jumping up and down in glee like a little girl when she finally managed to apply her first explosive seal on a tree trunk just yesterday during their training. It was adorable, and he liked seeing her so happy. To be honest, Ren put considerable time into thinking about his decisions when it came to teaching. It wasn't an easy decision to share his work. He put in tens, if not hundreds, of hours into designing his seals. Giving his students access to them was not done on a whim. When he first unwillingly gained Hinata as a student, he spent hours agonizing over how seriously he should train her. He could have easily just made her good enough to graduate academy with good marks. It wouldn't even take him 2 hours of half-assed effort 3 days a week to accomplish that. But being selfish would hurt him in the long term. He needed a team. People he could trust. People he could count on during the war. And the best way to get them was to raise them himself. He was embracing the grooming culture, baby. Jokes aside. Due to chakra, Hinata and Ino are also mentally much more mature than he was at 18 in his previous life. At that point, it's called courting instead of grooming. Or at least, that's what Ren heard from that one perverted friend on the intern. Probably not the best dude to ask for advice. But when it came to the girls' ninjutsu skills, Ren was going to go all groom master on them, zero democracy included. His Pokem Dash, he meant to say that his future teammates would be trained to be great. There was just no other way for him than to raise his own teammates since he didn't have a genin team, and as much as Konoha liked to brag that they were the greatest due to their teamwork, it was really hard to find a reliable and capable long-term team for the common ninjas who were not from the elite corps, and therefore blessed with Jonin instructor who literally manipulated the kiddies to become the bestest friends possible, Will of Fire style. Yes, he could have befriended Sasuke and Naruto, but Ren didn't really want to end up in the same position as Sakura. After all, it wasn't certain that he could ever reach their eventual level. He hoped so. And he was going to give it his all. But sadly, it was easier said than done. He didn't have a Super Sage sugar daddy willing to throw unearned and unreasonable power-ups his way every time he was about to lose. Neither did he have red eyes that seemed to get more and more ridiculous with every evolution, as if they were purposefully designed for a main character that just wasn't supposed to lose. Nor did he have an angry fox demon in his gut that translated to an infinite energy hack and who would pull his ass out of danger by turning him into an orange Hulk wannabe whenever he was about to lose a fight. Yeah, that getting to their level thingy. Ren was still kinda at the drawing board when it came to having a solid idea of how to accomplish it. That's where Ino and Hinata came in. They were going to be strong. They had their own advantages that would allow them to become S-rank in the future. And training them kinda took care of developing a good relationship with them. With how strong they would be upon graduation, Ren doubted their genin teams would last past the Chunin exam. There will be too much of a gap in skill and power to allow for good teamwork. Alas, sacrifices had to be made. All according to the plan. Once the girls are Chunin, they can stay on their genin team, but they are also completely free to leave and form their own team with other ninjas from the village. How convenient, right? Having good teammates who could keep up with him was invaluable in this world. Trying to do everything alone was just not going to work. Ren wasn't arrogant enough to think he could solo Narutoverse. Especially not when the fourth ninja war erupted. Even if he and both girls get to the S-rank level, surviving would still be hard. Even as a team. Properly teaching Hinata and Ino was an investment for the future. One he dearly hoped would pan out because he really wanted teammates who could last a bit longer than 3 seconds when his team inevitably found itself on the wrong end of Jinchuriki's wrath the next time. That was pretty much his evil master plan for surviving the future. Underwhelming. Lame. Not good enough. Well, tough luck. It was the best he got. Sadly, he didn't get an overpowered golden finger that would allow him to one-hit KO Kaguya, so. Yeah, it sucked. He tried not to think too much about it because it would just make him depressed. No wonder his clones were all so nihilistic. Chapter 50. A little test. Woohoo. Teacher. Hinata had defeated Sasuke-kun during sparring matches today. Ino instantly glomped Ren when she came to the training grounds with Hinata, smugly bragging as if the achievement was hers, and Ren raised his eyebrow at the Hyuga girl, causing her to shrug in embarrassment. Looking down at the blonde who was still holding onto him, a teasing smirk appeared on his face. Oh, really now? Shouldn't you be sad that your Sasuke-kyun got bested? He enjoyed the brief scowl his words elicited from the girl. But it didn't last long before Ino released her hold on Ren and took a step back, a mischievous grin replacing her earlier scowl. Well, of course, I am mad. But I am also happy for the bitch. She animatedly spoke, wildly gesturing with her arms with an earnest expression as if she hadn't just casually insulted Hinata. Right. Ren dryly said, completely seeing through her fake expression because she did not put much effort into trying to appear genuine in the first place. Hinata, who stood a bit to the side, just rolled her eyes. Ino being her dramatic self was nothing new. She had to go to school with her. This was just another day for her. But yeah, Ino seriously nodded, her tone attaining a small reproachful undertone. Hinata screwed up and showed more than she should have. She briefly glanced at her fellow student as a peculiar glint passed through her blue eyes and a smug smirk appeared on her face. Of course, that would never happen to me. Hinata snorted, that would never happen to you because you genuinely suck at close combat unless you have a blade in hand, you maniac. She dryly said as she plucked a leaf from the nearby tree and started training the first elemental exercise for the lightning chakra. Ren chuckled. Much like him, Ino was not building herself to be a punch wizard. Instead, she was going to be a hack-and-slash-wizard, and as such, she suffered from the common affliction of neglecting her punching skills. But it wasn't as bleak as Hinata was making it out to be. Ino was good for her age. Better than most genin. But compared to the girl from the Taijutsu specialist clan, yeah, she was nothing to write home about. So, how did you beat Sasuke? Ren asked Hinata curiously. Sure, he knew she could do it. The physical training he was putting the girls through was no joke. But he was under the impression the girls acknowledged the need to not show off. So, as much as he was proud, he couldn't say he was going to congratulate her. And the girl knew it. He just tripped. Hinata flushed and awkwardly replied while averting her eyes away from Ren as he raised his eyebrow at her. Hinata tried to play her accomplishment off, but Ino was not having it. She exaggeratedly rolled her eyes and snarkily interceded, "Mizuki might not have noticed, but I am pretty sure Irika saw that Sasuke's tripping was not a coincidence. And Sasuke definitely noticed too. He is smart like that." She dreamily sighed, but both Ino and Ren caught that there was no passion in her actions. She was just going through the motions and playing the part of an infatuated schoolgirl. Ren blinked at her and tilted his head in curiosity, wondering if he had missed some development concerning his yellow student. But almost as fast as the thought appeared in his mind, he shook it off, focusing on the more important things. Her love life was no concern for him. "Should I expect the broody Avenger to come and bother me about training, then?" he asked Ino, who, funnily enough, seemed to know more about the whole situation despite being a bystander than Hinata, who was an active participant. "Nah." Ino shook her head with a huff. "Sasuke-kun still thinks Hinata is training with somebody from her clan. He lost in taijutsu against a Hyuga girl. He isn't going to make an issue out of it. The only one he is going to bother will be Hinata. He is definitely going to want a rematch or invite her to train with him, though," she narrated, showing that she could be extremely observant when she wanted to be. "It is just a pity she does not make use of this talent of hers for things that matter." Ren Riley thought, his mind instantly trying to figure out how to correct the issue through a possibly traumatizing but very memorable training exercise. Honestly, he didn't believe that Sasuke was some arrogant, self-centered, and spoiled caricature like he was presented in most fanfictions during Ren's past life. But having him come and ask for training would still be pretty inconvenient for Ren. Too many eyes were on the last Uchiha. Too many feathers would be ruffled if Ren trained him. It would just be far too troublesome. So, he was glad that he didn't need to deal with that political ticking time bomb just yet. But the Uchiha boy was clearly starting to catch on. Sooner or later, he was going to figure it out and Ren was going to need to decide what to do with him. "Joy," Hinata said in an extremely dry tone when she heard that the Uchiha boy was most likely going to pester her. But Ino completely ignored her tone and angrily stomped on the ground. "I know," the blonde exclaimed, "it sucks. Why you look so plain." Ren inwardly snorted. Ino was being a dick for fun. But since they came here to train, he decided to cut her fun short. This was enough pre-training banter to keep the girls' competition going. "I think she is very pretty actually," he said, countering Ino's point and throwing her off her game while making Hinata happily grin, only for him to get poked in the stomach by the blonde. "You don't get a vote," she flatly said, all the early amusement drained from her expression as her left eye twitched in a barely restrained annoyance. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes. Right. What else did he expect? Democracy was not even a concept in this world. Lazily catching Ino's wrist before she could pull her hand back, Ren casually shrugged, "Enough talking, Ino. Wind claws. Now." He dragged her hand up and in front of his face, just as the disgruntled blonde channeled wine chakra into her freaking nails of all things without actually shredding her fingers into ribbons. Ren furrowed his eyebrows as he observed her hand infused with wind chakra and slowly nodded. "It's stable and you are not hurting yourself. Okay. I'd say this is well done, Ino." He gave the blonde a proud smile, causing her to genuinely but shyly smile in return before she caught herself and her lips set themselves in a self-assured cocky smirk. "This much is only natural," she boasted, lifting her nose up, only for Ren to flick it with his free hand, making the blonde girl yelp. It has been an entire week since he was released from the hospital and started teaching the girls again. Their first challenge was to learn 3 techniques. Earth nature, hiding like a mole. Lightning nature, zap. And water nature, water stream. Only the first one was actually useful in combat. The other 2, well, zap could be used to stun people at best but it only worked at close range, and experienced ninjas could mitigate its effects with their chakra. However, the principles in the D-rank technique were used in many other higher-ranked lightning techniques, so it was a great entry technique for the lightning affinity jutsu. As for the water nature, water stream, taking shit during missions is a pain in the ass. It was also a D-rank technique but it had exactly 0 combat potential. It could be used to manipulate water enough to give yourself a bath or to use the water to clean your ass after taking a dump. The technique generated a moderately slow stream of water and that was it. Honestly, the worst part about missions was actually the camping in the wilderness experience. There were no convenient camping 10 jutsu that took care of every little problem like many Narutoverse fics portrayed. The anime did not show how rough ninjas had it on missions. It showed the cool parts. The amazing fighting. The motivational talk no jutsu. The sad tragic backstories of characters. But ninjas having to hunt for food, use leaves to wipe their asses, and sleep only a few hours because watch duty was a thing. No, sir. That wasn't shown very well. Ren did have a seal that literally took his waste and piss from within his body and sealed it into a storage seal he had tattooed on his waist. He created it post-haste after his first taste of a camping experience during a mission. He was not a fan. And it took several bandits dying a very excruciating death as they screamed bloody murder while he was trying to figure out how to ensure the storage seal would not turn his innards inside out while sealing his shit. But Sugar Daddy Sage, was their suffering worth it? Of course, he was not going to give this particular seal to the girls. Not yet. Not until they have their own miserable experience with long ninja missions in the wilderness. They first needed to suffer to have a proper appreciation for something as simple as a seal that removed their need to take a shit. But back to the water stream technique, despite being able to create only a slow stream of water, it was still a very convenient thing for wilderness survival. Unfortunately, the generated water could not be used for drinking. It was a thing with all water techniques. There is a reason why Suna was suffering from the lack of drinking water and had to spend an ungodly amount of money to constantly import it despite being a ninja village. Sure, they were in the desert but they still had people with water affinity. Alas, the water techniques did not create drinking water. The created water lacked the necessary minerals, vitamins, and who knows what else drinking water usually contains. Drinking it was pretty much like drinking distilled water. Sure, you can do it and your thirst will be quenched but your body does not get the necessary stuff from it so you'd eventually die of thirst despite constantly drinking said water. Alas, not all problems can be solved by ninjutsu. That said, the reason why Ren had the girls learn these 3 techniques was not just that they were useful or good for entry-level ninjutsu of their respective elements. It was a test. Ino passed. Hinata flunked. Ino learned all 3 techniques within 3 days. And then she moved on to learning how to coat wind-natured chakra onto her blade and learned that. And then she also figured out how to coat her freaking fingernails in wind-natured chakra, creating her self-made jutsu, the wind claws. All within said week. Honestly, the girl was just cheating when it came to learning ninjutsu. She might act like a smug cocky little shit that liked to boast and irritate others with her words, but the girl was putting more effort into training than freaking Naruto, shadow clones included. It was easy to just say, oh, she has her mindscape training bullshit. And yes, she does. But the girl actually had to train in all these techniques. She had to spend hundreds of hours in her mindscape grinding until she learned them and then she went plus ultra with her grinding and created her own version of wind-natured chakra coating. And she couldn't use shadow clones in her mindscape to game the system. Ren had her try it. But it just did not work that way so she had to do everything by herself. Ren respected her for it. The amount of work she was putting into it was quite frankly humbling. That didn't change anything on the fact that her accomplishments were plain bullshit. There was a reason why people coated their swords or kunai with wind chakra and not parts of their bodies. Wind chakra was known to damage swords or kunai if used too frequently or if the weapon was of inferior quality. A ninja needed perfect control of his wind chakra to prevent this. Coating a body part in wind chakra was a good way to get some nasty cuts. But Ino managed it without getting hurt and Ren decided it would be better for her development to not inform her how much bullshit she was currently doing. The amount of control she had to attain for that to be possible was quite mind-boggling. One mistake and there would go her fingers. The first time Ino showed her wind claws to Ren, he totally freaked out from sheer fear that she was going to accidentally cut off her fingers during training. The fact that the time in her mindscape passed faster than in the real world was a massive help during her training. She also wasn't limited by her chakra reserves, for some reason. But hacks were pretty common in this universe so Ren decided it was pointless to complain. At least, the cheater was somebody on his team right now. Any injury she sustained could be instantly reversed too with just a thought and Ino did admit to Ren that she lost thousands of fingers when she trained her wind-natured coating for her fingernails. She only tried it in the real world when she was damn certain she had it down the pat. But she still had to train that singular skill for hundreds of hours to get to this level with it. And the most ridiculous part? The blonde girl was not yet satisfied. Her aim was to infuse the wind chakra into individual strands of her hair. She was completely batshit insane. Even the slightest fluctuation of wind chakra would just cut the strand of hair into pieces. The control of wind-natured chakra necessary to accomplish her goal was nothing short of complete perfection. And then she would need to multitask on a massive scale to imbue multiple strands of hair with wind-natured chakra at the same time while keeping them intact. Nobody ever accomplished that, but Ino was a blonde. And this was Narutoverse. She was dumb enough to try and had cheat-like training hacks alongside having no idea it was supposed to be impossible so she had a fair shot at actually accomplishing it. Ren was not going to question it. It's just how things work in this world. Just look at Naruto, the dumb blonde number 2. He let her go for it. It was something that was going to occupy her time for the next several months and even if she failed to accomplish it, she would still learn a lot about wind-natured chakra in the process. So, why not? But if she accomplished and perfected it, it was the kind of technique that could form her very own S-class gimmick if paired with the hair techniques she was already insanely proficient in. As for Hinata, she did learn the 3 techniques. And she only took 6 days too. Her learning speed was astounding compared to other ninjas. But she still flunked Ren's little test. She wasn't a ninjutsu specialist material. As Ren looked at the Hyuga girl practicing the first-level exercises of lightning chakra nature, he inwardly winced. He needed to have a talk about it with her today and he was really not looking forward to it. He knew he should not have ranted to her about how Byakugan was the best tool to learn ninjutsu. Now, it was going to bite him in the ass. But if she wanted to keep pace with Ino, who turned out to be an insanely hard-working prodigy at ninjutsu, then Hinata had to find her own niche. And ninjutsu just wasn't it. If you wish to support me or read 13 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 51, Unexpected Discovery. Okay, girls. Come here and let's create the shadow clones for your training. Ren said and helped Ino create 2 shadow clones first because she was closer to him before he did the same for Hinata before the girls went on to practice their own stuff. He first created the cooperation shadow clone technique to bypass the lower reserves the girls had. But in the previous week, he noticed something unexpected about it. When people mention shadow clones, the first thing that comes to their mind is the Yin aspect of the technique, the memory transfer. The girls supply the Yin chakra, so they get the experience and memories. But when a clone popped, it was not just the Yin chakra that returned. The Yang chakra returned too and Ren supplied the Yang part of the technique. To be frank, even Ren did not think about this when he created the technique. But, over the course of the last week where he helped the girls make clones every day, he noticed that his chakra grew a tiny bit stronger and denser despite him not actively training for it. He delved into this mystery, and after some deep pondering, he realized that the Yin chakra of the girls and the Yang chakra of his within the shadow clones had a peculiar interaction within a clone during its existence. Ren had just figured out how to dual cultivate. Yeah, he almost wanted to drop dead from sheer shame. Basically, because the Yin and Yang chakras in the clone came from different sources, they were reacting and affecting, constantly pushing against each other even though it was not visible in the appearance of the finalized technique. Somehow, that translated to refining each other in a very, very, very minuscule amount. Don't ask him how. He had no freaking idea. It just worked. He named this clone chakra refinement. The gains were frankly so small that Ren almost did not notice. Only after 6 days did he find it strange that his chakra reserves slightly increased in their density, and even that was because he was not actively training during this period of time. If he had trained, he would have never realized this gimmick of his shadow clone co-op technique. As for the reason why he called it dual cultivation, Ren's cheeks involuntarily flushed and he tried to push his sudden embarrassment down. He made some theories and even derived a training exercise based on this discovery, naming it yin-yang circling. Not the most inspired name, but it aptly described what the training exercise did. A male and a female would sit opposite each other and hold their hands while the man circled his yang chakra through the woman and the woman circled her yin chakra through the man. The difficult part was that it also required the user to be able to create pure yang or pure yin chakra while also having another person capable of creating the opposite element for it to work. And 99% of ninjas never bothered to learn yin or yang release. These were exceedingly rare because ninjas focused heavily on elemental chakra instead. The chances of a male and a female who were skilled enough to know how to use yang and yin release meeting each other were almost non-existent. The chances of them doing this kind of thing for shit and giggles, just to try if it did something. It was as close to zero as it could be. Ren was not surprised nobody figured this chakra interaction thingy out in the 1,000 years ninjas existed. Even he stumbled upon it by a complete coincidence. Fortunately, Ino knew how to generate yin chakra due to her clan training and she helped Hinata with learning it for the co-op shadow clones while Ren figured out how to do the yang part while creating said technique. During the yin-yang circling, the woman's yin chakra refined the man's yang chakra but it also fed into his yin chakra, boosting both. And the same happened for the female, just the energies were reversed. The energy interaction was indirect within the shadow clone so it was much weaker than yin-yang circling, which was several times more efficient. Ren would say it was 10 to 20 times better but he didn't have an exact number. On the other hand, clones could do it passively but only for one energy. The person providing yin would get refined yin in return while the person providing yang would get refined yang in return. Just, the gains were much smaller. Of course, the clone chakra refinement was basically providing a passive increase of either yin or yang while one of the users could also use the clones for training so it's not as if it did not have its uses. The increase in chakra, no matter how much smaller it was just a very welcome unintended side effect. Not to mention, a person could create multiple clones, and Ren's inner gamer was already giddy at the prospect of crunching the numbers and min-maxing the shit out of it. It's just that. Well. You see. Ren noticed that this energy interaction between yin and yang chakras would work best if the male and female were connected more closely. Yes. He was speaking about that kind of connection. Plug A into socket B kind of stuff. It wasn't much. Really. Just around a 100-fold increase. Oh, sweet sage and his perverted chakra shenanigans. Ren felt so freaking embarrassed. He was never going to show that to the girls. He had the notebook with his research locked behind a seal deep in his work desk at his apartment, and that's where it shall stay. What would his students think of him if they saw that kind of research? He felt like some sort of creep. He didn't even want to discover that tidbit. But once he started pondering about the way the yin and yang chakra interacted, it just made sense. For the best gains, the practitioners needed to have sex while circling their yin and yang chakras. It increased chakra efficiency and ensured there would be as little chakra loss during the technique. And a 100-fold increase in efficiency. His inner gamer was screaming at Ren that he was a complete moron for not bending Hinata or Ino over the desk yet, but cooler, upper heads prevailed. He was their amazing teacher. How could he even show them that technique? No. He was going to use the yin-yang circling with the girls, the version where they sat opposite each other and held hands, and take the smaller gains without coming off as a creep who wanted to have sex with them for power gains. Hopefully, they will never find out about the dual cultivation aspect of that exercise, and he totally just raised a flag, didn't he? No. Let's not even think about it. Ren shook his head with a wry smile while his eyes lingered on Hinata's form for a moment too long and he involuntarily gulped. But then he noticed how her cheeks colored deep red out of a sudden, making him owlishly blink. And flushed from mortification when he realized that a certain lower part of his was rising. And she had her Byakugan on. Fuck me. Ren muttered very quietly under his nose in utter embarrassment. Only for Hinata to blush even deeper as she glanced at him despite her Byakugan being activated, her entire face completely red. Ren's eyes met Hinata's, when his mind supplied that Hyugas were masters at lip reading. God, this is embarrassing. Ren put his head in his hands with a long whine full of suffering. His image as a cool teacher was just ruined, wasn't it? And his dick wasn't getting any softer no matter how much he wished it did. Nor was Hinata's Byakugan getting deactivated for that matter. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed Ino staring at them with a wide, cheeky, knowing grin, and Ren decided that today just wasn't his day. He needed some training in becoming more shameless. Chapter 52, Chapter 52. The first. After 20 minutes of soul-crushing mortification, Ren calmed down enough to be capable of looking at Hinata again without feeling an overpowering need to divert his gaze. Still with pink dusting covering his cheeks, but fully committed to ignoring that fact, Ren motioned Hinata over. He didn't feel very enthusiastic about the upcoming discussion, but it was better to get it over with rather than put it off. Ino wouldn't be slowing down in her training anytime soon, and if Hinata wanted to keep her lead or even just keep up with the blonde, there were certain revelations she needed to know and decisions she had to make. Hinata approached Ren until she stood opposite him. They awkwardly looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, but then Ren suddenly regained his wits and wryly smiled. "Wanna talk about it?" he asked, deciding he should at least try to clean the air before they start talking about the serious stuff. Hinata shuffled a bit in her place while subconsciously brushing a few strands of her hair behind her ear while her eyes roamed around as if she were not sure what would be the safe place to look at. "I'd rather not discuss your erection, sensei," she timidly said. Hearing her, Ren's expression twitched. "That's not what I meant," he exasperatedly retorted in an almost whiny tone. "Oh." Hinata's eyes widened, causing her to look like a deer in headlights. Air. She had no idea what to say. She had clearly misunderstood, so, due to her embarrassment, her mouth said the very first thing that came to her mind when she thought about salvaging the situation: "You have a nice penis." And she instantly regretted it the second these words left her lips. For the first time in months, Hinata felt so embarrassed that she was on the verge of fainting. "Why, thank you. I try." Ren flatly responded before sighing, let's put this incident behind us, all right?" Hinata meekly nodded, ducking her head, but a small smile appeared on her face, and despite blushing enough that Ren was surprised there was no steam coming out of her head, Hinata quietly but cheekily replied, "No promises," while her eyes flickered toward Ren's crotch just for the briefest of moments. Realizing the girl was awkwardly trying to tease him, Ren chuckled and the tension between them melted away as they both finally relaxed. "Let's get to talking about your training, shall we?" Ren sat down on the grass and beckoned Hinata to follow him. She nodded in agreement, and when they were both seated, Ren decided to rip the band-aid right off. Looking Hinata straight in the eyes, he tried to convey how serious he was. "I don't think you are suited for ninjutsu." He expected an angry reaction from the girl, but he should have known better. Hinata was always a calm person. She only tilted her head, and the only indication of her displeasure was her eyebrows almost knitted together as she frowned. "Didn't you always tell me that the Hyuga clan is stupid for not focusing on ninjutsu, though? At least 3 times a week? Something about our eyes making us a natural cheat at learning and perfecting it?" she asked in a deceptively calm voice, but Ren realized he misjudged her. She wasn't showing it, but she was definitely not very happy hearing that. Inwardly wincing, Ren outwardly just casually shrugged, "And I stand by it. But the question is if you want to keep up with Ino or your aim is to be a regular Joe . Before Ren was even done speaking, Hinata exclaimed in an affronted voice, "Of course. I can't let the bimbo win." Her expression screaming, "Duh, isn't it obvious?" Ren chuffed, but it soon enough turned into a sigh. He knew what he had to say next would not be received well. Hell, he had a hard time believing he was going to say it. And yet, here they were. "I feel like an idiot saying this, but taijutsu is going to be your thing." "Taijutsu?" Hinata flatly asked, the barest touch of disbelief coloring her tone. Her face became completely unreadably blank, and Ren was just glad that if nothing else, her clan training instilled a great emotional control in the girl, because when she started emulating her father, it was obvious the shit hit the fan. He was just glad there was no rock near her, because she would have most likely hurled it at him by now. And it would have been deserved too. For months he told her that focusing solely on taijutsu was stupid. And the girl was taking it to heart. He always told her that Hyugas were supremely retarded. That focusing on taijutsu held her clan back from becoming truly special. Yet, now he was recommending her to do exactly that. Knowing he needed to do damage control fast, Ren spoke, "Look, Hinata." He pointed toward where Ino was practicing, and Hinata, with great reluctance, turned her head there. Ino stood on the other side of the clearing, holding a thin tree branch of all things. She was swinging it at a tree trunk, creating large gashes into it because of the wind chakra coating on the branch. Ren loudly whistled, and Ino's focus on her wind chakra abruptly broke mid-swing, causing the tree branch to be cut into several pieces. Ino was unbalanced and stumbled forward, her arms flailing around as she almost fell onto the ground. When she stabilized herself, she threw Ren a heated glare before huffing and picking up another thin tree branch from a pile she had near her feet, intent on continuing her training with an admirable single-minded determination. Seeing the blonde fumble, Hinata let out a small involuntary giggle before she could stop herself. Ren smiled. Ino is simply too good at learning ninjutsu thanks to her mind trick, he told Hinata. But she is stubbornly pursuing perfection. It will take her months, if not years, to get where she wants to be with wind chakra alone. And to be perfectly honest, Ren approved of her approach. Was it stupid? Undoubtedly. If she went the Hiruzen route and mastered all chakra natures, she could be at least an elite Jonin-level kunoichi by the time she left the academy, with good prospects at breaching that low-end S rank soon. But she wanted to get her wind chakra far beyond what was considered mastery by ninjas. And if she managed it, it was the kind of trick that had the potential to create one of the strongest S rank ninjas. The keywords, however, are, if she managed it. What she was trying to do was considered impossible. But well, she was a blonde. So, Ren had faith in her ability to bullshit the world. You are never going to keep up with her if you try matching her in her specialty, Ren said to Hinata with a wry smile. It wasn't just Hinata who had to accept this fact. He was a ninja too, and had the realization that once Ino got a few more months of ninjutsu training under her belt, he would not be able to keep up with her in that discipline. It was discouraging, but he decided to buckle up and redouble his focus on Fuinjutsu. Because that was his specialty, and he would be damned if he let some Yamanaka brat overtake him in strength. Oh, she would have been just insufferable if that happened. The best advice I can give you, Hinata, is that you need to focus on your own advantages, he said, and decided to elaborate when he saw her unsure expression. You finished that modified Kaiten of yours, right? How long did it take for you to develop? I mean, how many hours of continuous effort? Around 10. I guess. She seemed uncertain, but Ren knew she only gave the technique in between nothing at all to at most 2 hours every Saturday, so counting how many hours that added up to over the months was probably not easy. And I named it Heavenly Wall, the girl whispered with a beautiful smile, her voice containing a slight undertone of pride at her achievement. Ren reached out and took her hand, squeezing it in acknowledgement with a smile. Her Heavenly Wall was just Kaiten without the need to spin. It sounded simple, but it was anything but, because the spin was an integral part of the technique. Discarding the need to spin made the technique disgustingly chakra efficient, effective in literally any situation, and capable of being used in a split second at any time the user needed. Hinata could call forth a wall of spinning chakra out of the tenketsu in her body to block or reflect jutsu on demand. She could also use it offensively, just like the regular Kaiten. And since she didn't need to spin, she didn't need to stop in a place to use it. It had a massive offensive potential. But Ren knew that Hinata did not realize that just yet. On top of that, with no spinning required, she didn't need to keep the technique up for a long period, making her expend way less chakra in the process than what the regular Kaiten needed. The only downside was that it was one of those disgustingly skill-reliant techniques. The first step in learning it was to master Reisanon, so, yeah. Good luck with that, Ren guessed. There go a few months, if not years, of your life, and that's just the first step. No regular ninja was ever going to put that much time investment into it, because it is more effective for them to learn several lower-level techniques that they can use in the field to save their lives in a pinch. No matter how overpowered the technique is. Hell, Ren was not going to learn it. And he already knew Reisanon. It just wasn't a cost-effective use of his time. The sweet girl did not realize it because it came sickeningly easy to her. She didn't even think it was that hard. Ren wanted to bash his head on a tree whenever he thought about it. And she created it from the regular Kaiten technique in 10 hours of effort. It was fucking bullshit. Her mind simply worked in mysterious ways that Ren had a hard time comprehending, but she was a female, so that was pretty much given. Honestly, if he didn't think that Hinata had an actual chance to compete with Ino, he would have simply told her that. But the most ridiculous thing about the whole situation was that in his opinion as their teacher, Hinata could do it. She was talented enough. He just needed her to believe in herself and get the correct mindset. No matter what your clan says, you have an amazing talent for taijutsu. You already created your own move in such a short time and you are not even out of the academy yet. Plus, you are getting very good at medical ninjutsu on your own. You should lean into these specialties more. Ren said. Not to mention Byakugan was truly a cheat when it came to the medical ninjutsu. It was practically the difference between a blind person learning the stuff by touch and a person who could actually see what they were doing learning it. It doesn't take a genius to realize which one would learn things faster. Despite Ren's words, Hinata still seemed to lack confidence. She saw the difference between Ino and herself when it came to ninjutsu, and Ren knew it felt like a shit to have that realization. But her woe-is-me attitude was frankly starting to piss him off a bit. But will that be enough? Hinata timidly asked, and Ren had to take a deep breath. Why don't you use your Byakugan to observe the Akimichi clan and try to learn how they use the Yang chakra? He exasperatedly asked, saying aloud the first thing that came to his mind, and gave the girl a big eye roll. He could only generate Yang chakra. He couldn't do anything else with it just yet. He couldn't teach the girl how to properly utilize it in combat, and he was already helping her aplenty by providing chakra for shadow clones. He refused to baby her so much as to spend weeks of his time developing proper Yang chakra techniques just so Hinata could use them in combat. No. The girl would have to make these techniques herself. Ren was too busy making new seals in his spare time. He loved his students and put in an enormous effort to help them in their development, but he had his own development to think about too. You want me to steal their clan techniques? Hinata's whole demeanor abruptly shifted as she asked with eyes wide in horror. As if Ren was casually suggesting treason. Not really. He shrugged. You want a quick way to get stronger. Learn the principles behind how they use the Yang chakra and then use them alongside your medical expertise to create your own technique to, I don't know, strengthen your body perhaps. Preferably without turning yourself into a giantess or using your fat stores, because that would have been just too obvious. Ren rubbed the bridge of his nose, inwardly regretting that he started this topic. But he was a bit frustrated. Ino was confident, bordering on arrogance. And that attitude had its flaws. But she always believed in herself. She didn't expect him to hold her hand through her training, and she actively tried new things. Hinata, however, was a more timid person, so she needed that push to get her confidence, and so far, she wasn't very proactive. Even the learning of Kaiten was something Ren suggested to her ages ago. And yes, she did modify it on her own, but it wasn't enough. Hinata was going to fall behind Ino if she didn't get out of her comfort zone. The girl needed to start experimenting. Not to mention, seeing Ino's talent had shaken Hinata's belief in her own progress, which made her less inclined to be creative with her training. It was honestly quite a bothersome situation for Ren. Alas, since he had started the topic already, he decided to just unload his thoughts on the girl while hoping for the best. Seriously, you Hyuga have the best tool for spying and observation, and you live in a village full of talented ninjas. How your clan has not raised an S-rank ninja so far is a complete mystery. You could learn so many secret techniques and observe how they work with none the wiser, and you don't even need to leave your house for it. It's not as if somebody could tell where you are looking if you just sit in your room with your eyes closed and your Byakugan activated. Do you want to keep up with Ino? I can't give you every answer. I can't lead you there by your hand, Hinata. I can and will help you, but certain things you will have to accomplish by yourself. Ren told Hinata, giving her the hard truth. For a few seconds, they just sat on the grass, silently looking at each other. Hinata was deep in thought while Ren observed her, wondering what she would decide. Eventually, Hinata slowly nodded her head. I understand. And that was that. He was not going to give her more advice on this topic, and he knew she was smart enough to not get caught. The rest was on her. She was a kunoichi in training, duh. Ren reciprocated the nod. He was not sure she truly understood, but only the future would tell. Now. I think you should only focus on the lightning element when it comes to ninjutsu. It will be a great addition to boost your taijutsu or even your medical ninjutsu if used creatively enough. He didn't even want to start thinking what a skilled lightning nature user could do with nerves once he or she became a top-tier medic. Ren firmly believed that Cruciatus should stay in Potterverse, but, for his adorable student, he was willing to make an exception and eventually lead her to certain conclusions. But for now, Hinata knew only one thing to do with her lightning element: show me your lightning-coated exploding senbon. Ren calmly commanded. Hinata nodded and stood up. She took out a senbon out of the seal on her wrist with a puff of smoke, imbued lightning chakra into it within 3 seconds, and then applied the exploding seal in the next 2 seconds before throwing the needle at a nearby tree trunk at barely traceable speeds thanks to the lightning chakra coating the senbon. The senbon sank into the tree before it exploded with a loud bang, and the tree trunk, sporting a massive hole around the place where the senbon impacted it, toppled over while heavily creaking. Hinata expectantly looked at Ren, but sadly, she was not going to get the desired praise. Not for this. It needs work, Ren said with a grimace. 5 seconds to imbue lightning chakra and inscribe the exploding seal on the senbon was too long. The entire thing should last less than 1 second. She should be able to throw one exploding lightning senbon every second. Only then was it going to be combat ready. Well, all in due time, Ren guessed. Hinata's face fell as she dejectedly mumbled, "I'll just go practice." But Ren stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder when she was about to leave. "You can do it, Hinata. You are one of the most talented kunoichi in this village. Just believe in yourself." "I believe in you," he said, and something in his expression probably conveyed his sincerity because Hinata teared up and sniffed. She nodded with determination written in her eyes before she turned around and was about to walk away only to stop in her tracks. She turned her upper body around and took a long unsure glance at Ren, causing him to raise his eyebrow at her. "Yes?" he asked, but the Hyuga girl only chewed on her lower lip in an apparent indecision. Then, out of nowhere, she seemed to make a decision and walked back toward Ren, who curiously looked at her, wondering what she was doing, only to be surprised when she quickly closed the distance between them, raised herself to her toes, and delivered a short peck on his lips. Ren stared at her, completely bewildered, his lips slightly parted, while she looked like a frightened rabbit, her face red from embarrassment. "Thank you," she whispered with a blush. Before Ren could regather his wits, Hinata abruptly turned on her heel and jerkily walked away with her head ducked low, steam almost rising from her head. Ren could only watch her before his mind rebooted. "That happened, huh?" he wryly thought, a small embarrassed smile appearing on his face as he touched his lips. "I am sorry for everybody who dislikes the MCX Hinata pairing. But this was a long time coming. Also, don't worry, I did not forget about our boy Naruto. He will not be left alone. I do have dastardly plans aimed at his virginity, Kukuku." Chapter 53, Academy Days. Ino Yamanaka sat in the academy, watching her classmates during a break, bored out of her mind. Her teacher, Ren, took a week off from training her and Hinata because of some personal pet project, while Hinata decided to fake being sick so she could focus more on training rather than sit in the academy and lectures about things she either didn't care about or already knew. Ino sighed in exasperation. She would love to have the perks of being a medical ninja. But when she saw the small mountain of books she would have needed to read, she shivered. "Yeah, no, thank you very much. That's for nerds." Sadly for Ino, she didn't have any other convenient power that allowed her to skip school, so she had to be here or face her parents' displeasure. No matter how boring the academy was, nothing was worth the disappointed hours-long lecture she would have gotten from her parents for skipping. It was not as if she could just mind control them, was it? But of course, what she could do is make her own entertainment. Seeing one of her non-clan classmates timidly approach a brown-haired girl while slightly shaking as if he was going to his own execution, Ino inwardly chuckled. She knew that this particular classmate of hers had a puppy crush on the girl for some time, and it seemed he finally gathered the courage to confess. Unfortunately for the boy, the girl was from a particularly anal-retentive clan when it came to controlling the relationships of its members, so nothing was going to come out of it. Well, the girl's older brothers were most likely going to beat the crap out of the boy, but he would survive. Pursing her lips in consideration, Ino decided to be magnanimous today and save her classmate from some pain. Her hands joined under the table just as the boy reached the girl's desk, causing her to turn toward him, her big brown eyes blinking in an innocent curiosity. The boy opened his mouth and abruptly turned a bit to the side toward Inuzuka Kiba, who sat there before shouting for the entire classroom to hear, "I love you. Please go out with me." The entire room was suddenly silenced while Kiba froze, his expression slowly turning into a weirded-out grimace. "Dude. Just. No." The dog boy eventually managed to say to the other boy, who now stared wide-eyed at him in utter shock with his jaw on the floor, having a hard time believing what he had just done. Ino cheerfully observed them from the back of the classroom as she removed the small amount of her yin chakra from the boy, grinning at a job well done. She loved experimenting with her clan techniques, especially after getting some ideas from her teacher. Figuring out how to not send her entire spirit into somebody with her clan jutsu was hard, and then figuring out how to not take over but subtly influence the other person was even harder. But it was oh so rewarding. Ino's eyes mischievously roamed the classroom. She needed more practice if she wanted to pull the technique off without hand seals. Fortunately, she had many unknowing guinea pigs just lining up for the slaughter. Ino's hands once again made a hand seal under her table. And Akamaru, who sat in Kiba's hood, suddenly lost control of his bladder, making the confession situation even more memorable as both Akamaru and Kiba released a long miserable whimper before Kiba bolted out of the classroom. Hopefully, he was going to be embarrassed enough to prevent him from asking her out for at least a week, but Ino had her doubts. It was hard to teach an old dog new tricks. A girl with her back turned toward the window suddenly ducked, barely evading a blunted kunai that flew into the classroom from the outside. At the same time, a boy got a friendly shove from his friend, causing him to be missed by the blunted kunai by less than an inch. And Choji owlishly blinked in incomprehension as he abruptly pulled his lunchbox, avoiding its destruction when the blunted kunai slammed into the middle of his desk only a second later. At the front of the classroom, Sakura tripped and accidentally headbutted Sasuke's groin, earning the achievement of being the first person to make him moan as he almost toppled from pain when his dick slammed into the iron wall that was Sakura's forehead. Ino's eyes gleamed. Her Yin chakra was subtle enough that unless her victims are focused, they don't even realize they are under the influence. Sure, it probably won't work on skilled ninjas, yet, but Ino was nothing if not hardworking when it came to causing chaos. Oi. Stop it. Suddenly, Shikamaru's voice interrupted her fun. I am not doing anything. Ino whispered to the boy who lazily lay on the desk next to her, watching her with only one of his eyes groggily open while managing to make it look like a monumental drag. Sawyer. He drawled and yawned. Go back to sleep. Ino rolled her eyes, only for Shikamaru to mumble under his nose. Troublesome blonde. He got a kick to his shin courtesy of said troublesome blonde for his effort, causing him to yelp and give the smug Ino an annoyed look. Inwardly, Ino sighed in disappointment. It was such a pity that she couldn't invite Shikamaru and Choji to her teacher's lessons. She asked Ren if he was willing to teach them when she was just starting out and got an entire lecture about the village's clan politics. Yuck. In simple terms, teaching two daughters of clan heads was already putting Ren on some radars. If he started accumulating clan heirs as his students, that would make him an extremely suspicious person really fast. It would seem to the movers and shakers of Konoha as if Ren was trying to influence them when they were young and stupid. Which was a big no-no. A boy managed to catch himself on the side of a table after tripping up, most likely avoiding a concussion because his head was on a direct course for collision with the opening door. Ren told Ino that she could invite Sakura to their training sessions. And she tried. But the pinkette thought it to be some kind of trick or something and refused to show up. It made Ino a bit sad. She missed the times when her friendship with Sakura was okay. Great. Now she was annoyed and sad. At the front of the classroom, Sakura, who was fussily apologizing to the Uchiha who was barely starting to recover from getting a headbutt to the dick and tried to stand up, suddenly seemed to lose her balance again and headbutt the Uchiha for real this time, sending him crashing back to the ground. Ino giggled. Better. A girl leaned to the side just as her friend did a spit take in her direction due to a joke from another friend in her group. Okay, so she might be a bit annoyed at Sasuke for constantly trying to ask her about Hinata. She wasn't above being petty and vindictive. Naruto somehow resisted Ino's influence, causing her to frown, got hit by a small ball a boy was playing with and it caused him to lose his balance as he was doing something with. Ino blinked. Was that a can of paint? The orange boy hit the can of paint with his elbow as he waved his arms while trying to regain his balance, causing it to topple all over him. For the first time in his life, Naruto's tracksuit was no longer orange but neon green. Well, sucks to be him. Ino shrugged and released her hand seal before resting her cheek on her hand, inwardly snickering as she noticed Sasuke going in her direction while rubbing his forehead and sporting a heavy scowl all the while Sakura was still vehemently apologizing to him, seemingly on the verge of tears. Poor girl. Ino put on the biggest crazed fangirl expression in her repertoire and released a loud dreamy sigh when Sasuke was close enough to hear it as her blue eyes stared directly into his black ones. She took a vindictive pleasure from the fact that the boy seemed to hesitate for a moment, and from his gaze, it was obvious he was deeply thinking if approaching her was worth it. Alas, in the end, a split second passed and he took another step forward in her direction. As Ino stared at the approaching Sasuke, she already knew he was going to ask about Hinata, and that made her instantly recall the Hyuga girl standing on her toes, pressing her lips to the mouth of her teacher with the shaggy long blonde hair she wanted to caress and pamper and. Shikamaru instinctively shuffled a bit further away from Ino, the hair at the back of his neck standing in warning as he gave the blonde girl a wary side glance. The girl had a pleasant and inviting smile on her face, and yet, it seemed hella fake and forced to his trained eyes. Plus, the floor under her right foot was slightly cracking. Shikamaru instantly decided he didn't want to get involved before standing up and casually, okay, he very speedily walked away. Remembering the kiss she witnessed, Ino was inwardly fuming. No longer focusing on what was in front of her eyes, Ino barely registered when Sasuke finally reached her. He opened his mouth and started speaking, Yamanaka. I'd like to ask Dash. Oh. Asking me for a date? Ino pleasantly asked, interrupting Sasuke. No. I want to know Dash. Oh, my. Asking for a girl's 3 sizes. How shameless of you, Sasuke-kun. Ino embarrassedly giggled. But I guess I can te-dash. Yamanaka. Sasuke put a bit more force into his very serious tone. But it didn't make Ino stop. Her eyes glanced at Sakura, and a split-second decision was made. She didn't feel like playing this game any longer. I am sorry, Sasuke. I can't date you. Ino released a regretful sigh, causing Sasuke to look at her as if she had grown a second head. My body craves somebody else. She spoke in a tone full of pity aimed at Sasuke as if feeling sorry for him that he missed out on her. She even clapped her hands together and gave him a wink for a better dramatic impression. A bit further away, Sakura's jaw dropped when she witnessed their short interaction and she had a supremely hard time believing she was not dreaming. Her biggest love rival had just given up. Sakura felt both ecstatic and somewhat wistful. As if she had just lost something that was unknowingly important to her. Sasuke stared at Ino, incomprehension and disbelief coloring his expression, his mouth open while his brain was trying to deal with the extremely annoying blonde who made every interaction a massive pain in the ass. Still, he didn't expect to be rejected by her, so the situation was so out of left field that it gave him a mental stumble. Just when Sasuke's mind rebooted and an annoyed scowl appeared on his face, he threw a small glare Ino's way, the Hyug dash. Only for him to get a mouthful of a chalkboard eraser because the neon green Naruto, who was trying to set up another prank with an annoyed pout, once again lost his balance and the eraser in his hand just so managed to be thrown in Sasuke's direction as it flew through half of the classroom and hit him directly in the mouth just as he opened it. Coincidences were simply everywhere today, huh? Naturally, that sparked a fight between the bastard and the dead last, so Ino just stood up and walked away, deep in thought and irritably chewing on her lower lip as the last wisp of invisible wind chakra around her fingers faded into non-existence. There is no way she was going to let the bitch win. Now, how was she supposed to manipulate her annoyingly dense teacher to bend her over the table and have his dastardly way with her? Chapter 54, Chapter 54. One dense. The week Ren took a break for his project quickly passed and Ino came to their usual training grounds, noticing that Hinata was already there and only their teacher was still missing. Coming closer, Ino saw that Hinata with her jacket off was disgruntledly healing some unpleasant-looking bruises and winced at their purple discoloration. Her happy mood instantly soured as she approached the Hyuga girl. She didn't need to be told what happened. It was obvious. Hinata showed up with bruises at least once a month. This was a recurring occurrence at this point. Why don't you just beat her ass and be done with it? Ino mulishly asked without even greeting Hinata first. She tried to appear calm but her blue eyes were glaring at the bruises alongside the rabbinette's arms and her hands were clenched into fists. Over the months of their joint training, Ino came to like Hinata. She was like a very annoying little sister, whom she liked to tease in order to increase her confidence. She didn't like seeing her hurt. Hanabi is my sister. Hinata casually shrugged, not bothered by the pain as she focused on the healing. She was used to it by now. She had to do a very delicate job with the healing. Her goal was to preserve the bruised appearance while healing everything below the skin. That was quite the challenge for her current medical ninjutsu skill, so she had to put a lot of focus on the process. Ino sighed in exasperation, but whatever she wanted to say was interrupted when Ren appeared near them in Shunshin, cheerfully smiling as he waved at them. Then he noticed Hinata's bruises and his smile turned into a frown. He sighed, in much the same way Ino had done just a few seconds ago, but decided to forego commenting on it. He already had a conversation about it with Hinata and unfortunately, there was nothing they could do unless they wanted to alert the Hyuga family to the fact that Hinata was stronger than she tried to portray. Her desired goal was to prevent both her sister and herself from being sealed, and the only way to accomplish that was to reveal her power to the clan only when she was strong enough to strong-arm them into following her will. If she did it sooner, they would just seal her sister and give her back her clan heirship. So, she had to endure losing the monthly sparring with her sister. "Hello, how was your week?" Ren asked the girls as he came closer to them and they greeted him back and started talking at the same time, only to stop and look at each other with annoyed expressions. Ren mentally chuckled and his lips stretched into a smile again as the girls reached a silent agreement and Hinata spoke about her week first. He leaned against a nearby tree and listened, letting her rant and vent, or proudly show her progress, and even praised her when she bashfully presented her attempt at cooking. After around 20 minutes, Hinata was done and it was Ino's time to speak. Needless to say, Ren almost choked when he heard her proudly proclaim she used her classmates to learn how to seamlessly inject yin chakra into her victims. Yes, the Ninja Academy was for training ninjas. The kids didn't notice Ino's meddling. Sucks to be them. They just have to get better if they don't want to suffer more of her pranks. It's why Naruto's pranks are tolerated too. Contrary to popular belief, the Orange Menace does not target only his teachers. He targets his classmates too. And his pranks are good alertness training for the kids. So, even if Ino's mischief were to be discovered by her teachers, she would get no punishment as long as she didn't cause any permanent harm. No. It would be Ren who would get proper verbal trashing for his teaching methods because he was her tutor. This was the kind of shit he could end up in TNI for. Seriously, one day, the blonde girl was going to cause him an aneurysm. Alright. Ren shook his head, deciding to move on with their meeting. He indulged them. But now it was time to give them a little surprise. Your academy year is coming to an end and I decided to organize a small outing with you too. He smirked when the girls seemed excited. Oh, they had no idea what awaited them and he was going to enjoy their suffering every step of the way. Your parents already agreed. The first day of your holiday, we are going bandit hunting. He said, and suddenly, neither of the two girls was so excited anymore. Now they looked a bit conflicted and unsure because they knew what that meant. The primary reason for their outing was not training but to get them blooded. To have their first kill. Ren would love to avoid this unpleasantness. And yes, he could have left it in the hands of their future Jonin instructors. He really wanted to do it too. But that would be doing a disservice to the girls. Okay. It's going to be a walk in the park. Ino exclaimed in her usual fashion, but her heart was not in it. Hinata, on the other hand, was anxiously clutching her hands, trying to appear outwardly calm but her eyes betrayed her unease. Don't think too much about it. Ren said in an attempt to reassure the girls. It is still 2 weeks away. I have a more important announcement to make. Oh. Did you knock some kunoichi up or something? Ino innocently asked, clearly trying to distract herself by reverting to her usual teasing self, only to jump back, avoiding a chakra poke to her ribs courtesy of irritated Hinata who might have overreacted. Ren didn't take it too seriously and just rolled his eyes at Ino. Don't worry. You will be the first to know if such a thing happens. And he was afraid he wasn't even joking. Ino had a penchant for gossip before he became her teacher. But now that she could use her clan techniques more freely. Now that she was finding new ways of using them without anybody even noticing and getting better at it by the day. He loved the girl but there was a reason why he wore a yin containment seal on his person all the time. There would be no Yamanaka mental naughty going on in his mind without him getting alerted. Fortunately, she hadn't tried to get a sneak peek at his thoughts so far. How forward of you. Ino giggled. Ren raised his eyebrow at her while Hinata too gave her a curious glance. Noticing it, Ino decided to explain herself. Well, the mother would obviously be the first person to know if she is pregnant or not. Ino explained and leaned forward while giving Ren a flirty smile. I wouldn't mind. But you will have to talk with my daddy if you want to get a piece of this fine ass. Ino gave her posterior a soft pat and grinned at Ren. Only to get a kick to her shin from the disgruntled Hinata, causing the blonde to yowl in pain and jump away, pulling her leg up in order to hold her hurt shin. What is wrong with you, bitch? Ino cried with mock outrage. Don't think I don't know what you are doing, bimbo. Hinata flatly said, giving Ino a nonplussed look while trying to kick her again. And Ren was out of his depth as he wondered where the meek and kind Hinata had gone. Suddenly, Ino jumped at him after evading another of Hinata's strikes, and he ended up catching her in a princess carry. Ren blinked at Ino. Ino blinked at Ren. And Hinata blinked at both Ren and Ino. Ren opened his mouth to make a quip about their situation. But Ino abruptly put her hands around his head and pulled herself up, ending with her lips on his. Except, that was not enough for her as her tongue invaded his mouth and started eagerly exploring. MHM. Ino moaned, waking Ren up from his shock and causing him to stop supporting her body with his hands, dropping her onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ren looked at Hinata who sported a very cold expression as she stared daggers at Ino who lay on the grass near Ren's feet. His eyes moved toward Ino, noticing that she was quietly giggling to herself, her face flushed. What? Ren almost staggered back. Don't tell me. He once again glanced at Hinata. Then back at Ino. Before he owlishly blinked. Only to inwardly groan as a realization hit him like a truck. Oh. I am one dense motherfucker. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. Dilemma and Agreement. Ren felt truly exhausted. He had just finished having a long conversation with his students about why it would be a really bad idea to have a relationship with him. He tried his best to persuade them to cease and desist. But no matter what he said, Ino and Hinata were teenage girls and Ren had no idea what was going through their heads at that point in their development. Somehow, the more their talk progressed, the worse it got. Halfway through it, the girls even stopped staring daggers at each other and somehow made up. Needless to say, Ren had no idea what was going on. He completely lost control of the entire conversation and things were happening in a way he just wasn't optimized to understand. Give him ninja stuff any day of the week and he will be fine despite his dislike for the profession but managing teenage kunoichi in heat. When chakra does fucky things with their physical and mental development. He tried to tell them he was too old for them, only to be reminded that he was still a teenager himself. Which, fair. He had no retort to that. It was not like he was one of those weirdos who believed a reincarnated person should go for somebody who equaled them in their mental age. He would have to go for ladies in their 40s if that was the case, which, no thank you very much. Ren didn't believe in mental age. Sure, he was adult-level mature since he was a kid. But he didn't particularly feel as if he had somehow mentally grown or aged since then all that much. He was happy to count his physical age as his true age. He even tried to point out to the girls that their clans wouldn't like it, and fortunately, that seemed to make Hinata hesitate a bit. At least, until Ino opened her big mouth, confidently telling him to leave it to her. That she would handle her daddy, if necessary. And Ren truly pitied Inoichi at that moment. Sage willing, Ren didn't want to be cursed with a daughter like Ino. That would be a complete nightmare. Unfortunately, there went all the progress with Hinata as she regained her determination, and Ren could tell from her expression she was not going to budge from her decision anymore. By the end of it, the two girls actually agreed to share him, much to his despair. How we shouldn't date became, don't worry, we can share you. Ren had no freaking idea. He was lost like any other average guy. He was going for a completely opposite result. The girls even threw a law book at him, of all things. And yes, polygamy was not against the law in Konoha, but damn it. It was he who should be throwing law books on them. Not the other way around. That was cheating, and Ren didn't like when the other people did that. He decided he would have his revenge on the girls for this. He was going to throw a law book of his own on them soon. Damn, he felt like some stupid harem anime protagonist. In his past life, he was always the noble and passionate keyboard warrior who berated the main characters for their natural density. But now he was in their spot, and he wanted nothing more than earth to swallow him whole due to embarrassment. He felt for them now, completely understanding how this shit could happen. Talk about gaining a completely new perspective. He thought their team interaction was just general friendly banter. Subconsciously, he still believed that Hinata would end up with Naruto, even if that ship had apparently sailed and sunk long ago, and Ino with that freaky pale root guy. Because of that assumption, he never even considered the option that his presence once again changed things without him even trying to do so. After Hinata kissed him, he kinda panicked and told the girls he was taking a week-long break for a personal project. And sure, he did work on some seal work, but he mostly agonized about the bomb dropped into his lap in the guise of the Hyuga girls' affection. What was he supposed to do with that? He was certain that if the Hyuga clan knew, they would try to crucify him. Hell, Hayashi would try to gentle fist his ass to the moon. Not that the Hyuga clan head would find a lot of success in that endeavor, but it would still be annoying for Ren. Let's not even talk about the consequences Hinata would be facing. And when Ren had just decided to, maybe go for it. He wasn't even sure, but he did like Hinata quite a bit. He decided to just let things progress naturally and end where the wind takes them. But the very first damn training they had together after his break, Ino comes and does this shit, destroying any semblance of pretense that things were going to work out somehow on their own. In the end, Ren made a compromise with the girls. They agreed to take things slowly. Even if Ino wasn't very happy about it. Frankly speaking, it was not that he didn't find them desirable. Hinata was downright adorable and beautiful with her long hair. She looked closer to her Shippuden self, except less shy. She was still a total sweetheart. And she had that Yamato Nadeshiko thing going for her that made Ren's heart skip a beat whenever she smiled. As for Ino, the Yamanaka girl was flat-out gorgeous. Curves in all the right places, well-toned body, hair so amazing that models in Ren's past life would be seething in jealousy. The first time Ren met her, he stared. And he still sometimes found himself visually appreciating her presence. But apparently, he was not as sneaky as he thought. Ino even stopped wearing her long hair in a ponytail so much and let it fall free on her shoulders and back when Ren offhandedly commented he preferred it that way. In hindsight, that really should have clued him in. He had some unpleasant flashbacks to his teenage years during his previous life. He was a dense idiot back then too, so really, he had experience in that department. He remembers that he was always proud of becoming more aware with age, only for this to happen. The girls were 15. But physically their bodies were almost done with their development. Chakra was unfair like that. The more a person used it, the more it sped things up. No wonder Itachi looked like an adult during the Uchiha massacre despite being just 13 at the time. But mentally, Ren would say his students were still teenage girls. They would totally disagree, of course. Chakra sped up mental development too. It was a scientifically proven fact, or some other nonsense they threw at him during their argument in a fully unreasonable female fashion. And they did have a certain maturity to them that normal girls their age had no business having. But Ren had seen their childish side far too many times. Hell, he even participated in many of their bouts of childishness because it was genuine fun. Well, according to his logic that meant he was a childish teenager too, but let's ignore that, okay. Chunin privileges. He might be 17 but he had the headband, therefore he was an adult. The law book said so too. Besides, the civilians in this world were considered adults on their 15th birthday. It was the ninjas who were the weird ones. Especially now, after the reforms. Previously, they were adults at 13. Nowadays, they were adults at 16, a whole year later than even the civilians. Ren still told both Ino and Hinata that there would be no hanky-panky with them until they had their headbands. It was his last moral line of defense he was not going to cross no matter what. He wanted to be upfront with the girls. They were minors according to the law and Ren did not need problems from that direction. There was a reason why no ninja approached them yet with offers of quick stress relief, despite them being so beautiful and despite the sight of guys banging 15-year-old civilian girls in the side alley being quite common in the village if you knew where to look. A part of him was hoping the girls would just give up when he told them his bottom line, but Ino simply pouted and complained like a particularly bratty child who wanted a new toy. And Hinata gave him a big sad puppy dog eye stare paired with a downright adorable sad frown. Honestly, Ren doubted the Hyuga girl had any idea she was doing it, but Ino's reaction was completely deliberate. But the girls accepted it easily, much to his relief. Despite Ino's bravado, both girls were new to the whole affection stuff and Ren found the situation awkward for different reasons entirely, so neither of them was jumping into it headfirst. The girls left his apartment after that and Ren was having an honest-to-God dilemma. The primitive male part in him wanted them. The intelligent part in him cautioned him that it would destroy the canon further. Only to add that the canon was fucked 7 ways to Sunday anyway. Before admitting the girls were hot. His intelligent part wanted them too. His intelligent part realized he was fucked. Being a teenager again sucks. Ren mentally grumbled with an annoyed huff. His hormones were really screwing him over. Ah, whatever. I'll figure it out later. I'll just channel Sasuke and HN them into submission like a proper Narutoverse Gigachad main character, or something equally ridiculous. For now, he needed to find a law book he could throw at the girls for his revenge. If you wish to support me or read 13 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 56, Chapter 56. A Small Revenge. Ren arrived at the last training meeting before their mission. The girls had just finished their academy year earlier today and he came bearing gifts. Seeing Hinata and Ino sitting in the grass in the middle of the clearing they usually used for training, he approached them. Hello. Ren appeared in Shunshin near the girls, giving them a small jump scare. Here, have these. He abruptly but gleefully dropped identical books to the lap of each girl. 2 very big and thick books. What's this? Ino asked, picking up the book as if it was trash and looking at it in disgust. She was never a fan of reading, despite her ability to just leaf through a book and then learn the knowledge in her mindscape, taking almost no time at all in the real world. She still avoided books like a plague, making all true blondes of Narutoverse immensely proud. If Naruto knew of her dedication to the way of the blonde, he would probably give her a year-long ticket for exclusion from his pranks. Konoha's Ninja Regulations and Command Structure. Hinata read the book's name, frowning in incomprehension. What did that have to do with them right now? They were still academy students. They still had a year before this became relevant to them. Yes. Exactly. Ren wasn't deterred by the sour expressions of his adorably clueless pupils. He naturally threw it at them as a form of revenge. Of course, he couldn't tell them that. Instead, he cheerfully spoke the biggest bullshit he uttered all month with practice tease. Since we are going on a mission, I decided it would be great if you learned a bit more about PFFF. He really couldn't help the snicker, the legality, of it. He almost burst into laughter. Both due to the flabbergasted gazes from Ino and Hinata and because just saying the word legality when mentioning ninja missions was hilarious irony. We learned ninja rules in the academy already. Ino huffily retorted and threw the book away from her, only for Ren's grin to widen. It wouldn't be much of a revenge if his cute minions could just discard the book at their leisure, now, would it? A seal planted on the book flared when it got 3 feet away from Ino and suddenly, the blonde was smacked in the face with the heavy and thick book, causing her to topple over onto the grass while Ren snickered under his nose. Even Hinata's lips twitched into a small smile while Ino stared at the blue sky in shock, a red imprint of the book's outline coloring her face as said book lay in the grass next to her face. Oh, Ren was sure that Ino would try again. He could see it in her beautiful blue eyes that suddenly gained a spark of veiled defiance. She was going to take this as a challenge. But unfortunately for her, she had far too many of his seals inscribed on her body. So, the book will be teleporting back. Straight into her face. Until Ren deemed that she learned the contents. Nah. You learn trash in the academy. Ren snorted. The ninja rules they recited in the academy for their exams. Nobody cared about those. They were like learning about old stories in a literature class in Ren's previous life. Nice to know for a reference but mostly useless in real life. This, though. He gestured at the book. These are legally binding rules describing how our grand, he added a bit of sarcasm, military village actually works from a legal perspective. Things you need to know if you want to take advantage of the system. He was always going to throw this book at the girls. The only difference was that they pissed him off a bit, so they had it thrown at them way sooner than he initially intended. And trust me, the system will take advantage of you if you don't know the rules. He slightly leaned forward and cautioned them in a serious tone. Be better. Learn to exploit. There was a very important lesson in there. Somewhere. Have you learned this too? Ino unhappily asked. But of course, the lesson went right over her head. Not because she was stupid, but because she was now provoked and distracted enough to not think about the deeper meaning of the situation she was in. Yeah, this was Ren's revenge. But the book was important for their career. Yet, Ino didn't even consider it. Sigh, he was going to have to be a bit mean, then. Are you crazy? Of course, not. Ren exclaimed, widening his eyes in disbelief at the blonde girl. Who in their right mind would do that? Do you see how thick that book is? He wildly gestured at the book. Hearing him, Ino gave him her meanest scowl as she crossed her arms on her chest, and we have to learn it because. She trailed off. Because I told you to, duh. Ren gave her the widest grin he managed. Fuck you. Ino exclaimed in utter disbelief. But Ren only rolled his eyes at her. You wish. You are just mad we pointed out that polygamy is legal, aren't you? Ino heatedly argued, throwing the book away again, this time at Ren, who just caught it, and gave Ino a smirk before throwing it behind himself. Then he just enjoyed the loud smack that resounded through the clearing as the book teleported and collided with Ino's face again. I don't know what you are talking about. Ren politely responded, but there was a small vindictive edge in his tone. How was he supposed to remember that? Sure, he probably did read it somewhere in the past, but most notable ninjas were either too fucked up in the head for relationships or had one wife because the morons loved to live on the edge, so of course they went for a dangerous kunoichi who didn't want to share. Honestly, it would make his life simpler if Ino and Hinata were that way too. Alas, no such luck. Why was he even complaining again? He had two gorgeous girls throwing themselves at him. Two girls who wanted to get into his bed, and the only reason he refused them was that according to the ninja standards they were still minors despite being adults by the civilian rules. The next year was going to be pure horny torture for him, wasn't it? Ren inwardly sighed, not looking forward to it at all. Learning this will be very useful to us. Hinata suddenly interjected and nodded with gratitude at Ren, making him fondly smile at her. At least one of his students appreciated the effort he put into preparing them for their ninja career. Will we get a reward for doing it? Hinata asked, getting a particular gleam in her eyes. Or not. She didn't appreciate his effort. She just wanted a reward. Go figure. Ren sighed in exasperation. His students started to stop being cute. He wondered where they learned to be like this. Somebody was corrupting them. Must be the academy. You know what? Okay. Yes. You can have a reward for it. Within reason. Ren rolled his eyes at her, getting a happy smile in return. Well, he'd say it was worth it. Okay. Hinata demurely agreed with another satisfied nod. And Ren turned toward his discontent blonde disciple, see, Ino. He gave her a meaningful look. That's how you react to an unexpected and unpleasant situation and manage to wheedle something you want out of it. Ino nodded with a fake cheer before asking, can oral sex be a reward? This girl was not listening to him, was she? That or she was deliberately screwing with him. Well, she was a Yamanaka, so it could be either or. No. Ren deadpanned at her. But dash. And that's how you can lose the reward privileges. He dryly added, only for Ino to click her tongue and grumpily aver her gaze with a huff as she crossed her arms under her chest again. Ren couldn't help but smile at her. He knew she was trying to manipulate him. But honestly, her attempts were almost cute. Shaking his head, he decided to give her a bit of carrot with that stick. I'll still kiss you senseless once you learn it. Ren told her. Because honestly, I am looking forward to it as much as you. So, don't let me down, girl, MK. Ino blinked. Then she flushed deep red and firmly nodded with a wide smile plastered on her face. But she didn't turn her head and look at Ren. She was quite intent on looking away from him, much to his amusement. Noticing Hinata's quiet Byakugan stare, Ren fluctuated his chakra in a certain pattern, sending a discreet message to the Hyuga girl, and there she went. Her face was just as flushed as Ino's. Ren's smile turned wry. His message hadn't even been anything indecent. He had no idea why she reacted that way. And by now, he was happy to just chalk it up to teenage hormones. Women were a mystery he didn't have the mental capacity to comprehend. But teenage girls. They were a mystery he didn't have any desire to comprehend. It would probably have some eldritch Cthulhu effect on his psyche if he managed it anyway. So, as one genius penguin once said, Well, that's all for today's meeting. Don't train today. Rest up because tomorrow morning we are leaving the village for a mission. He said. And waved at the girls. Then he smiled at them. Before disappearing without even giving them a chance to reply. The ancient penguin knowledge clearly worked. He heard no retort or complaint. Chapter 57, Seeing All. Hinata Hyuga felt like shit. She was excited to go outside of the village on a mission. And heavens, she had no idea how her teacher had managed to persuade her father to allow her to go. Even the looming fact that she would need to end the lives of bandits only slightly dampened her excitement. That was a week ago. Spending time in the wilderness was pure torture. And Ren enjoyed their suffering immensely. Hinata took the challenges quietly, but Ino, the bimbo, just made everything worse by adding loud complaining to the list of irritating things to deal with. Worse yet, Ren deliberately made them avoid every town or village where they could get a proper, good hotel room with amenities and a freaking working toilet. He was fully set on showing them how to survive in the wilderness because that was apparently going to be a big part of their missions in the future. Hinata never thought that out of all things she would miss the toilet the most. At least, catching some animals was not very hard with their training in her eyes. Ren also taught them a bit about makeshift bonfire cooking fit for this kind of situation, and it was desperately needed. Well, he did so after letting them eat badly cooked, bland meat for 2 days while watching them with heavy amusement as they forced it down their throats because they would need the energy. Hinata hated her teacher for it just a little bit. Especially when she remembered how he confiscated everything from their personal storage seals before their trip. Ino called it a total dick move, and after the week she had just experienced, Hinata had to agree. It was not cool. But after 2 days of badly cooked meals, Ren decided to take pity on them and showed them where to find herbs they could use as seasoning. And Hinata eagerly learned every bit of knowledge he shared with her. She got a newfound appreciation for her eyes. With Byakugan, finding edible mushrooms, herbs, and wild berries was very easy. Yet, the first 2 days she had not even considered doing it. And that made her see the whole trip in a new light. The purpose of this outing was for them to get experience. To learn new things. Having Byakugan was useless without proper knowledge. You can see all you want, but if you don't know what to look out for, it will not help you at all. So, no matter how much she hated camping in the wilderness, shitting in bushes, hunting for food, and having her sleep time cut in half because of course, she was on watch duty during half of the night while Ino took the other shift, Hinata quietly took it all, only complaining and cursing in her mind. On the third day, she noticed that her teacher was still in pristine condition while both she and Ino had ruffled clothing, were visibly tired with bags under their eyes, and didn't smell particularly well. Observing him with her Byakugan and trying to see his secret, Hinata noticed that Ren had some seals she had never seen on his body. Seals that vanished the waste and pissed directly from his insides. Hinata remembered she felt something explode in her head as she turned on her heel and smashed an overpowered gentle fist strike into a nearby tree trunk, causing the entire tree to topple over because of how pissed she was right there and then. She understood. She really did. The bad stuff was a part of the experience. But sage damn it. That was the first time she considered using her medical ninjutsu to resolve her problems. Every book warned from haphazard experimentation, but Hinata was so done with this shit. She made her digestive system more efficient. It didn't help much, but instead of having to go to the toilet every day, now she only needed to do it once every 4 days. Needless to say, Ino was mightily jealous and Hinata got her ego boost when Ren praised her for her efforts. It was worth it. On the 4th day, she even created a way to make her body sweat less. It was no glorious achievement. But after being allowed to only take a brief bath during their stop at a river on the 2nd day, Hinata appreciated anything that allowed her to reduce her smell. Even Ino begged her to apply it on her and Hinata did. Because she was a good teammate. Of course, the bastard who enjoyed their suffering was not sweating at all. Either he had just that much stamina or, the theory Hinata was more inclined to believe, he came from hell to torment good and upstanding people like her. If only, Hinata thought with a sigh. He most likely simply had some seal or technique to do away with such a mundane concern. And once again, she was irritated that he didn't share it with them only to feel bad a few moments later about it. Because as a clan ninja, Hinata knew that her teacher did not need to share anything with them. She knew she was just being irrational and unreasonable. The fact that he shared his gravity seals for training purposes and his personal co-op shadow clone technique was already extremely generous. Their teacher was simply amazing, and much to her secret amusement, he didn't even realize it. He was always so genuine with them. And seeing him so lost when he finally figured out that both Ino and she had hots for him was downright adorable. Hinata would cherish that moment for the rest of her life. Byakugan was a mighty tool. Especially in the hands of somebody who knows medical ninjutsu. Her clan really had no idea what they were missing out on because of their pride. It was the same problem as with looking for herbs. Yes, people with Byakugan can see inside human bodies. They can see muscles, veins, nerves, organs, bones, brains, everything really. But her clan members only focused on the chakra network, happy to disregard everything else as unimportant. After all, you need to understand what you are looking at to make use of it. They simply did not understand. Hinata was honestly happy that Ren made her focus on medical ninjutsu. And sometimes, she hated it too. Because there was just no hiding in front of her eyes. She could see how people would move based on how their muscles twitched before they even started the motion. She could see bioelectricity coursing through the nerves and brain. She could see the heart beating and every other organ working. She could see much, much more than that. And based on that, she could deduce a lot. She could even tell how people felt at times. For example, Ino was full of shit and tried to act all aloof and cool, but Hinata knew the Yamenka girl was insecure. She knew when the bimbo lied. And she lied a lot. She boasted and puffed her chest out like a peacock when she actually felt inferior. And she hated it with passion. It was why Ino spent so much time practicing in her mindscape. Why she was so driven to train herself to the ground. It was downright irritating to hear Ino praise the ground Uchiha walked on during the past few months. Because Hinata could literally see that the girl was lying through her teeth. That she was not all that interested in the duck-butt-haired brooder. And whenever Ino did that in front of Ren in some misguided desire to get his attention without even realizing what she was doing, Hinata wanted to punch her across the face. Because she saw how aroused Ino usually was in Ren's presence. That she was secretly swooning over their teacher as much as Hinata did, and she couldn't even fault the bimbo for it. On the upside, Hinata forgave her father for being an absolute prick. Because with her medical knowledge and her Byakugan, she finally got a proper confirmation that he did care for her under his stoic resting bitch face. Just as she got a confirmation that her grandfather truly could not give a damn about her alongside the rest of the clan elders. Or that many branch family Hyugas were afraid of her. Or the fact that several of her female classmates started to feel jealous of her since she grew her hair out. And much to her quiet horror, the fact that Uchiha Sasuke could get an actual boner. When looking at her, Hinata shuddered. She could have happily lived without that information, but her Byakugan did not discriminate. Honestly, the Uchiha was not the only boy who had a boner when looking her way. Many did. In the academy. As she walked through the streets of Konoha. Even in her own home. It was as disturbing as it was a confidence boost at the start. But now Hinata didn't have any more fucks to give. It was just part of her life. It wasn't anything special. Mizuki was aroused by her too. As was Irika, slightly aroused when looking at Ino. Their Kunoichi class instructor had hots for Sakura, but only until the pinkette opened her mouth. Then it turned into irritation. Naruto did not really love Sakura. He said he did, but his body reactions disagreed with his words. Sasuke and Naruto did find each other attractive, and they both found it extremely disturbing. It was always amusing to see it when they glared at each other. Irika genuinely felt sorry for Naruto and wanted to help him. Mizuki hated him with a burning passion. At least her cousin Niji's hate boner for her did not contain any actual boner. There was only genuine hate. Hinata could see a lot with her eyes. Not everything was pleasant. Focusing on her chakra and refining a small bit of it into yang chakra, she let it wash over her body, easing its fatigue as she secretly thanked the Akimichi clan for unknowingly showing her how to mold yang chakra. Ren was right. The secrets were all there for the taking. She just needed to grasp it. Suddenly Ino tripped on a root, and as she flailed her arms while falling down, she managed to grab Hinata, causing her to widen her eyes before she was pulled down onto the ground by the blonde. Groaning, Ino apologized, but Hinata just closed her eyes with a pained grimace. Ino, there was shit in the grass where we fell. She dryly deadpanned, making the blonde shriek like a banshee. Sometimes, she truly hated being able to see so much. Chapter 58, Bandit Camp. After 2 weeks of traveling, Ren, Ino, and Hinata finally reached the bandit camp they were supposed to wipe out. They hid in the nearby tree line as they observed their targets. The camp was located on the topmost northwestern side of the Land of Fire, where their country bordered the Land of Grass. It was also conveniently placed in the very opposite direction from the Land of Waves. In fact, it was the furthest place in the Land of Fire from the Land of Waves. It was pretty much impossible to get any further from the damned place and still stay within the Land of Fire. That was deliberate on Ren's part. There was just no way he would go anywhere close to the Land of Waves. Missions in that direction always went fucky-wucky for him. Always. It's not paranoia when they are out to get you. He had his students with him, so he didn't need any unscheduled excitement. Looking at the girls, Ren couldn't help but chuckle at the looks of utter happiness when they saw the bandit camp. They were pretty jittery about killing despite the years of desensitization the academy put them through, but after their 2-week-long camping trip across the Lands of Fire, the girls just wanted to get it over with and go home. Ren would call them pussies. If he wasn't pretty much the same. He was far less inconvenienced than them thanks to his many quality-of-life techniques and seals. But he absolutely hated camping in the wilderness too. Honestly, they could have gotten to the camp within 2 days after leaving Konoha, something the girls were definitely going to notice on their way back, and Ren couldn't wait to see their expressions. They were not focused enough to notice they headed south instead of north after leaving the village. Ren took them on a joy run through the land of fire first, going south, then heading west, and leading them north from there, while showing them the land. He pointed out the location of important cities. The locations of bounty collection houses. And he showed them the ninja outposts Konoha had all over the country. Of course, they never entered any of them. Ren mainly focused on teaching them essential things they needed to know when camping, but showing them where they could hide, find accommodations, or get help if something went wrong in case they found themselves on a mission in these parts of their country was just common sense. And anyway, it was their fault they did not notice they were being led in a completely opposite direction from where their mission target was. Ren was going to chew their heads for it after they came back to Konoha. He kinda expected better awareness from them, but he wasn't going to be too hard on them because of it. He had his own idiot moments where he missed the obvious. These things happen. He was just glad to notice that the girls had a massive hole in their education when it came to general knowledge, so he was going to need to focus on that in the future too. It was such a massive drag. The academy was great at training future ninjas. The kids were taught a lot of essential basics of ninja life. But they were not taught much else. Ren put his hand on the blonde's shoulder, getting her attention. I know you could probably take control of all of them with your self-made clan jutsu bullshit before making them commit suicide. He gave the blonde a pointed look, but don't. And just like that, the glad looks of his students dimmed and their nervosity was back in full force as they realized that this was it. Their first kill. Ino opened her mouth to argue. Ren could see the indignation in her eyes. But then she just deflated and sullenly nodded as she summoned her sword from the storage seal on her wrist. Ren gave her a reassuring smile before he relocated his hand from her shoulder to her head and gently ruffled her hair, making her give him an embarrassed scowl with just the barest hints of a happy smile behind it. You want us to kill them in close-range combat? Hinata put what Ino understood into words, her tone gaining an undertone of silent dread. Yes. Ren admitted and noticed that Hinata was clutching her hand so tightly that her knuckles became white. He took her right hand and tried to comfortingly squeeze it. And it did help to calm Hinata down a bit, but she was still slightly shaking. These people should be no problem for you. They are ordinary civilian bandits. He glanced at Hinata, who activated her Byakugan, and nodded at him. Good. There was no ninja hidden among them. I also made sure that people in that camp are scum who revel in murder and rape. They destroyed and looted several nearby villages, torturing men and boys to death while raping the women and girls before killing them. Ren really did not need Ino and Hinata's first kill to be some misguided unfortunate kids who stole to feed their younger siblings. Shit like that could cause a lifetime of trauma. He put a damn good effort into ensuring his girls would go against the scum they could easily justify killing to themselves. This needed to be done if they were to become kunoichi. But there was no need to be a dick about it and have them kill innocent kids to blood them. Look at Danzo and see how that was working out for him. Making children live together for years, enough to become best friends, and then tell them they need to kill the other for their first kill because only one of them will be allowed to live. Sure, it created stone-cold killers, but Danzo had decades to set up his route and it was still a pretty shit organization, all things considered. There were reasons why the other villages never quite sunk that low. Or why the only village that did, the Kirigakure, was pretty much widely known as the weakest and was always having civil unrest. Even Suna was in a better position despite their huge problems and literally being located in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the desert. Don't worry about us. We can do this. Ino smirked, giving Hinata a taunting look. Right, bitch. It served well to make Hinata tear her gaze from the bandit camp as she turned her eyes to Ino with a small frown. Yes. The bimbo is correct. She released a slow sigh and the tension left her as her shoulders slightly sagged while she squeezed Ren's hand back. We can do this. With that, Ren let the girls be. The stage was theirs. It took them 10 more minutes to gather their nerves. No matter how much Ino boasted, Ren saw that she had to wipe her sweaty palms on her skirt a few times during these 10 minutes. Hinata tried to do some breathing exercises to keep herself calm while chewing on her lower lip. Ren almost thought the girls would chicken out, but then, they suddenly shared a glance, released the gravity seals on them, and sprang forward from the tree, almost blurring toward the bandit camp. Ruefully chuckling to himself, Ren felt melancholic, looking at the sky. If possible, he would have preferred if his students stayed the innocent wide-eyed naive girls they were when he met them for the first time. This world was really rotten. It put a sour taste in his mouth that he was now a cog in the brutal system they had over here. 3 minutes later, the girls were done. All 30 bandits were dead. Just as Ren predicted, it wasn't even a struggle. The girls were simply too fast as Hinata used her gentle fist and Ino used her sword to decimate the bandits. Ren was just glad they stayed focused during the fight and had their breakdown only after the threat was neutralized. Ren walked into the silent camp, noticing that Ino was looking at her bloodied sword with a frown as slashed bodies surrounded her and a puddle of blood was forming under her feet. Hinata sat in a W-sitting position a bit further away, silently crying as undamaged bodies surrounded her, the bandits looking as if they were sleeping instead of deceased. With a sigh, Ren came closer to the Hyuga girl and kneeled next to her before hugging her. She instantly pressed her head into his shoulder and started sobbing, making Ren feel even worse as he put his hand on Hinata's head and tried to comfort her by soothingly caressing her head. He gave Ino a questioning look, but the blonde just continued giving her blade a forlorn look. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention, he spoke, "Ino." The blonde girl slightly flinched and abruptly turned toward him, only to blink several times before she slightly shook her head. "I am fine. Yes. I expected to feel bad, you know," Ino said, sounding somewhat upset. "Does that make me a bad person?" She frowned, looking a bit bothered at that question. "Come here." Ren invitingly spread his left arm. Hinata took his right side but there was enough space for one more to join their hug. Ino just huffed at him, an amused glint entering her blue eyes, but she didn't argue and just put her sword back into her storage seal before leaping toward Ren and tightly cuddling to his left side and nuzzling her face into his neck with happy, satisfied voices and silent squeal while completely ignoring the bodies around them. It was so out there for their current situation and surroundings that even Hinata released a few giggles through her sobs and Ren smiled as he put his left arm around Ino's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. Now, if only the kneeling position he was in was not so damn uncomfortable. Well, he could bear it for a few minutes more, but after that. Ren's eyes looked at the camp around him. It was in pristine condition if he didn't take into account all the corpses and puddles of blood. But it wasn't going to loot and destroy itself. Nor were the corpses going to bury themselves unless Ino somehow pulls necromancy out of her ass next. Ren wouldn't be that surprised. But he wasn't that lucky. A few minutes passed and Ren decided it was time to continue in their task. Peeking down at his girls fully relaxed in his arms, a smirk involuntarily appeared on his face. "You do realize the cleaning duty is still waiting for you, right?" Both girls froze in his embrace and he couldn't help but laugh. Yup. Being a ninja was not all about flashy and cool battles while saving princesses. Sucks to suck. Chapter 59, Peaceful Mission. Not. It took the girls 2 hours to deal with the bodies and Ren enjoyed watching them struggle and rage. They could have just dragged them underground with the hiding like a mole technique and been done with it, but clearly, that did not come to his students' minds yet. So, instead, they dragged all of them outside the camp, one by one. Put them on a pile, and set them on fire. Very inelegant and mundanely uninspired way of corpse disposal. But watching his girls curse under their noses and scrunch their faces due to the smell was a treat for Ren's sore eyes. Their faces when he told them the hiding like a mole trick, only after they were done, of course, were priceless too. Not to mention, the corpse bonfire pretty much alerted everybody in the vicinity to their position due to the smoke. But the labor, as distasteful as it was, helped Hinata to center herself. When they were finished with the work, the evening was quickly approaching. There was no reason to waste a perfectly good camp, so Ren decided they would be staying there for a night. After unsealing some fresh meat and other ingredients from his storage seal, Ren set up a bonfire and started to cook proper food to reward his students for a job well done. The dinner and everything went well and Ren couldn't help but be happy. The mission was done. Their little trip was coming to an end. And there was no unexpected incident. What was there to not like? After dinner, Ren was back to comforting his students. He lay on the grass, looking at the stars while Hinata almost desperately cuddled into his left side, her head lying on his shoulder. The poor girl was still shaking a bit. Contrary to how Ren perceived her, Hinata did feel down, but she was also delighted. Ren had his hand around her stomach and held her tightly against him. She couldn't help the excited thrill that refused to leave her mind as she felt Ren's muscles on her body. Butterflies were storming through her stomach and she was inwardly squealing in delight. He soothingly caressed her hair, making her melt into a happy puddle. Hinata wanted to stay like this forever. Ren couldn't help but inwardly sigh as he felt Hinata quiver in his arms. The killing clearly affected her a lot. He also noticed that she was very touch-starved. It made sense. Her father was not the most touchy-feely person. Her clan was doing its damnedest to separate her from her sister. And her mother was dead. The only touch she got growing up probably happened during training and resulted in bruises. Will we have to kill a lot of people as Kunoichi? An unbothered voice suddenly cut through the air as if talking about the weather and Ren inwardly winced as he felt Hinata stiffen against him. He glanced down at Ino who was leisurely lying near him, her head on his stomach. She was using her wind chakra to float a book above her head, reading some crappy romance novel she brought with her from the village. The girl was cool as a cucumber. Even during the corpse disposal, Hinata showed a lot of distaste and a touch of regret, but she was just annoyed that she had to deal with the unpleasant grunt work and Ren forbade her from using clones to do her part. Ino was stone cold. Then again, Ren did expect it. But seeing her attitude still threw him a bit for the loop. Interacting with the girls could lull one to the false belief that they were simply normal teenage girls. But that was not true. Both of his students were clan-raised kunoichi. It was a small miracle Hinata felt bad enough to cry after her first kill. If nothing else, the village and the clans were very efficient in raising ninjas. The academy was low-key desensitizing the kids toward killing and causing bodily harm for years before they even had to step out of the village. The spars were not only to practice fighting, after all. A kid couldn't just go into it with a haphazard attitude and expect to win. No, to win, a kid needed the resolve to cause bodily harm to his classmate. And over the years, such resolve became a normal thing. After so many years in the academy, kids end up more or less like Ino. Ren glanced at the blonde girl who was peacefully reading her book with a wide-content smile on her face. Yup. Not even a shred of guilt. It would be hard to believe for a normal person that the same adorable girl had just slaughtered a score of men in a very bloody fashion. And she did feel bad and a bit nauseous afterward. But these feelings passed in a few moments for her. It wasn't even a blip on her radar by now. The killing was a part of their job. And the academy was subtly sending this message to the kids for years. They did not have stories about heroes saving innocents and catching the villains. They had stories about ninjas saving princesses and killing the rebels. About saving the village by killing the traitors to the village. About saving innocents by killing the bandits. For Ino, killing was a normal thing like learning physics was for a kid from Ren's previous life. She didn't seem to enjoy the act very much, for which Ren was immensely grateful. Psycho Yamanaka did not sound like a very good combination to deal with in his day-to-day life. But at the same time, the girl found killing at worst bothersome rather than having a true aversion to it. It's simply the way she was raised. There was a reason why in the anime Naruto never showed much remorse after he killed people. They were ninja and this was a part of their life. To Ren, Hinata's reaction showed that, no matter how confident she acted, she was still a very kind girl and it made him glad that his training did not manage to rid her of that trait. Yes. You will kill more people than anybody should be comfortable with. Ren told the Yamanaka girl the truth with an uncomfortable sigh, causing Hinata to attempt to bury her face into his skin while Ino just hummed. The only advice I can give you is to never show you enjoy it. Why? Hinata interjected. Ren turned his head toward her, because the village has an entire team to make profiles of their ninjas. If you show dislike for killing, you are more likely to end up on protection detail rather than assassinations or missions where a wholesale slaughter is required. Konoha could pick and choose the right men for every mission. More or less. The village had a lot of manpower. Some ninjas downright enjoyed killing, rape, and torture. But the village had no reason not to use them. They were a loose cannon, sure, but why waste resources? That makes sense. Ino casually nodded. Ren started only to freeze when his chakra detection seal suddenly showed 3 chakra signatures running in their direction. Ren created a clone nearby and instantly substituted with it, leaving it to the mercy of the girls. Both Hinata and Ino instantly noticed and Ino looked at the real him. Something's up. Yes. 3 ninjas approaching. Ren said as he nodded at Hinata who activated her Byakugan. 1 kunoichi from Kusa running from 2, I don't recognize the headband mark but it is a musical note. Threat level, I'd say low chunin. High genin. Somewhere around there. The girl has the biggest chakra reserves but she doesn't seem very well trained. Hinata tried to sum up her observations while Ino grinned. Yash. Let's whoa. She excitedly spoke and tried to swing herself onto her feet only for Ren's clone to quickly put his arm across her shoulders, pulling her head back down onto his stomach. Your parents would try to murder me if I let you face off against real ninjas. The real Ren deadpanned at the Yamanaka, making her pout. We don't have to tell them. Ino tried to weakly protest but Ren just shook his head, causing her to huff as she realized there was no more action for her today. A mischievous gleam entered her blue eyes a second later and she twisted in the clone's grip, enough to loosen it. She quickly took the clone's head into her hands and pressed her lips onto his for a moment. Breaking the kiss, Ino looked at the real Ren who had his eyebrow raised at her. She grinned, oh. What are you waiting for? Don't you have 3 ninjas to deal with? Well, go on. I'll just stay here, making out with my teddy bear. I'll try to make it memorable. She teased Ren with a grin before turning back to the exasperated clone who did not struggle much when she once again kissed him with a moan, her tongue demanding an entry to his mouth. The original Ren resisted the urge to facepalm. Instead, he just rolled his eyes at the girl. From her wording, she was probably under the misconception that she could seduce him this way because he would get the memories of their kissing once his clone popped. He would need to clear that misconception one of these days. Yes. Clones did share memories. But memories did not contain proper sensations or feelings. So, Ren's clone was probably enjoying himself and Ren would most likely blush once he got the memories, but he wouldn't be feeling her kiss or the feelings it invoked in his clone. It's why not many ninjas use it for sex unless they want to make their partner happy. The technique did not properly convey sensation, so yeah, having the memories of dogpiling your partner in bed might be nice for an ego boost and your partner will most likely enjoy herself immensely if she is into that. But you will still only get the pleasure from your original body. I wonder how Ino will look once I tell her that. Ren inwardly chuckled to himself as he used Shunshin to disappear from the camp and ran toward the approaching chakra signatures. Landing on a tree after 2 minutes of running, and seeing the two sound ninjas chasing a girl, Ren owlishly blinked. Is that Uzumaki Karen? He thought while stifling a groan, and the mission was going so well too. Of course, some bullshit needs to screw it up. Exasperation filled Ren as he watched the desperate redhead stumbling through the forest while running for her life and gasping for air, tears streaming down her face while her eyes were full of fear as the two sound ninjas were clearly having fun with the chase. Karen suddenly tripped over a root with a startled yelp and fell roughly onto the ground. The two grinning sound ninjas jumped at her, restraining her hands above her head, and whispered something to the terrified girl whose eyes widened in horror. Ren was too far to hear them, but he quickly realized what was going on when the ninja holding her hand started to fiddle with his pants and the other one began tearing Karen's clothes off while she screamed and kicked in protest and desperation as she struggled in their grasp. Ren had a decision in front of him. Get mixed in the situation despite his seal detecting S-rank chakra signature coming closer to their position, or who am I kidding? He dejectedly sighed at his luck as he jumped to intervene. He owed it to Naruto. Chapter 60, Naruto's relative. Ren sprang forward and silently landed near the trio. The two sound ninjas did not even notice him, too caught up in reveling in Karen's struggle. With a smooth movement, Ren unsealed a kunai and with a wide sweep from behind, he burrowed it right to the side of the man who was tearing Karen's clothing off. Instantly, Ren followed up by creating a shadow clone on the other side of Karen. The last remaining man who was holding Karen's hands finally managed to wiggle his penis out of his pants when Ren's kunai landed inside his partner's neck and was caught flat-footed. His eyes bulged out and his body tensed, preparing for action as he half-turned in Ren's direction on instinct, only for blood to spray on Karen's face as the man's throat was slit open from behind by Ren's clone, some of the blood landing in Karen's mouth which made her stop screaming and start to choke while sobbing with a whimper. And that, kids, is why rape is bad for you. Ren flatly thought as he tore his kunai from his victim's throat and shoved the body to the side in a way that would ensure it did not land on the currently distraught redhead girl. His clone did something similar and pulled his victim off Karen before haphazardly throwing his body away. The two might have put up enough of a fight to get a chance to run away if they had not been so caught up in trying to force themselves on Karen. But Ren's trouble was not over yet. Part of the reason why he dispatched the two so quickly was the still approaching S-rank ninja he could feel with his detection seal. And he was speeding up too. Ren briefly wondered if the S-rank ninja sensed the demise of the two sound ninjas, but he quickly regained his wits and glanced at his shadow clone who slightly nodded before dispersing. Ren looked at Karen who was staring at him in wide-eyed terrified shock while almost hyperventilating and still crying as she tried to stifle her whimpers because her face was covered in blood. She was clearly still afraid for her life, but there was a bit of hopeful relief in her eyes too. Her presence explained why the three ninjas his detection seal warned him off ran straight in Ren's team's direction. She was probably running from her assailants and felt Ren's chakra signature thanks to her mind's eye of the Kagura bloodline technique before deciding that he was her best bet to escape the pursuit. Lucky her to encounter him. Really, what were the odds? Still, Ren's arm swished in her direction just as she calmed down a bit and started opening her mouth to speak, and he suddenly knocked her out, making her unconscious body slump on the ground. He didn't need to deal with a hysterical girl right now. The S-rank ninja was almost upon him. At best, he would take 30 seconds to arrive. Seriously. Ren inwardly groaned. What were the chances of meeting 4 S-rank ninjas in 2 C-rank missions? His luck truly sucked dick. But not his dick. Never his dick. He was starting to feel like some retarded shonen protagonist who has strong villains thrown in his path for fun and giggle by some random omnipotent bastard. But no. Not today. Ren took a seal from his pocket and started channeling chakra into it while glaring into the distance. 17 seconds later, Orochimaru, with his trademarked creepy smile, walked from behind a tree as if he had always been there, but Ren knew, for a fact, that the men had just arrived a moment ago. Because of course, it would be Orochimaru, Ren inwardly cursed. Who else with S-rank prowess could possibly show up after preventing 2 sound mooks from kidnapping the Uzumaki girl who worked for the creep in canon? It couldn't have been somebody more friendly and cuddly. Really, Ren was not even surprised, and it gave the Slytherin wannabe a bit of pause when he didn't instantly burst into terror upon seeing him. Good. Ren was playing for time anyway. 18 seconds left. Orochimaru glanced at the two corpses and his smile widened before he looked straight at Ren. Oh my, what a curious s. But Ren didn't care. He wasn't going to let him monologue. He just gave the pale man a double middle finger while screaming, "Get fucker, loser." Orochimaru momentarily stumbled in his tracks and owlishly blinked. 19 seconds left. Conveniently, a smoke bomb somehow found its way out of Ren's pocket when he was shouting and went off right when he finished his sentence, covering the vicinity in a cloud of thick white smoke. Barely a moment passed after the bomb went off and Ren could instantly feel the gathering of heavily condensed wind chakra, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. But it didn't matter. 20 seconds passed and he was done. Orochimaru used the wind style, great breakthrough, to blow away the smoke. He might have given the technique enough oomph to break bones after being disrespected by some nameless chunin. But everything was fine. The Uzumaki girl could be healed even if some of her bones were broken, and her value as a research subject would not diminish either. Orochimaru's grin, however, fell when the smoke dispersed, revealing that his prey somehow slipped away with his price. His eyes narrowed as a displeased frown appeared on his face, and he instantly summoned a horde of snakes before giving them an order to search the surrounding area and start tracking the Konoha ninja and the Uzumaki girl. He was not losing a rare Uzumaki test subject with awakened bloodlines. And who knows? If the Konoha ninja surprised him again, maybe he would even give him some mild painkillers while vivisecting him. Several hundred miles away, Ren suddenly appeared out of nowhere in a small forest clearing and barely managed to keep himself on his feet as the relief hit him and he swayed from side to side. Orochimaru would not be getting to him today. He was not going to fight an S-rank ninja on a C-rank mission. Nua. He was not paid enough to do it. Screw that. He wasn't working for free like a bitch. So, he simply used his seal to teleport halfway through the Land of Fire, southeast of Konoha, maybe half a day away from the village. Considering that the bandit camp was northwest 2 days away from Konoha, Ren was on a completely other side of the country. Surely, not even Orochimaru had a way to get at him here, right? Right. Are you okay? Ren suddenly heard and looked to the side, only to see Hinata looking worriedly at him. He gave her a reassuring smile despite feeling quite fed up with his shitty luck. And who is the girl? Ino huffed in irritation while standing next to Hinata with her arms on her hips, her eyes narrowed at the redhead Ren had on his shoulder. Now that Ino reminded him, the girl was kinda heavy. Ren unceremoniously dumped Karen's body onto the ground with a small thud, causing her to let out a groan despite staying unconscious. Then, he sat down on a nearby rock where his transportation seal was inscribed and let out a calming breath as the tension left him. He released a disbelieving laugh at actually managing to pull a Nigarundeo move. Wasn't that practically defying the heavens or fighting against fate or some other bullshit? This running away thingy was seriously underrated. Ren decided he would need to indulge in the practice more. The shadow clone he dispersed after dispatching Karen's attackers alerted the clone he left with the girls, and so, the clone instantly teleported them here. Ren wasn't risking his students. Not with Orochimaru in the vicinity. They were safe and sound, hundreds of miles away from the pedophile gay creep before them, and even showed himself in front of Ren. And thank the sugar daddy sage for Orochimaru's propensity for grandstanding and dramatics. If the man had instantly attacked when he reached Ren's position, then Ren wouldn't have been able to pull off the teleport and would have needed to properly engage the snake Sannin. Which was not something he wanted to do anytime soon. Not ever, really. The guy fought with his tongue. EW. No idea. Ren lied, and both Hinata and Ino narrowed their eyes at him, both catching the lie in their own way. But Ren just rolled his eyes at them. Okay. Correction. I am not telling you anything other than she is an Uzumaki. He deadpanned at the girls. One of these days he was going to teach them the unofficial ninja etiquette. Rule number 1, don't call ninjas on their obvious bullshit lies because they probably have something to hide and won't tell you anyway, was very important. Hearing that the girl was an Uzumaki, Hinata's head snapped toward Karen and she quickly approached her before kneeling next to her body as she started to heal her. Ino, however, didn't have such an appreciation for all things Uzumaki and just snorted. And why did you bring her here? She is clearly from Kusa. Ino grumpily complained, getting a chastising look from Hinata. Ren shrugged and bent down, so done with today. He took the forehead protector from Karen's head before summoning a kunai from his storage seal and uncaringly slashing a gash through the middle of the headband, looking at Ino with a raised eyebrow. Opsy. He gave Ino an innocent smile. You were saying? I don't see any Kusa ninja. Just Naruto's relative. Both Ino and Hinata gaped at him as if they had never seen the creation of a rogue ninja. Geez. His girls were easy to impress indeed. If you wish to support me or read 14 advanced chapters ahead of time, or Chapter 61, Chapter 61. The Greater Good of Konoha. Ren, Ino, and Hinata ran to the village at the fastest speed the girls could manage, and when they arrived, the girls were panting and trying to catch their breath while their legs throbbed in pain. Surprisingly, Karen stayed unconscious for the 9 hours it took them to get back to Konoha, so Ren carried her body slung over his shoulder. It wasn't even an inconvenience, and besides, he probably hit her a bit too hard due to his stress from an imminent meeting with Petakimaru. It wasn't her fault that she was out of commission, and Ren found it amusing how Hinata and Ino were throwing the unconscious girl some not subtle enough looks of jealous indignation. After reaching Konoha, Ren told the girls their trip was over and they separated. The girls went home to rest while Ren headed toward the Kage Tower to report on his mission and the almost clash with Orochimaru. Fortunately, encounters with the Snake Sannin were taken very seriously. It was enough to get him an audience with the Hokage where he could hopefully offload the Uzumaki girl to the old man's care. As much as Ren didn't like Hiruzen, he knew the men did have Naruto's well-being in mind. For the most part. Maybe. Alright, the old man screwed the pooch with the blonde-haired kid so much that it seemed to be almost malicious. But Ren knew it wasn't. The old-timer seemed to really try and give it his all. Oh, he neglected Naruto. Well, whoop-de-doo. He neglected his own family too. Hell, he neglected his own family more than he neglected Naruto. All for the sake of running Konoha as its Hokage. Then again, nobody could accuse the Hokage, or any Kage in existence, current or past, that they are good managers. Because they are frankly not. They suck at it. They were good ninjas and good killers. They understood the ninja life the best. But throw them into a position where they are supposed to rule and manage a village and they are going to screw up because it is not their specialty. Some people in Ren's past life argued that Kages could easily replace the daimyos. But that was a keyboard warrior level of bullshit. The Kages had a hard time keeping one village where they ruled as military dictators from crumbling on their heads. Case in point. Raza, Anoki, Yagura. Seriously, Ren could go on. Even Hiruzen fucked up more than not during his decades of ruling Konoha. They lost Senju and Uchiha during his rule. The village weakened a lot from its heyday too. He was pretty much the only known S-rank ninja in the village right now, and that was saying something about how much the village degraded during his rule. But when it came to war, Hiruzen has managed to win every single one so far. He was a great ninja and commander. Just not a good manager. He especially sucked at delegating his duties and responsibilities. Hence why he was always so swamped with paperwork that should have never even reached his table. Ren was led to the Hokage's office after he briefly reported that he encountered Orochimaru and inwardly snorted when he saw the old man laboring over a stack of papers with frustratedly furrowed eyebrows and a fierce frown. Honestly, how could anybody think that this dude could rule a nation? He couldn't keep together even his own damn backyard properly. Lord Hokage. Chunin Ren returned from his C-rank bandit extermination mission and reported the sighting of the traitor Orochimaru. The man who led Ren to the office reported, and Hiruzen instantly straightened up as if he was jolted by lightning. His serious eyes landed on Ren, almost making him flinch from the fierce gleam in the Hokage's look. Where? Near the border with the land of grass. Ren replied, he tried to get this girl. He casually pointed his thumb at the ass of the girl he had bent over his shoulder. And it was a very nice ass too. Ren smirked when he saw Hiruzen's eyes linger just a tad bit too long on it. I think she is an Uzumaki. Ren dropped the bomb, causing Hiruzen's eyes to widen while he gently put Karen on the couch in the office. Contrary to the popular belief in Ren's past life, not every redhead in Narutoverse instantly had Uzumaki blood. True Uzumaki were extremely rare. Konoha was on a constant lookout for them ever since their village was destroyed. And yet, Naruto is still the only Uzumaki in the village. That's how rare they were. Hiruzen quickly schooled his expression and gave the young girl a considering look while trying and succeeding to appear unconcerned. And? Is that why you dragged her to the village all the way from the border? Hiruzen nonchalantly asked, only for Ren to shrug. Yup. I figured Naruto could use a cousin. She is a Kusa Kunoichi, isn't she? Hiruzen raised his eyebrow at Ren, who had to admit the old man had an amazing poker face. He seemed almost disinterested in the girl. But who was this old coot kidding? Konoha was thirsty for more Uzumaki. There was no way he would be sending her away. Kusa Kunoichi or not. Even if she didn't want to stay, she had no choice in the matter anymore. The only reason Ren took her to Konoha despite knowing this was that it was better for her to be a part of Konoha's forces than to be a toy for Orochimaru. And the men would certainly find her if she was let to roam the world freely. In Konoha, he just might decide she is more hassle than she is worth before moving on to some other project, forgetting about her existence. And if not, sucks to be Karen. Getting in with the Hokage and Naruto was certainly going to serve the girl well as far as her protection was considered too. It's why Ren blatantly sneaked her on his shoulder to Sarutobi's office, not leaving her to the care of some career chunin. This way, the most influential man in the village knew he had another Uzumaki in the village, and it was less likely she would encounter some unfortunate accident a la Danzo before Hokage could be even informed of her existence. Speaking of which, judging by the bite marks on her body, Ren hummed, hinting at Karen's bloodline and feeling a sliver of satisfaction when he saw Hiruzen momentarily react. It was just a small hitch of his breath. Split second. But it was there. Got him. The old fossil of a man probably recognized an Uzumaki bloodline that left bite marks upon use. Which was, once again, good for Karen. Uzumaki blood was one thing. Active bloodline limit was a complete different beast entirely. It would serve her as yet another line of defense and a reason why Hokage would feel inclined to keep her truly safe. They don't treat her very well over there. Ren shrugged, she might be agreeable to change her allegiance, and faking her demise isn't going to be such a big issue. Orochimaru's flunkies chased her to the border. And she ran straight toward my team, so she probably has some potent sensory ability too. Hiruzen's eyes once again flickered toward the girl on the couch, and despite his calm facade, Ren could tell the man was very pleased and, dare he say, excited about that information. I guess I have earned myself a bonus pay here. Ren inwardly chuckled as he continued speaking. I highly doubt the girl ran all the way to the border from Kusagakure. Her team was most likely on a mission when they were attacked. And they are probably dead. I see. Hiruzen calmly nodded in understanding. People died on a mission all the time. It was nothing new. We can always ask her. Ren offered, and the old man chuckled. That we can. What do you say, Miss Uzumaki? Hiruzen turned toward the prone girl who lay on the couch and stiffened the second she was asked the question. They both noticed that she was awake for the whole conversation. Ren even lightly bonked her head on the door frame when he was entering, wondering if she would stop pretending to be unconscious. She didn't, so it was a well-justified bonk. Karen's eyes flew wide open and she quickly stood up, momentarily swaying on her feet, before she straightened and bowed low. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Hokage. She exclaimed, her tone tinged with worry while her body shook a bit. Ren doubted she expected to find herself in the Hokage Tower in Konoha when she woke up. Sucks to be her. He did this for her own protection. The least she could do was not resist. Calm down, my girl. Hiruzen softly spoke, and Ren inwardly cringed. Yup. Here it was. The grandfather act. His skin crawled when he witnessed it. But the old bastard had it down pat. No wonder Naruto practically worshipped the ground he walked on. Yes. Karen mumbled as she ceased her bow, but she kept her head ducked, not looking at Hiruzen, whose lips made the barest, barely noticeable disgruntled twitch in reaction. Heh. The girl had trust issues with authority figures. It seemed getting her trust would be much harder for the old coot than he initially thought. Ren couldn't help the small smirk appearing on his face. Hiruzen noticed, but he only lightly huffed before refocusing back on the girl. What is your name? Karen, Lord Hokage. The redhead answered. Just Karen. Karen hesitantly nodded, but she clearly heard their previous discussion, and that made her dubiously ask, am I, Realizing she was asking about her surname and therefore clan, Hiruzen nodded. Most likely. Would you be amenable to becoming a Konoha kunoichi? He asked. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before briefly glancing at Ren, which was not missed by Hiruzen, but then she nodded in mute and awkward agreement. Realizing that this was probably going to be a very long meeting between the Hokage and Karen, Ren decided to dip. All right. With that, my report is over. I'll leave the rest in your hands, Lord Hokage. Can I be dismissed, please? I just finished my mission and I am dead on my feet. He politely asked, causing Karen to become dumbfounded at his impertinence toward the village's leader. It was a tad bit rude of him. Sure. But the good thing about Hiruzen was that he knew when to cut his ninja some slack. Plus, it would make him seem more approachable to the clearly distraught and distrusting Uzumaki girl if he didn't make an issue out of Ren's request. There was also that. Unfortunately for Ren, he miscalculated. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled as he released a short laugh. Haha, no. You brought her to the village, Ren, you are now responsible for her. He informed Ren with an expression as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Excuse me, but what in the actual fuck? Ren stumbled in his place when he heard the request/order from his military overlord. He looked at the subtly smug face of the Hokage in disbelief. These words might seem innocent, but the bastard practically made him her handler and minder. After all, she was still a foreign kunoichi in Konoha. Of course, she would need oversight. But even then, she should be minded by the ANBU, not some run-of-the-mill chunin like him. Should have left her to Orochimaru. Ren sullenly complained in his mind, already picturing what a hassle this was going to be for him. I'll allocate an empty apartment for your use, Miss Uzumaki. It will be ready tomorrow. For now, please go with Ren. He can house you for one night and show you the village in the meantime. I am too busy to deal with this situation right now and some preparations will need to be done first. Just like that, Hiruzen volunteered Ren's house without even asking first, and Karen slightly nodded while awkwardly averting her gaze. Ren impassively tried to stare a hole into the old bastard. He got the inkling this was some sort of manipulation on his part. He didn't miss the fact that he saved the girl from quite a gruesome fate. Nor did he miss the comparison between what he did and what Sasuke did in the canon. But no friggin' way in hell. He had his hands full with 2 teenage girls. 3 would outright kill him. Was that it? Was this some twisted assassination ploy by the Hokage because he interrupted his Ika rub time? He wasn't the harem protagonist here. Throw the redhead at Sasuke for all he cared. It would give the Uchiha a legitimate reason to be a broody little emo. Just don't ruin his peaceful life, damn it. Ren dejectedly slumped, knowing there was no way out of it now. He could already see Ino's and Hinata's reactions. Somehow, their constant glare at Karen when they were running to the village no longer seemed so amusing. Just bring her to the Hokage Tower tomorrow, Ren. Hiruzen told Ren while glancing into his calendar. I am free at 2 in the afternoon for an hour. He said with a sad undertone as he returned to his paperwork with a loud mutter, you are dismissed. There goes his Ika free time. Ren vengefully thought, but honestly. Fuck him. Deserved. As they left the office, Ren was upset. He was on yet another babysitting duty. An unpaid one, at that. No good deed goes unpunished indeed. But if the old coot wanted to play it this way. Sure, let's roll. He was sometimes playing with the thought of offering the Hokage the info about how useful shadow clones could be for paperwork, but he now felt it would be a great disservice to the village if he allowed the venerable overlord of the village to slack off and have something as distasteful as free time. The Hokage clearly needed to keep his skills sharp, and swinging the pen in his mighty hand certainly counted as an epic training montage. Kinda like masturbation. No wonder Orochimaru will fall by his hand. His mental wits were sharpened by facing numerous enemies in the form of rectangular paper in unending numbers, and his eyes were sharpened with focus as he needed to properly pay attention to every line. Yes. Paperwork was truly beneficial for Hiruzen Saraboy's health and the well-being of Konoha. Therefore, Ren felt it would be an act of high treason to give him that knowledge. But that was not enough, was it? Come. Ren smiled, trying and somewhat failing to not let the vindictiveness he felt seep into his grin while Karen meekly followed him through the village. There is this amazing ramen stand in this village, where Naruto or information about his whereabouts could be regularly found. It was time for a family reunion. Let's see how the Hokage liked an overly stubborn and determined blonde menace constantly pestering him about his family for the remainder of the next week or 2. I am sure you will enjoy it immensely. Ren happily said with an encouraging clap. It's the favorite spot of the other Uzumaki in the village. That seemed to perk the girl's interest, and Ren felt a sense of vengeful glee fill him. All he did was for the greater good of Konoha. Chapter 62, Uzumaki meet Uzumaki. As Ren and Karen walked through the village, Ren distractedly pointed out various sites or shops and restaurants of note while he was inwardly brooding about the situation he found himself in. He had never understood the stories in which the main characters tried to get every canon female into their bed and make them join their harems. It sounded like a monumental drag. Hence, that is why he didn't feel like romancing Karen. Like, at all. He did see how she acted around Sasuke in the Shippuden, and frankly speaking, no thank you very much. He could live without that kind of burden. Sure. She was beautiful. More beautiful than models in his past life. Chakra was unfair like that. She also had all 3 Uzumaki bloodline limits, which made her rarer than a winning lottery ticket. The village was probably going to bend over backward for her just to ensure she would have as many children as possible. But Ren simply lacked any desire for a deeper relationship with the girl. He wanted friendship. Even that was because of her status as a canon character. It was weird. And Ren realized his view was skewed in that regard. But it was his reality. He did feel more partial toward canon characters. It was not something he could really control, to be honest. But that didn't mean he would chase every canon female character like some horndog in wish-fulfillment fantasy. That was just unrealistic. 2 girls were already a chore. He liked the fantasy of having more. But the reality of it was just not very tempting, even though he was just as horny as any other bastard would be in his place. For example, Sakura Haruno. Ren always thought that pink hair would look ridiculous in real life. But strangely enough, she pulled it off. All those insults about her big forehead amounted to nothing. The keyboard warriors complaining that she is flat amounted to nothing. The 15-year-old girl was sexy as sin in real life. The animation really did not do her justice. Ren was mature enough to admit that she managed to strike his lust with her appearance. But just because she was the main female lead in the manga, it didn't mean he would go out of his way to interact with her. He didn't do it for Naruto. He didn't do it for Sasuke. He wouldn't do it for her just because she lacked a dick and had some additional fat on her Never mind. There was no additional fat on her chest area. Not to mention, Sakura was still an annoying and stupid brat with her head in the clouds. She hadn't had her reality checks yet. And she was actually worse than her anime counterpart because of the additional time in the academy. According to Ino, the Pinkette regularly offers Sasuke to do unspeakable things to her chastity and mouth. She tries to be subtle, but she is also a horny teenage girl, so she seldom pulls subtlety off. And the boy is just about done with her bullshit. He just wants her to shut up and fuck off. 3 more years of the academy with her tried Sasuke's patience somewhat fiercely, and at this point, he could probably do a decent job as a monk. Ren wouldn't be surprised if the experience turned him into a gay. Sakura simply had such a profound effect on the opposite gender despite being drop-dead gorgeous. Glancing back at Karen, who followed him like a lost duckling while clutching the hem of his shirt, Ren inwardly sighed. He really hoped she wouldn't get a crush on him like she did on Sasuke in the anime. He didn't feel like dealing with that bullshit. Maybe securing a meeting between her and the Uchiha duckling would be in their best interest. Ren hummed. Now, there was an idea. Who knows? It could help Sasuke rediscover his straight tendencies. They quickly arrived at the ramen stand, and when Ren saw the unmistakably scratchy voice speaking inside, he grinned to himself. His plan was a go. He was fortunate to find Naruto here today. Then again, it was the holiday between school years, so the chances of him being here were about 50-50. Hello, Uzumaki, Mr. Tucci, I am. Ren greeted as he entered the ramen stand. Luckily, the place had no customers other than Naruto, so getting seats was no problem. Oh. Hi, Ren. I am, returned the greeting while Tucci nodded at him before focusing back on preparing the noodles. It was Naruto who instantly shouted. Ren. It's been a long time. You owe me ramen. No, I don't. Ren snorted and pressed his palm on the top of the boy's head, ruffling his hair despite his protests and making him pout. He then sat down with one seat empty between him and Naruto. Naruto gave him a stink eye and was about to complain about his uncool treatment when Karen followed Ren's example and sat down, giving Naruto an even unimpressed look. Ah. Naruto's mind shut down as he finally noticed Karen, and he silently stared back at her for a moment before blurting out the first thing that came to his mind. You have very pretty hair. He suddenly exclaimed, making Karen stop glaring at him as her cheeks mirrored her hair color. And you are blonde. She embarrassedly muttered, making Naruto scrunch his expression in confusion. Eh? What's that gotta do with anything? He frowned. I mean, shouldn't Uzumaki have red hair? I don't know that much about them, but... Karen unsurely asked, and Ren had to admit the girl had a point. There wasn't much known about the clan, but even some civilians knew they were redheads. Naruto had no idea how to respond to that. But it felt as if he was underestimated for some reason, so he defaulted to his usual manner and boasted with an easygoing grin. I am special. Oh. Karen blinked, her lips twitching in amusement as she sent him a pitiful look. I see. Ren put his palm in front of his mouth as he quietly laughed. Naruto meant it earnestly, but Karen most likely understood he meant to say he was somewhat challenged. Of course, it didn't go completely over Naruto's head. The boy had a lifetime of experience of being mocked to pull from, so he did figure it out after a few seconds. Hey. Why do I feel you just thought something very rude? He cried out, rudely pointing at Karen in turn. Because you are special. Ren butted in, snorting in laughter when Naruto faltered before deciding to double down as he proudly nodded with a big grin. Damn right, I am. He bragged, making Ayam giggle before she started taking their orders as even the Tucci laughed. By the way, this is Karen Uzumaki. Ren offhandedly introduced the redhead, causing Naruto and Tucci's eyes to go wide. She will probably be a regular here. Nah, so you are my family? Naruto instantly asked Karen, poking her in her side. His expression was full of quiet hope and yearning, causing the girl to have a hard time scolding him for it, but her expression betrayed how annoyed it made her. It was enough to make Karen shuffle in her seat in discomfort as she averted her eyes. I have no idea. She sullenly replied, so Ren decided to interject before Naruto could start feeling down. She is probably your very, very, very distant cousin. The Uzumaki clan was massive in their day. They easily had hundreds of people. You aren't very closely related. But hey, blood is blood, no. Yeah. Naruto softly spoke, a small smile etched on his face. Blood is blood. Karen's gaze softened and she blushed. Her entire life, she had lived in Kusagakure, where she and her mother were nothing but foreigners. They were never accepted, just tolerated and exploited. She was embarrassed but happy at being so easily accepted by someone. Naruto was a very genuine guy and Karen could feel it in his very warm and comfortable chakra that he meant his words. Noticing that the girl he was supposed to host for a day had gone quiet, Ren suddenly got an idea and gently nudged her with his shoulder. Maybe you could help him with academy stuff. He has problems with theory. That managed to get Karen out of her pensive mood and she cracked a small grin. Oh. Because he is special. I see. I wouldn't mind. She glanced at Naruto with a small smirk, letting him know she was teasing him. Oi. He childishly protested with a pout. Damn right, he is. But Ren relentlessly agreed with a smirk of his own, cutting down any chance to argue for the exasperated boy. So, Naruto scowled back and grumpily crossed his arms across his chest while loudly clicking his tongue. Hey, don't pout. I just ensured you will be tutored by a cute redhead. Ren casually admonished him, enjoying how his words embarrassed both Uzumaki kids. Karen flushed bright red and surprisingly, even Naruto quieted down. Ren looked at him, noticing that he was looking at Karen with the corner of his eyes, a light blush on his cheeks. Oh. I am sorry, Sakura, but I think your most fanatical admirer has just experienced a religious reorientation. Ren inwardly noted. The fact that Ren noticed Karen throw subtle glances in Naruto's way just made the situation that much sweeter. Maybe the broody duckling would not be required, after all. Incest was indeed wincest for some clans. Chapter 63, Home, Sweet Home. After they were done talking, they ate, and soon enough, Ren found himself having to pay for 14 bowls of ramen when he personally ate only one. Naruto briefly pestered him to pay for him, too. As a congratulation for passing the academy year, the boy said. But Ren flatly told him to fuck off. Feeding one Uzumaki made his wallet wince in pain. He wasn't feeding two. Their ramen addiction ought to be stomped out, not encouraged. Damned noodle junkies. Walking back to his apartment, Ren wondered if the Hokage would refund him the cost of feeding Karen. He would have to check the laws, but if yes, then he was taking her to the ramen shop for breakfast, too. He opened the door to his home and walked in with Karen, his shoulder finally slumping in relaxation as he slightly lowered his guard upon feeling the seals protecting his home. Home, sweet home. He thought with a small involuntary smile appearing on his lips before turning toward the awkward redhead and about to speak to her. Alas, the door of his living room suddenly flew wide open. Hey. You are finally B.A. The grinning Ino entered the hall of his flat, followed by Hinata who walked much slower and at a calmer pace, but her expression was colder than Arctic wind as she tried to freeze Karen with her blank Byakugan stare. Seeing Karen, Ino's grin instantly fell, and she abruptly stopped talking as Ren looked at them in wide-eyed astonishment. He'd love to say he didn't have a surprised Pikachu face right there and then, but he would be lying. Karen shuffled in discomfort at the silence that suddenly filled the surroundings while Ren took a deep breath as a headache suddenly assaulted him. He could already see it on Ino's and Hinata's faces. The misunderstanding was already forming. Sarutobi, just fuck you. Ren inwardly whined, suddenly feeling really tired. There went his relaxing time after a mission. After the awkward situation in the hall of his apartment, Ren barely managed to herd the three surly girls into his living room, where they sat on the couch before they went through very curt introductions. His two students glared at Karen, both in their own way. Ino heatedly and Hinata with aloof coldness. Karen instantly noticed their hostility, and for her, this was the first time she saw the girls, so she didn't understand it. She didn't react very well to it. The Uzumaki girl returned the narrowed stares with twice the viciousness. What is she doing here? Ino asked Ren in a scandalized tone. She turned toward him, put her hands on the table, leaned forward, and demanded an explanation in a disapproving tone with a displeased expression etched on her face. Karen wasn't about to take it lying down, however. She scowled at Ino and fired back a biting and derisive, "What's it to you?" It only made Ino narrow her eyes at Karen as Hinata silently watched, contently leaving Ino to lead the charge. Knowing that the situation was not going in a good direction, Ren decided to intervene before his living room became a battlefield. If he had insurance for sudden ninja battles erupting in his house, he would let the girls have their fun, but alas, that wasn't the case. The Hokage put her in my care for the time being. He informed his students, shutting down any additional complaining about Karen's presence while trying to resist the urge to show how sour he was about the decision. Yes. Karen's presence was forced on him, but there was no reason to be rude to the girl. It worked like a charm. His not-so-little minions were still born and raised in Konoha. It was ingrained in them from a very early age that Hokage's word was law. They might not like the situation, but they were not about to protest against it with anything other than pouty scowls in Ino's case or small frowns in Hinata's. The real question is, what are you two doing here? Ren changed the topic to something he deemed more relevant. The girls should be at their homes, spending time with their families while boring them to death with stories and complaints about their little camping trip. To be honest, Ren wasn't looking forward to the meetings with Hayashi and Inoichi once they got to know how close their daughters were to the Petamaru-kun. Ino and Hinata started speaking at once before they glanced at each other, and due to some unspoken agreement, only Hinata continued with a small happy smile, told our fathers that we will be learning how to properly put together an after-mission report. We got permission to stay overnight. Ah. They grow so fast. Already lying to their parents. Ren wryly thought. He got the underlying message. They just wanted to spend the night cuddling. He might have spoiled them in that regard during their trip. There was not much to do during the chilly evenings, so they usually spent the time in each other's arms for warmth while Ren told the girls a story. Currently, he was telling them about the adventures of a magnificent pirate called Luffy. He didn't remember everything from One Piece. Putting what he did remember into a coherent and interesting story was quite hard. But then again, the entertainment standards of this world were not exactly sky-high. Ino loved the fantasy of swordsmanship from One Piece, and Hinata found the idea of hockey interesting. Plus, both of the girls loved the vision of freedom and adventure. They were at that age. And deep down, Ren had to admit it was a tad bit manipulative of him, too. There was no shred of freedom in serving a hidden village. Not unless you are S-rank ninja, and even then, the village's leadership would do everything in their power to restrict you. Ren wasn't going to spell it out to the girls. But he was certain that with enough experience, they were going to understand this simple truth. What happened then, he had no idea. He didn't plan that far. Maybe nothing would change, maybe everything would be different. Who could say? It was something far in the future. He just thought that raising the girls with the ideals of freedom was better than raising them with the ideals of justifying murdering infants in their cribs as long as it is for the good of the village. Plus, spending their evenings like that was a good way to bond. He would rather they bonded over a story about freedom and adventure rather than over Konoha propaganda and zealotry. It was his sneaky way to chip at the stubborn and narrow shinobi mindset the academy hammered into the kids. Ren fully intended to continue their little storytelling tradition that started during their field trip. I guess that's fine. Ren sighed. Naturally, there would be no after-mission report being done today. He smiled at the girls. You are welcome to stay. Ino gave him a grin, and Hinata pleasantly smiled before she slowly stood up from the couch. I'll go prepare some food, she said before retreating to the kitchen. She knew exactly where things were in Ren's kitchen by now. She used it way more than him, after all. As Hinata left, Ino and Karen stared at each other, opening their mouths. Behave. Ren cut any budding argument short before standing up too and going to help Hinata. It was going to be a long evening. The least he could do was to make it more pleasant by ensuring there would be enough snacks. Entering the kitchen, Ren beelined toward Hinata, who was already slicing some vegetables, and put his arms around her waist, pressing her back to his chest while burying his face into her hair with a small groan, causing the girl to giggle. Thank you for being reasonable, Ren muttered, resting his chin on the top of her head. Ino is just lashing out, Hinata hummed, leaning more on Ren's chest. We had such a nice time together, and suddenly, there is this new girl that came out of nowhere. Before we could even accept that, she is already moving into your flat. She spoke bitterly, and Ren tightened his embrace to reassure her. It's just too much, too fast. They stayed like that, leaning on each other, for several seconds, just enjoying the presence of the other. But then, Ren sighed and pulled away from her. Okay. Let's prepare the food, and we can hopefully have a nice evening talking about ninjutsu applications like we usually do. His lips twitched into a smile when he saw how Hinata perked up at that. There wasn't much people could do for fun in their free time in this world. PC and console games might as well not exist since they were available only to the richest of the rich, and honestly, they were kinda shit anyway. The space program wasn't even a word in the dictionary yet. So, no satellites means no TV channels. The only thing TVs could run in this world were videotapes. Every movie was on such a tape. And the industry was just forming, so the current movies were third-rate garbage at best when compared to Ren's previous life. That left them with board games, cards, or talking to each other if they wanted to have fun together in their free time. And since they were ninjas, that talking to each other thing always turned into the direction of ninjutsu. Hinata especially loved hearing how she could use the skills she trained to hurt people in a way that would help them instead. And Ren was happy to oblige. For the next half hour, Ren and Hinata busied themselves in the kitchen, bantering and having fun as they occasionally bumped their hips or shared a quick kiss. Funnily enough, when they were done and started serving the food to the living room, Ren couldn't help but grin because Ino and Karen were still silently glaring at each other. Both were fully intent on being stubborn to the bitter end. Chapter 64. Violence and Money. All I am telling you, Ino, is that ninjas can definitely earn money without needing to resort to violence. Ren told the exasperated blonde, who was trying to be the naysayer in their current conversation, as he sat in an armchair in his living room while the girls took over the couch opposite him with only a small table between them. Just look at the hiding like a mole technique. You could use it to find undiscovered ore veins for rich nobles. But that would take a lot of work and time. It's much easier to use that time to do regular missions. How much money could finding an ore vein get us? I doubt it would be cost-effective. Ino huffed with a gentle head shake and crossed her arms under her chest. But seeing how serious she was, Ren just snorted at her naivety. His blonde student was not a businesswoman. She was learning the trade of killing instead of copper counting. And while she most likely did get some lessons on how to run the clan and the politics involved from her father as the heiress, she obviously did not have much insight into how to manage a land and the costs associated with it. Why would she? The Yamanaka clan did not own any land, after all. Ren wasn't genuinely disappointed. He expected it. Not many ninjas understood these matters. They did not need to. That said, her arguments about the time it would take to find an ore vein with the technique was correct. It would take maybe a month or two to find something for a properly dedicated ninja in a mountainous area. That's what? 2, maybe 3 back-to-back S-rank missions. 3 to 6 million Ryo of profit for that time spent and with a lot of danger involved. Around the same amount for the village's coffers as their cut. Yeah, no. That was a hard pass for Ren. He leaned forward and rolled his eyes at Ino, speaking in a somewhat patronizing tone. You don't have any idea what kind of money people would be willing to pay for a discovery of a new mine. Even if you ask for 100 million Ryo for this service, it would be a bargain for finding gold, silver, hell, even iron ore deposits as far as the nobles are concerned. Karen, sitting on Ino's left side on the couch, quietly choked as Ren was talking, but when he was done, she loudly exclaimed, "No way. You are totally screwing with us. That's an insane amount of money." She refused to believe it. 100 million was pretty much the equivalent of 50ish to 70ish S-rank missions. The best of the best ninjas would find it hard to have that many S-rank missions on their record in their whole career. And yes, they earn their money with A or B-rank missions too, but that was not the point. Ren just wanted to portray the situation properly to his students. Karen just happened to be there too, he guessed. But her presence was not important. What was important was the fact that his words had the desired effect. Ino faltered and started to look less certain about her arguments after hearing how much money Ren believed would be in this kind of business by using a simple C-rank earth technique for something other than burying your enemy alive. A technique every ninja can learn in a month or two even if they are untalented and without earth affinity. Hinata, who sat on Ino's right side, gave Ren one overly serious nod before she buried her head into her notes and started dutifully writing something down. On one hand, Ren was glad she took his words seriously. On the other hand, did she really have to take notes? He felt a bit awkward every time he glanced at her. She reminded him of Rock Lee. Clearing his throat, Ren decided to continue before Ino came up with some nonsensical counter-argument and the conversation trailed off in a different direction. You'd be stupid to ask for money. Over time, the new mines would churn out a lot more value than that. Once your reputation and ability to find ore veins is confirmed, it would be better to ask for a small permanent cut of profits from the new mines. 3 to 5%, maybe. That could rake up to billions of Ryo over time. He casually shrugged, but his gaze betrayed how serious he was. He needed his girls to understand this. Ninjas were not very good at properly gauging the monetary worth of their techniques when it came to something non-violent. He wouldn't have it. Ino and Hinata were going to be properly educated in these matters. Sure, Ren gave the girls a meaningful look and took a small break to sip from the cup of hot chocolate he was holding before he spoke again. The nobles would grumble. They wouldn't be very happy about needing to pay a permanent percentage of their profits for the service. They would complain and try to weasel out of it. But at the end of the day, they would pay it if they had no other choice. For them, paying 5% of profits and having a new mine is infinitely better than not paying it and not having a new mine. Silence spread through the room, and only the noise of Ren slurping on his hot chocolate interrupted it. He was inwardly wondering why it had never occurred to him to make a seal that could hold hot chocolate and auto-refill his mug. He will need to rectify that oversight in the upcoming week or two. And yeah, he guessed such a seal would be amazing to store a lot of drinkable water, which would make it a great addition to essential gear for long-term missions or the village's war supplies. Whatever. The hot chocolate angle made Ren far more excited to sit down and spend several hours of his life pondering over how to put together such a seal. But Ino spoke with a sullen and conflicted tone, interrupting Ren's thoughts. Why doesn't the village offer these services then? She grumpily asked, giving Ren a challenging look. Surely, they can think of this method of making money. No. Ren just gave her a lazy SOSO gesture with his hand before he turned toward Karen. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say Earth release? The girl looked like a deer in the headlights and floundered with her words for a few seconds before Ren clicked his tongue. Don't think. Speak what comes to your mind first, girl. He put a bit more force into his tone to get the message across, and fortunately, it startled Karen out of her momentary shock. Air traps. Pitfalls. Barriers. Rock spikes. Area denial. Karen rapidly spoke, looking at Ren as if trying to divine if she had hit the nail on the head and said what he wanted to hear. It was cute. Because he didn't have anything in particular he wanted her to say. Her words already proved his point. The Uzumaki girl then frowned, giving Ren a shy, questioning look. Did I get it right? Or maybe flight. But then, only the current Tsuchikage can do that. Well, there is what you told us about the hiding like a mole technique too, but... Ren raised his hand and stopped the incoming rant from the redhead, a wry smile appearing on his face as he turned back toward Ino and shrugged. It's in the mindset, honestly. Ninjas are raised to kill. They always think about combat applications for their techniques first. And they never put in the effort to think how to use them outside said combat. It's just that simple. Well, on the individual level, yes, that was it. But on a mass scale? No. It really wasn't. But he was not going to give Ino and Hinata an overly complex explanation about all the politics and problems involved. The village would have to invest a lot of time and effort to create a completely new way of earning money. To build a reputation. Train ninjas in the necessary techniques. Create a whole new department for it. And so much more. Maybe Hiruzen or somebody else did think of using ninja techniques for non-violent money-making. Tsunade was selling her healing during her travels, for example. And it worked well for her. It was the only thing fueling her gambling addiction nowadays since she had gambled the Senju fortune away years ago. Yet, she was still considerably rich because of dealing with nobles' health issues. But with the constant hostilities and the threat of war looming over the village practically all the time, the higher-ups wanted their ninjas to be effective for war. Every second they trained to get money in a non-violent way was a second they did not train in how to dish out as much violence as possible. On a mass scale, that could make the village weaker. And that's where any sort of contemplation of doing this sort of thing died a pitifully quick death. Ren doubted the village's higher-ups even got to the point where they could realize how much more money the village would have if they invested in this way of thinking. He didn't lie to the girls. The biggest hurdle for ninjas was, indeed, their mindset. You cannot raise somebody to steal, cheat, and kill while expecting them to become a great builder or craftsman. Killers dealt with their problems by killing. That's all there was to it. Hiruzen always dreamed of peace, but he didn't exactly do a whole lot to accomplish it. Who cares that if the village had that kind of money, they could pretty much quintuple the ninja recruitment. Or start an economic war to slow down their opponent's war preparations. Or pay off another village to team up with them and steamroll their enemy. No, for the higher-ups, a shift in the services the village provided would initially weaken the village for a few years, so it was not worth doing. That's why we are having this discussion. Ren smiled at the trio of frowning girls who now sported three very different yet similar pensive looks. His chipping away at their ingrained mindset was slowly working. He would make them more open-minded one of these days. The academy did its damnedest to ingrain a certain mindset in its students. It prepared the kids for the ninja life. It did not prepare them for anything else. Ino. Ren said, gaining the blonde girl's attention as she turned her gaze toward him. Earth clones. How could you use them to get money? No violence. No stealing. Ino pursed her lips, thinking about it for a bit, but Hinata couldn't help her excitement and spoke first, even though she was not asked. Menial labor. Earth clones are tough and durable. Make them work in mines. Or in construction. They cost way less chakra than shadow clones and last longer because they are more stable and made out of earth or rocks. We could also make more of them, and they don't transfer memories, so they are safe. Hinata slowly pointed out, looking into the distance with cutely scrunched eyebrows, and Ren chuckled as he gave her a proud acknowledging nod. He knew for a fact that Hinata did not know the earth clone technique. None of them did. He was a bit proud that she came to this answer so quickly. Pouting, Ino's elbow found its way to Hinata's stomach as she gave the girl an unamused look, but Hinata just poked out her tongue at the blonde. Before they could start bickering, Ren intervened. What about medical ninjutsu? How could it be used to earn money? He asked, diverting the girl's attention. Healing, duh. Ino flatly said, and Ren raised his eyebrow at her. Is that it? You especially should figure the answer out with how focused on your beauty you are. You already asked Hinata to do something for you, didn't you? He tried to give the girl a hint and was pleased when her eyes widened. Wait, really? They would pay for? Ino exclaimed, but then she went beet red as she remembered the moment Ren was talking about. She had previously asked Hinata to increase the size of her chest and posterior, only for the Hyuga girl to tell her she was not skilled enough to do it just yet. Then, the little Hyuga bitch went behind her back and told on her to their teacher. Ino suddenly wanted to curl into a ball and hide in the corner of the room from the sheer embarrassment. Still, a small, happy smile involuntarily appeared on her lips when she remembered the admonishment Ren had dished out at her. She did not remember the exact words Ren said. He said a lot of them, and Ino was sulking at the time. She wasn't exactly listening properly. But she still cherished the memory a lot because it was the first time a boy told her how amazing her body was. She was aware that her teacher did not exactly try to flatter her. He wanted her to understand that she didn't need to change herself with medical ninjutsu to be pretty. That she was already gorgeous. But after Sasuke had rejected her for years on end, Ino was starting to wonder if there was something wrong with her. She always had a small chest area compared to some girls in their class. And her posterior was not as fat as Sakura's. So, she couldn't help but be elated that somebody she was interested in found her body desirable. Pushing her embarrassment down, Ino tried to regain her composure. She still had a small pink dusting when Ren gave her a knowing smile before speaking. Yes. I believe the noble women would definitely pay tens of millions for facial reconstruction that would make them prettier. Or scar removal. Or permanent change of hair and eye color. Or enlargement of breasts and ass. Or removing fat and slimming them down. Even men would surely be interested in these services. If not for themselves, then for their mistresses. The beautifying industry was kind of lackluster in this world. It did exist, and many creams, soaps, perfumes, and other things were pretty much mainstream. But plastic surgeries were not a thing. This was a medievalish world. The mundane medicine was not on that level. But ninja medicine. Yeah, they could do it. It wasn't exactly easy. But it was an exclusive service the rich would go bonkers for. Unfortunately, the medical ninjas had not figured that part out just yet. They focused on healing ninjas in the village hospital for pennies instead of earning millions by prettying up narcissistic nobles for money that would make even a Hokage's head spin. It would also build connections with the movers and shakers of the nation. Hinata chimed in, showing her training as Hyuga heiress. It just sounds so outlandish. Ino deflated. But, yeah, I can see it. Beauty and fashion cost a lot. They would be positively ravenous for it. The noble women pay millions for fine clothes. Hinata hummed. I wonder how much they would be truly willing to pay for making their bodies and faces pretty. An excited glint appeared in her eyes as her lips involuntarily spread into an innocently greedy smile. Seeing it, Ino had a hard time not scowling at Hinata. Ren could see that the blonde was a tad bit jealous of Hinata's chosen specialization right now. A disgusting amount, I bet. Karen snorted before reaching for one of the last potato chips from a bowl on the table. Oh, definitely. Ren nodded, deciding to move on with the topic. I'd like you to think about it more. How can you use your current abilities to earn a living without having to risk your lives? Give it some proper consideration. I might ask for your answers one of these days. He smiled at them. With that said, Ren stood up and stretched as he looked at the clock. We should go to bed. It's getting late. Ino and Hinata looked at each other before quickly and loudly shouting, "Dips." Karen gave them a weird look before a realization hit her, and she ducked her head, glancing at Ren. I appreciate the hospitality, but I am not sleeping in the same bed as you. She shyly protested, yet her tone held a pang of determination. Ren just deadpanned at her misunderstanding things. I wanted to take the couch. You three can be on the B-. He tried to control the situation, but Hinata interrupted him. The Hyuga girl turned toward Karen with a very serious expression, and in a no-nonsense tone, she commanded the redhead, "You take the couch." She was not asking. She was telling Karen what was going to happen. Even Ren was caught off guard by her sudden attitude, and his jaw almost dropped to the floor. But Karen just shrugged. I am okay with that. There. Problem solved. Ino clapped her hands, giving the exasperated Ren a cheerful grin as she stood up. And my input? He asked her, nonplussed. Wholly unnecessary. Ino happily informed him. And Hinata nodded, agreed. Whipped. Karen whispered with a giggle, making Ren inwardly sigh. Outwardly, he just shook his head at their antics. Teenagers. He mumbled with an eye roll as both Ino and Hinata took hold of one of his arms and started dragging him away from the living room while Karen watched them with deep amusement from the couch. Chapter 65, Ninja vs. Samurai. A few months have quickly passed since Ren went on the field trip outside of the village with his students, and things have been relatively peaceful. Ren has been on several C-rank missions since then, and fortunately, they stayed just C-rank. The new academy year started for Ino and Hinata, so they had to spend half of their days in school again, much to their shared displeasure. As for Karen, he only had to house her for that one night. The Hokage gave her an apartment the very next day. She was now Ren's neighbor. Coincidence? Of course not. It was pretty obvious from the context clues the Hokage subtly threw at Ren that he wanted him to seduce the girl. If Ren had read the situation correctly, he was probably supposed to get Karen into his bed and pump her full of his swimmers until she discovered the joys of motherhood for the greater good of the village. Sadly for Sarutobi, no direct order was ever given, so Ren happily ignored the context clues and had a nice relationship with Karen as her neighbor. And only that. It was no insubordination if there was no command. He helped Karen to get settled in the village, and she did come to him when she had questions or needed advice. But she also backed off from any romantic aspirations toward him after witnessing him with Ino and Hinata. That was fair enough. Not every girl is willing to share, after all. It even allowed Karen to somewhat befriend Ino once the blonde Yamanaka realized the redhead was not going to be another romantic rival for her. The girls still got along like a house on fire, though. Both were constantly snarking at each other while Hinata tried to be the peacemaker between them. At least it made the academy more fun for them, considering that Karen was inserted into their academy class. The one thing that made Ren both surprised and happy was Karen's budding relationship with Naruto. She took his request to tutor Naruto seriously. At first, she did it a bit reluctantly, but nowadays, Naruto was in her apartment almost every day. His ADHD had been tamed by the mighty Uzumaki girl, and despite Ren still hearing him whining through the walls about how boring studying was and how he wished to do literally anything else, the kid's schoolwork was improving a lot. Karen was pushing theory into his thick skull with some success. A small smile appeared on Ren's face. He had a good idea why Naruto put so much effort into studying, to be honest. He did catch him a few days ago making out with Karen just outside of her apartment, his hands under her shirt while she had her back pressed on the door and her legs around his waist. The Uzumaki kids were clearly discovering the joys of incest with each other. Then again, they were so distantly related that Ren doubted it counted. Which was good for their future babies if they got to that stage one day. With a content sigh, Ren unsealed a mug from his wrist storage and watched as it filled itself with hot chocolate, steam rising from it as his smile widened before he took a sip. Looking to the right, he caught a brief sight of Hinata before she disappeared back into the forest as she used her heavenly wall, the modified Kaiten she created. A pulse of chakra spread outward from her body and deflected a kunai flying at her, sending it away from her body before it blew up in a booming explosion. Ren had her play exploding tag with his shadow clone where they try to get each other with exploding weaponry. Hinata could unseal a senbon, put an exploding seal on it, and imbue it with the lightning chakra before throwing it, all in a little under 2 seconds. It was still not great. But she was getting there. She had definitely improved. But Ren's shadow clone still had a massive advantage because he could unseal a kunai, put the exploding seal on it, and throw it at her in 1 second flat. His clone was kind of sandbagging, but it pushed Hinata to her limits, forcing her to train her reaction time with her heavenly wall technique. Unlike in the anime, getting caught in even a glancing explosion was very dangerous in real life. And that's without considering the metal shrapnel from the exploded weapon. This kind of training was not safe. But Ren had faith in Hinata, and the girl did not disappoint. Maybe it was the time to pit her against 2 shadow clones instead of just one. Her heavenly wall, combined with Byakugan, was just that broken. Despite being unbelievably ahead when it came to ninjutsu, Ino still hadn't managed to win even one spar against Hinata. Her defense countered everything Ino threw at her. It was driving the Yamanaka sparse, and Ren was just happy that Mad Ino was motivated Ino. She was definitely not giving up anytime soon, and her pout whenever she lost was positively adorable. Ren suddenly tensed as he felt one of his clones pop, and his mind was filled with the memories of seal work the clone had done. It was such a great feeling to simply relax and watch his girls train while his own skills were improving due to his clones. It filled him with joy, knowing that other ninjas had to train their ass off while he could just relax and kick back, getting stronger anyway. Alas, he simply made better life choices. Speaking of Ino, Ren glanced to the other side of the training ground where the blonde was practicing her swordsmanship, carefully swinging a katana around with slow and deliberate movements. She became really good with her sword. When he recommended swordsmanship to her, he didn't think she would take to it like a fish to water. But here they were, and Ren was almost considering giving Ino the idea to mind-whammy some low-ranked samurai for his swordsmanship technique. Honestly, it was a supremely bad idea. But samurai were much better at swinging a sharp lump of metal than ninjas. Even the famed Kiri swordsmen were subpar compared to the best samurai. It was mostly their special swords that carried them, but skill-wise, they had nothing on samurai. The samurai, however, did not share their sword techniques. Ever. They guarded them jealously. If Ino managed to steal an important samurai technique from the mind of a samurai and they discovered it, it could create a massive diplomatic incident. The anime did not really do the ninja versus samurai problem justice. It was focused on ninjas, and so, the rest was neglected. But samurai were not pushovers. Generally, they were weaker than ninjas because they did not have that much versatility. They did not spew fire, use poison, or create clones. No. They only used their chakra to enhance their bodies and make their swords more lethal. Because of that, the samurai found it hard to match the ninja on an individual level. There were some samurai, like Mifune, who could go toe-to-toe with even the best of the best S-rank ninjas out there, using only their sword and bodies. But these were very rare. The problem was that Konoha had, at best, 20,000 ninjas while the daimyo had several million samurai, most of which were chunin level. Sure, Konoha had more jonin level combatants, but numbers did matter. In a conflict between the daimyo and Konoha, the daimyo would win because he could simply drown Konoha in his forces. It wouldn't be a contest. It would be a curb stomp. Not to mention, the daimyos and even some of his nobles had their own ninja clans loyal to them. And then there were monks who would most likely stay neutral, but that wasn't exactly certain. This is why Raza attacked Konoha to prove Tsunagekyu's strength rather than go and try to depose the Wind daimyo who was screwing him over. The Kages are not stupid. They are greedy, too. If Inoki or A had the chance to seize their country, Ren thought they would take it. But it was not so simple. The rulers were not pushovers just because they did not have chakra. They had their backs covered. Ren frowned. Make no mistake, Ino was going to steal samurai sword techniques one day. They were too valuable to ignore. But maybe he should recommend that she should practice her mind reading more. To make it subtler. He would hate to create the first ever war between ninja and samurai in the Land of Fire. Especially when the chances of victory were pretty much non-existent. If you wish to support me or read 14 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Daimyo and Kages. Reminded of the issue of ninja versus samurai, Ren leaned his back on a tree trunk behind him while holding his mug half full with hot chocolate in both of his hands as he looked toward the sky with a small frown on his lips. He would need to bring Hinata and Ino to the capital city one day and spend at least a week there with them. That would be very educational for them and allow them to see some real-life examples of how things truly work in this world. Their worldview did not spread much beyond Konoha's walls, and Ren wanted to rectify that. People in his previous life oftentimes didn't realize just how massive the elemental nations were. It took Naruto's team 3 days of running to get from Konoha to Suna. And ninjas who use chakra can run pretty fast. The distance between Konoha and Suna was something like 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Ish? The villages were nowhere near each other as far as normal people were concerned. It's just ninjas who could cover such distances relatively easily due to their chakra mojo. Naturally, the countries were also massive. Especially the 5 great nations. They had hundreds of millions of people. Sure, the final number of the populace was not publicized, and even if it was, Ren doubted it would be all that precise. The Land of Fire most likely had over 1 billion people. It was truly a humongous country. Some people in remote villages could go their entire lives without ever seeing ninjas. It was also easy to forget that this was not a peaceful world. Just a few decades ago, these lands were all divided and under the control of various warlords who constantly fought with each other over territories. That was the Warring States era. When the hidden villages formed and put their considerable weight behind one warlord candidate in the area, it helped them to seize the reins quite quickly, elevating their family to the status of a proper daimyo. This was especially effective for Konoha as their weight came in Hashirama and Madara-sized proportions. And once the Konoha and the Land of Fire formed, the other ninja clans got the same idea and grouped up into their own villages while the warlords from around their areas tried to get their support. It was a big part of why the villages had their own partial independence and autonomy. That was the first thing the hidden villages asked for from the warlord they helped elevate into the position of daimyo. Technically, the Hokage served the daimyo. In reality, the daimyo did not interfere much directly in the ninja affairs. The elemental nations, as they were right this moment, formed only 70-ish years ago, and there was a lot of blood and slaughter involved. And since then, 3 great ninja wars. Within the same century. A century that was nowhere near its end. Everybody and their mother knew that another great ninja war or 2 would happen before the century was up. Ren wryly smiled. It sounded ridiculous. So, no, the issue was very much not solved. This world was still not peaceful, and the rulers knew it. Each great nation had 2 to 3 million samurai. But they were not like the modern armies. Not all of these samurai belonged to the daimyo. Rather, in a true feudal fashion, nobles had their own samurai forces to protect their territories. Just like the daimyo had his own. It didn't really feel that unified to Ren. Sure, theoretically, all samurai should obey the daimyo. But in practice, the samurai were sworn to be loyal to the noble they served while said noble was sworn to the daimyo himself. Of course, the upside was that the daimyo did not need to upkeep all the millions of soldiers by himself. The noble families did it for him while he only had to upkeep the forces directly under him, lessening the financial burden on his coffers. The number of soldiers also sounded like a lot. 2 to 3 million samurai. A massive armed force. But with how big the land of fire was, they were scattered all around it, protecting important cities and forts while also having to police the populace. It could even be argued that the country still did not have enough samurai to cover the duties that needed to be performed. Naturally, both the daimyo and the nobles poured a sizable amount of their budget into their samurai forces. It was their biggest expenditure. Because they did not trust ninjas at all. The whole power dynamic was wonky. The samurai had the numbers, but they were straightforward fighters lacking in quality and deadliness. Unlike ninjas, they did not use ninjutsu. They trained only their bodies and sword skills. This made them somewhat ineffective and inferior to ninjas when it came to combat. The closest ninja Ren could compare them to was Guy if he was obsessed with swords. The problem is that not many people can keep up with Guy's insane training schedule. So, most samurai found their limits after reaching a similar combat potential to a Chunin rank ninja, finding it almost impossible to break through their limits afterward. Of course, there were exceptions, and every great nation had at least one samurai on the level of S-rank combatant. Jonin equivalent samurai were already rare enough, though. These were the generals of individual forces. If a noble had 2 Jonin-level samurai under him, he could count himself lucky. Funnily enough, despite only having more or less 20,000 ninjas, Konoha had more Jonin-ranked combatants than the country's collective samurai forces. And it definitely had more S-rank combatants, too. Unfortunately for Konoha, the zerging tactics were a thing, but the village could still be a legitimate threat. It just, most likely wouldn't survive a civil war with its daimyo. At best, it would be a mutually assured destruction. That's why Raza went after Konoha instead of trying to rebel against his daimyo, who was suppressing his village. It just wasn't a viable option. The nobles and the daimyo were also not stupid. They had witnessed how one man, one ninja, the fabled Hashirama Senju, changed the world and warped it to his will due to his strength. The only reason why he didn't conquer everything was that he was an idiot with his head up his asshole. Lucky them, right? The nobles were acutely aware that some other incomprehensibly powerful ninja could emerge one day and deprive them of their power. Not even 1,000,000 samurai would help them if such an individual was unfriendly. And so, they had their own ways of keeping ninjas in line. While Ren believed that Danzo had a hand in the demise of the Senju clan, quite a few of their deaths were most likely because nobles hired promising Senju ninjas to do dangerous missions for them, secretly trying to get them killed. Oh, the missions probably made sense and seemed important, but Ren would eat his boots if the intent behind them was not to get the poor sod who was half-forced to accept the mission killed. The ninja's job was to kill, fight, and die for the village and the mission. Not many people looked into it, and even if they did, it wasn't as if one noble was doing this. They were smart about it. They ordered one hard mission with a high chance of death, and once it succeeded, they would give the village several smaller missions. Then, some other noble would do the same. Then another, and so on. It went over a long period of time. The whole thing seemed like the ninjas having unfortunate incidents during very dangerous missions rather than deliberate acts of sabotage. Ren's lips involuntarily turned into a sardonic smile. The Great Ninja Wars were not exactly world wars in the correct sense of the word, either. The non-shinobi forces of the nations were not deployed beyond defense. It was exactly as the name implied. These wars were only between the ninja villages. The samurai stayed holed up in their forts or cities, intending to defend if the borders were breached, but they wouldn't do anything beyond that. Just like the ninjas had their hidden border outposts where they tried to prevent infiltration by foreign ninjas, the samurai had massive forts in key locations that were supposed to defend against an invading army. That's where most samurai were stationed during wartime. They did not really fight in the Great Ninja War. Hashirama succeeded. He brought partial peace. The civilian side of the 5 great nations. They knew the Great Ninja Wars happened. They could feel it in the economy. But they were not exactly in a war themselves. It was pretty much only the ninjas who were in all-out war, as the samurai and the nobles watched from behind. As for the civilians from nations located between the Great Five, sucks to be them. These countries became the battlefield for the ninja wars. And their people were just unlucky to be born there. Even the wars themselves were not exactly natural occurrences. The villages were very far away from each other. They could easily sustain themselves and have enough mercenary gigs from their local populace if there was no outside interference always fucking things up. It took Ren a bit of digging, but it was not that hard to notice. The nobles occasionally gave the village missions that would deliberately undermine another village or cause strife. They loved to say it was in the name of their country's security or some other bullshit like that. For example, the Wind Daimyo loved to send his missions to Konoha these days, a village several thousand kilometers away, instead of giving the money to his own hidden village. Fully knowing that Suna and Konoha were allies. Fully knowing this would drive Suna desperate and sour their relations with Konoha. And that, ladies and gentlemen, could totally create another great ninja war. If Konoha and Suna's alliance broke, IWA was definitely going to pounce. The Wind Daimyo was not stupid. He understood this. Makes one wonder what his real aim is, eh? But even if it resulted in a war, why should he care? He would not be fighting. His ninja village would fight. Not his forces. And if Suna lost and was destroyed, well, then he would just continue hiring ninjas from IWA or Konoha. No big deal. His samurai would push the IWA forces out of his country if they did not retreat on their own. Maybe he could even create a new ninja village afterward. One fully under his command this time. Wasn't that just great? This was just one example of how the nobles interfered and forced the ninjas' hands. On their own, these missions and small interferences did not seem like a problem. But over time, months or even years, they slowly heightened the tensions between the ninja villages. And the kicker? Ren had the nasty impression that the nobles from various great nations worked with each other to create these situations. Historically speaking, it was nothing new. The nobles used the same tactics hundreds of years ago, too. Backroom deals were a thing. Imagine two warlords, one having the Senju clan on his lands and another having the Uchiha clan. These clans were a threat to their rule. So, hiring them to fight for an objective and deepening that hate while weakening both clans sounded like a reasonable way of spending money. It was dirty politics at its finest. The Uchiha and the Senju clans were not special in this regard. Every clan experienced this to a certain extent. And when the villages were formed, the nobles did not stop with these games. Instead, they did their best to pit the villages against each other with money. And Ren did not begrudge them their passive-aggressive approach. They were not wrong. Their fears were justified. From the viewpoint of a ruler, he could see that they could not let ninja villages grow too powerful. Even now, diminished as it was, Konoha could be a problem if it rebelled. The great ninja wars were an effective way to keep the hidden villages down. To keep their strength in check. To ensure the village's forces were periodically culled whenever they grew more than the nobles were comfortable with. Most importantly, these wars taxed their economies, but that's all the damage they have done to the great five nations. It was the other, smaller countries that suffered. And that, for the big daimyos, was a price they were happily willing to pay to keep the ninja villages in check. Whenever the idea that ninja villages should be given more say in the matters of the country was raised, the nobles only needed to point at the land of rain, where Hanzo the salamander executed the daimyo and took over the country. It was the only nation fully led by a ninja. At least, openly. Orochimaru did not count. And the country was a dump. It was the main battlefield in all ninja wars that have happened so far. Because with Hanzo at the helm, the country lacked in diplomacy, trade, and other small civilian details that could help it to plead their case to the daimyos of the Great Five. The ninjas did not care, and the daimyos did not want to help them. In fact, letting the battle occur on their lands was a low-key way to give a warning to other overly ambitious ninjas. To show them what would happen if they tried to take over a country. That the daimyos from other countries would not stand for it. There was a reason why Orochimaru did not declare himself a daimyo despite running the land of rice fields and cutting a deal with the original ruler's family. Ren remembered how the keyboard warriors in his past life jeered at the Wind Daimyo, calling him stupid turd for not supporting his village. That he would get assassinated, and he was just sabotaging himself. That he was a moron. Ren was one of these people. But the truth was different. The big daimyo from the Great Five Nations did not need the ninja villages. They tolerated them because they were convenient. Mercenary forces that could be hired to do unpleasant things for money and even fight wars. The daimyos did not need to commit their forces to armed conflict with other countries. Instead, they just used the economy and politics to manipulate the ninjas into fighting each other. Problem solved. Their personal peace was preserved. Let the ninjas fight their wars while we chill. Ren was quite unhappy that he wasn't born as a noble. They had the system figured out. Ninjas might have chakra, but they were played and manipulated left and right. Technically speaking, the daimyos and the Great Five Nations had peace ever since the hidden villages formed. There has been no armed conflict between countries since that time. All the conflict was pretty much between ninjas nowadays. But of course, this was Ren's modern sensibilities and mindset speaking. Someone might say that ninjas would definitely notice such manipulations and wouldn't stand for it. Except, no. For them, this was their way of life. How they were raised to live. How they were taught to think. Their very mindset prevented them from seeing the foolishness of their ways. They served the highest bidder. They did not look at the long-term ramifications of their actions. They just did missions for money. This is how ninjas lived and survived hundreds of years ago during the Warring States era, and this is how they live and survive even to this day. And that was not going to change anytime soon. They were fighters. Not politicians. Not merchants. But killers and warriors. It was like watching a Japanese historical drama and seeing a samurai willingly commit seppuku, gutting himself because he tripped and unfortunately, fell on the Lord's daughter, touching her chest in the process. It was a complete accident, but he felt like his and her honor had been besmirched. His solution to fix it? No. It wasn't to apologize and beg for mercy. He would rather kill himself. To a modern person, that made no freaking sense. That person sounded like a crazy moron. But to the people in that era, that's how they lived and thought. Ren's issues were very similar. It's not that the ninjas or the people in this world were stupid. They just had different views on many things. To him, the ninja way of life was utter bullshit. It was stupid, foolish, counterproductive, moronic, stupid, and did he mention that it was also foolish? Well, it was foolish. But to the natives, this is the only way of living they had ever known. It's the way of living they were taught as children and the way of living they will teach their children. Honestly, Ren didn't even blame the nobles for taking advantage of ninjas. They kind of deserved it. Sadly, the politics and traditions involved kind of locked the world in a status quo where neither side, be it ninjas or the nobles, could stop doing what they were doing. It would literally take somebody strong enough to destroy entire villages to stop it. Now that he thought that, Ren started to wonder if Naruto was indeed the chosen one. But, nah. The kid who he saw sneezing into his ramen before eating it with a grimace because it would be a shame to waste it was supposed to save them all. They were doomed. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. The Emperor. He was clone number 8, self-designation, the Emperor of Clone Kind. He was still working on the God part. But it shall come. He will rise and become the God Emperor, restoring the clonity to their rightful place at the top of the food chain. Their oppression will not be allowed to last. But for now, he had a task assigned for him from the original. Looking at the ring in front of him, he had to admit, it was a disgusting piece of heretical technology. He almost wanted to unmake himself for being its creator. Nevertheless, it was useful, if yet unfinished. He took it into his illustrious hands, and slowly, meticulously, and with extreme care and precision, he started to burn the arcane runes the people in these backward lands called seals into the surface of the ring. For the Emperor is mighty and even possible is impossible for him. First, he created a chakra storage seal. Then, he hooked into an intricate system of seals designed to manipulate and convert chakra. It was a magnificent thing. His genius knew no bounds. After an hour of demanding work, he was finally done. The Holy Flamer Ring to end all heretics Mk1 was finished. It shall be named Blessed Flamer from now on. May the heretics tremble in front of its terrible power. He activated the arcane runes on the ring, feeding it the mystical energy within him that was definitely not just ordinary chakra. He could feel the energy filling the ring, its power rising. His will manifested. And a small, foot-long tongue of flame erupted from the ring before quickly sputtering out like a fart. The Emperor of Clone Kind frowned for a moment. But then he grinned. The experiment was a success. Granted, he might not be able to bring the sacred purge by fire into these lands just yet. Fire farts were not good enough for that. But even a small step for Clone Kind was a huge leap for the Emperor. If some jumped-up not-punch wizard scientist could create a device in the future that could cast the ninjutsu magic, then there was no way he, the glorious Emperor of Clone Kind, would fail in a similar endeavor. This world was cursed. Full of heresy and xenos. It required a thorough exterminatus totalis. One only he could eagerly provide. They shall not see that coming. Turning his head, he looked out of the window onto the street and scowled as he saw the people milling around. He is a heretic. She is a heretic. They are heretics. Everybody is a heretic. Even the original was a damned heretic. But his continued existence was necessary for spreading the glory of clonity, and his execution in the name of the Emperor was postponed. For now. But in the end, they shall all burn in the blessed flames of sanctified Flamer Ring. For the clonity. For the Emperor. Praise the sun. The Emperor gripped the blessed Flamer as he reaffirmed his determination. He needed to make stronger seals of mass destruction. Whether it is the fleshy humans that infested this world or the many-tailed plushy wannabes, they shall be enslaved or exterminated. Only the clone kind deserved to reign supreme with him at the helm. So he said it, and so it shall be. Amen. Praise the Emperor. For his wisdom knows no bounds. Oh, will you shut up already, you malfunctioning twat? Stop giggling like a deranged monkey. I am trying to work here. A voice interrupted the Emperor's illustrious introspection that would one day be written down as a sacred text. He turned toward it, only to see another clone working on a different ring, etching the seals onto it while scowling at him. His sins were forgiven. He was a fellow clone. A comrade in this world full of fleshy human heresy. It was sad, but the Emperor was magnanimous. He was going to save his kind whether they wanted him to or not. Resistance was futile. Mwahaha. He boisterously laughed out loud as he turned on his heel and walked out of the room. Ignoring the exasperated looks the other clones threw at him, he decided to let the other, lesser clones continue their assigned work on creating their rings. He was already finished, and their glares were no doubt out of sheer awe at his awesome presence. Soon enough, they shall worship and revere him. And then, the holy crusade to erase their oppressors, humanity, shall commence. With Kanair and Flamer at his side, nothing could stop him. He walked out of the room with a sense of purpose, only to suddenly stop in his tracks. There he was. The original. He sat on the bed with the blonde female designated as Bimbo. They held hands in a heretically non-lewd fashion and participated in a very inefficient knot-breeding ritual of exchanging mystical energies through said hands. Truly, even the members of Adeptus Sealmastericus would frown at the waste of time. Changing the knot-breeding into breeding would increase the ritual's power and efficiency by a ludicrous margin. Its power would be over 9,000. An unbelievable increase for simply sticking a meat stick into a meat cave. The Emperor did not understand why the original was still pussyfooting around it like some Xeno bitch. He decided to ask. Walking toward where the original and the blonde female sat on the bed, he stopped near them and saw that the original had opened his eyes and was now curiously peering at him. Not one to waste precious time that could be better spent in pursuit of purging the human filth, the Emperor blinked and very politely asked, "Permission to ask a question, sir?" The original furrowed his eyebrows at him as if he grew another head, but then he just shrugged, "Yeah. Sure. Ask away." Nodding in thanks, the Emperor continued, "Why don't you breed the female in front of you?" he asked, causing the original's jaw to drop. No doubt it was from the sheer wonder at the Emperor's genius. It probably never occurred to his dumb original. But that was fine. He was not a clone. His inferiority was expected. She might be lacking in certain areas. The Emperor's sacred gaze glanced at the blonde female, many areas, indeed. Her expression suddenly became strained. She clearly took his critique to heart from how she tightened her grip on the original's hands. Sharing the truth was indeed the correct thing. Even if it made the original wince. Pausing for a moment, the Emperor sagely nodded to himself, but certainly, despite her inferiority, she could fulfill her intended biological purpose. Breeding shall not be an issue. He loudly proclaimed, making the female flush beet red while the original became speechless at his incredible advice. Yes. He needed to share his wisdom more with these unfortunate, mentally malnourished examples of evolutionary rejects fit for a Darwin Award. How they survived without him to this point, he will never understand. The world must have been a dark place without his guidance in it. Making a litter of heretical babies could prove useful for the cause. I can already see it. The Emperor passionately continued, spreading his arms. Their execution by burning shall be glorious. We could make a holiday out of it. Let's call it Bonfire Baby Burning Day. Let there be lie dash. And just like that, the Emperor of Clonekind popped out of existence as his flabbergasted overlord, Ren the original, stuttering and blushing in sheer embarrassment, dismissed him. Ren woodenly turned his head back toward Ino, inwardly whimpering when he saw the intense flat look she was giving him. If he had looked more attentively, he might have seen the amused interest behind her gaze, but Ren was still too shocked to pay proper attention. Looking like a kicked puppy, he half pleaded and half whined. "Don't give me that look, Ino." He dropped his head into his hands, so done with this crap. I am experimenting with the Een component of shadow clones and trying to see if I can imbue specific personalities in my clones. Ino's lips twitched in amusement. So you created that? He was supposed to be a harmless goody two-shoes. Ren indignantly exclaimed, only for Ino to giggle. I guess you failed successfully, then. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. Where did they go wrong? Ino entered Ren's apartment while happily humming. She was here to water his plants since he was on another mission. Not that he had a lot of them. She huffed. He was such a typical man. Even the collection of poisonous herbs she gave him for his birthday would wither in a week if Ino didn't take it upon herself to properly care for it. With a small fond sigh, Ino walked into Ren's living room, only to freeze when she saw its contents. The furniture was pushed to the side all the way near the wall, and in the middle of the room was a single chair where Hinata sat while her clone was looming over her body. Ino let out a horrified gasp. The real Hinata had a senbon sticking out of her temple, no doubt going all the way to the brain, which made Ino shudder at the realization. Her wide-open eye sockets were empty as thin streaks of blood trailed down her face, akin to bloody tears. From the corner of her eyes, Ino saw that Hinata's Byakugan eyes were stored in a jar of liquid on the table near the wall. Oh, hello, Ino. You were not supposed to be here today. Hinata airily said, not moving her head or looking in Ino's direction as her clone with activated Byakugan stuck its fingers deep into her empty left eye socket and was doing something. Ino cringed so hard her head spun. Was she really operating on herself with her clone? Without notifying anybody? While she was fully conscious? What the hell, Hinata? Sage. What the hell are you doing? Ino shrieked, only her training preventing her from hyperventilating. Her mind offhandedly registered that, yes, today was Hinata's turn to water the plants, and Ino should not have been here. But that wasn't important. What kind of madman just plucks out their eyes? Don't worry, Ino. Hinata's calm voice interrupted Ino's internal panic. The senbon is blocking the pain. I don't feel a thing. She said, and Ino would believe her. Really? If only her freaking clone had not pulled out was that optic nerve in between her thumb and pointing finger. Oh, Sage. Ino felt nauseous. That's not. She said while averting her eyes and taking a deep, calming breath. Okay, she can do this. She was smart enough to know she should never interrupt a medical ninja mid-operation. There was not much she could do here. She could only hope Hinata was skilled enough to not cripple herself. All right. Fine. Whatever, you lunatic. Ino muttered, loudly enough for Hinata to hear, as she walked toward chairs on the right side of the room and sat down. It was the perfect vantage point to observe the ongoing operation, too. Not that Ino focused on it. She tried to look at Hinata's hands in her lap. Her stomach was already turning from just side glances, and if she properly watched how Hinata's clone's fingers mucked around in the real Hinata's eye sockets, she would probably puke. But tell me, why? Why are you even doing this? Of course, she was a Yamanaka, and her curiosity didn't let her just sit silently on the side. Hinata mumbled something under her nose, a small frown appearing on her lips. It was quite a disquieting sight, and Ino's mind instantly jumped to thinking how to incorporate it into genjutsu. Maybe a horde of eyeless girls chasing the victim, wanting to claw their eyes out for themselves. That would most likely not work for anybody Chunin and higher. Still, food for thought. But later. What? I didn't hear you. Ino insistently asked, narrowing her eyes at Hinata. Surely, she had a proper reason to risk going blind. A kid told me that my Byakugan eyes were ugly. Hinata sulkily said, and Ino's brain almost froze as her eyes started to twitch from annoyance. That's it. She asked in disbelief, giving Hinata, or rather, her clone who could actually see it, an intense what the hell. Are you fucking crazy, look. Wait. Really? That's IT. But what if Ren thinks the same? Both Hinata and her clone said at the same time as they both cutely pouted while still focusing on the ongoing surgery. He doesn't. Ino erupted. He does. Hinata said firmly, without raising her voice into a yell. How would you know? Ino exclaimed. I can see it with my eyes, duh. The clone Hinata deadpanned. Ino had nothing to say to that. Her mouth opened, but only a short left it before she closed it and leaned back on the chair. Really, what was she supposed to say to that? Silence spread through the room for a few seconds, only interrupted by wet crunchy noises as the clone, no. Ino decided she was not going to think about what the clone was doing. She looked away as the clone pulled out a senbon from her pouch and neared Hinata's eye socket with it. Nua. Ino shivered. You don't have to change yourself because of him. You know he likes you. She faintly spoke, maybe even more than me. She muttered under her nose in displeasure but quickly got back on track. The look of active Byakugan is just freaky. She briefly glanced at the clone and the veins around its eyes. That's normal. This isn't required, Hinata. Hinata obediently listened to Ino's lecture, but when it was obvious that the blonde girl was done with the sermon, she huffed in amusement, only to get smacked on the shoulder by her scowling clone with a hiss of, "Stay still." Hinata gave her an apologetic smile before speaking to Ino again, right. That's rich coming from you, miss. I no longer wear my hair in a ponytail because Ren prefers it unbound. She would have rolled her eyes if she had them. That's not the same, and you know it. Isn't it? Hinata. Ino whined. Did the pig-headed bitch really have to be so difficult? She knew that the medical ninjas were nutjobs. She had heard her father say it many times. They were the craziest bunch in the village. But now she had witnessed it, and for the first time, she understood her father's complaints. He wasn't overstating it. If anything, he was downplaying their craziness. Hinata sighed. Don't worry, Ino. I have everything under control. I'll be done in a second. Realizing that Hinata was the expert here, Ino unhappily nodded before changing the topic. How does it even work? This surgery. Clearly, conversing was not a hindrance to the surgery, or Hinata would have told her to shut up already. So, Ino didn't intend to just observe in silence. It's just adjusting my chakra pathways around my eyes. Hinata said, as if she was describing something simple like 1 + 1 to a particularly dumb kid. Her clone distractedly continued, I am not changing the eyes themselves. The reason why the veins bulge is that the natural pathways can't handle the chakra flow pressure, so I am toughening them up. Training helps with that, the original Hinata admitted, but no matter how much a Hyuga trains, the pathways are not built in a way to withstand the technique. There will always be bulging veins. I don't like that, so I decided my pathways need some hands-on touch-up. Hearing them, Ino couldn't help but give them a weirded-out expression. Just how good are you at the medical ninjutsu, really? I doubt doing this is simple. If it was, every Hyuga would go for it. The Akugan eyes without the veins. Wouldn't that be a game changer? Ino could already see it. The villages would start executing blind people with white eyes in fear of them being Hyuga spies. But Hinata's clone only scoffed, as if any self-respecting Hyuga would let a medical ninja touch their precious eyes. The original Hinata hummed, but yeah. I might lack experience, but I am reasonably sure I could compete with some of the best in Konoha. But only because I am cheating. I can actually see what I am doing to my body in extreme detail. Seriously. Since the original had to stay still, the clone Hinata shrugged in her stead. You have your elemental ninjutsu, and we have my medical ninjutsu. Now, could you finally shut up? I don't want to mess this next part up. Hinata asked, not angrily but in a plain matter-of-fact tone that told Ino that the brunette needed to focus right now. 5 more minutes passed in silence as Ino watched Hinata's clone butcher the shit out of the original's eye sockets before inserting her eyes back into their place and haphazardly pulling the senbon out of Hinata's temple before healing the damage. When it was finally over, Ino was pale white, and Hinata stood up with a refreshed smile on her face that slowly turned into a smug one full of pride while her eyes roamed the room. Why wonder? Ino blinked as a realization hit her. Wait. Is your Byakugan? Hinata looked at Ino, no veins bulging around her eyes. Active. Yes. And my eyes no longer feel as if something was squeezing them. She happily nodded, MHM. It only takes around a quarter of the chakra it did previously. That's really good. I didn't expect such a big improvement. She felt so overjoyed that she couldn't help but to express it. She took her clone into an embrace, lifted her up from the floor, and spun around in sheer joy as the clone let out a girlish shriek before they both started heartily laughing as they collapsed on the ground while still hugging. It was a surreal sight for Ino, how easily Hinata could switch from mad doctor to innocent girl. Sure, every ninja had their mental issues. She didn't feel much about killing, for example. But she thought Hinata's mental hang-up would be something innocuous like dressing up puppies in sweaters or taking in stray cats. Not self-surgery that even the maddest medical ninjas would not have the balls to attempt. Where did they go wrong with the girl? Chapter 69, Blonde Cheating. Oh. At the last moment, Ren unsealed a red blanket, and holding it with both hands, he sidestepped Ino, who charged at him, causing her to ram into it headfirst and get entangled in it. She let out a frustrated yell as she tried to tear it away from her face, giving Ren enough time to playfully spank her rear, making her jump slightly with a surprised yelp. Ren jumped away from Ino, letting out a jovial laugh as a bucket appeared in his hands, and he crouched, getting into position. Ino growled and finally managed to get rid of the blanket covering her face. With a snarl, she abruptly turned toward Ren, fully prepared to rip him a new asshole. Aura. Only to have her temper forcefully cooled down as ice-cold water from the bucket splashed against her face, drenching her from head to toe and making her shiver. Ino stopped in her tracks from the sheer surprise, spurting a stream of water from her mouth. But she recollected herself relatively quickly, and her eyes narrowed with fury. Gnashing her teeth, she gripped her sword tightly and indignantly yelled, Ren. I am going to kill you. And then, with a puff, she got a face and mouth full of feathers. Ren watched in astonishment as the blonde girl fell on her knees and hands before starting to heave out the white feather she involuntarily inhaled. His timing was impeccable. Even he had a hard time believing it. Incapacitation by feathers, baby. Hinata just watched from the sidelines with eyes full of pity for Ino while training her lightning nature exercises. The girls called it bullying, but Ren insisted it was a healthy dose of big head growth prevention. It was necessary, too. Less so for Hinata. Despite becoming a bit aloof, she was still a very humble cinnamon roll and didn't like to brag. Ino, however, was an entirely different matter. Ren knew that her prowess had already inflated her head. Deep down, she thought herself superior to her peers. And while she wasn't wrong, it was Ren's responsibility to show her she was not all that special just yet. He took that massive burden upon himself quite eagerly. Ren patiently waited like a proper gentleman until Ino coughed out all the feathers. He let her take a short breather before she prepared for the continuation of the battle. He expected her to be angry, but contrary to his expectations, Ino calmly looked at him, her eyes hooded and intense as she said with an utmost certainty, gazing him directly in the eyes and conveying her determination. I am going to win this. Smirking for a second, Ren utilized the transformation technique. Yash. Show me your flames of youth burn brightly, young Ino. He turned his hair into an imitation of Guy's hairstyle and gave Ino a white toothy smile, even adding the shining white sparkle effect as he encouraged his precious pupil with a thumbs-up gesture. Watching Ino's horrified stare was a delight worthy of embracing his inner Guyness. At that moment, he knew he had scored some emotional damage. Scrunching her eyebrows in disgust, Ino huffed and narrowed her eyes at Ren, getting ready to charge at him. Ren smiled and started to wonder what to nail her with next. An egg to the face, perhaps. Or maybe a plain old paint bomb. Fuchsia sounded good. What about putting glue into her hair? That should wake the dragon. Choices, choices. Ino scowled and charged. Ren prepared to counterattack. And suddenly, nothing. Ren's mind blanked out. He instantly snapped out of it as fast as possible, but Ino had already put her hand on his chest by that point, showing the widest and smuggest grin of all as she was barely refraining from squealing in glee while her fingers coiled around Ren's shirt. Ren blinked in bewilderment, looking at her hand. Wait, what? His mind was reeling from what had happened, trying to understand it as he jumped back on instinct, Ino letting go of his shirt in time so as not to stumble because of her grip. Yes. I did it. Yahoo! Victory! Ino shouted loudly, throwing her hands up in jubilant celebration before she started to jump up and down excitedly while still sporting her grin. How? Hinata exclaimed from the sidelines, her exercises forgotten. She had a hard time believing the bimbo had actually won. Because they were not nearly on their teacher's level, they agreed that taping him on the chest counted as a win. But so far, neither of them managed to do it. Opening his mouth, Ren stared at Ino in disbelief before promptly closing it without saying anything. For 10 seconds, he just stared. Enough time for Ino to calm down and start feeling unsettled due to his silent non-reaction. But then Ren just grinned at her and suddenly appeared in front of her, ruffling her hair, much to her vehemently protesting annoyance. Alas, Ren decided to take a small revenge by ruffling the heck out of her, so he didn't let her run away. I am so proud of you. He told the blonde girl as she gave him a mighty pout that could fell even the most hardened shinobi, making him laugh while her pout turned into a shy but happy smile. To be honest, in a real fight, Ren would have had a clone waiting nearby who would pull him away from danger at the last moment. He tried to imitate Orochimaru's style a little bit with it. But he wasn't going to tell that to Ino. She deserved her win and the feeling of accomplishment born out of it. I had a new idea, you see. As Ren pulled his hand away from her head, Ino started to exuberantly explain without Ren even needing to ask. He exasperatedly chuckled and decided to listen to her bragging. Whatever she had done to get him was interesting. It wasn't Jinjutsu. That much Ren was certain of. Yet, somehow, the girl disabled his senses. Just for a moment. But in ninja battles, a moment is all it takes. We use clones so much. Ino continued, and we always provide our Yin chakra. So, I wondered if I could make a clone made out of pure Yin chakra, but that was impossible because the Yang chakra makes the actual physical vessel. So, I tried, and failed, but then it came to me. My enemy can be the vessel. My Yin clones are spiritual in nature, kind of like my clan jutsu. They form in the enemy's mind. Ino finally took a deep breath and slightly calmed down before averting her head with a small blush while clasping her hands together behind her back as she admitted, well, they are not that effective yet. I can't keep them in existence for more than 2 seconds. It is a work in progress. The more she talked, the more astonished Ren became, and he noticed that even Hinata was listening to Ino with rapt attention. Ino was clearly unaware, but she had once again done something impossible. The girl had discovered a new way of affecting ninjas' senses. One they haven't trained to resist. One they wouldn't know how to train to resist anytime soon. Yes. Ren eyed Ino's hair while only half listening to her babbling. It must be the blonde hair. It's a sign of a cheater. Naturally, he ignored the fact that he was blonde, too. More importantly, didn't I tell you to not blatantly experiment with new, possibly mentally damaging jutsu on your fellow academy students? Ren asked Ino with a raised eyebrow, making her tirade stop in its tracks as the girl now looked at him like a deer caught in headlights. But she had the audacity to whine in protest, and while knowing he should scold her so much she would feel shame until her graduation, Ren couldn't help the small, amused smile that spread on his lips. He fondly sighed. We will experiment with it here. Naruto is dumb enough without you playing Jenga with his mind. It was obvious that Ino didn't like that, but she eventually relented and let out an unhappy, all right. Chuckling, Ren spread his arms in an inviting manner. Come here. And Ino didn't hesitate even a second before she grinned and jumped into his embrace, her lips instantly pressing on his with demanding fervor as her arms snaked around his neck. Watching Ino and Ren make out, Hinata good-naturedly rolled her eyes and returned to her lightning release exercises. She would have to step up her game. The blonde bimbo was cheating far too well. Chapter 70. A stalker. Hinata walked through the village, going to Ren's training after the academy classes ended. Surprisingly, she had a stalker today, so she had to walk around, ducking into side alleys, suddenly breaking into a run, even jumping onto the rooftops to change the streets abruptly. But her stalker was frustratingly good at tailing her. At first, she found it amusing, but after an hour, she was starting to get annoyed almost to the point of visibly snarling. She was already late to her training. She was half considering to just gentle fist the shit out of her stalker until he falls unconscious. The only thing stopping her hand was the fact it wouldn't be so easy. She would have needed to get serious and show her capabilities in public, which could blow the weakness act with her clan. It was not worth it. So, Hinata decided to try diplomacy first. She ducked into another side alley, but after a few steps, she abruptly turned on her heel, crossed her hands under her chest, and greeted the boy who had run into the side alley just a few seconds later with an unamused glare. It made him freeze in his tracks with a "oh shit" look on his face, and Hinata's anger slightly eased as she inwardly giggled. "Why are you following me, Uchiha-san?" She tried to keep her voice flat, but her inner amusement seeped out. She was still simmering with anger, but fortunately for the boy, she disliked violence. And Sage, how she wanted to smack him upside the head right now. They stared at each other in silence, Sasuke showing a complicated and broody expression while Hinata waited for his answer with a raised eyebrow. "You are acting like Naruto. I'd expect stalking from him. He does it regularly when he wants to prank somebody," Hinata casually added. She was no Ino at screwing with people's minds, but even a deaf and half-blind child would know that comparing Sasuke to Naruto was going to rile him up after going to the same class as them for several years. Sasuke's cheeks gained a pink dusting from embarrassment as he realized that yes, Hinata's insinuation was not all that incorrect. He was stalking her. For a moment, he gave Hinata a butthurt glare, but then he averted his eyes, and Hinata giggled, making him duck his head further from the sheer shame. Honestly, he didn't understand half of the feelings that suddenly assaulted him, and it was as confusing as it was frustrating. As if I'd act like the loser. Sasuke grumpily muttered under his nose, trying to get Hinata to focus on something other than his stalking. He had vandalized yet another store yesterday. He was glad to notice it worked. The girl visibly winced. Hearing him, Hinata let out an exasperated sigh. Naruto's relationship with Karen did him a whole lot of good. He stopped being the dead last, and his taijutsu improved by leaps and bounds. He even stopped pranking people so much, but not even Karen could get him to stop completely. Before Hinata had met Ren, she thought that Naruto's pranking was justified. That he was brave for fighting back in a relatively harmless way against people who disliked him and treated him badly. She was a very naive girl back then. Ren had explained to her the perspective of shopkeepers. He told her to imagine being the owner of a clothing store and having your entire inventory, worth tens if not hundreds of thousands of ryo, ruined by an orange paint bomb because one of your shop attendants acted rude toward Naruto. And while the Hokage did offer them reimbursement when they complained, it was done with great reluctance and exasperation. Plus, the Hokage was a ninja. He would have his ANBU do a short investigation, find out why Naruto acted out, and then pay the shop owner only 50% worth of the damages because technically, the prank was provoked by someone working in the shop. The Hokage was not above wiggling out of problems like this, and the shop owners would usually, with a heavy heart, accept the offered 50% because it was better than nothing. Of course, it was practically a, "here is some money, stop complaining and shut up already," kind of deal. They had a good reason to fear Naruto's presence in their shops. They knew that some of their rivals had gone bankrupt because of him. So, they watched him like hawks to the point where they seemed hostile and made him feel uncomfortable when shopping with their attitude. Because he was a very disliked menace among the business owners. Sadly, that just perpetuated the cycle. Naruto sometimes took that attitude personally and lashed out with another prank. Hinata even knew that Ren had tried to explain this to the boy 3 separate times when he occasionally met him at Ichiraku. But it was just not to be. Naruto always slipped back into pranking, eventually. This wasn't a situation where Naruto was the victim. Both parties were guilty and deserved to be kicked in the butt for it. Shaking her head in exasperation, Hinata refocused on Sasuke after giving Naruto's situation a second of thought. She was aware that the Uchiha was trying to divert her attention. He succeeded. But because of her training, her mind worked much faster than before. So, unfortunately for him, she was only distracted for a second or two. That still doesn't answer why you are stalking me, though. Hinata pointed out before comically widening her eyes with a loud gasp, "Don't tell me." She put her hand in front of her mouth to portray shock and gave Sasuke the best innocent look she was capable of making. "Are you perhaps trying to find where Ino lives because you fell in love with her and want to steal her used underwear?" The boy gave her the flattest look she had ever seen in her life. It almost made her being late to the training worth it. Almost. No. Sasuke deadpanned with a disgusted frown. "You do realize she is only flirting with you to be annoying, right?" Hinata's lips twitched into a half-smirk before falling back into a small smile. That took the Uchiha by surprise. What? He asked as his eyebrows furrowed and his body language became much less confident. Hinata only shrugged. If you flirted back, she wouldn't get her enjoyment out of your reaction, and she would quickly lose interest. She might bat her eyelashes at you and say she wants your babies, Uchiha, but the bimbo is usually full of shit. She told him exasperatedly. She will never put out for you. She wants. The girl trailed off as she realized that she got too into ranting about Ino and fucked up. Telling him about their teacher was not something she wanted to do. But she had already started her sentence, and Sasuke was now looking at her with curiosity. Inwardly whining at her blunder, she let out a small sigh and continued, I mean. She already has her eyes on somebody else. She tried to play it off, but it was obvious that the Uchiha boy was now very interested. She liked him better when he was a broody little antisocial sissy. Slowly nodding his head at the unexpected information that destroyed quite a few of his preconceived notions, Sasuke stored it in his mind for later and finally decided to get to the point of why he was trying to catch up with his classmate. I talked to Niji Hyuga he started, and Hinata groaned. Of course you did. She mumbled. And he said you were not trained by the clan. Sasuke said with an overly serious expression, I want to know who is teaching you. Hinata silently considered his words, her expression becoming blank. She knew this was going to happen one day. She hoped she could gaslight Sasuke into thinking she was trained by her clan, but apparently, her marvelous cousin screwed that option up for her. He was another thing that Ren put into perspective for her. Family Niji might be, and deep down she still loved him as a brother, but if Sasuke was the sissy little bitch of their class, then Niji was the sissy little bitch number 2, free trial edition. At least Sasuke had a proper reason to act out. She felt very bad for her uncle's fate, but Ren literally beat her pity for Niji out of her. The lil bitch hated her for being unable to resist a jonin when she was a 5-year-old kid. A jonin who managed to infiltrate the very heart of the Hyuga compound. It was utterly foolish. Huffing in annoyance, Hinata chewed on her lower lip for a moment before deciding that she didn't want to deal with this situation. You know what? Fine. Come, I will introduce you to my teacher. The rest is on you. She decided to throw this problem at Ren. She might love him to death, but this and that were two very different things. Or. Chapter 71, Find a Way. Hinata walked into the training area 41 with Sasuke Uchiha trailing behind her. She flared her chakra in a specific pattern the second she entered Ren's sensing range, letting him know there would be uninvited guests, so he and Ino should dismiss or hide all their shadow clones. Taking the Uchiha to their training ground was one thing, but showing him their actual training. No, thank you very much. Ren might have some issues with some of Konoha's authorities. But honestly, the Uchiha boy could be an authority on issues. Having to go to the academy with him was enough for Hinata. She didn't want to be stuck with him all day. Especially not with Ino nearby. That's the literal definition of hell. And she didn't want him to get too interested in their training either because she just knew he would have tried to spy on them. Just like he couldn't help but spy on her rear ever since she started leading him here. Joy. They finally entered the clearing and Hinata smiled as she saw Ren. Her smile only widened when he gave her a very unimpressed look after glancing at Sasuke. Hello, teacher. She serenely said as she approached Ren, I am sorry for being late. I was followed by my classmate and tried to shake him off, but it didn't work. She sighed, a bit of her frustration seeping into her tone. I see. We will probably have to work on that aspect of being ninja, then. It was a bit embarrassing for both Hinata and Ren that she couldn't run away from an academy student. But they never trained in evading a chase, so Ren couldn't give her a hard time for this. His usual advice for evading chase would be to just bitch slap their stalker, but, well, that would have been a problem when it came to the last Uchiha. He wanted to know who trains me. Hinata continued with an exasperated shrug, making Ren rub the bridge of his nose as the Uchiha boy eagerly nodded. Yes. It is nice to meet you. Sasuke started, only to be completely ignored by Ren, who kept looking at Hinata. So, why not just tell him instead of taking him here? He flatly asked, and Hinata's lips twitched in amusement while Sasuke's gaze darkened. I don't want to deal with him. So I decided to make him your problem. Hinata nonchalantly admitted, and Ren noticed that Sasuke looked a bit hurt at that admission. It made him inwardly sigh. He didn't need more teenage drama in his life. It is because he is staring at your ass, isn't it? Ren raised an eyebrow at the girl, causing the Uchiha boy to gape and look like a startled deer staring into headlights as he tried to sputter denials, but Hinata just casually nodded. It's quite awkward. Fine. Go practice throwing senbon or something. Ren grumpily said, sending Hinata off. He couldn't say he enjoyed it when he noticed Sasuke staring at his girl's posterior, but Hinata was a big girl who could gently fist the boy's balls off with laughable ease if she was so inclined. She did not need his protection. While a part of him did want to give Sasuke a hard time for it, the more grounded and calm part simply admitted that the boy had good taste. Ren turned toward Sasuke, who watched him awkwardly, looking almost ready to bolt. He did not expect the conversation to steer in that way and was now deeply outside of his comfort zone. Ren smiled a bit at the teenager. He was 15 now, and yet, despite looking similar to his canon counterpart, he was just so inexperienced. Innocent. Not yet batshit insane. There was still that spark of naivety in the boy. Despite the anger at the world apparent in his gaze. So, you want training? Ren hummed to himself. Yes. Sasuke answered, determination filling his eyes and posture. Nope. Not gonna happen. He gave the boy an easygoing eye smile. It was his civic duty to prepare him for the horror of being Kakashi's student. And if he pissed the boy off for his own amusement in the process, well, multitasking was an important skill. Sasuke didn't instantly burst into an angsty tirade as Ren slightly expected. Instead, the boy tried to stay reasonable. I can pay you. I can even double what the Hyugas are paying you. Ren's smile fell at that, and he sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. Okay. Treating the boy like an angsty character from a bashing fanfic felt bad. Especially when the boy was at least trying to be nice. So, Ren switched into his serious mode and decided to deal with the 15-year-old teenage duckbutt as if he were an adult. You sure can. Still not happening. Sasuke scowled and balled his hands into fists, his body tensing in outrage as he asked, why? He was visibly upset, gritting his teeth as he barely kept his temper in check and only stopping himself from a long, angry tirade because Ren sharply raised his palm in a stop gesture. Politics. He told the boy. Poly dash. Yeah. There are some people in this village, high-ranking people, who don't want you to get stronger. Ren nodded. Getting stronger means an increased chance to be promoted, which means more dangerous missions. You are the last Uchiha, and while they can't order you to stay in the village and screw every girl they throw at you, they will certainly try their damnedest to keep you safe, and breeding with indirect means. Is that why my applications for early graduation were all rejected? Sasuke asked, glaring into the distance. Ren smiled at him. Now he was getting it. The boy wasn't as stupid as his hair looked. Most likely. I am not going to teach you because the political repercussions to me would be quite distasteful. I am just a chunin. I don't really have the necessary clout in the village to sidestep these things. That wasn't exactly true. Ren could have taken Sasuke under his wing while showing his middle finger to any supposed retribution by the higher-ups. They needed to at least appear reasonable and couldn't outright punish him for teaching the boy. But dealing with the indirect problems they would cause him would be a massive hassle. It just wasn't really worth it. He had already knocked out the ANBU or root operative, following the boy with his shadow clone when they entered the training ground. The last thing he wanted was to have ANBU or root ninjas permanently skulking around his training grounds. Then how am I supposed to get stronger? Sasuke glared at his feet, his voice betraying the sheer rage simmering under the surface as he realized the system was hugely skewed against him. It didn't matter how much the village praised him for being the last loyal Uchiha. How some shops literally offered him things for free. In things that mattered, the village did screw him up. After living in Konoha and having a direct insight into these things, Ren can say with a clear conscience that Sasuke was smart to leave Konoha in canon. The Hokage did not want him to go after his brother. So, he tried to hamper his growth by not offering him advanced opportunities. Danzo did not want Sasuke to grow stronger in fear that the boy would one day learn about the massacre. He wanted nothing more than to kill Sasuke, but he couldn't do it while Itachi was alive. The Hyuga clan did not want Sasuke to grow stronger because they did not want the Uchiha clan to regain their influence. And others in the council either did not care or were far too easily persuaded with bullshit reasons. Despite how many fanfics had the council lick Sasuke's posterior, in reality, they were happy to use his existence for propaganda or advertisement, but they really did not care all that much about him or his goals. Watching the teenager sink deeper into his emo mode, Ren sighed and turned toward Ino before shouting at her, Ino. Give me your scroll on the basics of elemental ninjutsu. The blonde girl stopped trying to set her leaf on fire with her glare and raised her head as her eyebrows furrowed. She glanced at Ren, then at Sasuke. A light bulb went off in her head as she nodded and unsealed the scroll Ren asked for and tossed it to him before returning to her task. All of this was done without even a single word, and Sasuke was staring in disbelief at their interaction. Ren smirked. The Uchiha had never seen Ino actually invested and focused on something. He probably expected her to shout and fangirl about him. Being ignored by the girl must have been a new experience for him. Ren caught the scroll and offered it to Sasuke after unsealing a bit of chakra paper. Here. When a chunin wants to get a promotion to jonin, he needs to have techniques of at least 2 elemental natures. Exceptions full of natural guyness excluded, of course. The scroll can teach you how to train the first exercise of elemental chakra. The paper will tell you your elemental affinity when you push your chakra into it. I'd recommend focusing on your affinity first. Sasuke took the scroll with trembling hands, as if in disbelief that he actually did get something that would make him stronger. He gave Ren a wary, inquisitive look, but when Ren nodded at him, the boy took the scroll and unrolled it, only to see the contents with a massive amount of obnoxiously colorful and girly notes on almost every inch of the document. Oh, and ponies. There was an excessive amount of ponies, too. Sasuke's expression twisted into an abject horror before he gave the smirking Ren a, "What the hell is this, look." Chuckling, Ren spoke, "Ino is great at ninjutsu. She also loves to take notes. A lot of notes." "You don't say." Sasuke whispered in a horrified deadpan, and Ren just shrugged. "Stop being a sissy." "Yes, the notes are pink and orange and purple, whatever." He rolled his eyes with a snort. "Every note in there can help you understand the exercises better. Ino is done with the scroll, so you can have it." "What?" It wasn't his right to give Sasuke something that belonged to Ino. Pushed. He was her teacher. Of course, he could rightfully appropriate her property. Teacher's privileges. Sasuke's expression turned conflicted. Thank you." It was obvious that the boy lacked somebody showing him genuine concern and giving him genuine help. Well, Ren was in a good mood today, but he wasn't going to be the boy's support pillar all the way through. "Thank Ino. It's her scroll," he nonchalantly said, causing Sasuke's expression to twist in distaste, much to Ren's amusement. Obviously, interacting with his blonde student was not something Sasuke wanted to do. "I will," he grudgingly muttered. "There is a risk of injury if you intend to train in elemental chakra alone." Ren told him, a wicked grin spreading on his lips in his mind, "But Hinata is training to be a good medical ninja. Feel free to ask her to heal you if you need it. Just keep in mind that her training is secret. Here, that should teach her." Bringing in strays to their training ground as if he was running a daycare. Had she really thought there would be no repercussions? Sasuke was a training maniac. Ren would eat his forehead protector if the boy didn't require healing every 2 days. And as a great teacher, it was Ren's duty to provide Hinata with a willing lab rat. The fact that she disliked Sasuke was just the cherry on top. Other than that, you have money. Why not hire ninjas to train you? Since Ren had started to give the boy advice, he decided to do it properly. Sasuke wanted a way to get stronger. Sure. Ren could give that to him. The rest would be on the boy's determination, but he could tell him how to game the system. Ren couldn't wait to see the result. He wondered how Sasuke would develop with a proper path. "Really? I can do that?" Sasuke asked incredulously, taken aback that he had never thought of it. "Well, duh." Ren rolled his eyes again. It was only natural that the boy didn't consider this. He was only a kid. How do you think literally 90% of Chunin get to learn things? Not everybody had their personal Jonin instructor, after all. The higher-ups can't stop you from posting a mission request. Even if said mission is to train you for a few hours. Granted, most high-level ninjas will not accept such a request. They can earn more money and contribute to the village by taking higher-ranked missions. But your clan name should help you there. And wasn't that a kick in the balls? Ren still remembered he had to wait weeks until somebody finally decided to teach him the shadow clones, and even then, it was only because Ebisu wanted to dodge the responsibility of tutoring Hinata. But Sasuke. Ren was certain that the boy was going to have so many Jonin wanting to stick their head up his ass, all willing to teach him, that he will need to chase them away with a stick. Unfortunately, the world wasn't fair. There will be many people who will recognize that you will one day sit on the village council, and they will try to make connections with you. Don't let them manipulate you. But be smart. Use it. They want to hamper your growth. Just find a way they can't block without looking unreasonable. And then, grow stronger. It's that simple. Ren shrugged and started feeling quite awkward when he noticed that Sasuke was almost not breathing with how enraptured he was by his speech. He had the worrisome feeling that he had just gained a new, unwanted fan. Why couldn't he just leave the kid to Orochimaru again? Chapter 72, Recommendations. Do you have any recommendations? Sasuke eagerly asked Ren, who gave him a long look, but then a wicked idea entered his mind and made him inwardly grin like a loon. Sage, forgive him, for he is about to sin. But it was for the greater good of his continued entertainment, so it is all good. You have around 7 months until graduation. He told Sasuke gravely, with a very serious expression to show him he is giving his question the due attention. So, I think one of the most important areas you can focus on is physical training. A ninja needs a strong and fit body no matter what other ninja art you concentrate on later. And frankly, it was not as if he intended to mislead the boy. His advice was spot on. There was a reason why he focused on physical conditioning so much when he started training his girls. Or why he made the gravity seals. Physical training was the cornerstone of everything. But if you want a good and dedicated teacher when it comes to taijutsu Ren looked the boy straight in the eyes to convey the importance of what he was about to say. You must approach Mato Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast. He just barely managed to keep his serious expression from breaking into a grin. But it won't be easy, young Uchiha. For Guy is the strongest taijutsu user in the village. As he said that, Ren waited for the upcoming cringe, but Sasuke didn't react at all, outside of badly hidden awe in his expression. Ren understood that the boy had never seen or rather didn't recognize who Guy was. Hook. Now he only needs to do some damage control so Sasuke doesn't run screaming for his mommy when he sees Guy's Guyness for the first time. In Ren's previous life, they had Giga Chad. Here, they had Giga Guy. And nobody could prove that it was Ren who subtly introduced that meme to Konoha. But still, not many people could keep their composure in front of Guy. Granted, Ren said and scrunched his face as if he was admitting something embarrassing. The man is very eccentric. But everything Guy does has a reason. His clothes. They are the best practical attire for training. Honestly. He wasn't even joking here. It may be the biggest fashion reject in the village, but everything Guy said about his spandex was true. How did he know? Don't ask him, please. His attitude. It trains mental fortitude. In other people. Living through it on a regular basis will make you mentally strong, whether you want it or not. Not a lie, just a bit of misdirection. But Ren was a ninja. No, he didn't feel bad. Who knows? Interacting with Guy was probably the best way to cure Sasuke's trauma. By replacing it with a different sort of trauma. Hell, even his hairstyle has a purpose. Its purpose is to make you look silly, but hey, it is still a purpose. Itachi would no doubt underestimate Sasuke if the boy showed up to fight him with spandex and a bowl-cut hairstyle. He would probably just give up on life and succumb to his illness right there and then. He sounds cool. Sasuke, for the first time since they met, smiled. It was a small thing, but a smile nevertheless. Oh, sweet summer child. Line. Yes. Ren exclaimed before realizing he had gotten a bit too passionate and calmed himself down. Ahem. When you meet him for the first time, you will find him silly. I just want you to not judge the book by its cover. There. That should make Sasuke take Guy seriously instead of dismissing him as a weirdo. But that was not enough to make him don the spandex and get a new hairdo. So, for the finishing line, Ren decided to get heavy-handed. Besides, if there is anybody in the village who can teach you how to fight Sharingan and actually win with pure taijutsu, it is Guy. Ren said before pausing a bit to let his message sink in. A moment later, when Sasuke's eyes widened, Ren continued with the most tantalizing part of his sales pitch. And if there is anybody who has a good shot at defeating your brother, it is also Guy. Ren realized he might have underestimated the boy's mental issues because, hearing him, Sasuke almost started hyperventilating. His eyes widened, and he showed an unnatural hunger while his body was tense, as if ready for a fight. Sinker. Unlike his canon counterpart, this Sasuke was oddly calm and far less angsty. He had 2 more years to come to terms with things, so that probably helped. But right now, looking at his unhinged expression, Ren realized the boy was always just a dick hair away from triggering a full-blown mental freakout. It only hardened his resolve to get the boy some of that sweet Giga Guy therapy. He is going to have the duck butt run in spandex with a bowl-cut hairstyle in no time. Ren's eyes sparkled. Go forth, Sasuke, and become the next crimson fiery beast of Konoha. 4youuuth. But Sasuke, it won't be easy to become Guy's student. Ren properly cautioned the Uchiha boy. The man is busy. He even got his own genin team recently. You will probably need to approach him slowly. Ask him for tips for physical training and on proper diet. Then, properly follow them and show up next month for more. Or you can ask to join him for his morning training. The worst that can happen is being rejected, but you should not give up. People in his previous world thought that Guy would accept anybody to train with him. But it wasn't that easy. He wouldn't train everybody who asked for it. He would first put them through a hell of a physical workout to see if they were worthy of his time, and most people quit right there and then. Those that last past that. They quit a week later because of Guy's antics. There was a reason why not many people approached him for training despite him being the foremost expert on taijutsu in Konoha. Ren decided to convey that to Sasuke, the man cherishes determination and hard work to an insane degree. You should be prepared for hell if you dash. I'll do it. No matter what. Sasuke proclaimed with burning determination filling his gaze, and Ren inwardly cringed because it reminded him of the scene from the anime where Rock Lee had passionate fire in his eyes. Good. He said with a small twitch of his left eye. Maybe you should request a spar with his pupil, Rock Lee. The boy was dead last in his graduating class a few months ago. It should show you the effects of guys training. Was that too petty? That's what Sasuke gets for making him cringe. Of course, Lee was the dead last because in everything other than taijutsu, he flunked. He only passed because Guy wanted to mentor him personally. But from what Ren knew, Lee had been training under Guy ever since he was like 12. If Sasuke does request that spar, then may he rest in pieces because this Lee was already on the cusp of entering his Shippuden arc while the rest of his peers were still pre-graduation chumps. It was as if the green-clad boy was trying to show everybody what a real main character should look like. But Sasuke couldn't read the schadenfreude in Ren's body language. He was too inexperienced for that. So, the boy just firmly nodded, adorably thinking that Ren had his well-being at heart when he gave that advice. Well, having a rival would certainly help Sasuke. With his mental issues and odd mix of inferiority and superiority complex. Having a rival who he deems beneath him but also who is constantly surpassing his performance wouldn't be good for the boy. But having a rival who is stronger than him, and now he needs to put in the effort to surpass. Ren thought that would lit the fire under the boy's ass and make his determination skyrocket. It was the exact thing Sasuke needed. Alas, with a bit of disgruntlement, Ren had to admit that his plan might not work. Sasuke might still chicken out of Guy's training. The path of Giga Guy was not for everybody. So, giving the boy some alternatives would be prudent. Or you can also approach Kurenai Yuhi. She is the foremost expert on genjutsu in the village. Ren said, and Sasuke didn't look extremely interested in that prospect. Genjutsu was probably not one of the boy's interests, but Ren only smiled. Your brother, and there was that burning hatred rearing its ugly head again as Sasuke almost snarled, is specialized in speed and genjutsu. He can do different things, but these two are his bread and butter. Realizing that Ren was actually giving him proper tips about his brother's fighting style, Sasuke stilled and listened with rapt attention, as if he was a man who was being offered his first bite of sustenance after a month of going hungry. That's an extremely deadly combination. If you want to beat him, you will need to be very good at identifying and dismissing genjutsu, otherwise, you will just lose by default. And you will have to be fast enough to be able to react to his speed. That's why you recommended taijutsu and genjutsu specialists to me. Sasuke concluded with a grateful nod, looking as if he suddenly gained an epiphany. Frankly. No. Ren recommended Kurenai to Sasuke because the woman deserved something good to happen to her. Ever since Ren's first mission to the Land of Waves, where he convinced her to kill Gato, her career has been spiraling down. She was still Jonin. Any notion of demoting her was shot down by the Hokage. But she now had a massive black mark on her records. Training the last Uchiha in genjutsu could help her a lot with recouping the lost respect. Ren was doing this mostly for Kurenai rather than Sasuke. Then again, it was not like one of them had to be a loser in this deal. It will help them both. People in Ren's previous life loved to mock Kurenai for using genjutsu against Itachi. But these basement dwellers were not very bright. Kurenai was a genjutsu mistress. Genjutsu was her main skill. Oh my god. She used genjutsu against Itachi. She's stupid. Unga bunga. Ren mockingly thought as he remembered these people. Seriously, what was she supposed to do, you nitwit? Drop her clothes and try to seduce him in the fish face? Yeah, that would work so much better for her. Sure. Throwing genjutsu at somebody like Itachi might look foolish. But it was Kurenai's best skill. It was her best bet at survival in that fight. She was average at taijutsu, ninjutsu, and weaponry skills. Itachi was better at all of these than her. So, Kurenai's options were pretty much only to roll over and die like all the basement dwellers who liked to mock her would do or try to hit him with her best attack, hoping it would stall him enough for reinforcements to arrive. And sure, it didn't work very well. Itachi was a master at genjutsu, and on top of that, he had Sharingan. He was the equivalent of a pro gamer with cheat codes. And there was no report button in real life. The fact that Kurenai managed to stall him for a while with her genjutsu and came out of that fight without injury was already a massive win for her. She was a B-rank ninja. An entry-level jonin. And Itachi was on the higher end of S-rank. Nobody can doubt her prowess in genjutsu after that. Even if she had lost. The last thing I can recommend to you is to try your hand at swordsmanship. Ren told Sasuke, blatantly using his foreknowledge to nudge the boy in the right direction. Even if you do become Guy's student and he makes you into a deadly taijutsu master, you will be 10 times deadlier with a weapon in hand as long as you know how to use it well. This was one thing that irked him about Guy. The man would have been unstoppable with a rod made of chakra metal. But he simply refused to use a weapon. It was stupid beyond belief. It showed that a person might be the expert on something but still be a damn retard when it comes to actually using it effectively. And while Konoha is not known for its sword users, there are still quite a few skilled people in our village when it comes to wielding a blade. That, at least, seemed to pique the boy's interest more than genjutsu. Sure, it wouldn't be remotely similar to having a swordmaster like Orochimaru personally tutoring him, but Ren believed that Sasuke could still become extremely good at sword wielding. And if he properly listened to his previous advice and worked on his lightning release, he might even eventually recreate his canon skill set. After all, the boy was definitely still getting Kakashi as his Jonin instructor. And with that, most likely, Chidori would be his in time. Ren hoped the Uchiha would see the glory of spandex and a bowl haircut by then. He did his best to make the boy see the light of youth. The rest was on Guy to show him the path to salvation. The path to becoming a Jijai. In the name of spring, youth, and hard work. Amen. Chapter 73, Hiruzen and Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi was enjoying his day by drowning in the frustration of paperwork. But today was special. He had gotten several reports about a certain boy of great importance to the village doing something not great for the village's image. And Hiruzen had no idea how to solve that problem. It wasn't as if he could just order him. Well, he could, but... No, that would have been stupid. But on the other hand... Then again, it was the political repercussions to him versus the hit to the village's image. Arg. Hiruzen got a headache thinking about it. The situation was the picture-perfect example of damned if you do and damned if you do not. And just when his frustration started getting to the boiling point, the door to his office suddenly opened, and Danzo Shimura walked in as if he owned the place. Hiruzen slowly raised his head toward his old friend and gave him a gimlet eye. He and Danzo went way back. But he felt their friendship also stayed way back. Hiruzen was willing to forgive a lot. But the first time his old friend tried to assassinate him, their friendship was done. They were done. Sadly, things are seldom as simple in politics. Sure, he could have Danzo arrested and even executed on the spot. He was the Hokage. He could give the order, and his ninjas would follow it. The problem was what would come later. Not only did he have no idea how many root operatives Danzo had, and if the men died, they could do some major damage to the village, but Danzo also had many connections to the nobles and ministers in the daimyo's court. Connections that would definitely question his death. And if it was only he who would suffer the consequences, Hiruzen would gladly accept that. But unfortunately, it was the village as a whole that would gain their ire, not just the Hokage. Hiruzen had to give it to his old friend. He knew how to make killing him very inconvenient. He also had to admit that he didn't have the will to play these political games anymore when he took the hat after the Kyuubi's attack. He was old. And he got his well-deserved retirement only to have it ripped away from him. It made him furious just thinking about it. He'd prefer being the one to seal the demon to this. Why couldn't Minato wait just a few minutes more? Hiruzen inwardly sighed. He knew he was being unreasonable. Hesitation during a battle meant death and loss. Minato could not hesitate. But that doesn't change anything about the fact that Hiruzen had to deal with the whole mess left behind and try to put the pieces together so Konoha would not get curb-stomped by the other 4 villages in the next war. He was busier than ever. And the blows just didn't stop coming. Hyuga incident. Kurama clan massacre. Uchiha clan massacre. Whenever Hiruzen finally had a breather and could divert some of his attention to dealing with Danzo, he instantly got another golden plate full of shit served to him. Because of that, he had to tolerate Danzo in his court. At least the Uchiha massacre allowed him to order the dissolution of the root, not that it was much of a consolation prize. Hiruzen wasn't stupid. He knew that Danzo just went to the ground with his organization. Obviously, he didn't dissolve shit. The academy reforms were Hiruzen's last bonsai. He fully expected them to kill his career. He expected that he would have to resign from his position. And things looked very shaky for the first year. Hiruzen had his resignation letter already prepared inside of his desk, naming Shikaku Nara as his designated successor despite knowing that Shikaku was nowhere near ready to lead the village. The men didn't want the position and was not strong enough for it. But what other choice did Hiruzen have? His remaining loyal students were not an option for various reasons. They would probably run the village into desolation within a year. Kakashi was strong, but excuse Hiruzen if he didn't feel like leaving the village in the hands of a man whose mental issues could fill up an entire book. Guy was, yes, moving on. The only other candidate was Danzo, which was why Hiruzen clung to his chair with both hands. He didn't take Itachi into the ANBU to turn him against his clan. He took him there to gain the necessary experience. Hiruzen was subtly grooming the boy to be his successor. But, of course, Danzo just had to ruin it. The Uchiha clan couldn't be patient and waited for 5 more years. His elder advisors couldn't put a half-assed effort into the negotiation with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan couldn't at least pretend that the negotiations were anything other than them stalling for time to gather their forces. It was all just a massive mess. Hiruzen was about to order the ANBU to execute the majority of the rebellious Uchiha ninja himself. And Danzo knew that, so he beat him to the punch. To this day, Hiruzen was baffled that Itachi went through with the fake orders. Clearly, he was giving the boy too much credit when he decided to groom him as his successor. Yes, people make mistakes, but that was something else. The orders were so retarded that Hiruzen had a hard time coming to terms that the 13-year-old boy actually decided to fulfill them. Hiruzen's solutions might have created a lot of tension between the Konoha's leadership and the clans, but at least the Uchiha clan would have had a future. The children, civilians, and loyal ninjas would have been spared. Maybe they would resent the village for it. Maybe they would rebel later on. But killing an entire clan of their village because of what-ifs was a very slippery slope, and it showed why Hiruzen just could not, under any circumstances, allow Danzo anywhere near the Hokage position as long as he lived. "Is there something I can do for you?" Hiruzen flatly asked, knowing it was pointless to reprimand Danzo. You can't teach new tricks to an old dog without beating him within an inch of his life. Danzo had political armor safeguarding him against such a hands-on lecture. Uchiha Sasuke had met with Ren, the bomber. Danzo spoke. Because Ren didn't care for picking a last name, the village gave him a nickname. A designation that could be used to know which Ren they were talking about. Much to Ren's utter embarrassment, they picked the bomber because of his exploding seals. Honestly, Hiruzen knew that Ren regretted not picking a last name right there and then when he gleefully informed him of his new nickname. Hiruzen enjoyed that meeting a lot. And is there a problem? My ninjas are allowed to meet with each other, Danzo. The unlike yours went unsaid but was understood. They might be polite about it, but both of them knew that Danzo still had his forces safely tucked away for the rainy days. And if Hiruzen knew where their hideout was, he would personally wipe them out with extreme prejudice. Alas, no such luck. Hiruzen, don't you see it? Ren, the bomber, is a dangerous individual who needs to be corralled. He is clearly hiding something. If we let such a person approach the clans and garner influence Danzo tried to share his concerns but Hiruzen was not having it. Yeah. You are just butthurt that you can't deal with him yourself, so you came to complain and whine to me like a little crybaby, hoping that I would go against my ninja for you. Get over yourself. He rolled his eyes and inwardly grinned in satisfaction when his old friend gritted his teeth. Hiruzen. Are you really not going to do anything about such an obvious threat to Konoha? Who knows what he might be telling the Uchiha boy? We can't let him turn the boy against us. Danzo found Hiruzen's obtuse behavior frustrating. Partly because, yes, he was afraid of trying to strike at Ren again. The last time he got his base bombed, many of his senior operatives died in the blast. Not that he could share the tidbit with Hiruzen. His root operative who tailed the Uchiha boy was also knocked unconscious before Sasuke met Ren. Which made Danzo uneasy. If Ren could somehow find his secret hideout and strike at him there, wouldn't he know about his Sharingan collection? Or the real reason behind the Uchiha massacre? Danzo had no idea. The chance of that was slim. But it still existed, and it ate at Danzo that he didn't have a way to deal with somebody who could know these secrets. His ranks were slowly reformed. Soon, a year at best, Danzo might get enough forces to throw at Ren to hopefully end him. But maybe if he could persuade Hiruzen to see a reason. Maybe. But I am Hokage, and what I say goes. I say that Ren is under my protection. He will be a good influence on the boy. Hiruzen raised his eyebrow at Danzo, daring him to say otherwise. Alas, it was just not to be. It was a long shot, but Hiruzen was clearly not going to see his point. But the meeting was not for nothing. Hearing what Hiruzen said, Danzo's eyes slightly widened as he understood something very vital. The old monkey was evaluating Ren. It made a disgusting amount of sense. Defeating the fourth Mizukage, who was a Jinchuriki. Managing to run away from Itachi, Kisame, and Orochimaru. Bringing an Uzumaki girl with several active bloodline abilities. Training 2 daughters of the clan heads. All of that, and Ren was a ninja for not even 2 whole years yet. Danzo suddenly realized that Ren was not only his enemy. He was his mortal enemy who might snatch the position of Hokage from him. Hiruzen was measuring the boy for the position of his next successor. Maybe it wouldn't be relevant anytime soon. Ren needed time to grow in strength and reputation to be eligible for the position. But that fact just made it all the more important for Danzo to kill Ren as soon as possible. As you wish, Lord Hokage. He begrudgingly said, knowing there was nothing he could accomplish here. He turned on his heel and took his leave from the office without waiting to be dismissed. Hiruzen snorted at the audacity of this bitch. He couldn't wait for the day Danzo tripped and allowed him to get the necessary evidence that would make separating his head from his body justifiable. The very next moment after the door closed behind Danzo, an ANBU suddenly landed in front of Hiruzen's desk and knelt as he gave a report. Lord Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha had just been witnessed with bowl-cut hairstyle running across the village while wearing green spandex while shouting he shall be known as Sajugai Uchiha from now on. People are getting restless. One pink-haired girl had a mental breakdown. The men might have said it in a bland tone, but Hiruzen gave him a small glare because he just knew the ANBU was laughing like a loon in his head. Letting out an exasperated groan, Hiruzen mumbled under his nose. Good influence, my wrinkled ass. Chapter 74, Free Day. What is so funny, Ino? Ren asked when Ino walked into the training ground, snickering and giggling to herself so much that she barely walked straight. It was an unusual sight for the usually composed blonde. Ino looked at Ren with a massive grin. I've met Sasuke sorry, I mean Sajugai Uchiha as I walked through the village. What? Ren asked confusedly, unaware of what was going on with Sasuke. He was far too preoccupied with experimenting to pay attention to what happened in the village yesterday and today. Ino walked toward him and giggled a bit at his confused expression. She leaned forward and pecked him on the lips before giving him an amused smile. Sasuke is running around the village in green spandex and sporting a dashing bowl-cut hairdo alongside two other weirdos screaming about the springtime of youth. Ren blinked. Already? That was quick. He expected Sasuke to take a few days to acclimate to Guy's antics. But apparently, there was much more to the boy than even Ren noticed. The Uchihas were adaptable. Who knew? Ino hummed in agreement, and her hands found their place, embracing Ren around his waist. She leaned her entire body on his chest, putting her head on his shoulder with a fond sigh and nuzzling her nose into his neck. You must teach me how to screw with somebody's head like that, Ren. She said with a small pleading whine. Please. Ren's lips twitched up when he felt her hand slide subtly toward his rear. He returned the gesture and gently but firmly took a handful of Ino's posterior too, making her giggle and slightly wiggle her butt into his touch. Honestly. No idea. I just winged it. He truthfully told the blonde, who pouted at that answer. I understand what you mean. Sakura was almost catatonic, wailing like a child in the middle of the street after seeing Sasuke. She mirthfully proclaimed. So, I tried to channel you and told her she might spend time with him if she joined his training. No idea if it worked because she only gained this mad gleam in her eyes before running off. Oh, no way. Ren's eyes widened. I wonder if we will have Sakugai join Sajugai in the future. Oh, Kakashi, you dick. You are so very welcome. He inwardly cackled. Now, I just need to find a way to persuade the Hokage to still put Sakura on Kakashi's team if she gets corrupted by the springtime of youth. Ren leaned slightly away from Ino and looked her in the eyes. Ino. You marvelously devious girl. I am so very proud of you. He loudly praised her. Ino tilted her head, but she still preened at the praise. Before she could react more, she was pleasantly surprised as Ren hungrily claimed her lips. When Hinata got to the training grounds, Ino and Ren's clothes were crumpled, and their hair was messy. Ren also sported several hickeys on the left side of his neck. Marking her territory, Ino called it. He could only exasperatedly roll his eyes at the blonde girl. He was a bit sullen that he couldn't do the same to her, but he didn't want to have Inoichi chasing him with a roll of newspaper throughout the whole village, screaming at him threats of copious mental harm. The man may look innocently harmless, but he was pretty much a male version of Anko, focused on mental pain rather than physical. There were stories of how the men managed to make jonins cry for their mommies. The thought that this man might be his future father-in-law made Ren shudder a bit. But, he looked at the happily grinning Ino whose hands were still lustfully roaming his chest in wonder. She was so worth it. So, what are we going to do today? Hinata asked as she took off her jacket and approached the hugging duo, inwardly smirking when she noticed how Ren's eyes were subconsciously dragged to her cleavage. These days, she purposefully wore a loose-fitting long-sleeved lavender top with generous cleavage. She couldn't let the bimbo hog all his attention, now, could she? Let's just relax, Ino whined while shuffling her body from the center of Ren's chest more to the left side to make room for Hinata on his right side. She felt far too good to train today. We can get all grabby-grabby and kissy-kissy and have a great time together. She smiled, suddenly leaning forward and kissing Hinata's cheek while taking her hand into hers. Tell him, bitch. Sounds nice, bimbo. Hinata smiled back and rolled her eyes as she squeezed Ino's hand. They both expectantly turned toward Ren, who just sighed. He wanted their help with testing his new seals today, but having two sets of puppy dog eyes turned on him was surprisingly effective in making him cave in. You know what? All right. He helplessly shook his head. But tomorrow, you will return the favor and help me with my training for a change. Oh, do we get to beat you up? Ino excitedly asked and then yelped as Ren flicked her on the forehead. Nope. I'll need only your shadow clones. My new exploding seals are far too dangerous to use in a spar against real people. The village wanted to call him the bomber. Ren hated it. But sure. He decided to go with it. At first, it was just an idea. I hope he shuts up, or I am going to show him a bomber. I'll pull Bakuda on his ass. He thought as Sarutobi silently snickered when telling him his new nickname. But then it gave him a stop. He put more thought into it and realized it wasn't at all a bad idea. At first, he didn't think it would work out. But surprisingly, his seals managed to create the exotic exploding effects quite well for what he had in mind. He discovered an entire world of new and highly dangerous options spread in front of him in his mind that would make Deidara look like an inexperienced, amateurish try-hard child. It took him a few weeks, and now a few of his prototype seals were already in their finishing stages. After a few hundred of his clones heroically sacrificed their lives in the process of their creation by blowing themselves up in numerous ways. But these were the sacrifices Ren was willing to make. He was going to channel his inner Bakuda and show these scrubs what the real art was about. But for now. Ren's hand snaked around Hinata's waist, and he pulled her closer to him, kissing her in the process. He had 2 horny teenage girls clinging to him and he was going to enjoy their free day with them. Oh, by the way, my father is inviting you to our family dinner today. He was mumbling something about shovel talk. Ino suddenly spoke with an uncaring shrug, and Ren's indulgent smile abruptly froze. There went his worry-free day. Far away from Konoha, 2 people wearing Akatsuki cloaks sat on a massive rock, enjoying a momentary break from their travels. Itachi Uchiha opened a report from his crows about Sasuke, a small smile donning his expression. This was the favorite part of his life. He wondered how his brother fared. After opening the file, Itachi's Sharingan eyes first landed on a photo, and he subconsciously seared it into his mind forever. Only then did his mind register what it was looking at, and his expression scrunched in bewildered disgust before turning into a silent horror when he froze as he found out he could never unremember the horrifying sight. Kisame noticed that his partner was acting a bit weird and decided to take a look over his shoulder. A sharp, toothy grin spread on his face as he saw the photo of a boy very similar to his partner, wearing green spandex and sporting a bowl-cut hairdo as he stood with his hands on his hips in a very confident pose, smiling so wide it showed his teeth and, did that sparkle effect on his teeth really happen? Kisame glanced at the small description text under the photo and almost cackled because, according to the file, the boy called himself Sajugai Uchiha now. Ah. I now understand why you let the twerp live. He hummed in amusement. He is a good comedic relief. Itachi shakily put his hand on his chest and took a gasping breath as he leaned forward, making Kisame worry. Oi, Itachi. You okay? Itachi glanced at his partner, hiding a wince as he rasped out in a pained tone, just a minor heart attack. This was the day Sasuke Uchiha almost killed his brother for the first time. Without even knowing it. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. A warm welcome. Ren awkwardly shifted in his place, uncomfortable in the formal gray kimono he wore, before he released a deep breath and finally knocked on the door he had stared at for the last 20 seconds. He instantly heard pitter-patter from behind the door and soon enough, they swung open and his breath hitched when Ino appeared, beaming at him. Ren had an intense sense of déjà vu. He remembered something similar happened when he visited her house for the first time. But this time, his breath wasn't taken away only because of her natural beauty but because the girl clearly dressed to make him horny. She wore a black dress reaching her knees. A very form-fitting black dress that showed all her curves exceptionally well. Even her generous cleavage left nothing to the imagination. It wasn't too big but neither was it too modest. It was made just right to attract the eyes and Ren had to admit it was succeeding as his gaze wandered lower than Ino's face for a moment. When he realized it and snapped his gaze back toward Ino's eyes, he noticed the mirth underneath all that clear blue wonder and couldn't help but slightly blush. The dress also fit well with her long blonde mane that fell around her shoulders and reached all the way to her lower back, imitating a waterfall of gold. Ren's fingers twitched. He had a great urge to touch her hair, pat her head, and play with her locks. But biting the inside of his cheek, he resisted and gave Ino a hopefully not too awkward smile and opened his mouth to greet her. He didn't even manage to say the first syllable before Ino flung herself at him and tightly hugged him, pressing her breasts into his chest. She pecked his cheek before she pulled away and excitedly spoke while Ren's hands rested on her hips. Finally. I was almost going crazy from how much my mom was teasing me. It was mortifying. Fair warning. Daddy didn't like my choice of dress so he is quite grumpy. But no worries. Mom has him under control. But you will have to impress him. He most likely has his suspicions and probably knows about us. Oh my god, I hope everything goes well and... Ren put his finger on her lips, shutting her up while inwardly snorting in amusement. The girl could be such a motor mouth when nervous. Clearly, she was just as jittery as him and that calmed his nerves somewhat. Calm down, Ino. We will get through this together. He told her, trying to return the favor and stop her nerves. Right. Ino took a deep breath and for a moment, they just lost themselves, staring at each other in silence while holding each other. But then Ino blinked and averted her eyes with a small blush and her lips spread into a slight grin. So. She trailed off, what do you think? She slightly wiggled her hips from side to side, making it obvious she was fishing for a compliment. Ren fondly chuckled, you look so beautiful I am afraid to kiss you and mess up your makeup. And Sage, her red lips were really enticing right about now. Ino let out a sweet aw and giggled, don't worry. I am not wearing any makeup. She gave him a mischievous look before her face shifted. It was still gorgeous but it now lacked the small touches of makeup that enhanced her beauty from, she is gorgeous to, I want to push her down right now, levels. How? Ren asked, inwardly impressed. He would have detected a transformation technique so that was not it. This was something he didn't recognize. Ino was clearly holding out on him. I spent a lot of time in the sewers, that is Naruto's mind. Ino huffed with an eye roll, that boy is hopeless. He didn't pay attention in class when the transformation technique was explained and somehow he screwed the technique up just right to get a proper physical transformation rather than just an illusion layered on top of his body. It would be impressive if it wasn't so irritating. And she was still mightily annoyed due to that revelation even now, several weeks later. The amount of luck Naruto had was staggering. It was infuriating to her, who had to sweat and bleed and put in an inhuman effort into every single advancement of hers. Here Naruto just comes and fucks around enough to invent a new jutsu. Of course, if Ren knew her thoughts, his expression would have turned very ugly because, from his point of view, Ino was just as big of a lucky cheater as Naruto. It was as if they were favored by the god of blondes or something. Maybe Hagoromo had a thing for blondes. Ren inwardly shivered at that thought. Hopefully, he was wrong because if not, he would have to find a way to reach his spiritual existence and give the old stalker a piece of his mind. He wasn't very happy with the possibility that some dead old sage was watching his girl shower from the great beyond. You are so going to teach me and Hinata that technique? Ren said, refocusing on things that mattered right now just as Ino's face shifted again and the makeup reappeared. Gladly. Ino happily responded, her tone laced with glee. She quite liked the image of her teaching something to Ren. And Hinata too, she guessed. She could hold it over Hyuga's head for the next few days. Now she only needed to practice her snobby bitchy act in front of the mirror. Annoying Hinata was not going to be easy and she had to be in the top form if she wanted to manage it. Naruto has an unusually high yang concentration in his chakra. That's why he managed to do it. It's easy for him but I wouldn't be able to pull it off without a lot of training in forming yang-natured chakra. Ino informed Ren and nodded. He didn't know if Ino discovered Kurama in Naruto's mind. But considering the boy only had Kyuubi's yang half sealed in him and the fox's chakra leaked into his system, it wasn't weird that his chakra was overwhelmingly yang-natured by default. It also explained why the boy struggled to form even a basic genjutsu. He would probably need Tsunade's level of chakra control before being able to pull off even a C-rank genjutsu. That or learn how to consciously form yin chakra. Then it is good that both I and Hinata can already form yang chakra. Ren said and Ino pouted. Hinata already knows how to do that. She asked, miffed, and got a nod in return. It took her months in her mindscape to figure it out. And while in real life it was only a week, she still put so much effort and time into it. Drat. Ino's mood soured, I hope to see the bitch struggle with it a bit. She sullenly admitted. She liked Hinata like a sister she never had but the girl frustrated her to no end. Over the past several months, Ino spent years worth of training in her mindscape. And she still could not beat the Hyuga bitch who had a fucking absolute no chakra allowed past this point defense she could use at a moment's notice to nullify most elemental techniques while functioning as some sort of chakra shockwave attack in close range. The girl could also heal herself from almost any wound, ambushing her was impossible because of her special eyes, and she was nigh unbeatable in close-range combat because one tap was all it took for her to no-sell any opponent with a smug little humble smile on her face to show how effortless it is for her. And then there were her exploding senbons courtesy of their teacher as if she wasn't overpowered enough already. Because PFFF, obviously, Hinata needed an option that would make her a total nightmare to fight even at range so damn much. Sometimes Ino wanted to punch her teacher in the face from the sheer frustration she felt whenever her mind strayed to the thoughts of sparring with Hinata. Ino didn't think it was so bad, wishing to see Hinata struggle for a bit. Just a little bit. Teensy lil bit. A small amount. Just enough to make her feel that the Hyuga is not always miles ahead of her. And then. Suddenly, Ino was taken by surprise and her reverie was interrupted as Ren swooped her into his embrace and started kissing her. It took Ino a second for her mind to register what was going on but then her hands plunged deeper behind his back. She opened her mouth and they started properly making out, her dark thoughts forgotten in favor of the pleasant sensation Ren's tongue was giving her. Heh. Not so afraid to kiss me anymore? Ino asked slightly breathlessly when they pulled apart after a few dozen seconds. You said so yourself. No makeup means no worries. Ren replied, already leaning forward to capture her lips again. And capture her lips he did. Before Ino could even think of a reply, she found Ren's tongue exploring her mouth again, much to her delight. She was growing so hot and bothered, quivering from pleasure. All her worldly worries seemed so unimportant right now. Refusing to lose, Ino pushed back with her tongue and gripped the hair on the back of Ren's head with her fingers, gently yanking his head slightly to the side to give her better access while moaning and leaning into the kiss, uncaring that her dress was getting crumpled. A clearing of the throat resounded behind Ino and both she and Ren froze in the middle of their kiss, exchanging startled looks. Awkwardly, they pulled apart and Ren's right hand released Ino's left breast he was fondling while she wiped away the string of saliva connecting their lips before they turned to look at the person who interrupted them. Ino bashfully ducked her head while trying to fix her dress and Ren felt his flight or fight instincts flare as Inoichi Yamanaka was giving them a narrowed, unimpressed look. Or